After the world entered the gacha era, some people hit an epic eidolon on their first pull, while others pulled until bankruptcy and only got junk cards. And you were the unluckiest of them all. You pulled 1999 cards, no eidolon, no weapons, no skills. You were the universally acknowledged ultimate unlucky player. Everyone was waiting for you to go completely broke. Until the 2000th gacha, the world suddenly went quiet, the gacha pool trembled, golden red light tore through the sky, and a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon descended. While everyone was still madly envying your stroke of luck, you looked down and saw a prompt only you could see: pity system triggered, next pity system target, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, every gacha, attributes permanently grow. It was then that you realized your pity system came with a 10,000-fold amplification. For others, gacha was a gamble with fate. For you, it was just following a procedure. Isn't it too arrogant of you to just let the god of war go? Isn't it too conceited of you to annihilate the demon tower like that? Isn't it too narcissistic of you to underestimate everyone in the world? Nonsense! If you were an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class at 20-something, with invincible eidolons all over your body, you'd be even more arrogant than him. While everyone else was relying on luck for gacha, you had long since acquired a full set of mythic eidolon equipment through your pity system. Others had to rely on fate, you just had to rely on money. Coincidentally, I'm somewhat of a second-generation rich kid. While everyone else needed to be possessed by eidolons to become powerful, eidolons were merely your genetic locks. He. Let me unlock the eidolon. Chapter 1 Tower Card. Do you want to achieve fame and success? Do you want to become a hero of humanity? Are you, at 18, despairing of this world, still confused about your future? Look here. 100 tower cards bundled for sale, only 980,000 dasha coins. Bring home common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon characters and embark on the pinnacle of your life. 3, 2, 1, link is up. A deep male voice resonated in Sumu's ears. Sumu, who had been sprawled over his computer desk, suddenly sat up, his eyes slowly recovering from their daze. Where is this? Sumu looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, a simple men's bedroom with a bed and a desk. On the desk sat a laptop, playing a man's live-stream sales broadcast. In a daze, 18 years of memories suddenly flooded into Sumu's mind. The life memories of a person with the same name as him flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Ah! Sumu's head was splitting. After a moment, he came back to his senses. Am I Sumu? No! I am Sumu from the 21st century. Damn it! I've transmigrated. He finally reacted. He had actually transmigrated, just like the male protagonists in novels. He was originally a promising young man of the new century, but a car accident had killed him on the spot. The Sumu of this world, who shared his name, suffered from severe depression. On this day, he finally succumbed to his inner torment, taking sleeping pills and committing suicide at the same time as Sumu. As a result, Sumu successfully transmigrated into the body of this world's Sumu. Listening to a male influencer on the computer screen emit seductive sounds, vigorously promoting the tower cards in his hand, Sumu muttered under his breath. Tower card. What the hell are these things, selling for so much? At this moment, a memory surfaced in his mind. It turned out that while this world superficially looked almost identical to his original world, 30 years ago, the earth cracked open, and the landscape changed. Eerie demon towers rose from the ground, and various monsters swarmed out from within them. Killing monsters in the demon towers could drop tower cards, from which various magical eidolons could be drawn. Humans relied on the powers of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord contained within these tower cards to temporarily resist the monsters. However, the current situation remained grim. More and more demon towers were appearing, the monsters within them grew increasingly powerful, and the human world was in peril. What a peculiar world! Sumu sighed inwardly, then looked at a mirror on the desk. In the mirror, he looked almost identical to his previous life. With a handsome face, he couldn't help but touch his own good looks and exclaimed, "Still so handsome." Moreover, he lacked the worldly weariness of his previous life's struggles, replaced by a youthful innocence. Such a handsome face, only slightly less handsome than the readers, my esteemed sirs. Only, the Sumu in the mirror looked a little pale, perhaps due to the original owner having taken too many sleeping pills. He recalled the original owner's life. The original Sumu's life was not happy, but it couldn't be called miserable either. In the current Sumu's opinion, the original owner's personality was a bit overly sentimental and cowardly, otherwise, he wouldn't have committed suicide. As a child, the original owner lived with his mother, but his mother was not in good health and passed away when he was very young. Fortunately, his biological father found him. And his father was very wealthy, so he instantly transformed into a rich second generation. However, the original owner was not fond of his father at all. He even hated his father, because he was an illegitimate child, and he believed his mother's death was entirely due to his father. Just then, Sumu discovered that his new self in this world actually possessed a tower card talent. Tower card talents are special talents possessed by only a small number of geniuses, such as the lucky player talent, which offers a higher probability of drawing high-level rewards when gaching. To his surprise, his own talent also turned out to be a gacha talent, and upon seeing its description, Sumu's mouth dropped open. The last whisper, Tower Card Gacha will definitely yield common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, or immortal tower cards. Each gacha passively increases your own stats. This talent is way too abnormal. Not only does it have a gacha pity system, but it can also increase stats. These common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal are legendary cards. Ordinary people have only a 1 in a billion chance of drawing them. They are far more powerful than common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tower cards. Tower card levels are divided into common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal. Sumu exclaimed in shock, wondering why the original owner was so weak. But when he read the talent description below, he was utterly speechless. Gacha Pity System Progress 0 2000 Pity System, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Each gacha increases stats by 0.001. Nothing can be drawn before the Pity System, and Pity System cards drawn can only be used by oneself. Sumu's face darkened. A pity system only after 2000 cards, and before that, nothing could be obtained. Isn't this just messing with me? The currency value in this world is basically the same as in his original world. According to what was said in the livestream, at least 20 million dasha coins would be needed to buy these 2000 tower cards. And a normal person's stats are 10 points, so one would need to draw 1000 cards to increase one attribute point. What the hell? What kind of awful talent is this? No wonder the original owner committed suicide without ever drawing a single card. Isn't this just pure money burning? Sumu quickly calmed down. Having a talent is better than not having one. While 20 million dasha coins sounds exaggerated, if you consider selling a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, or immortal card, it could fetch hundreds of millions of dasha coins, and they're priceless anyway. Who would genuinely sell cards of that caliber? Thinking about it that way, Sumu didn't think his talent was too bad. It's just, where could he earn 20 million? At this moment, Sumu remembered his rich father. The original owner never wanted to use his money, but for him, Sumu, there was no such psychological burden. Having finally become a second-generation rich kid, he couldn't wait to enjoy it. Gong! Sumu called out immediately after thinking this. Young master! I'm here! An old voice immediately answered Sumu's call, as if he had been standing by Sumu's bedroom door, waiting. An elderly man dressed as a butler pushed the door open and walked in. His beard was neatly trimmed, and his butler's uniform was spotless and wrinkle-free, clearly well-maintained. After pushing the door open, he first bowed to Sumu before speaking, "Young master, what's wrong?" Because he was an illegitimate child, Sumu had only seen his father a handful of times. His father had assigned this elderly man to take care of his daily life since he was young. Gong, this. When it came to buying tower cards, Sumu involuntarily felt a bit nervous. Perhaps it was due to the original owner's influence, but asking for things felt like a first in his memories. I want to buy some tower cards. Gong's expression first showed some confusion, then turned to extreme joy, even with a hint of tears. Young master, you finally asked for something. This is how it should be. You must not hold grudges against your father. Just ask for whatever you want to buy. As he spoke, Gong sighed again. It was my oversight. You are 18 now, and you should have some self-protection. Tell me, how many tower cards do you want? Just say it. Sumu didn't expect the other party to be so excited by his simple act of asking for something. He tentatively held up 2 fingers. 2 cards? The old man's face showed a doting smile. Young master, I'm not criticizing you, but 2 cards are a bit too few. You underestimate your father's financial strength too much. You should at least. Before the old man could finish speaking, Sumu softly uttered 3 words, 2,000 cards. Ha! How many do you want? Gong was directly stunned by Sumu's outrageous demand, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. That's 20 million daxia coins. Isn't that a bit too difficult? Sumu also knew that 20 million was no small sum. An ordinary family wouldn't be able to earn that much money in several lifetimes. Although his father was wealthy, Sumu had no idea how wealthy he truly was. Gong collected himself. Although 2,000 cards were expensive, it was the first time Sumu had asked for something, and refusing him right away would be too inappropriate. He quickly said, no, 20 million is a bit much. I'll have to report it to your father. Okay, Gong. Seeing Gong's expression, Sumu's heart actually held little hope. Gong went outside the room, picked up his phone, and dialed, Mr. Su, the young master wants 2,000 tower cards. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then a magnetic middle-aged male voice came through, buy them for him. Gong hesitated again. Wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? Wouldn't it be better to find someone with a lucky player talent to gacha for him? And then give him everything they get. No need. Though 20 million is a lot, it's nothing compared to mending our father-son relationship. This is the first time he's ever asked me for something. How could I refuse? You don't need to ask for my permission for things like this in the future, just buy them for him directly. This child has never been close to me since he was young. Maybe he's testing me. Just buy them, and let him draw them himself. Yes. Gong quickly agreed, sighing in his heart, your uncle spoils his father so much. Gong didn't go back into the room. He directly arranged for people to purchase the cards from outside. These tower cards were hard currency now and sold everywhere. Only then did he return to the room to tell Sumu the news. When Sumu learned that the 2,000 tower cards would be delivered tomorrow morning, he couldn't help but be shocked. Spending 20 million just like that, what kind of power did his father really possess? So my dad has this kind of power? The original owner really didn't appreciate it. Why commit suicide? Thinking about being able to get common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal tower cards tomorrow, he felt a bit excited, wondering what he could draw from them. And it seemed he could keep asking for cards to draw in the future. This feeling was too awesome. The life of a rich second generation, here I come. Chapter 2, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Gong was true to his word. The next morning, as he was preparing to take Sumu to school, he handed Sumu a silver ring. Young master, this is the gacha pool ring. All 2,000 tower cards are inside. Let's go, you'll be late for school. We can look at them on the way. Sitting in Gong's car, Sumu examined the ring in his hand. The ring's style wasn't special. It was a silver-gray circular ring with no patterns on it, so ordinary that no one would pick it up even if it were thrown on the ground. However, the material was a bit strange. It didn't have the coldness of metal, nor was it as light and thin as plastic. Sumu didn't overthink it after all. The tower cards were what mattered. With a slight thought, a pale golden card, thin as a cicada's wing yet substantial in texture, appeared in Sumu's hand. The card also had faint golden glimmers. Looking at the intricate patterns on it, the entire card was neither gold nor silver, with light constantly flowing within. wonderfully unusual, truly not an earthly product. Sumu secretly thought to himself, gotcha. In an instant, a card in Sumu's hand turned into points of starlight. This was Sumu using the card. Sure enough, he drew nothing. Gon, who was driving, watched in the rearview mirror as the cards in Sumu's hand constantly turned into starlight. At first, he was quite interested, but as Sumu opened more and more cards, his gaze gradually became strange, his eyelids twitching, completely speechless. The young master must have an unlucky player talent. He's opened so many tower cards, and hasn't gotten anything. This talent is just too bad. Sumu's talent, the last whisper, was indeed powerful. As the tower cards in his gacha pool ring gradually dwindled, he still hadn't pulled anything. Young master, we've arrived at school, Gong reminded him from the driver's seat. He parked the car behind a building not far from the school, perfectly blocking the entire school gate. The original Sumu didn't want others to see him arriving at school in a luxury car, so he always had Gong park far away. Sumu saw that he was only a few cards away from pulling 2,000. Although he was a bit reluctant, he wasn't the impatient type. Since they had arrived, he decided to go to school first. Watching Sumu's retreating figure, Gong's heart bled. He felt unusually speechless. How could someone pull over 1,000 tower cards and get absolutely nothing? This felt even more exaggerated than someone pulling common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal cards in a single draw. Did you hear? Zhao Mingchun from class 5 next door pulled a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal card. Holy moly, really? What was it? It was a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon Battle Angel. A common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal grade Eidolon card. That's indeed much more valuable than skill cards and weapon cards. No wonder it could sell for 5 million. He's too lucky. Isn't that right? He sold it directly for 5 million dasha coins. I'm so envious. Won't he be worry-free for life then? Walking through the campus of Tianhai City First Middle School, Sumu's ears were filled with various discussions about tower cards. In this world, what could be pulled from tower cards each day was the most important thing to the people around them. A common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon could sell for 5 million? Well then, my talent really can't be considered bad. If his classmates knew that he could pull a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tower card with 2,000 draws, and he still disliked this talent, they would surely be furious enough to vomit blood. Sumu's class was senior year class 4. Sumu had just arrived at his seat and hadn't even sat down yet. A pleasant female voice rang in Sumu's ear. Sumu, this is for you. Sumu first caught a whiff of a nice shampoo scent. He turned his head, and a beautiful girl with fair skin stood beside him. Her clear eyes and slightly upturned pink lips made Sumu momentarily dazed. This person was Clara, their class monitor. In Sumu's memory, Clara was not only beautiful but also came from an excellent family, had good academic grades, and was the school's beauty queen. Her cheeks slightly flushed, she reached out and handed him a golden gacha pool pack. This gacha pool pack was single-use, unlike his gacha pool ring it would automatically dissipate after one use. Sumu then remembered that he was the top student in their class for cultural studies, and was awarded a tower card every month. Although it was only one card, it was equivalent to 10,000 yuan, showing significant support for academically strong students. Sumu noticed Clara's expression was a bit unnatural at this moment, a hint of regret mixed with a disappointed-in-you look on her beautiful, delicate face. She watched Sumu take the card pack, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Before Sumu could react, a small hand reached out in front of him. Hand it over, I promised to have a meal with you once. The owner of the voice spoke with a firm, indifferent tone, carrying a hint of impatience. Sumu looked up to see a fair-skinned, somewhat attractive, oval-faced girl looking up at him. Although she was asking Sumu for something, her expression showed a hint of impatience, as if speaking a few words to Sumu was a great favor. Lily thought to herself, with that one sentence, Sumu would surely eagerly present the card with both hands, and might even try to butter her up a bit. However, the response she received was completely unexpected. "Who are you? Are you sick?" Sumu tilted his head, completely failing to recall who she was for a moment. Asking for his tower card like that, calling her sick was putting it mildly. Sumu's reaction left everyone dumbfounded. The entire class instantly fell silent. Had the always fawning Sumu lost his mind, saying such things to Lily? Hearing this, Lily began to tremble with anger. "Sumu! Do you know what you're saying? I'm never speaking to you again." As she spoke, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. She had originally thought that after she said that, Sumu would immediately grovel, because what Sumu feared most was her saying those words. But what she imagined didn't happen. Even after she returned to her seat, Sumu didn't call out to her. Instead, he said another sentence, "Indeed, she's sick." This sentence once again caused shocked expressions among everyone in the class, especially Clara, the class monitor sitting not far from Sumu. A hint of inexplicable surprise and excitement flashed in her eyes. It was then that Sumu remembered that the original owner of his body was this girl's number one sycophant. The original owner, who had lacked affection since childhood, somehow fell for this girl. Perhaps it was because this girl could be considered his childhood sweetheart. They had been in the same class since elementary school, and they seemed destined to be together, staying in the same class all the way through high school. The original owner was deeply infatuated with her, and initially, their relationship was quite good. Perhaps, according to the plot, they were about to get together. But in the third year of high school, a rich second-generation student named Victor transferred to their class. Lily, in a dramatic twist, fell in love with this rich second generation, and turned into his sycophant. When she asked Sumu for a tower card, it was to give to Victor. The original owner's depression was not unrelated to this. Recalling this melodramatic love story of the original owner, Sumu was speechless. He glanced at Lily, who was still glaring at him angrily, and Sumu scoffed, "I'm not that sycophant Sumu anymore." Looking at the tower card in his hand, Sumu thought about how he only needed a few more for his pity system. He had initially thought that Gotcha ing in class was too high profile, but now he didn't think much of it. That's a Phantasm God card. Showing off is only fun when there are a lot of people. "Sumu, I'll earn back the face you lost." The tower card in Sumu's hand instantly transformed into specks of starlight, and Sumu began to gotcha wildly. "How dare you!" Seeing Sumu use the tower card in his hand, Lily stood up angrily. She had promised Victor that she would give him all the tower cards Sumu received each month from now on, and she didn't want to go back on her word in front of her idol. But just then, a red glow lit up, as dazzling as a star in the night. The red light made all the students in the class feel as if they were in a dream. Countless golden lights also sparkled within the glow. This is red light. How is this possible? A Phantasm God card. I'm going crazy, I can actually see a Phantasm God card appear in my lifetime. The classroom instantly erupted. What are common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal? Are they even stronger than the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal that Victor opened? Someone asked, and he was immediately cursed back by countless people's spit. Which idiot is this, who doesn't even know about the strongest Phantasm God card? This is a 1 in a billion probability. At this moment, the dazzling light even turned the entire teaching building red. Everyone in the whole school saw this golden red light. Bang! An old man on the top floor of the administrative building slapped his desk and abruptly stood up. Is this a tower card? It's common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. How is that possible? Common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal appearing at my school. I'm going to be rich. The dignified principal of number 1 middle school was shouting like a madman. The principal of number 1 high school was not like these inexperienced students. He deeply understood what a Phantasm God card represented, the re-emergence of an unparalleled master. Every appearance of a Phantasm God card signified the rise of another invincible powerhouse among humanity. Quick! Find out who drew it. The principal couldn't help but rush out of his office, shouting loudly. At this moment, Sumu in the classroom looked at the gold and red card in his hand. Although it was expected, he also felt a sense of relief after enduring hardship. It's finally out. Chapter 3, Immortal Hell Phoenix. Ding. Talent upgraded. Ding. Talent skill unlocked. Ding. Exclusive gacha pool opened. Listening to the string of system sounds in his mind, Sumu didn't have time to check them. He first looked at the Eidolon card in front of him. Obtained Immortal Hell Phoenix Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal Eidolon. Stats plus 500%. Passive skill. Accelerated Hellblood, accelerates aura consumption, increases stats aura consumption speed plus 500%, stats plus 1000%. PS, Eidolon detaches when attached aura reaches 0. Substitute attachment, Eidolon automatically sacrifices itself upon taking fatal damage, entering aura recovery state. Rapid healing, accelerating Eidolon aura consumption can accelerate the attached person's physical recovery. Rebirth in blood, Eidolon aura recovery speed plus 500% after detaching, immune to fire damage, can accelerate aura recovery in fire. Looking at these skills, Sumu was a bit dizzy. As expected of a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon, it was ridiculously strong. Without the boost of equipment and skills, an average person's Eidolon attachment usually lasts around 30 minutes, and after the Eidolon disappears, the recovery time is typically about an hour. However, Sumu's Immortal Hell Phoenix has a plus 500% aura recovery speed, meaning it can reattach in just 10 minutes. Furthermore, it can accelerate recovery even more in fire, making it invincible when combined with fire-type skills or abilities. At this point, Sumu remembered that his talents seemed to have also upgraded. He looked at his talent panel and was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Sumu involuntarily gaped, not even noticing the crowd that had gathered around him. The Last Whisper Level 2. Gacha Pity System Progress 0 2000 Pity System, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Gacha Pity System Progress 0 Pity System, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Each gacha increases stats by 0.002 points. Before the Pity System, it was impossible to draw anything above Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Pity System cards drawn could only be used by oneself. Talent skill, after the Eidolon exits its possessed state, stats plus 2000% for 10 minutes. No one had ever heard of a talent being upgradable. Sumu was completely dumbfounded. This was even more insane than his common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. And after upgrading, not only did the stats increase by 10 times for this unheard of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal pity system and his gacha, but this talent skill of his was also too overpowered. It perfectly complemented his Immortal Hell Phoenix's skill. He was practically a humanoid boss. This is unbelievable, I even have a second phase. He finally understood why his talent was called the Last Whisper. He could imagine when others finally defeated his Eidolon state, he would directly break through the limits and unlock his genetic potential. Then, he would whisper in the opponent's ear, "Everyone who has seen my second form has died." And the opponent could only die with regret and despair. And once his talent skill duration ended, his Eidolon could be summoned and possessed again. This was practically an unlimited duration, simply insane. Student, how about I buy this card from you for 10 million? Just as Sumu was lost in deep self-admiration because of his monstrous strength, an untimely voice rang in his ear. That's right Sumu, just sell it to Brother Weidong. You can't even afford to raise a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. You can't afford its exclusive weapon and exclusive skill, don't waste it. Lily's voice also sounded, deliberately pitched high, giving Sumu goosebumps all over. She practically had "You're not worthy" written all over her face. Damn it! Sumu immediately started cursing in his heart. Eidolon cards that had been drawn but not used could be actively traded, but they didn't know that cards drawn by Sumu's talent couldn't be traded at all. Of course, even if he could sell them, Sumu wouldn't. Was he someone who lacked money now? Without a second thought, he used it directly. A clear phoenix cry echoed, and an invisible aura pushed everyone away. A black gold flame rose from Sumu's body. The black gold flame was incredibly mysterious and looked exceptionally powerful. The black gold flame circled Sumu's entire body, finally forming the image of a phoenix on his chest. At this moment, Sumu just standing there made people feel a sense of reverence, and a powerful aura surged forth. Seeing Sumu directly use the Eidolon card, Victor and Lily's expressions were not good. Before the two could speak, Sumu, after being possessed, immediately cursed. "Song, what kind of nobody are you? You think you can buy a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon with 10 million? You're dreaming, like a turtle wanting to ride a phoenix's back. You two scoundrels, get lost now, don't disturb my mood here. And give me back my tower card from before, quick. Don't make me tell you a second time." Hearing Sumu's words, Lily was the first to jump up. She didn't care about her ladylike image anymore, putting her hands on her hips and pointing at Sumu's nose, shouting abuses. "Sumu, have you gone mad? Letting you give Brother Weidong a tower card was doing you a favor. You're not even fit to carry his shoes. If you talk to me like that again, I'm really never going to talk to you again." Victor's face also darkened. He opened his mouth and said, "Don't think that just because you have a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon, you're so arrogant. Don't think our Song family is easy to." Before Victor could finish speaking, Sumu slapped him. At this moment, he was possessed by an Eidolon and had activated accelerated bloodlust, increasing his strength by 10 times that of an ordinary person. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap. Victor's next words were directly knocked back down his throat. Bang! Then, his entire body spun like a rotating propeller, smashed against the wall at the back of the classroom. Victor smashed a large dent in the wall, slid down the wall to the floor, and fainted. "Couldn't you hear me telling you to get lost? Had to force me to act." At this moment, Lily looked at Sumu as if seeing him for the first time, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sumu actually dared to hit Victor of the Song family. Before she could react, Sumu turned and slapped her too. "A tramp dares to bark at me here." Of course, he didn't hit her as hard with that slap, but even so, Lily spun around once, her left cheek swelled high, and she fainted directly on the ground. These two slaps today were also revenge for the original Sumu. The two of them used to bully Sumu a lot, taking advantage of Sumu's affection for Lily, treating him like a dog, ordering him around. Many classmates in the class couldn't stand it, but with one willing to hit and one willing to take it, there was nothing they could say. Moreover, the Song family had considerable influence in Tianhai City, and ordinary people didn't want to offend them. Seeing Sumu suddenly erupt today, they all showed expressions of disbelief, shocked that Sumu even hit Lily, as if this was even more unbelievable than him drawing a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. "Good job, Sumu, well done. Don't be afraid of the Song family, I've got your back." Clara happily ran to Sumu, excitedly saying to him. It was then that she realized what she said was a bit too ambiguous, and she looked shyly at the reactions of those around them. But at this moment, no one noticed what Clara said, because their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, appeared at the classroom door. Chapter 4, Agreement. The class instantly quieted down, and all the still excited students hurriedly returned to their seats. Mr. Wang's face instantly darkened when he saw the situation in the classroom. But when he looked at Sumu standing in the middle of the classroom, just as he was about to get angry, he realized that Sumu was in an Eidolon possession state. An incredibly pleasant thought appeared in his mind. Could it be? He asked, somewhat incredulously. Sumu, that common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tower card from just now was obtained by you. The black and gold flames on Sumu's body dissipated, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Yes, Mr. Wang. Holy cow! It really was you. Come with me. He couldn't help but blurt out a curse. The rest of you, send those two to the infirmary, then go to self-study. Without a word, he pulled Sumu's hand and walked out. Mr. Wang led Sumu away from the teaching building and arrived at the door of the vice principal's office on the third floor of the administration building. Vice Principal Bai of Tianhai City No. 1 High School had long been pacing restlessly in his office. When he heard a knock, he immediately went forward and opened the door. "Vice Principal Bai, this is Sumu, a student from our class. He's the one who drew the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon." Seeing Vice Principal Bai open the door, Mr. Wang immediately stepped forward to introduce them. Upon seeing Sumu, Vice Principal Bai's heart sank, and he cursed under his breath, thinking, "Why him?" He had expected someone from a wealthy family to draw such a prestigious tower card, not Sumu from an ordinary household. He knew Sumu only because of his excellent academic performance. Because of his status as an illegitimate child, Sumu's family had simply registered him with a common identity when he enrolled, and the school was completely unaware of his true situation. Vice Principal Bai felt that someone like Sumu wouldn't be able to unleash much power from a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. It was purely good luck. It was a waste of a good thing, such a pity for such an excellent common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. However, Vice Principal Bai, a seasoned old fox, wouldn't show it. He immediately greeted them with a smile and welcomed them in. He kept praising Sumu, "Student Sumu, come in quickly. Truly promising at such a young age." But the sharp-eyed Sumu had already caught a glimpse of an almost imperceptible hint of disappointment in Vice Principal Bai's eyes. "Student Su's luck is really good. This must be your first gacha, right? To draw a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon." "Yes, and it's all thanks to the school's generous benefits, allowing ordinary people like us a chance to draw tower cards." Sumu also offered a few commonplace compliments. The two chatted indifferently for a few more moments before Vice Principal Bai changed the subject and got down to business. "Student Su, have you heard of the National High School League?" To his surprise, Sumu actually had. To inspire national gacha enthusiasm and scout talent from students, the Great Xia Kingdom began hosting the National High School League 10 years ago, open to all high school students. The competition primarily involves matches between high school eidolon warriors, carrying a certain degree of danger, even utilizing real demon tower monsters. The matches are broadcast live and are considered one of the Great Xia Kingdom's major annual events. The nation also heavily promotes it. In this apocalyptic era, such activities always bring hope to the populace. If a school's students achieve a ranking in the competition, the school's reputation will rise, and it will receive substantial rewards. Sumu instantly understood what the school wanted from him. Sure enough, Vice Principal Bai continued, "I want student Su to join the school team and represent our school in the National High School League. As a member of the school, I would be honor-bound to do this. I must participate." Sumu spoke with impassioned eloquence, making Vice Principal Bai nod repeatedly in satisfaction. Then Sumu changed tack. "However, I only have one common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Relying on just one eidolon, I'm afraid I won't achieve a very good ranking, will I, Vice Principal Bai?" You see, perhaps the school could. Vice Principal Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was clearly asking for things directly. He thought to himself that this Sumu, though young, was incredibly shrewd in his words. However, he had already prepared. He turned and took out a black-covered document from the drawer, on which was printed National High School League Class C agreement. The sharp-eyed Sumu also noticed that the topmost one was actually a Class S agreement, with Class A and Class B below it. This Class C one was pulled from the very bottom. Vice Principal Bai opened the document and pointed to the clauses for Sumu to see. The school could directly provide him with 200 tower cards and a set of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapons and common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skills, but he had to at least reach the preliminary round qualification in the National High School League, or he would have to compensate the school for these items at their original price. Damn it, the school isn't taking any losses. If I don't qualify, I have to return all this stuff. Sumu cursed inwardly, and he didn't even care for these meager items. He had already understood that Vice Principal Bai simply didn't think much of him, otherwise he wouldn't have offered only a Class C agreement. He curled his lips. Vice Principal Bai, don't we have agreements of other levels? Vice Principal Bai could tell at a glance that Sumu wasn't taking this seriously, and he also felt Sumu was a bit too ambitious, which immediately displeased him. Student Su, you must not underestimate this league. Your common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon is indeed strong, but others are not necessarily weak either. For example, Song Mumu and Yuan Gang from our school both possess common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons and exclusive common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapons. When combined, they might not be weaker than your common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Sumu immediately pressed, so what kind of agreements did they sign? Vice Principal Bai was momentarily speechless. They have be great agreements, requiring them to at least make it into the top 1,000 in the preliminaries. Vice Principal Bai then explained, they are different from you. Their families are well off, they have drawn at least 1,000 tower cards, and with their family's help, their stats are all around 30, which is already 3 times that of a normal person. Sumu cursed inwardly, who are you looking down on? Only 1,000 tower cards? I start drawing at 2,000 cards. What kind of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tier dares to compare with me? Vice Principal Bai, I think his C grade agreement is too low for my abilities, Sumu replied directly, without mincing words. Vice Principal Bai frowned, feeling that Sumu was being ungrateful. He had explained it so clearly, yet Sumu still wanted to sign a higher grade agreement. He didn't care if it hurt Sumu's self-esteem and spoke bluntly. Student Su, a B grade agreement includes 500 tower cards, a set of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapons, and a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill. If you don't make it into the top 1,000, you'll have to compensate the school at full price. Your family is just ordinary, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to afford the compensation, would you? His unspoken meaning was that he didn't believe Sumu could make it into the top 1,000 in the preliminaries. Sumu's nose almost twisted in anger. Who are you looking down on? You're like a blind man meeting his father-in-law, failing to recognize Mount Tai. He wanted to leave immediately, thinking, today you look down on me, tomorrow I'll make it impossible for you to reach me. He even considered not representing the school in the competition to achieve a good ranking and slapped the school in the face. However, Sumu's soul was not that of a youngster anymore. He suppressed his emotions. Why turn down something that's free? Vice Principal Bai, a C-level agreement is too low. I understand my own strength, I have confidence in myself. Vice Principal Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. Then what level of agreement do you think suits you? I think S level, just barely. Sumu said carelessly. Vice Principal Bai almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought Sumu must be crazy, and he somewhat regretted meeting Sumu. He felt Sumu was just an ignorant fool who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth after obtaining common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal eidolons. He said exasperatedly, an S-level contract not only gives you 2,000 tower cards but also guarantees admission to the 4 prestigious universities in Great Xia. For so many years, the school has never offered it, not even to Victor from the Song family. We only gave him an A-level agreement. Student, I don't think we need to continue this conversation. You should go home and talk to your parents. Vice Principal Bai felt he was truly idle, chatting with this brainless kid. He should have talked directly to his parents. Chapter 5, Exclusive Gacha Pool. In Sumu's family villa, Gong was reporting Sumu's situation to Sumu's father. Su Xingha also wanted to know the result of his son drawing 2,000 tower cards. So, you watched Sumu draw nearly 2,000 tower cards and didn't pull anything? Sumu's father's steady voice came through the phone. Mr. Su, I'm afraid that's the case. Young master's talent is probably. Gong hesitated. The gacha probability for tower cards can be considered a person's hidden talent. Even without a gacha talent, the probability of everyone drawing high-level items is different. People with a low probability of drawing good items naturally have poor talent, and this gacha probability will also affect the speed of future advancement. Although there are gacha merchants, you can't always let others draw for you, nor will they always give you truly good items. It's fine, if the talent is a bit lacking, then so be it. My child, what does it matter if his talent is a bit lacking? I can support him. Su Xinghe's words exuded strong confidence. Then what if young master asks for tower cards again next time? Gong asked tentatively. Of course, give them to him. Yes. Sumu had just walked out of the school gate alone. Because he left school early, Gong didn't come to pick him up, so he casually hailed a taxi. Soon, Sumu returned home. Hearing Sumu open the door, Gong immediately came out to greet him. Young master, what happened today? Why did you leave school early? Gong noticed Sumu's expression was not normal. Nothing much. Today, I casually drew a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon at school. Someone wanted to buy it from me for 10 million, but I refused and casually sent him on a day trip to the school infirmary. And then the vice principal asked me to sign a Class C agreement, but I didn't agree. Sumu spoke quickly, like spilling beans, recounting all of today's events in a few sentences. Gong was utterly bewildered. Wait a minute, what did the young master just say? Was his day that eventful? After a second, he finally reacted. Young master, you drew a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Gong jumped up. He had caught the main point of Sumu's story. Compared to this, everything else was no longer important. Yeah. Sumu had already come to the dining table and started eating. Gong, who had watched Sumu grow up since childhood, seemed even happier than Sumu himself. That's great, young master. Well done. Seeing Gong's state, Sumu struck while the iron was hot. Gong, buy me another 2,000 tower cards to draw, will you? Gong, still excited, agreed without thinking, okay? Seeing Gong agree, Sumu secretly relished it. It's good to have money. Just then, a phone rang. Gong looked at his phone, which showed Bai Haifeng from Tianhai City First High School. Tianhai City First High School. Bang! Vice Principal Bai abruptly hung up the phone. Crazy, crazy, truly crazy. Mr. Wang stood opposite him, asking with a strange expression, Vice Principal Bai, what did Sumu's parents say? Vice Principal Bai, looking as if he'd swallowed a dead fly, fumed, what do you mean, what do you mean? He said he also thinks Sumu is suitable for an S-rank agreement, and if he doesn't sign an S-rank agreement, there's no need to sign one at all. What? No way. Has their family gone mad? They're just an ordinary family, how dare they do this? Mr. Wang also had a speechless expression. No wonder Sumu dared to hit Victor today. What? Vice Principal Bai was still unaware of this. That kid is crazy, he hit Victor? Exactly. Today, he suddenly attacked while in an eidolon possession state. However, this common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon is truly powerful. Victor's stats, even without summoning an eidolon, are around 50, yet Sumu managed to knock him out with one blow. Vice Principal Bai was speechless again. This Sumu was indeed a lunatic. How did such a person get a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon? What a pity. Now, he didn't even want to sign a C-rank agreement with Sumu. He could already imagine Sumu being tormented to death by the Song family. The old Song family residence. When Victor was carried into the compound, wrapped like a zonzi, Song Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. He had been the head of the Song family for 10 years, and he never imagined that his own son could be beaten so badly right under his nose. Who? Who did this? Song Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his fingernails were dug deep into the flesh of his palms. He was starting to lose control of his emotions. Clan leader, the school didn't say. Whack! Song Yuan slapped the person who had replied, sending them flying. What a good-for-nothing, you can't even find out something this simple. No matter who it is. I want him dead. This time, Gong's efficiency was even faster. That same evening, Sumu received the 2000 tower cards. When Gong delivered the tower cards, Sumu was on his computer, checking various news and information about the Demon Tower from over the years. On March 18, 2020, the first Demon Tower appeared in Sakura Country, nicknamed Ultimate Garden. Within just 3 days, half of Sakura Country's territory became a monster's paradise. Fortunately, the Eagle Empire and the Great Xia Country acted simultaneously, each showcasing their unique powers. Finally, the monsters were suppressed within Sakura Country, without endangering other nations. On May 1, 2020, Tower cards were officially launched, and the era of Universal Gacha arrived. Humans can draw Eidolons through Tower cards and fight with their power. Eidolon warriors emerged. At the same time, humans can also gain stats by killing monsters and gacha, and advance through the improvement of attributes. The ranks, from lowest to highest, are Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, and Overlord. Corresponding to base stats of 10, 100, 1000 points respectively. For ordinary people, 10 stats points make them Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord. Once stats reach the advanced standard, they can advance. Successful advancement increases the number of Eidolons that can be summoned. On March 1, 2021, the first Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier Eidolon martial artist appeared. On March 18, 2021, the second Demon Tower appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom. Fortunately, the Great Xia Kingdom was prepared this time. Sun Chongtian, an Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier Eidolon martial artist from the Great Xia Kingdom, possessing 4 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolons, confronted it and successfully quelled the threat of the Demon Tower in its infancy, becoming the greatest stabilizing force for the Great Xia Kingdom. In the following years, Demon Towers continued to appear, each time causing widespread devastation. Various powerhouses also continually emerged among humanity. Sun Chongtian also successfully advanced to Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier, summoning a 5th Eidolon. His presence allowed the Great Xia Kingdom to recuperate and thrive in these years. However, the crisis still lingered. New Demon Towers kept emerging, and high-level monsters appeared endlessly, putting humanity's survival space in jeopardy. The news online made Sumu's blood boil. What an exhilarating era! Though it was an apocalypse, it was also a wondrous world of Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord. As a transmigrator, he, Sumu, surely wouldn't be an unknown nobody in this world. Sumu cheered up, Gacha. When choosing Gacha again, Sumu noticed 2 options appearing on the Gacha panel. Random Gacha Pool. Exclusive Gacha Pool Immortal Hell Phoenix. Immortal Hell Phoenix exclusive series, greatly increased reward chance. He finally understood what the exclusive gacha pool that appeared during his talent upgrade meant. His talent was truly abnormal. What was there for him to hesitate about? He mindlessly chose the exclusive gacha pool. The starlight on his fingertips flickered again. Obtained Blackheart Poem Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal Skill. Stats plus 0.001 Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal Stat Card. Obtain Slaughter Sword Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal Weapon. Because of Sumu's talent upgrade, it's no longer just a pity system when gacha, but rather he cannot draw anything below Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Not to mention that you really could draw such things before, you could even gacha stats. No wonder Gong had that expression when he saw himself drawing nothing. However, what he drew were all junk. The best was nothing more than a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill, which Sumu now looked down upon. Sumu looked at his talent panel. Gacha Pity System Progress 1211-2000 Pity System, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Gacha Pity System Progress 1211 Pity System, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. This is great, the 2 Pity System talents are stacked simultaneously. Just then, a deep purple light shone, instantly illuminating the entire room. A common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, or immortal card appeared. Obtained Blazing Blade common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapon. Comes with fire attribute attack. Fire attribute boost plus 30%. Attack plus 80%. Blazing Flame Warrior exclusive weapon, attribute boost plus 20%, attack plus 30%, comes with special effect Splash. Splash, attacks will splash onto surrounding enemy units. Not bad, but unfortunately, it's an exclusive weapon for Blazing Flame Warriors. If others equip it, they won't get the exclusive weapon effects. The 2000 cards were drawn quickly, and in a blink, it was down to the last one. Sumu didn't hesitate. Starlight twinkled. Red light began to shine again in his hand. The entire villa was illuminated in golden red. The villa was like a small boat in a red ocean, golden red waves seemingly poised to dye the black sky red. Fortunately, their home was relatively secluded, otherwise, neighbors would surely have gathered to watch. Outside the room, Gong was on the phone, reporting to Su Xinghe that Sumu had drawn a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Seeing Sumu's room once again shine with golden red light, he was dumbfounded, stammering to Su Xinghe on the phone. Mr. Su. I misspoke. Sumu didn't draw one, but two common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal cards. Chapter 6, full set of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Hellfire Annihilation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill. Immortal Hell Phoenix exclusive skill, cover the whole body with Hell Black Fire to enhance defense, and can transform Hell Black Fire into a phoenix to strike, dealing massive damage. Comes with fire attribute attack Hellish Black Fire. Fire attribute boost plus 100%. Sumu looked at the rising black flames in his hand. As expected of an Immortal Hell Phoenix's exclusive weapon, this is a perfect match for the Blood Rebirth skill. Only an undead Immortal Hell Phoenix can truly achieve immortality. Gong stared blankly as Sumu walked out of the room. Seeing the black flames that hadn't completely extinguished on his body, he was a little incredulous. This was actually an exclusive skill suited for him. His luck was truly unparalleled. Sumu pulled up the corners of his mouth, showing a smile. Gong, I feel like I can still draw a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal exclusive weapon. The next day, Sumu skipped school directly. Gong really bought him another 2000 tower cards. In the blink of an eye, 60 million dasha coins were spent, truly like water flowing away. It's good to be rich. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. His father, whom he hadn't met since transmigrating, was truly wealthy. He couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity about Gong's identity, but every time he asked Gong about it, Gong either evaded the question or changed the subject. Eventually, he had no choice but to let it go. When the villa once again flashed with red light, Gong was already somewhat numb. It's out again. The old man was so startled he turned into a rap singer. Blood-forged spear common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapon. Comes with fire attribute attack Hellish Black Fire. Fire attribute boost plus 100%. Attack power plus 200%. Immortal Hell Phoenix exclusive weapon, fire attribute amplification plus 80%, attack plus 150%, comes with special effects Fatal Weeping Blood, active skill, Bloody Storm. Lethal, attacks have a certain chance to deal triple damage. Weeping Blood, damage dealt can restore health. Bloody Storm, transforms the blood-forged spear into a multitude of spear shadows, causing area damage. Sumu was also very satisfied with the Immortal Hell Phoenix's exclusive weapon. This long spear was as black as ink, with a soaring phoenix carved onto its shaft. The spearhead had a touch of crimson, which was exceptionally dazzling, as if a drop of fresh blood was about to fall. Because his talent had leveled up again, each gacha pull also increased his stats by 0.002. Sumu's 4000 tower card pulls directly added 8 points to his stats. Coupled with some miscellaneous attribute cards he drew, his stats finally broke the 50 mark. Sumu looked at his attribute panel. Name, Sumu. Status. Stats 55.385. Health, 100%. Stamina, 100%. Aura, 100%. Grade, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level. Eidolon Immortal Hell Phoenix Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Novice 0-100. Skill Hellfire Annihilation Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Novice 0-100. Weapon, Blood Forged Spear Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Novice 0-100. Honestly, his talent was truly abnormal. Not only could it pity system gacha, but it could also increase stats. With the attribute cards drawn this time, his attributes had reached an impressive 55 points. His stats had easily caught up with the top performers in the school teams of number 1 middle school. If these base stats were to unlock the second stage, wouldn't his attributes directly be equivalent to 1100 points? Simply terrifying. The mythic grade set is complete. Next up is upgrading the proficiency. Of course, proficiency is equally important. High proficiency can better unleash the effectiveness of abilities. At this moment, Sumu, in Gong's eyes, was full of vigor, holding the blood-forged spear, with black flames rising around him, like a demon god. Gong nodded repeatedly at the sight, then he waved his hand, applied to Su Xinghe, and prepared to take Sumu for some practical training to build up his proficiency. Gong, where are you taking me? Sumu once again experienced what it meant to be a rich second-generation heir. Gong directly called for a helicopter. Gong, while supporting Sumu, explained, "Young master, you are now full of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, but power alone without skill is not enough, especially proficiency. The difference in proficiency is not just a little bit. The high school league is about to start. It would be embarrassing if you messed up again." Sumu agreed deeply. He had long discovered the proficiency function on the attribute panel. Gong continued to introduce, "The place I'm taking you to is a practical training base built to mimic the monsters in the Demon Tower. This base is not simple. It can achieve almost 90% restoration, all to temper the new Eidolon warriors of Daxia, so they don't panic as soon as they enter the Demon Tower." Tianhai City First High School. Song Yuan sat grandly on the sofa in Vice Principal Bai's office. "Vice Principal Bai, where is that Sumu who injured my son? Where exactly is he?" Vice Principal Bai looked troubled. "Mr. Song, if he doesn't come to school, there's nothing we can do. We can't very well go to his house and drag him here, can we?" "Humph." Song Yuan snorted, "Then tell me, where exactly does he live?" Vice Principal Bai's expression was conflicted. "That's a student's privacy, and besides, we don't know." "Nonsense!" Song Yuan roared. "How could you not know where his family lives? My son, Victor, is a seeded player for your school in the high school league, and he suffered such humiliation right under your noses. Be careful, or I'll have my son transfer schools directly and not represent your number 1 high school in the league." Vice Principal Bai's face flushed red then paled. He wanted to retort but dared not, fearing that the other party might actually transfer schools, which Song Yuan was perfectly capable of doing. He could only curse inwardly. "Isn't it because your son, with nothing better to do, tried to buy someone else's Illusion God card for 10 million? But he could only force a smile, then turned to Mr. Wang beside him and said, "Mr. Wang, quickly go and find out where Sumu lives. See if anyone in your class knows." Then he turned his face back to Song, fawning, "Rest assured, Mr. Song, our Tianhai City number 1 high school will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation." In a vast valley, gusts of wind roared through, making a colossal, ghost-like sound. A massive, cube-like black building, dark as night, stood in a valley. Despite the howling winds around it, the structure remained firmly rooted in place. As the helicopter's propeller slowed, the military helicopter, resembling an Apache, landed steadily on the ground. "It's too windy here to go any further, young master. Let's walk the rest of the way." Gong supported Sumu as they disembarked from the plane. Looking at the magnificent building before him, the enormous structure whose peak required him to crane his neck to see, Sumu secretly clicked his tongue in awe. This is really something. It'd be great if I could just buy it and move it to my house. Gong ignored Sumu's quips and led him towards the building. Up close, the entire structure was even more spectacular, almost endless to the eye, covered in honeycomb-like clusters that divided the building into countless sections. Soon, they saw a plaza, and not far away stood a young woman in business attire and black stockings. Upon seeing the two, she immediately hurried over to greet them. The young woman had a delicate face. Seeing them, she immediately displayed a professional smile, bowed respectfully, and then greeted them. "Hello, Elder Gong, welcome, welcome. Your arrival truly graces our humble abode. My name is Jie. I'm responsible for receiving you two here. You can call me Little Een." Gong was not as amiable outside as he was at home. He simply nodded with a cold face and said sternly, "Lead the way." "Of course, Elder Gong." The young woman's voice was sweet as she guided the two forward. Sumu found it very strange. After walking for a long time, there were only the three of them. Shouldn't this kind of training base be public? Why was there no one else? "Gong, why is there no one here?" Sumu asked curiously. Before Gong could reply, Jie's sweet voice rang out first. "Young master, you don't know yet, but old Gong has booked this entire place. This training base will serve only you today." Sumu was stunned upon hearing this, 1,000 alpaca memes running through his mind. Such a big place, just booked it all. Absolutely heartlessly extravagant. Finally, he had to add in his mind, "It's great to be rich." Although Sumu was incomparably shocked, he maintained a placid expression, acting as if it were perfectly normal, like buying vegetables at a market. It was as if such expenses were commonplace for him. Young Master Su was always this extravagant. Jie looked at the young man with envy in her eyes. So young, so rich, and handsome too, what an enviable life. She couldn't help but ask, "May I ask which family this young master belongs to?" Gong's steps halted, and he looked at Jie with cold eyes. "Don't inquire about things you shouldn't." Jie was startled, realizing she had spoken out of turn. She dared not say more, bowing her head and remaining silent as she led the way. Chapter 7, Training Levels. The training levels inside utilize the latest simulated reality technology, so injuries are real. Please pay close attention to safety. Based on the different grades, the stages are also divided into 5 levels: Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, and Overlord. You must choose according to your strength. There are 2 ways to return after entering. One is to clear the final boss of the level, and the other is to press the return bracelet on your hand, which will automatically teleport you back. However, both count as one payment term since you've booked the entire place. Either way is fine. We also provide sparring services to ensure your safety, but we only guarantee your safety and won't help you brush monsters. Enough. Seeing Jie about to continue her eloquent speech, Gong directly raised his hand to interrupt. "We don't need any sparring partners. Just open an Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level stage for us." "Oh, okay," Jie agreed repeatedly, then tapped her fingers on the machine in front of her, pointing to a spot not far away, number 32 over there. "All right." Gong agreed, leading Sumu in that direction. It was Sumu's first time here, and he felt a little apprehensive, asking Gong in a low voice, "Gong, do we really not need a sparring partner?" Gong glanced at Sumu with amusement, then retorted, "What? Looking down on your Gong." Then, 2 phantoms, one black and one red, suddenly flickered behind him. Sumu was filled with awe. He really hadn't seen that Gong was an Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level expert. "I'll go in with you, there won't be any danger." With an expert like Gong by his side, Sumu was completely at ease this time. "What is this?" When they arrived at the door of room 32, Sumu was dumbfounded. Below the room 32 sign were 2 bare metal pillars. "What the hell is this? It looks like a pole for pole dancing at a bar. They're not going to make me get up and dance, are they?" Sumu grumbled to himself. Gong stepped forward, took out a card, and swiped it on the machine next to the door. Zizla! A curtain of energy light appeared between the 2 poles. It was a teleportation gate. Holy crap, this is truly something else. Sumu was genuinely a bit stunned this time. He had thought this world was basically the same as his original one, but then he saw this portal. The technological level of this world seemed to be quite different from his original one. "Young master, please go in," Gong urged, seeing Sumu spaced out next to him. Sumu no longer hesitated, stepped into the portal, and then felt a wave of dizziness and nausea. Fortunately, after a few seconds, he felt solid ground beneath his feet again. What appeared before Sumu was an empty gladiatorial arena, quite large, at least several hundred square meters. The ground was a gray concrete, very realistic, showing no signs of being a virtual environment. The room had no ceiling, and the sky was a large screen displaying Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord Level Trial Room 04. Countdown, 10 seconds. Countdown, 9 seconds. Attention, it's about to begin. This round features Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord Level monsters. Don't be nervous. As the countdown reached 0. Click. A gate in the distance opened, and a stench with a fishy smell wafted out. Sumu frowned after smelling the stench. It's really so realistic, even the smell is authentic. Immortal Hell Phoenix. A phantom composed of black flame phoenixes appeared behind him. Black flames surged all over his body, seemingly absorbing even the surrounding light. The blood-forged spear in his hand also gradually emerged. A pitch-black long spear seemed to meld into his black flames. Only a hint of crimson revealed its sharp spearhead. Ow! A howl rang out. A shadow suddenly darted out, and an entirely black demonic wolf appeared before Sumu. Its limbs were thick, its fur stood on end, its paws were large, and its white claws dug cracks into the hard ground. Its enormous wolf head was raised high, and there seemed to be some bloody foam in its mouth. Sumu's first feeling wasn't fear, he was shocked by the virtual reality technology. Smelling the foul odor in the air, he couldn't help but murmur, "This is too damn real." Gong, behind him, was a bit anxious. "Sumu, hurry up. Your Eidolon possession has a time limit, and there's still..." But just as Gong hadn't finished his sentence, Sumu moved. His figure was like lightning, appearing beside the demonic wolf in the blink of an eye. Having been exposed to countless online novels in his previous life, he knew that the weakness of wolf-like creatures was their abdomen. Hellfire Annihilation. A black flame phoenix accompanied the thrust of the spear tip. The spear tip flashed red, and then the spear struck out like a dragon. He had clearly overthought it. His stats were far superior to the opponent's. The demonic wolf didn't even have a chance to resist, letting out a wail as its abdomen was directly pierced. The next second, black gold flames blazed fiercely on its body, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic wolf turned to ashes. Ugh! Gong swallowed the rest of his words, finally only managing to blurt out, "Holy shit." First stage cleared. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency +5. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency +5. Blood Forged Spear proficiency +5. Stats +0.1. A system prompt sounded. The simulation system didn't give Sumu time to check his system panel. The countdown ended, and the second stage began in the blink of an eye. Howl, howl, howl. 3 more magic wolves leaped out from another iron cage in a flash. These simulated demonic wolves seemed to know no fear. With a howl, they pounced towards Sumu. Having tested the level of these demonic wolves, Sumu no longer bothered to take them seriously. These seemingly terrifying monsters were, at most, just experience points for him. Sumu lunged forward, thrusting and sweeping his spear. 2 demonic wolves wailed before turning into ashes again. His courage grew. He directly approached the last magic wolf, discarded his spear, and threw a punch. A black flame in the shape of a phoenix accompanied his punch, striking the magic wolf's head. The magic wolf let out a wail, its massive head directly caved in, and then flames erupted, turning it into a pile of ash again. Level 2 cleared. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency +15. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency +15. Blood Forged Spear proficiency +15. Stats +0.3. As the countdown ended once more, level 3 officially began. Again, a familiar roar of wild beasts. Clang! As the sound of the iron gate opening rang out, 5 magic wolves appeared this time. Careful, don't let them surround you, Gong quickly reminded. However, Gong's worry was completely unnecessary. Sumu stood still, letting out a soft cry. Bloody storm! The next second, a black spear was thrown into the air. Spear shadows flickered, multiplying from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Hundreds of spear shadows slammed down towards the 3 magic wolves. Hundreds of spear shadows completely covered a large area in front of Sumu, engulfing the figures of 5 demonic wolves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a flurry of gunfire, the 5 magic wolves were instantly riddled with holes. Third stage cleared. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency plus 25. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency plus 25. Blood Forged Spear proficiency plus 25. Stats plus 0.5. As expected of the immortal rank. It's an absolute crushing victory. Gong, watching from behind, secretly gasped. The difference between people was simply too vast. Roar! In the darkness, several more monster roars echoed, but this time the sound was noticeably different, somewhat suppressed and muffled. Knock, knock, knock. Several muffled footsteps grew louder from a distance, like drums beating on one's heart, exerting immense pressure. A giant figure gradually appeared before Sumu's eyes. Chapter 8, Boyfriend. Young master, be careful. This final boss is a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster's armored demonic bear. Its defense is astonishing, its strength immense, and its stats are close to 300. Absolutely do not clash with it head-on, Gong reminded Sumu from behind. This demonic bear was massive, clad in black armor, with exceptionally thick limbs, leaving heavy footsteps as it walked. Perfect timing. Sumu shouted. Sumu's stats, enhanced by the Eidolon, increased by 500%. Based on his base stats of 55, it could boost him to 275 stats. Coupled with his 600% plus attribute and attack boost, even a normal strike would have at least 1600 plus attack power. At this moment, the armored demonic bear's eyes were blood red. Seeing Sumu in front of it, it roared again, its 2 thick hind legs powerfully pushing off the ground as it lunged towards Sumu. Sumu, caught up in the thrill of the battle, had no intention of dodging. He raised his blood-forged spear, leaped into the air to face the charging armored demonic bear, and brought his spear down directly. The armored demonic bear opened its maw, also not dodging or evading, and bit directly at the spearhead. Clang! The tip of Sumu's spear was actually bitten by the armored demonic bear, emitting a piercing screech. A force of shock transmitted from the spear tip. Sumu felt a jolt of numbness in his hands, nearly letting go of his spear. That tough? Sumu gripped the spear with his other hand, spun in the air, and retreated rapidly. The armored demon bear roared in pain, slamming its front paws down, instantly creating 2 deep pits in the ground. Large pieces of shattered rock flew up, smashing towards Sumu in the air. Sumu, with no leverage in the air, could only take the hit head-on, and was sent flying by the heavy blow. Bang! Sumu was in excruciating pain, but he quickly stood up nonetheless. As expected of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal monsters, this attack had at least a 500% attack bonus. Seeing Sumu injured by the attack, Gong immediately tensed up, his knees slightly bent, ready to intervene at any moment. Although he couldn't directly attack monsters, he could take Sumu out of the battlefield at any time. Sumu spat out a mouthful of blood, impressive. Now, try my next phase. Phase 1, activate. Speed up Hellblood engaged. Sumu's stats directly increased by 1000%, reaching a formidable 550 points. Enveloped in black flames, he dragged his long spear and moved swiftly, like a burning meteor, leaving a long trail of fire on the ground. The armored bear also raised its 2 front paws again and pounced towards Sumu. But this time, Sumu didn't confront it head-on. He made an abrupt stop, then instantly flashed beneath the armored bear's body, sweeping his long spear at its two hind legs. Bang! The armored demon bear immediately lost its balance, its front paws uncontrollably dropping back down to regain stability. The next second, Sumu pushed off with his right leg, sliding outwards with his back to the ground. At this moment, the armored bear's vulnerable lower jaw was completely exposed to Sumu. Sumu thrust his spear with all his might. Hellfire annihilation. Put! Black flames burned, accompanied by a large spray of beast blood. The armored demon bear let out a howl of agony and fell to the ground. Boss stage cleared. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency plus 100. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency plus 100. Blood Forged Spear proficiency plus 100. Stats plus 2. Beautiful! Gong shouted involuntarily. He had been preparing to rescue Sumu, but unexpectedly, Sumu immediately turned the tables, defeating the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal monsters in just a few moves. After the stage was completed, automatic teleportation began, and Sumu started to automatically teleport out of the room. The next second, Sumu appeared at the entrance of teleportation gate number 32. What? This place is booked out? Are you kidding me? This is a public facility, why can you book it out? As soon as Sumu was teleported out of the room, he heard a commotion. From a distance, he saw two girls being stopped outside the plaza by Injie and three security guards. At this moment, a red-haired girl was trying to force her way in and was being held back by the three security personnel. The security personnel were clearly hesitant when facing such young girls. They could only block them and dared not use force to stop them. Missus, we're just doing our jobs. It truly is booked out today and not open to the public. Injia patiently tried to dissuade them from the side. Unexpectedly, the red-haired girl was completely unmoved. Why? I'd like to see who in Tianhai City has such a big reputation that they can book out a public facility like this. Let's just give up, Hongxiu. If they booked it out, we can come back tomorrow. The other girl in white next to her grabbed her sleeve tightly, clearly not wanting to cause trouble. It was fortunate for this girl in white, otherwise, with that stance, the three security personnel wouldn't have been able to stop them at all. Sumu, initially quite far, now recognized that the woman in white was none other than Clara, their class monitor. Aside from Lily, Clara was also a friend that the original Sumu had grown up with and was quite familiar with. They had been classmates since primary school and often played together when they were young. However, after entering high school, the two suddenly became estranged. When did it start, Sumu wondered. It seemed to be when he started fawning over Lily. Sumu hesitated for a moment. After all, she was a friend of the original owner. He looked at Gong beside him. Gong, that girl is my classmate, can you let her in too? Gong was also surprised that Sumu would encounter a classmate here. He readily agreed, took 2 steps forward, and loudly called out to Injia in the distance, "They are our friends, let them in." Hearing this, Injia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the two suspiciously, but since Gong had spoken, she moved aside to let them enter the plaza. Clara saw Gong but didn't recognize him. She stood cautiously in place, not entering immediately. "Come on, let's go in." Zi Hongxiu, on the other hand, had no such concerns. She pulled Clara and walked inside, eager to see who exactly had reserved the entire place. However, as soon as Clara entered the square, she saw Sumu standing behind Gong. "Hey, squad leader Fong, are you guys here for training too?" Sumu casually greeted. The moment Clara saw Sumu, her face suddenly turned crimson, and she tried to hide behind someone. Zi Hongxiu, on the other hand, stepped forward. "Zi Hongxiu, so you're Clara's classmate? What should I call you?" "Sumu." Sumu was wondering what was wrong with Clara, why she suddenly became so shy. Hearing Zi Hongxiu's question, he answered casually. Sumu. You are Qingxuan's boyfriend, Sumu." Sumu, who was distracted and still studying his own attribute panel, instantly felt his brain couldn't keep up when he heard Zi Hongxiu's words. "Boyfriend? You said I'm whose boyfriend?" Sumu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Someone was trying to frame him as a boyfriend. This classmate, you shouldn't just. Before Sumu could finish speaking, a red-faced Clara anxiously stepped forward, pulled Sumu aside, and whispered rapidly. Shush, just agree for now, I'll explain in detail later. Sumu looked at Clara suspiciously. Could it be another legendary family arranged marriage, and I'd become her tool to avoid it? Such a cliched plot, no way. And why me? In the end, Sumu chose to remain silent, treating it as implicit agreement. After all, I hadn't actually agreed. However, in Zi Hongxiu's eyes, their pulling and tugging was precisely the ambiguous posture of a couple deeply in love. Zi Hongxiu's gaze gradually sharpened. Well, boy, you quietly captured my best friend, and you made Qingxian offend the Song family for you. Today, I'm going to see if you're truly worthy of our Qingxian. In her opinion, besides his looks, Sumu was quite ordinary in other aspects, completely lacking in responsibility when problems arose, often needing Clara to help him solve them. He simply wasn't worthy of Clara. Tisk, tisk. Zi Hongxiu circled Sumu once, making clicking sounds. You're Sumu, right? To be able to book out this place, you must have some strength. So why do you always let others help you when something comes up? Sumu was utterly confused by her words, thinking this woman was crazy. If it weren't for the fact that you're Clara's friend, I'd give you a big slap. Clara also quickly came over and pulled Zi Hongxiu. Hongxiu, stop talking. Didn't you want to do a simulated battle? Let's go. Right, simulated battle. What's his name, Sumu? Do you dare to have a simulated battle with me? Zi Hongxiu seemed to remember something and eyed Sumu askance. You little kid who only relies on women, are you scared? Zi Hongxiu's words left Sumu puzzled and somewhat irritated by the provocation. He raised an eyebrow. All right, what if you lose? Kneel down and call me daddy, dare you? Zi Hongxiu's face immediately flushed red upon hearing Sumu's vulgarity. She stomped her foot in anger, just about to refuse, when Sumu continued to provoke her. What, scared? The loser calls the other dad and pays 1,000 magic cards. If you dare, I'll bet with you. Sumu, you should also say less. What are you doing? Who tells someone to call them daddy? Clara chided Sumu softly, but her voice was so gentle that it sounded more like coquetry. Fine. A bet it is. Hearing Clara speak to Sumu like that made Zi Hongxiu even angrier, and she agreed directly. Don't go broke if you lose and can't pay me. I can't lose. Sumu smiled confidently. I'll be waiting for you to call me daddy. Zi Hongxiu, however, calmed down this time. Then let's compete to see who can get out of the highest level boss simulation first, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord. It's a deal. Sumu readily agreed. He was confident in his strength at worst, he'd just activate his second phase and push through directly. Seeing the conflict between the juniors, Gong didn't stop them. After all, Sumu also needed to grow up, and he couldn't solve everything for him. Clara saw that her numerous attempts to dissuade them were useless and could only sigh, letting the two go. She felt that Sumu could never win against Zi Hongxiu. She was the only super genius in their circle who also possessed a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, came with a lucky player talent, and had been trained as a family heir since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so arrogant. As for the bet, at most she'd treat it as a joke later, or she'd pay Sumu's debt for him. She believed that Zi Hongxiu, out of respect for her, wouldn't make things difficult for Sumu. After Yin Jie set up the simulation battle, both walked towards the teleportation gate. Soon, the gate's light flickered, and both began to teleport simultaneously. But just then, the teleportation gate seemed to be affected by some signal interference and became unstable. Gong was the first to notice something was wrong. What's going on? He looked at Yin Jie, who was operating the controls. At this moment, she was already covered in sweat, her fingers rapidly tapping the screen. Gong flashed in front of the control panel, his brows furrowed as he looked at the screen. What's wrong? Elder Gong, the system is malfunctioning. Yin Jie's face instantly went pale, and she stammered in response, they didn't enter the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level boss simulation. Gong's heart skipped a beat. Because he knew Sumu's strength, and for the sake of fairness, he had chosen not to follow Sumu into the teleportation gate. He didn't expect something to go wrong. What is it then? He asked in a serious, deep voice. It's the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord rank. Chapter 9, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord Monsters. In the wild jungle. A flash of white light, and Sumu's figure appeared in the jungle. The next second, another flash of white light passed. Zi Hongxiu's figure also appeared beside Sumu at the same time. Before the two could wonder why they appeared in the simulation space simultaneously. A heart-pounding aura emanated from the boss lair in the distance, where two torches were stuck. In that case, let's see who can kill the monster's boss first. Zi Hongxiu snorted coldly. Without waiting for Sumu's reply, she charged towards the nest first. Sumu looked at the entrance of the nest, which resembled a monstrous maw, and a bad premonition instantly filled his heart. Wait, don't go yet. Sumu shouted at Zi Hongxiu, but the latter completely ignored her. The phantom of the Ice Queen appeared behind her, and she charged towards the nest without looking back. Voila! At this moment, a loud shout came from within the lair, and a huge figure rushed out from it. The giant figure moved extremely fast, like a moving locomotive. Zi Hongxiu bore the brunt of it. She took out ice flowers blooming in her hand, and white crystal ice cones instantly appeared in her grip, thrusting towards the boss as she charged forward. Boom! With a loud bang. The entire ground trembled, and Zi Hongxiu's figure was swept back like a rag doll by a mace in the boss's hand. Put! Zi Hongxiu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly injured severely. Numerous cracks appeared on her ice armor. If it weren't for the armor, her injuries would have been even worse. As the smoke cleared, a giant monster with green skin, a human form, and resembling a goblin appeared before the two. It's actually a humanoid monster, a mountain giant. This is Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord Monsters. Zi Hongxiu's pupils instantly contracted. She immediately tried to operate the return bracelet on her wrist to cancel the simulation, but no matter how she pressed it, there was no response. The return bracelet failed. In an instant, her face turned pale. Monsters that reach the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level, and are immortal tier bosses, have 1000 stats. Although she was also a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, and her strength had already reached the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level peak, she still couldn't be an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monster's opponent. Although it was a simulated boss battle, dying here would be real death. What was even more terrifying was that the simulation battle couldn't be stopped now. Zi Hongxiu turned to look at Sumu behind her. She knew that with her injured state, she couldn't run at all, so she could only beg Sumu to take her. Her expression was anxious, with a hint of despair, as she shouted at Sumu, "We're no match. Quick! Take me and run!" Roar! The mountain giant roared. Its massive body closed in on Zi Hongxiu, who was lying on the ground, in just a few steps. The enormous mace, with a whistling wind pressure, smashed down heavily. Facing such a fast boss, a sense of despair rose in Zi Hongxiu's heart. Her ice armor had been completely shattered in the previous blow, and she absolutely couldn't withstand this one. Zi Hongxiu closed her eyes in despair. She truly hadn't expected someone as gifted as herself to die here so ignominiously. She regretted ever getting into an argument and agreeing to this competition. Bang! The imagined pain did not materialize. Sumu appeared behind her, throwing a long spear that blocked the bludgeon swung by the mountain giant. Taking advantage of this opening, Sumu flashed beside Zi Hongxiu, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and ran. Speed up. Hellblood engaged. His speed increased another notch, but even so, he was caught by the mountain giant within a few steps. Bang! Crack! The mountain giant's speed was too much faster than his Sumu couldn't dodge at all and could only barely block with his spear. The blood-forged spear in his hand was directly smashed into a U shape by this blow, then heavily crashed into his chest. Sumu felt as if he had been directly hit by a moving train, sliding diagonally until his back slammed into the trunk of a tree, bringing him to a halt. Sumu activated rapid healing, and his somewhat caved-in chest began to continuously recover. Aura, 80%. Aura, 75%. Aura, 65%. Sumu's aura was rapidly decreasing. Stop using skills to heal your injuries. Once your aura hits 0, you won't be able to summon your Eidolon to possess you, and will both be dead. Watching Sumu's aura continuously drop, Zhongxiu, standing next to him, said anxiously, "The simulation system must be malfunctioning. If we just stall for a bit, the people outside will definitely find a way to save us." Sumu ignored Zhongxiu next to him and continued to recover his injuries. He knew his speed was far inferior to that of the mountain giant. Running was clearly not an option. He could only enter his second phase and fight with all his might. "Eidolon is just my genetic lock, damn it. I'm going to unlock my genetic lock now." He didn't retreat but advanced, black and gold flames surging around him. Hellfire annihilation. He, along with his spear, transformed into a black and gold flaming phoenix and charged towards the mountain giant. He wanted to weaken the mountain giant as much as possible before activating Phase 2. Seeing Sumu recklessly charge forward, Zhongxiu was greatly alarmed, secretly cursing Sumu in her heart for not understanding common sense. If he wanted to die, he shouldn't drag her along. Flames instantly enveloped the mountain giant, and crackling sounds emanated from within. Roar! A loud roar erupted, shaking the surrounding branches and sending countless leaves fluttering down. A moment later, Sumu was sent flying backward again, this time soaring dozens of meters and snapping a large tree nearby. Watching the Eidolon phantom on Sumu's body begin to flicker erratically, Zhongxiu completely despaired. She was quite loyal, though, not taking advantage of Sumu's fight to escape. At this moment, she saw the light representing Eidolon possession on Sumu's body completely disappear. She slowly stood up, preparing to fight the mountain giant to the death. If she had fought seriously with the mountain giant from the start, she wouldn't have been defeated in a single blow. Her fighting style leaned towards long-range attacks, and her close combat ability was not strong. She had underestimated her opponent too much, engaging in close combat, which resulted in her being severely wounded by a single strike. Sumu continued to frantically heal his injuries. His aura finally reached 0. Aura, 0%. The last whisper. Activate. At this point, Zhongxiu noticed that the previously languid Sumu suddenly stood up. Although the Eidolon's light on him had vanished, an even more powerful aura erupted from his body. Bang! The ground beneath Sumu's feet suddenly exploded, and he shot out like a cannonball, his speed doubling once again. The 2000% bonus allowed his stats to break the 1000 mark as well. Boom! Sumu once again engaged the mountain giant in battle. Black flames burned fiercely. Although Eidolon couldn't be used, his skills and weapons remained unaffected. How is this possible? Zhongxiu couldn't help but widen her eyes. The sight before her completely surpassed her understanding. In this world, Eidolon warriors completely rely on Eidolons for combat. Without Eidolon possession, they basically lose their fighting capability. She had never even heard of someone like Sumu, who became stronger after losing his Eidolon. This brought an unparalleled shock to her heart. The figure fiercely battling the mountain giant was deeply imprinted in her mind. With his stats nearing the mountain giant's, Sumu's battle with the mountain giant entered a white-hot phase. However, the mountain giant was, after all, an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier being, having received an advancement bonus. It was still superior to Sumu in all aspects. However, Sumu was like an unkillable cockroach, completely disregarding his injuries and fighting a pure trade damage style. Roar! The heavily wounded mountain giant let out another roar of fury. He could no longer tolerate this little bug hopping around in front of him, nor could he understand why the human in front of him grew stronger the more he fought. Two streams of white vapor shot from his massive nostrils, and his green skin turned red, continuously emitting heat. Sumu! Be careful! He's berserk! Zi Hongxiu quickly warned Sumu when she saw the mountain giant. Bang! Sumu was then sent flying by a blow from the mountain giant. Damn it! This strike was more than 50% stronger than the previous one. He felt an intense soreness in his arms, as if they were broken. Shit, worthy of a boss, I didn't expect you to have a second face too. Sumu groaned, rolled, and dodged the mountain giant's second strike. Boom! Another tree, a meter thick, was snapped in half by a single blow. Although Sumu dodged, the splashing debris left several deep, bone-visible wounds on his body. Chapter 10, Kill. The mountain giant's strength had clearly increased, but fortunately, its speed wasn't as fast as before. It seemed to have lost some sanity, becoming even more berserk. As Sumu's injuries worsened, his speed also decreased. Using in trade damage for damage fighting style, his HP had dropped to less than 10%, with countless wounds all over his body. Fortunately, thanks to the skill Rebirth in Blood, Sumu's Eidolon had already recovered and could be summoned again. He could activate the Possession and Substitute Death ability, preventing him from being instantly killed. Just as Sumu gasped for breath, a large shadow appeared above his head, and a massive spiked club appeared directly above Sumu, seemingly about to smash down. Rapid freeze, a soft cry rang out. The mountain giant's right foot instantly froze. Because it was swinging the spiked club with full force, the mountain giant immediately lost its balance, causing the blow to miss. It was Zi Hongxiu who finally provided support, activating her Eidolon skill to freeze one of the mountain giant's legs. Sumu seized the opportunity to directly summon his Eidolon, the immortal Hell Phoenix, and a phantom of a phoenix appeared behind him. As for why Sumu could summon his Eidolon so quickly again, Zi Hongxiu felt somewhat immune to it, no longer finding it strange. For someone who gets stronger when an Eidolon disappears, summoning an Eidolon every 5 minutes isn't that odd, is it? Rapid healing. Sumu directly activated rapid healing. Aura, 90%. Aura, 80%. Aura, 70%. HP, 10%. HP, 20%. HP, 30%. He chose to use his aura to restore his health, and the wounds on his body began to heal visibly. At this point, the mountain giant had broken free from its restraints. Seeing Sumu's wounds beginning to heal, its eyes turned red, and it picked up its spiked club and charged over. The enraged mountain giant's speed had actually decreased, and it had also sustained serious injuries. For a moment, the mountain giant actually couldn't catch up to Sumu. Aura, 0%. Sumu's aura returned to 0 again, and he was revived to full health, restarting the last whisper. Hellfire Annihilation. The black gold phoenix once again began to dance in the forest. The mountain giant's already low intelligence couldn't comprehend why a severely injured human had recovered completely in the blink of an eye. But it could only roar and engage Sumu in battle once more. At this moment, the mountain giant's advantage of high health became apparent. Sumu used 2 lives against its 1, yet unexpectedly, after a short while, the mountain giant was only injured but not dead, while Sumu was once again covered in wounds. By this time, Zi Hongxiu's aura had also run out. She detached from her Eidolon possession. She was already quite injured, and now with her aura completely depleted, she collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Huff, huff. Sumu was also panting heavily, watching his health once again drop below 10%. Yet, the mountain giant in front of him, though covered in wounds, still swung its mace with fierce power. Damn it! You're really thick-skinned. Let's see who outlasts whom. Sumu cursed under his breath. He used the same trick again, summoning Eidolon once more to recover from his injuries. Seeing Sumu's physical injuries continuously healing, the mountain giant let out a wail. What was wrong with this human? What kind of cheap trick was this? Leaning against a tree, Zi Hongxiu stood up and watched Sumu summon Eidolon again to recover. She was completely resigned. A freak is a freak, and he shouldn't be seen as a normal person. She finally understood, Sumu summoned Eidolon just to heal himself. What kind of abnormal ability was this? However, Sumu knew his own struggles. Although he could constantly restore his health, his stamina had a limit. After continuous fighting, he estimated he could only recover his life once more before his stamina reached its limit. Fortunately, the mountain giant was also at the end of its rope. Seeing Sumu once again full of vigor and charging forward, it immediately fell into despair. After a few more rounds, the mountain giant finally couldn't hold on any longer and was impaled through the head by Sumu's spear. Boom! Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level boss room challenge successful. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency plus 500. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency plus 500. Blood Forged Spear proficiency plus 500. Stats plus 5. Because this was an over-leveled challenge. Rewards acquired. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency plus 1000. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency plus 1000. Blood Forged Spear proficiency plus 1000. Stats plus 10. Special reward. Tower card plus 50. Finally won. Sumu lay flat on the ground, spread-eagled. Zhongxiu looked at Sumu, lying on the ground, his clothes in tatters, a mix of emotions in her heart, as if she were in a dream. He really won. Someone actually managed to defeat an awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier boss by leapfrogging levels. And I dared to compete with him. Clara found a good boyfriend. She had a premonition, as if she was witnessing the birth of an extraordinary individual. Sumu opened his attribute panel. Name, Sumu. Status. Stats 73.285. Health, 100%. Stamina, 100%. Aura, 100%. Grade, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level. Eidolon Immortal Hell Phoenix Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Skill Hellfire Annihilation Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Weapon, Blood Forged Spear Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Proficiency directly skipped the skilled level and reached Master. The effects of different proficiency levels on ability performance are not understood. Proficiency levels are Novice, Skilled, Master, Grandmaster, Flawless. The ability performance effects are 80%, 100%, 150%, 200%, 300% respectively. Upon reaching the Master level, one can unleash 150% of the effect, which is undeniably powerful. However, improving proficiency is also extremely difficult. To reach Grandmaster from Master level, it requires a significant amount of proficiency. If he didn't defeat bosses beyond his level, he would have to kill 100 bosses of the same level. Sumu secretly marveled to himself. At this moment, the training base was in chaos. Upon hearing that Sumu was in danger, Gong immediately erupted, finding the head of the training base and demanding to stop the simulation. "Get me the simulation video now!" Gong roared. A middle-aged man with a side-parted hairstyle was covered in sweat, even his small suit jacket over his shirt was soaked, indicating he was extremely anxious. "Quick! Quick! Xiaoyin, pull up the simulation video." Zhang Jun was sweating profusely. As the person in charge here, he never expected to encounter such bad luck today. He couldn't afford to offend either of the two people in the simulation. If these two died in the simulation, the thought alone scared him. This wasn't something that could be solved by just losing his job. Yet, the simulation equipment here had been running for many years without any problems, so why was this happening now? "Mr. Zhang, I can't retrieve the video, maybe we should get the technical team to take a look." Yin Jie also had a bitter expression. She was just a staff member and didn't understand the equipment. Right, get the technical team." Zhang Jun was also flustered for a moment. He immediately made calls to contact them, and a moment later, 3 technical team members in work uniforms rushed in, looking flustered. After their series of operations, a complex set of data appeared on the large simulation screen, but there was still no image. "What's wrong with you all? How much longer will it take?" Gong was also burning with anxiety at this moment. If Sumu died in the simulation, he would be beyond redemption, even 100 deaths wouldn't suffice. But he didn't understand anything about this equipment, and there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. Even if he found someone else to fix it, distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. By the time help arrived, Sumu would already be dead inside. He could only rely on these few people. Just then, the sound of a helicopter's propellers came again from not far away, and before the helicopter could even land steadily, a man, emitting a blue-purple light, leaped out of a helicopter cabin, descending from the sky and landing instantly beside the crowd. This person had actually summoned his eidolon to travel. Clara, waiting anxiously, immediately ran over when she saw him. "Dad! Please save them!" Clara's voice was already tearful. Fang Xiong, seeing that his daughter was fine, immediately relaxed. When he had received his daughter's call earlier, he thought something had happened to her. Seeing her standing safely in front of him now, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard that Zi Hongxiu and Su Mu were inside, he couldn't help but frown. He had originally come to pick up his daughter and Zi Hongxiu after their simulation. Naturally, he wouldn't bring any technical personnel with him, so he was equally helpless when faced with such a situation. The busy technical staff quickly said, "Don't panic, everyone. Although we still can't bring up the simulation video footage, we can detect both of their vital signs, and both are currently normal." Hearing that the two were temporarily safe, Gong and Clara breathed a sigh of relief. "No!" The technical staff suddenly looked strange. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened, and their faces immediately turned grim. Chapter 11, Expulsion. The boss seems to be dying. Damn it! Don't pause so much when you speak, can you just say everything clearly at once? Zhang Jun almost died of anger because of this technical staff. But speaking of which, these two aren't awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. How could an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier boss die? Everyone waited, half believing and half doubting, their faces filled with confusion. Just as Gong was about to fidget again, the portal finally reacted. The next second, 2 flashes of white light shone, and Su Mu and Zi Hongxiu reappeared in front of everyone. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two looked a bit listless, they still seemed very healthy. "Young master!" Gong immediately went to meet him. Zhang Jun finally let out a sigh of relief, repeatedly murmuring, "It's good that they're fine, it's good that they're fine." Zi Hongxiu's mother also arrived at this time. She was a somewhat well-built, aristocratic woman who immediately grabbed Zi Hongxiu and constantly asked about her well-being. Zi Hongxiu, on the other hand, seemed preoccupied, her gaze constantly scanning towards Su Mu. "You are Su Mu?" Fang Xiong then looked at Su Mu. Clara, with a shy expression, tried to pull her father, Fang Xiong, away, but her strength was no match for him. Seeing the scene before him, Su Mu suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second Fang Xiong asked with a displeased expression, "You brat, are you my daughter's boyfriend?" "It's over, it really happened. How did I become Clara's boyfriend?" Su Mu looked at Clara in confusion. "Am I, or am I not?" The latter, blushing, remained silent. "Speak up." Su Mu was speechless. Seeing that Su Mu didn't speak, Fang Xiong, who already didn't think highly of Su Mu, became even more dissatisfied. "It's not that simple to be my daughter's boyfriend." "Dad, stop talking." Clara's heart pounded like a deer, so shy she wished a crack in the ground would open up and swallow her whole. She had indeed had a crush on Su Mu since childhood. When she learned that the Song family wanted to retaliate against Su Mu, she wanted her family to help Su Mu. But her family couldn't offend the Song family for a mere friend of hers, so she came up with a plan. She said Su Mu was her boyfriend. Only then was her father willing to mediate. However, she hadn't told Su Mu in advance. Now that her father said it, she suddenly felt extremely shy. Our Fong family doesn't want incompetent people. I'm willing to help you with your conflict with the Song family, but that doesn't mean I approve of you. If you want to be our Fong family's son-in-law, get into the top 10 in this national high school league, and I'll agree. Fang Xiong was fundamentally dissatisfied with his daughter liking an ordinary person like Su Mu, but he also didn't want his daughter to be sad, so he could only propose something the other party couldn't possibly achieve, hoping they would back down voluntarily. Okay, Dad, stop talking. Let's go. After speaking, Fang Xiong was dragged away by Clara, who made gestures while talking, indicating she would explain to Su Mu later. Su Mu was bewildered, not knowing what Clara was up to. Never mind, he was also ready to go home and rest. Although he won this battle, he had overdrawn most of his physical strength. Just then, Zi Hongxiu, who was about to leave, suddenly ran back. She was flustered, her body constantly fidgeting. A moment later, she seemed to have made up her mind. Under Su Mu's puzzled gaze, she leaned her head close to Su Mu's ear. With a shy expression, she whispered into Su Mu's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Daddy." That address made Su Mu's old face flush. Having said that, Zi Hongxiu seemed to relax instantly. At this moment, she continued openly, "I, Zi Hongxiu, always keep my word. I will give you the tower card I lost to you as soon as possible." Without waiting for Su Mu's reply, Zi Hongxiu quickly left as if escaping. Gong stood behind Su Mu, deep in thought. This simulated accident seemed coincidental, but it wasn't. The simulation training had been going on for so long without any incidents, so why did a problem occur this time? It seems I need to investigate thoroughly, and in the future, I can't casually take Su Mu out for training. Tianhai City First High School. What? I've been expelled. The next morning, Su Mu was finally ready to go to school, but before he even entered the classroom door, Mr. Wang blocked him at the entrance. Su Mu looked astonished. What's going on? A super genius student like me is being expelled? What kind of trick is this? Mr. Wang had a helpless expression. Student Su, I'm sorry, the school is also acting under duress. Your behavior of hitting someone in the classroom was truly egregious, and the other party's parents have sued us. Mr. Wang's meaning was that the Song family put pressure on us, and now we have no choice but to expel you. Oh, isn't that student Su Mu? Why aren't you entering the classroom? Oh, wait, you're just an idle civilian now. Lily's sarcastic voice drifted over. Lily had been very frustrated lately. Her former admirer, Su Mu, said he wouldn't ignore her and then actually ignored her, even slapping her. The old Su Mu used to be completely obedient to her. She thought Su Mu would apologize to her, but there was no word at all. Moreover, even Victor was now giving her the cold shoulder. She actually regretted it a bit, thinking it would have been better not to argue with Su Mu. She even wanted to take the initiative to reconcile with Su Mu, but when she sent him a message, she was met with a red exclamation mark instead. After seeing Su Mu this time, she originally wanted to go up and say hello, but remembering that he had deleted her, she got angry and couldn't help but say those sarcastic words to Su Mu. Su Mu had almost forgotten about Lily. Seeing her still daring to provoke him, he coldly swept his gaze over her. What, your face doesn't hurt anymore? I can give you another touch-up. Lily instinctively flinched and pulled her neck back, startled. Then she suddenly felt very wronged, wanting to cry. Her face felt hot and started to ache again. She was genuinely a little afraid that Su Mu would slap her again. Victor isn't at school. You should leave quickly. After saying that, she quickly hid back in the classroom. All right, Su Mu, come with me. Let's go to the principal's office to complete the procedures. Mr. Wang spoke again at this moment. Mr. Wang led Su Mu towards the principal's office. Su Mu also kept his guard up at this moment, secretly slipping his phone into his top pocket and turning on the camera. Outside the vice principal's office, quite a few students had already gathered. They had heard that Su Mu, who had beaten Victor of the Song family, was going to be expelled and came to watch the show. Vice Principal Bai sat behind his desk, coldly watching Su Mu being led into the office by Mr. Wang. Click. Upon entering, Mr. Wang closed and locked the office door behind him. Even though he was about to be expelled, Sumu maintained a calm expression, meeting the other party's gaze without any signs of panic or pleading. Sumu's demeanor earned him a second look from Vice Principal Bai. He stared at Sumu for a while, then spoke in a deep voice, "You shouldn't have offended Victor. He tried to steal my tower card," Sumu said calmly. Vice Principal Bai shook his head dismissively. "Why did he only try to steal yours and not others' tower cards? The problem is still with you." Holy moly, Sumu really didn't expect such a shameless theory to come from a principal's mouth. This bizarre thought process left Sumu momentarily at a loss for words to refute. Seeing Sumu stop explaining, Vice Principal Bai scoffed. "Alright, Student Su, after our school's deliberation, we have decided to advise your withdrawal." Chapter 12, 4th Middle School of Tianhai City. However, Vice Principal Bai paused, his eyes filled with contempt, hoping to see a pleading look in Sumu's eyes through these words. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Sumu's gaze was as still as an ancient well, completely unchanged. He could only continue, "If you sincerely apologize to Victor and beg for his forgiveness, and ideally transfer your eidolon to him, then you can stay in school. Of course, with my efforts, the Song family will still offer 10 million to purchase your eidolon." Upon hearing this, Sumu immediately wondered if the other party was crazy, out of their mind, to come up with such a solution. He looked at Vice Principal Bai with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. "No need for all this trouble, just process my withdrawal." Hearing Sumu say this, Vice Principal Bai instantly felt a surge of anger, feeling insulted, and he stared intently at Sumu. "I said, hurry up and process the paperwork for me, I'm in a hurry." Sumu didn't back down. He was already a bit impatient. Such a ridiculous school, it's better not to stay. He had died once already. If he lived a stifling life, it would be better not to have transmigrated. He decided this time he would stand out in the National High School League and utterly humiliate everyone who looked down on him. "Ha!" Vice Principal Bai sneered, waved his hand, pulled out Sumu's file, and then threw it to Wang Haijiang, who was standing nearby, saying, "Immediately process his expulsion." Wang Haijiang, however, began to hesitate. "Vice Principal Bai, shouldn't we inform Principal Ho about this?" Upon hearing Wang Haijiang's words, Vice Principal Bai's eyes coldly swept over him. "I'm in charge of the school now. Don't tell me I can't even expel a student." Wang Haijiang shivered and quickly ran out to prepare the materials. At this moment, Vice Principal Bai looked at Sumu with a playful gaze, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Sumu, as your teacher, I'm giving you your last lesson. People pay the price for their choices." Not long after, Wang Haijiang walked in with Sumu's file and expulsion certificate. He reached out and handed the documents to Vice Principal Bai first. Vice Principal Bai didn't even glance at them, throwing them directly to Sumu. "Now get out. Oh, and by the way, I suggest you go to our city's 4th middle school. That kind of garbage school perfectly suits your status." Sumu was in no mood to say another word to him. He took his file and strode out of the school. Just as Sumu was leaving the school gate, a female voice called out from a distance. "Sumu! Sumu! Wait for me!" At this, Sumu saw Clara rushing towards him in a hurry. She spontaneously grabbed Sumu's hand and started walking out of the school gate. "What a rubbish school, it's better not to stay here, come with me." Sumu was once again bewildered, not understanding what Clara was trying to do. Clara had already explained to Sumu last night via her phone about telling her father they were boyfriend and girlfriend, so what was this new drama today? Seeing Sumu lost in thought, Clara walked beside him and explained, "I only found out about your expulsion today after coming to school. I thought about it, and it's probably better for you not to be at this school, at least you can stay far away from Victor." "And then?" "I have a distant uncle who is the principal of the 4th middle school in Tianhai City. Why don't you go there for high school? Anyway, you'll be graduating from senior year soon, and you just need a place to take the college entrance exam. I've already spoken to him, and you can enroll as soon as you get there." Sumu was vaguely led out of school by Clara and into a taxi heading for 4th High School. There were 4 high schools in Tianhai City. The best one was definitely the 1st middle school, while the second and third high schools didn't differ much in terms of college admission rates. The fourth middle school had the worst college admission rate, ranking last in all aspects. This was mainly because the fourth middle school was established relatively late, suppressed by all the other high schools. It was said that the principal was also very young, having just taken office, and couldn't even control the situation, so it was extremely difficult for them to make a name for themselves. It was said that fourth high school's academic performance had been dismal in recent years, struggling even to qualify for the National High School League, thus receiving less support from the Ministry of Education, and the quality of its students was deteriorating. If this continued, it would become a vicious cycle. Sumu figured it didn't matter which school he attended after participating in the National High School League, he probably wouldn't have much time left in high school. Clara chose fourth high partly to protect Sumu, as the principal here was, after all, her uncle. Principal's office, Tianhai City 4th Middle School. Xingxian, my niece, you're here. Please, come in. The principal of 4th High School looked quite young, probably just over 30. His short, glossy black hair was neatly and perfectly trimmed, not only highlighting his refined facial features but also exuding a unique sense of vitality. Standing there, he had a straight, firm posture, giving off an impression of decisiveness and shrewd capability. Uncle, this is Sumu, who I told you about on the phone. I'm really troubling you this time. Clara first introduced Sumu. Sumu also cooperated with a greeting, Principal Fong. Facing Sumu, Fong Jianlong grunted in agreement, adopting a principal's authoritative demeanor. No matter how poor 4th High School was, it was still a municipal high school, and he had a certain level of authority. He actually disliked this kind of backdoor dealing, but out of respect for Clara, primarily because Clara's father was Fong Xiong, he had to grant this favor. Moreover, Clara expressed her desire to transfer here too, which was more than he could ask for. Clara's ability marked her as a definite top-tier student. He had just taken office as principal and was eager to achieve something. Since niece Fong has spoken, it's naturally no problem for student Su to join our school. No other meaning, I just want to ask, what are your stats? Fong Jianlong then added, don't overthink it, just tell me the truth. It's just to see which class would be suitable for you. He only asked about stats and nothing more because he didn't hold much hope for Sumu's abilities otherwise. Why would he need to use connections to transfer to their 4th high? He just hoped it wasn't too bad. If Clara then asked him to use the school's already limited resources to train him, he would be in a difficult position. Chapter 13, Successful Enrollment. Sumu nodded, feeling that he indeed needed to introduce himself. I am awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class, with 73 stats. How much? Fong Jianlong thought he had misheard. Such stats would make him a school team member even at first high that high. My stats are 73. Sumu thought Fong Jianlong hadn't heard clearly and repeated it. Fong Jianlong took a deep breath and calmed himself. He felt that perhaps the other party's Eidolon level was too low, but that was even better with a different Eidolon and proper training, there was a great chance for him to excel. He sat up straight and continued to press, then what is your Eidolon? My Eidolon is a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon immortal Hell Phoenix. Sumu felt there was no need to hide it, everyone would know eventually, so he might as well introduce it all at once. The skills and weapons are both exclusive immortal rank sets for the immortal Hell Phoenix. Holy crap! What? The usually composed Fong Jianlong spat out a curse upon hearing this, no longer able to control himself, and excitedly stood up. What kind of godlike strength was this? This was no underdog, this was a true deity. Common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal throughout his body. He had to ask himself if any of the 4 schools had a student like that. Since its establishment, the 4th high school had never had a student of that caliber. Clara wouldn't need to beg him to take Sumu. No matter what issues Sumu had, he would have to kneel and beg the other party to join his high school. Fong Jianlong, excited, immediately stepped forward, extended his hands, and firmly clasped Sumu's hands. Student Su, Tianhai City 4th High School welcomes your joining. Unconsciously, even the form of address changed, as if he was afraid Sumu would back out. He secretly vowed, no matter the cost, this student must stay at our fourth high school. He is our school's biggest dark horse this year. Clara was also hearing about Sumu's strength for the first time. She only knew Sumu was a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal idol, and she hadn't expected his skills and weapons to already be exclusively for mythical gods. It seemed that the previous cross-level kill wasn't due to her best friend Zi Hongshou's strength, but rather relied on Sumu. I'll go handle your enrollment procedures right away. Fang Jianlong immediately personally processed the paperwork for Sumu and Zi Hongshou. It was then that Sumu realized Clara had also withdrawn from First High and accompanied him directly to Fourth High for school. Looking at the young, beautiful girl before him, blooming like a spring flower, Sumu felt a warm current gently brush through his heart, and a sense of gratitude welled up. In the past, his eyes were only on Lily. He hadn't noticed such an excellent Clara, who was both beautiful and came from a good family. Sumu sighed in his heart, wondering how he could have been so blind as to fall for that Lily. What a waste! Fang Jianlong had the two sign their names and press their handprints, then hastily called someone to bring 2 sets of school uniforms. The school badges on the uniforms were already attached for both of them, as if he was afraid they might change their minds. When he handed the 2 brand new uniforms to them, Fang Jianlong's heart finally settled. He smiled and said to them, Tianhai City 4th High School welcomes your arrival. Principal Fang, now that I'm enrolled, I have a question I'd like to ask. Sumu felt it was time to cash in. Fang Jianlong was in a great mood at this moment and cheerfully replied, Student Su, feel free to ask any questions you have. I'd like to know if our school has an agreement for students participating in the National High School League? Fang Jianlong quickly reacted, realizing that the National High School League was indeed the most pressing concern for all high school students recently. He promptly replied, of course, for students of your caliber, Student Su, the best agreement is a must. Our school's agreement terms might not be as good as First High's, but we can offer you an S-tier contract. Originally, it would be 1,000 tower cards, 1 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon card, and 1 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill. Since you already have a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, we'll directly convert that into 2,000 tower cards for you. We also need some appropriate leniency. Just making it into the top 100 finalists is enough. Actually, this condition was newly added by Fang Jianlong. For them, in recent years, even making it into the preliminary rounds of the high school league has been difficult, let alone reaching the top 100 in the finals. Sumu understood that Fourth High situation couldn't be compared to First High's. These terms were similar to First High's A-tier contract, but still quite good. Sumu immediately agreed. Why would he refuse 2,000 free tower cards? Afterward, Fang Jianlong personally escorted the 2 to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, before returning to his office. Class 1, Grade 3, was the best class at number 4 high school, with about 30 students. Sumu and Clara's stunning looks captivated the students as soon as they entered the classroom. Hello everyone, my name is Sumu. Hello everyone, my name is Clara. The 2 went to the front and introduced themselves. The transfer student is so handsome. The girl is also so beautiful. A perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. They really look good together. I'm shipping them. I heard they transferred from number 1 high school. The principal personally brought them in just now. The students below the stage whispered to each other excitedly. Hello, my name is Wei Mingyuan, and I'm the class monitor. You can come to me if you need anything. A dark-skinned, chubby boy came over to talk to Sumu and Clara. Wei Mingyuan looked a bit simple and honest, but his 2 fleshy eyes seemed very bright and lively. The 2 chatted casually with Wei Yuanming. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the classroom, and the homeroom teacher, Bai Mei, walked in. She first gave Sumu and Clara a deep look. Principal Fang Jianlong had already greeted her, asking her to take good care of the 2. Alright, students, let's start class now. The day's classes quickly passed. Ordinary cultural subjects were already very simple for Sumu. The original owner was the class's top student, and with Sumu inheriting the original owner's memories, his studies naturally wouldn't suffer. Now that he had transferred to 4th high school, it was even less of a challenge. During the break, Sumu sent a message to Gong, asking him to pick him up from 4th high school that afternoon. Gong was utterly confused, wondering how Sumu suddenly became a student at 4th high school. What? You were expelled from 1st middle school. After picking up Sumu from school, Gong heard about his day's experiences and immediately became furious. This 1st middle school and the Song family must be asking for trouble. They dared to expel him without even considering whose child he was. Gong's veins bulged with anger, growing more incensed the more he thought about it. Moments later, he spun the steering wheel and executed a sharp U-turn. Gong, where are we going? The sudden, swift movement almost flung the phone from Sumu's hand, who was playing with it in the back seat. To the Song family to demand an explanation for you. Gong's face was grim as he floored the accelerator, and the black sedan began to speed down the highway. Gong understood that the fundamental reason for Sumu's expulsion was the Song family. He wanted to see just how powerful the Song family of Tianhai City truly was, daring to bully their Su family. Chapter 14, The Su Family. Tianhai City, Song Family Old Residence. The Song family is a truly old and established family in Tianhai City. Even before the Demon Tower appeared, the Song family was already a well-known family business in Tianhai City. After the Demon Tower emerged, the Song family followed the social trend, cultivating a large number of Eidolon martial artists. The Song family's influence is vast and complex, essentially operating in both legitimate and illegitimate spheres, making it one of the largest families in Tianhai City. The Song family's old residence, like a weathered elder, quietly sits in the suburbs of Tianhai City. Its footprint is quite substantial, resembling a small castle. In terms of architectural style, it retains some ancient charm, as if it were a witness to time, exuding an antique elegance and unique taste that is captivating. In the main hall of the Song family's old residence, Song Yuan sat upright in the central grand armchair, gently holding an antique teacup in his hand, which was clearly quite valuable. Victor stood by serving him. Seeing Song Yuan finish his tea, he immediately went over to refill his cup. With a hint of complaint in his tone, he said to Song Yuan, "Dad, just expelling that Sumu this time is letting him off too lightly." A cold glint flashed in Song Yuan's eyes. Daring to provoke our Song family indeed lets him off too lightly. However, Fang Xiong stepped in to mediate this matter, and I certainly have to give him face. Having the school expel him now is already a good outcome. But, can Fang Xiong protect the Sumu for a lifetime? A considerable number of our Song family members are participating in this high school league. Making him disappear silently isn't a difficult task. A sinister look appeared in Song Yuan's eyes. Those who dare to offend their Song family haven't even been born yet. Hearing Song Yuan say this, Victor finally showed a satisfied smile. Sumu! You don't know your own place, daring to provoke our Song family. Sooner or later, I'll make your life worse than death. Victor cursed silently in his heart. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, just as the father and son were contemplating how to put Sumu to death, a loud bang came from the main entrance of the Song family's old residence. Looking from afar, the main gate seemed to have been hit by a giant bomb, instantly raising a thick cloud of smoke that billowed into the sky like a fierce beast, baring its fangs and claws. Patriarch Song! Patriarch Song! This is bad, someone has broken in. Immediately, a member of the Song family rushed to the main hall to report to Song Yuan. Song Yuan immediately slammed the table and rose. Seeking death. Who dares to cause trouble at our Song family? Rumble. Bang. With another loud bang, the main hall's door of the Song family was completely blasted off. The dust settled. Song Yuan finally saw who had arrived. An old man around 50 years old, with slightly gray hair and a neatly trimmed beard, dressed in a butler's uniform, appeared in Song Yuan's line of sight. Song Yuan was about to erupt when he took a closer look and his pupils suddenly contracted. This person was actually standing in mid-air, and 3 colors of light faintly emanated from his chest. An awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level expert. And what's more, it was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level master who had broken the boundaries of heaven and earth and could fly. At this moment, no one in the Song family was a match for this person. He himself was not capable, although he was also awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. He had only just broken through and was far from being a match for this person. At this time, the other masters of the family were cultivating in seclusion elsewhere, and support was clearly too late. Moreover, this person was wearing a butler's uniform. If a butler was so strong, one could only imagine the power of his master. This person exuded an intimidating aura. It was none other than Gong, who had brought Su Mu to demand an explanation. At this moment, his face was so gloomy it looked as if water could drip from it, covered in a frosty expression that sent shivers down one's spine. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, coldly swept over Song Yuan, Victor, and the gathered members of the Song family. Gong emanated an invisible pressure that made people dare not look him directly in the eye. Completely unlike the amiable old butler image he usually projected when by Su Mu's side, at this moment he was like a peerless demon king descended upon the world, radiating a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. His piercing gaze was like two flashes of lightning, and the killing intent it contained made everyone present feel a deep sense of fear. Song Yuan, being the head of the family, naturally had a knack for judging people and adapting his approach. Regardless of the fact that the other party was practically tearing his house apart, he still walked forward with a fawning smile on his face. "Brother, is there some misunderstanding between us? I am Song Yuan of the Song family. Please tell me if you need anything." Victor then saw Su Mu behind Gong. He quickly ran 2 steps to Song Yuan's side and whispered to Song Yuan, "The person standing behind him is Su Mu." Su Mu? Wasn't he from an ordinary family? How could an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level master come out to back him up? Song Yuan wanted to ask Victor a few more questions. Gong suddenly moved. He didn't make any large movements, his figure merely flashed like a phantom. Whack! A crisp slap echoed. Song Yuan immediately felt a pain in his right cheek, and a bloody taste filled his mouth. An unnamed rage instantly ignited in his chest. He never expected this person to be so fast, nor did he expect him to slap him directly without a word. In Tianhai City, he was a prominent figure. After becoming the head of the Song family, it had been a long time since he had suffered such an insult. How could he swallow this humiliation in front of all the Song family members? But just as he was about to burst out, Gong's next words froze him in place. "I am Gong Tianqing of the Su family. Who gave you the guts to target our young master?" "The Su family? Which Su family? Su Mu? Young master?" Upon hearing that term, Song Yuan's mind raced. There was definitely no Su family in Tianhai City, and the name Gong Tianqing sounded somewhat familiar, the Su family's butler. A flash of lightning struck Song Yuan's mind, and a terrifying thought suddenly emerged. Could it be? The Su family of Tiandu province. The name Gong Tianqing did sound a bit familiar. Could it be Gong Tianwan, the famous underworld boss from Tiandu province back then, who was protected by the Su family of Tiandu province after an incident and eventually became a member of the Su family? If it was the Su family of Tiandu, they were a colossal force. Crushing their Song family would be like crushing an ant. Song Yuan's face turned slightly pale, and he stammered, clearly frightened, "The Su family? Are you referring to the Su family from Tiandu province?" "Nonsense!" Gong roared loudly, making Song Yuan shiver. "Who else in our Tiandu province dares to call themselves the Su family?" Song Yuan looked at Su Mu beside him, somewhat dazed. "Then who is this?" "He is Su Xinghe's son." Boom! Song Yuan's mind boomed. His mind instantly went blank with fear. Not only had he offended the Su family, but he had directly offended Su Xinghe, the head of the Su family. He felt like the sky was falling. Who is Su Xinghe? If Song Yuan is the richest man in Tianhai City, then Su Xinghe is the richest man in Tiandu province, and the difference isn't small. The Su family's businesses spanned the entire Tiandu province, virtually controlling the commercial lifeline of the province. However, Su Xinghe is a low-key individual, rarely showing his face himself. He controls everything from behind the scenes, seldom coming to the forefront. But Song Yuan is a significant figure after all. He certainly knows Su Xing, his formidable name, and the more he knows, the more he understands the terrifying power of the Su family, a colossus that ranks among the top in the entire Great Xia nation. Thud. The dignified head of the Song family actually knelt down directly in fear. Young Master Su, Elder Gong, you two are magnanimous. This matter is definitely our fault. We were blind and disrespectful. As long as young Master Su can calm down, you can decide how to deal with it. Song Yuan proved himself worthy of being a city boss, demonstrating the ability to yield and adapt with utmost skill. The other members of the Song family were momentarily stunned by Song Yuan's reaction. What kind of terrifying family could make their patriarch kneel so readily? Victor, standing behind Song Yuan, was also at a loss, unsure what to do. He wanted to kneel with his father but couldn't bring himself to do it. After years of bullying others with his family background, he finally experienced what it felt like to be oppressed by others. Su Mu's eyes were also opened wide today. He witnessed the usually amiable Gong reveal his fangs, almost tearing down the Song family entirely. He never expected the Song family patriarch to kneel and apologize, only then realizing the immense power his father wielded. Seeing Song Yuan kneeling on the ground, Gong momentarily lost his outlet for anger. He let out a cold snort. Your son dared to steal our young master Su's tower cards. You decide how to handle this. Whack! Song Yuan immediately slapped Victor, then kicked him to the ground again. Rebellious son, how often do I teach you? You still dare to steal other people's tower cards? How many did you steal? Victor dared not resist, falling to the ground, and mumbled somewhat aggrievedly, he gave them to me willingly. About 30 or 40, I can't remember. Chapter 15, Demon Tower Rubik's Cube. Su Mu, by relying on his academic performance, could only earn 5 tower cards as a reward each month, totaling only a few dozen. How could Victor remember clearly? When he took them, he had the mindset that even a small mosquito has some meat. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan truly became angry and started kicking Victor furiously. He cursed Victor in his heart for being useless. What kind of mess was this? Such a large family, almost having their home torn down over a few tower cards. His son was truly pathetic, not even letting go of such a small thing, and he hadn't lacked anything usually. The more Song Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking Victor several more times until blood started to trickle from his mouth. After kicking Victor, Song Yuan calmed down for a moment, then turned his face to look at Su Mu solicitously. Young Master Su, we are indeed in the wrong on this matter. Our Song family will certainly compensate you. Just name your price, and I, Song Yuan, will not haggle. Song Yuan's heart was bleeding. It seemed he could only ward off disaster by losing money this time. Su Mu thought for a moment, then glanced at Victor on the ground. Patriarch Song, normally, I start my gacha pulls with 2,000 cards. What Su Mu said was indeed the truth. Song Yuan's heart sank. He only thought Su Mu was showing off who gachas 2,000 cards at once. But he could only force a smile, gritting his teeth. 2,000 cards it is, whatever young Master Su says. Giving up these 20 million would definitely be a burden for their Song family. Oh? Patriarch Song misunderstands. I didn't say I wanted 2,000 cards. If I said 2,000 cards, wouldn't that be looking down on your Song family? How about this, you compensate me with 10,000 cards first, and I'll start drawing. Song Yuan gasped. This was 100 million. This Su Mu was simply a brazen opportunist, asking for 10,000 cards straight away, and saying just for starters. This meant he'd keep asking for more later. Song Yuan was on the verge of tears. Young Master Su, you see, we're a small family, we really can't come up with that much. Besides, young Master Su, you actually didn't lose anything. My son was severely injured last time. Boom! Gong waved his right hand, and his arm instantly swelled like a beast's claw, sending Song Yuan flying several meters with one blow. Put! Song Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Who can compare to our young master? What is he? He deserved to be beaten. Gong's face was full of arrogance, and his tone was utterly disdainful of Victor. Song Yuan and Victor were both filled with indignation. They finally understood how those they usually bullied felt. Song Yuan, still spitting blood, forced a smile and said, "Elder Gong is right, my son deserved it. 10,000 cards it is. Our Song family doesn't have that many right now, but once we've raised them, we'll personally deliver them to your residence later." Song Yuan had to swallow his pride and bitterness. Too late. Not one less than 20,000 tower cards. Deliver them to us in 3 days, or your Song family won't need to exist anymore. After Elder Gong finished speaking, he left an address, then took Su Mu and soared into the sky, flying directly out of the Song family's old mansion. Sitting in the car on the way home, Gong reverted to his old butler persona, completely different from how he had been at the Song family's place. Impressive, Gong. Su Mu secretly clicked his tongue. This trip to the Song family felt like a dream. In the blink of an eye, so many tower cards were now accounted for. This was too exaggerated. Gong wanted to go to number 1 middle school to talk to the principal, but Su Mu stopped him. He felt that number 4 high school was quite good now. Since number 1 high school didn't want him, there was no need for him to fawn over them. The matter of number 1 high school could be discussed later. He wanted to use his own strength to make number 1 high school regret their decision. The old Song family residence. A dead silence permeated the Song family. Looking at the dilapidated Song family mansion, Song Yuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No one dared to break the momentary silence, fearing they might invite trouble. Investigate. Find out if this Su Mu was really Su Xinghe's son. Why would Su Xinghe's son be in Tianhai City? He, Song Yuan, wasn't a fool. Taking a couple of punches was one thing, but if the other party truly belonged to the Su family, he couldn't take that risk. But those 20,000 tower cards, they couldn't just foolishly hand them over after a few words. Upon hearing this, the subordinates felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly agreed, then rushed out. Back home, Su Mu began browsing the internet again. When he opened his web browser, he found that the entire network was dominated by a single news story. The headline on the homepage read, November 3, 2050, an S-rank demon tower appears in Tianqing City, Tiandu Province, codenamed Rubik's Cube. The nation is currently handling it urgently. Please, everyone, do not travel to Tianqing City in the near future. An S-rank demon tower? That was indeed a major event. Demon towers also had rankings, ranging from C rank to SSS rank. The judging criteria are generally based on the strength of the strongest monsters in the demon tower. An S-rank demon tower is a terrifying existence with common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord monsters. Su Mu didn't expect a new demon tower to be so close to him. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously, indicating that this world was clearly not as safe as it seemed. The Song family was quick. The very next afternoon, a gacha pool ring was delivered into Su Mu's hands. Moreover, the gacha pool ring was personally delivered by Song Yuan. It seemed the Song family had confirmed Su Mu's identity, which is why they wasted no time in sending over the tower cards. However, there weren't 20,000 cards, only 8,000 tower cards. Song Yuan personally came to explain that they genuinely couldn't produce that many tower cards at once and asked Su Mu and his group for a few more days' grace. Gong didn't make things difficult for Song Yuan and gave them another week. After all, suddenly coming up with 200 million funds would be quite difficult for the Song family. A few days later, Zi Honxio's 1,000 tower cards were also delivered to Su Mu. Coupled with the S-rank agreement signed with number 4 middle school, Su Mu's tower cards quickly increased to missing number tower cards. Su Mu needed to seriously consider whether he should use so many tower cards to pull for other Eidolons or continue pulling for the immortal Hell Phoenix. Just as Su Mu was thinking. Bang! The door to his bedroom suddenly opened from the outside, and Gong walked in, looking a bit flustered. This was the first time Gong had opened the door without knocking, and seeing Gong's expression, a bad premonition flashed through Su Mu's mind. Sure enough, Gong, seeing Su Mu, immediately said anxiously, "Young master, quickly pack up. We need to leave here for now. What happened, Gong? Gong hesitated. There might be some trouble on your father's side. You pack up first, and we'll talk on the way. Sumu was shocked, not expecting it to be about his father. But it was already too late. Boom! A loud bang came from the front door downstairs, as if someone had forcibly blasted their way into the villa. He hadn't expected karma to come so quickly. Just a few days ago, he had smashed the Song family's door, and now his own door was being smashed so soon. Gong's face was solemn, and he took a deep breath. What's coming will come. It's okay, Sumu. Before any definite news about your dad comes out, they won't dare to do anything to you. Don't worry, I will always be on your side. Chapter 16, Killed Directly. Hearing Gong's words, Sumu understood, yet didn't understand, but he always trusted Gong, so he followed Gong downstairs. When Sumu saw the situation on the first floor, he seemed to instantly understand what was going on. The front door downstairs had been forcibly broken open. The entire door was reduced to a pile of debris. There were only 3 people in the hall, a beautiful young woman in a chipao, leaning casually on the sofa as if she were in her own home, holding a glass of Sumu's family's red wine and sipping it idly, looking completely relaxed. Behind her stood 2 people, a young man about his age, bearing a striking 7 or 8 resemblance to her, was looking at him with a half-smile. The other was clearly a burly man who looked like a bodyguard, with 3 colored lights flickering around him, actually an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level expert. Oh, Gong Tianqing, this brat is that little bastard. Seeing Sumu and Gong come down, the beautiful young woman sneered and mocked them. Gong immediately grew furious. Zhang Huilan, the head of the family isn't dead yet, the Su family isn't yours to command. Ha, ha, ha. A sharp burst of laughter rang out. You old geezer are still like a stone in a latrine, stinky and stubborn. Su Wu, teach him how to speak to me. Before her words had even finished, Su Wu, behind her, moved sharply. The stairs Su Mu was standing on instantly shattered. Fortunately, Gong reacted quickly, shielding Su Mu behind him to prevent him from getting hurt. But Gong's back took a solid hit from Su Wu. Bang! Gong! Su Mu cried out worriedly. Gong's face flushed, then quickly turned pale. Fortunately, as Gong summoned his eidolon, his complexion quickly returned to normal, and he turned to fight Su Wu. You have time to care about others, care about yourself. Crack! A purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared above Su Mu's head. Su Mu's reaction was incredibly fast. He instantly summoned his eidolon to possess him. Even so, Su Mu still felt his whole body go numb. Su Mu somewhat understood since he was an illegitimate child, this person must be the child of his cheap father and his legitimate wife. The woman on the sofa was his father's legitimate wife. It seemed something had happened to his father, and they were here specifically to cause him trouble. Ha, I've long heard I have a good-for-nothing older brother. I didn't expect to see him today and find out he truly is useless, unable to even withstand one of my attacks. Behind Su Bing, a powerful, formidable phantom had coalesced. This phantom, like a god of war, clutched a giant hammer radiating dazzling lightning, as if it could easily shatter mountains. Common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, Thunder Odin. A purple gold giant hammer simultaneously appeared in Su Bing's hand, clearly the exclusive weapon of Thor Odin. How could Su Mu just sit and wait for death? He was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, black gold flames surging around him, and the blood-forged spear appeared in his hand. Then let me see what strength this genius from Tiandu province truly possesses. Boom! The spear tip, like a fire dragon, slammed fiercely into the giant hammer. Flames and lightning, like 2 enraged dragons, intertwined and wrapped around each other in the air. Ha ha! You drew all those common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal with our Su family's money, didn't you? Looks like my dad spent quite a bit on you. Too bad, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal also have their differences. I'll show you the power of my 2 constellation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Constellation 1 skill, lightning incarnation. The phantom behind Su Bing came alive, instantly diving into Su Bing's body. The giant hammer in his hand was tightly entwined with purple lightning, like a fierce dragon, instantly expanding in size and becoming almost corporeal. Mighty thunderbolts! Su Bing leaped high like an agile cheetah, brilliant lightning flashing around him, coiling like silver serpents. With the might of 1,000 tons capable of overturning mountains and seas, he brought his hammer down on Sumu like Mount Tai crushing an egg. Hellfire annihilation. Sumu, like a burning meteor, also summoned a fire phoenix. The flames transformed into a phoenix, a blazing inferno, and with lightning speed, he thrust a spear towards the giant lightning hammer. However, Sumu was caught off guard when his fire phoenix proved to be so fragile. The moment it met the lightning hammer, it was instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! The giant hammer, like Mount Tai crushing an egg, carrying the might of 1,000 thunderbolts, effortlessly shattered the black gold flames around Sumu's body, then slammed into Sumu's chest like a meteor. Put! Sumu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying backward. At this time, Gong was also in a fierce battle with Su Wu. Gong was extremely anxious, but couldn't disengage. And because he was worried about Su Mu's situation, Su Wu found an opportunity and landed several heavy blows on him. Gong could only turn back and continue to focus on his fight with Su Wu. With that single blow, Su Mu's Eidolon aura instantly dropped to zero, directly disengaging him from the possessed state, and the last whisper immediately activated. Just as Su Mu was about to desperately fight Su Bing. Alright. Everyone stop. Zhang Huilan casually tossed her wine glass and stood up. Now that Su Xinghe was only missing, she still didn't dare to truly kill Su Mu. If Su Xinghe returned, she wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. She had temporarily taken charge of the Su family's affairs and discovered some funds flowing into Tianhai City recently. That's when she found out that Su Xinghe had been secretly raising an illegitimate child outside. This time, she specifically came to see what Su Mu was like. Hearing Zhang Huilan's words, Su Wu instantly stopped and stood silently beside Zhang Huilan, though he still had a fierce, unfulfilled look of battle in his eyes. Gong, meanwhile, slowly disengaged from his beast form. His condition was clearly poor, covered in charred wounds, and blood continuously spilled from his mouth. Gong was clearly no match for Su Wu in this fight. You little bastard, all these years you spent and used our Su family's resources, do you think you don't have to pay it back? Zhang Huilan squatted in front of Su Mu, who was lying on the ground, speaking with sharp words and a sinister expression. Su Mu lay on the ground, slowly raising his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a paw, then revealing an expression of disdain. Who are you, old ant? If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me. Hearing Su Mu's words, Zhang Huilan didn't get angry, but instead laughed. Good. 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 What courage! 2 beams of light also lit up around her, her palm transforming into a blade, and she slashed at Su Mu's neck. Gong immediately blocked in front of Su Mu. How dare you? What are you, to represent the Su family? She can't represent it, but what about me? No sooner said than done, an elderly voice, like a resounding bell, rang out. An old man strolled into the courtyard as if taking a leisurely walk. Her appearance didn't look old, like a woman in her 40s. The reason she was called an elder was due to her head full of silver white hair. Behind her was a vast crowd of people. Zhang Huilan and Su Bing, as if finding their backbone, immediately quickened their steps to greet them. Mom! Brother! Grandma! Uncle! Sumu then realized that all these people were his relatives, and even his grandmother had come. It was his first time meeting these relatives, and he had no idea what their attitudes were towards him. However, they clearly hadn't just arrived. They allowed Zhang Huilan and her son to bully him, indicating they were on Zhang Huilan and her son's side. Old Mrs. Mu. Gong was also greatly alarmed. Even Su Xinghe's mother had shown up. This matter was going to be difficult to handle. So you are Su Mu? Old Madame Mu paced over to Su Mu, scrutinizing him. She wasn't tall, but she exuded a condescending aura. Gong dared not be disrespectful in front of old Madame Mu. Old Madame Mu, he's just a child who knows nothing. Let's wait for Chairman Su to return first. Whack! Old Madame Mu turned and slapped Gong. When is it your turn to interfere in our Su family's affairs? We took pity on you back then, but now you're just a dog of our family. Gong's mouth was bleeding from the slap, but he dared not resist, only obediently standing aside. Jiang Huilan and Su Bing stood by, gloating, looking smug. It was as if they were saying, "Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Old Madame Mu looked at Su Mu again. My identity can represent the Su family, right? Without waiting for Su Mu to respond, she continued, according to family law, a bastard like you should be killed directly. Chapter 17, Top 10 High School League. Su Mu was startled. He hadn't expected his grandmother to harbor such deep resentment towards him. However, you are still a bloodline of our Su family, she waved her hand behind her. Su Mu's aunt handed over some documents. This is an agreement. After signing it, everything of the Su family will have nothing to do with you. Our Su family will also issue a statement that you will be completely unrelated to the Su family, but we can spare your dog life. Then, old Madame Mu threw the materials and pen onto the ground. Su Mu, with blood at the corner of his mouth, looked at the room full of people. These were his relatives, yet at this moment, not a single one showed a trace of pity, all looking at him with the eyes of strangers, seemingly mixed with some disgust. If Su Xing had died, it would immediately involve choosing a new patriarch and dividing the family property. No one wanted to lose out on a share. Su Mu had nothing to hesitate about. He didn't care for such a family. Fine. I'll sign. Wait. Someone suddenly interrupted. Mom, these common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons on this bastard, my brother gave them to him too, right? My son Xiaohao's eidolons are not even common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. No! Gong roared, instantly realizing what these people wanted to do. You can't do this. He tried to stop them, but several people immediately came forward and dragged him away. Old Madame Mu nodded. That's right, all his eidolons and skills should belong to the Su family. Eldest brother. Extract it from him. As for who it goes to, we'll discuss that later. Alright, mother. Su Mu's eldest uncle immediately stepped forward, leading several people, and with a sinister smile, pinned Su Mu down. This kid still has quite a bit of strength. The few people were at least awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Although Su Mu was in the last whisper state at this moment, he couldn't stop them at all. They had probably prepared to do this for a long time. The materials for transferring eidolons were not easy to acquire, even more expensive than directly buying a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. They would rather not directly buy a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, but instead extract the eidolon from Su Mu's body, showing just how malicious they were towards Su Mu. Something like a syringe was inserted into Su Mu's body, and Su Mu instantly felt as if some special energy was being drawn out of him. An extreme pain rose from the depths of Su Mu's heart, but at this moment, he was completely controlled by an energy, unable even to scream. Finally, a miniature phoenix was extracted from Su Mu's body. Su Mu felt his soul being hollowed out in an instant. He was extremely weak, his vision blurred, and countless specks of light seemed to flash before his eyes. Is this what death feels like? Su Bing looked at the dying Su Mu lying on the ground, kicked him with his foot, and asked, "He's not just going to die like this, is he?" The eldest uncle said indifferently, "He won't die, he's strong. Besides, if he dies, he dies. Who told him to take things from the Su family?" His aunt's expression was also somewhat disappointed. She wasn't pitying Su Mu, but rather regretting that the ownership of this common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon hadn't yet been confirmed to fall to her. The group then took Su Mu's hand and pressed his fingerprint onto the agreement. Without caring whether Su Mu lived or died, they left with a flourish. Gong looked sadly at the dying Su Mu on the ground. Having an eidolon extracted was no small matter. An eidolon is a mysterious energy integrated with an eidolon martial artist. The longer it possesses someone, the harder it is to extract. If it is drawn out, it causes significant harm to the host. Sumu was only able to have it successfully extracted because he had only possessed it for a short time, otherwise, he would be dead by now. Gong helped Sumu up. Young master, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital right now. Gong. Gong. Gong, quickly take me to the basement. Sumu struggled to get up. He knew that going to the hospital now wouldn't offer a good solution. He still had tower cards and the exclusive talent gacha pool for the Immortal Hell Phoenix. As long as he drew another Immortal Hell Phoenix, all his symptoms would be resolved. Fortunately, these people didn't know he still had so many tower cards, otherwise, today truly would have been a perilous day. Time was pressing, and Sumu was afraid that the sight of him drawing a Phantom God card would attract those people back. He urgently needed a hidden place, and the first place he thought of was the family basement. A moment later, a golden red light flashed from the basement of Sumu's family villa. Watching Sumu draw another Immortal Hell Phoenix, Gong was shocked. What kind of ability did Sumu possess? Not only could he draw common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons whenever he wanted, but he could also directly draw the specific eidolon he desired. However, he asked nothing. Everyone had their own secrets. With Sumu repossessing his eidolon, his condition finally recovered, and the injuries on his body continuously healed under rapid regeneration. After a moment's rest, Gong, what exactly happened to my dad? Sumu asked the question that had been on his mind. Alas. Gong sighed. Mr. Su led a team into the Cube Demon Tower a few days ago and has been out of contact for 72 hours. He can only be classified as missing now. You must understand that Eidolon warriors are powerful because of the existence of Eidolons. Without an Eidolon, they are absolutely no match for the Demon Tower monsters. So no matter how strong a person is, they won't always delve deep into the Demon Tower, they always need supplies and rest time. If it weren't for encountering danger, it would be impossible for them to be completely out of contact. Sumu's heart tensed. Su Xinghe, as the richest man in Tiandu province, possessed top-tier personal strength and bodyguard power. He never expected that even such a person would fall into the Demon Tower and be unable to get out, which shows just how terrifying the Demon Tower is. A sense of crisis rose in Sumu again. Adding to that, he was thoroughly beaten by Su Bing this time. Although they didn't fight after he entered the last Whisper state, it was the first time he had lost so badly against someone of the same level. He had always thought his strength was among the top of his peers, but now he realized he had been a bit too overconfident in his own abilities. Moreover, if Su Xinghe truly couldn't return, Sumu was certain that Zhang Huilan would 100% try to kill him. Sumu now only had two words in his mind. Gotcha. His eagerness to improve his own strength was unprecedentedly strong in this world, only one's own strength matters. This time, he not only wanted to gotcha, he wanted to directly draw 20,000 tower cards. He wanted to see what level common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal eidolon truly were. Early the next morning. Principal's office, Tianhai City 4th Middle School. What? You want to sign a higher agreement? But this agreement is already the highest. Fang Jianlong looked at Sumu in disbelief, wondering why he suddenly wanted to upgrade the agreement. Principal Fang, what if I make it into the top 10 of the National High School League? Don't you think the current agreement would be a bit low? Fang Jianlong's heart began to thump uncontrollably. Making it into the top 10 of the National High School League was something he couldn't even dream of. For their small area, it was impossible, even for first high school. If Sumu could really achieve that, their fourth high school could use this to surpass first high school in one fell swoop, becoming the #1 high school in Tianhai City. That would be his greatest achievement since taking office. But after calming down for a moment, Fang Jianlong gave a self-deprecating laugh. How could that be? No matter how strong Sumu was, he was only strong in Tianhai City. Compared to high school students nationwide, how could he rank in the top 10? Seeing Fang Jianlong's hesitation, Sumu could only lean into his ear and whisper a few words. Fang Jianlong's face instantly changed dramatically, his eyes flickering, an expression of utter disbelief on his face. Finally, Fang Jianlong signed an SS-level agreement with Sumu for 4,000 tower cards, requiring Sumu to make it into the top 10 of the National High School League. Aside from the 2,000 tower cards already given to Sumu, Fang Jianlong gave Sumu another 2,000 tower cards. For these 4,000 tower cards, Fang Jianlong had truly gone all out, emptying the fourth high school's coffers. He even contributed his own private savings to Sumu. If Sumu couldn't make it into the top 10 this time and couldn't repay the money, his position as principal would definitely be lost, and he might even face a lawsuit. After Sumu left, Fang Jianlong was still dazed. Sumu told him he was Su Xing, his illegitimate son, and Fang Jianlong was half believing. However, the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal set he was wearing couldn't be faked, and coupled with the temptation of being among the top 10 in the country, he somehow ended up agreeing to Sumu's demands. Sumu took advantage of the fact that the Su family hadn't yet announced his situation, using the Su family's identity whenever he could. Ugh! I got carried away. So carried away. How could I have believed that kid's flattery? Fang Jianlong pounded his chest and stamped his feet, regretting how he had been momentarily possessed by a devil and believed Sumu's words. This is the National High School Top 10. Even if he were truly Su Xing, his illegitimate son, could he achieve that? It was too late to regret now. He could only accompany Sumu down this dark path. Sumu now possessed 10,500 tower cards. Adding the 6,000 tower cards he had previously drawn, he still needed 2,950 tower cards to reach 19450. He got into Gong's car. Let's go, Gong, we're collecting debts for the Song family. Gong hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, I'm afraid that won't work. This morning, Song Yuan found me and asked me to return the 8,000 tower cards she previously gave us. She probably already knows something, or she directly received Jiang Huiwen's support and is intentionally causing us trouble. Sumu fell silent. He hadn't expected such a quick reversal. Without the Song family, it would be difficult for him to achieve those 2,950 tower cards. If not, he could only try his luck in the Demon Tower. He knew that children from ordinary civilian families who wanted to get ahead often had to risk their lives in the Demon Tower, because tower cards genuinely dropped there. However, they usually waited until they reached awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level before entering, otherwise, the death rate would be far too high. Gong sensed Sumu's thoughts. Young master, I know your urgent desire to increase your strength, but you already have a full set of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Tower cards are merely supplementary. Sumu could only be honest with Gong now. Gong, I really need 2,950 tower cards before the high school league. Once I have them, my strength will undergo a qualitative change. Gong thought for a moment. He chose to believe Sumu unconditionally. Since Sumu said so, there must be a reason, especially since Sumu had drawn an entire set of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tower cards right under his nose. Alright, then let's sell the house and car first. I'll figure out the rest. Chapter 18, Max Constellation Immortal Hell Phoenix. Gong's efficiency was still very high. He found a buyer the next day. They moved out of the villa and rented a 3-bedroom apartment not far from high school number 4, where they temporarily settled. The villa and car together sold for over 18 million, which was actually a bit low. This was because the house still needed repairs, and Sumu was in urgent need of cash. With no other option, he had to sell them at a reduced price. Finally, Sumu handed over some of the low-tier cards he had pulled previously to Gong. These included several common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal cards. All in all, these miscellaneous cards sold for nearly 11 million, and he finally had enough money to buy tower cards. With enough tower cards, Sumu could no longer contain his excitement. He went to the bedroom of his rented apartment, ready to gotcha. This time, he pulled all the curtains in the room, leaving not a single gap. He was afraid that the light from obtaining high-level cards would affect the surrounding residents. Unfortunately, there was no basement here, so he had to make do for now. The starlight in Sumu's inner bedroom began to flicker. Gotcha pity system progress 1000 2000 pity system, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Gacha pity system progress 7000 pity system, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Gacha pity system progress 1500 2000 pity system, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Gacha pity system progress 7500 pity system, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Gacha pity system progress 2000 pity system, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Gacha pity system progress 8000 pity system, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. A red light pulsed, bathing Sumu entirely in a sea of red. The pity system had been triggered. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Constellation 1 unlocked. Sumu chose to continue pulling from the exclusive gacha pool for the Immortal Hell Phoenix. Increasing the constellation of the Immortal Hell Phoenix was still very important. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Constellation 2 unlocked. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Constellation 3 unlocked. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Constellation 4 unlocked. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Constellation 5 unlocked. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Constellation 6 unlocked. Immortal Hell Phoenix, max constellation achieved. Although Sumu had wrapped the room tightly, a faint golden red light still seeped through the bedroom door. Gong, sitting in the living room, was already somewhat numb watching the bedroom continuously flicker with red light. Is this Sumu running a wholesale business for common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal items? No wonder they said there would be a qualitative change. He was enhancing constellations all along. For ordinary people, possessing even a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, or immortal Eidolon was a luxury, yet Sumu was already upgrading constellations. At this moment, Sumu looked at the panel of his max constellation Immortal Hell Phoenix. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Stats plus 500%. Passive skill. Accelerated Hellblood, accelerates aura consumption speed, increases stats aura consumption speed plus 500%, stats plus 1000%. PS, Eidolon detaches from possession when aura reaches 0. Possession for death, upon taking fatal damage, Eidolon automatically sacrifices itself, entering aura recovery state. Rapid healing, accelerating Eidolon aura consumption can speed up the physical recovery of the possessor. Rebirth from blood, after Eidolon detaches from possession, aura recovery speed plus 500%, immune to fire damage, can accelerate aura recovery in fire. Constellation 1 Phoenix Strike, unleashes a full power strike from the Immortal Hell Phoenix, dealing massive damage. Constellation 2 Phoenix Combat, all skill attack ranges plus 100%. Constellation 3 Phoenix Soar, deals 30% splash damage to surrounding enemies. Constellation 4 Phoenix Guard, attacks gain 100% critical hit effect, critical damage plus 150%. Constellation 5 Phoenix Might, activates the Immortal Hell Phoenix's domain. Within the domain, ignores 50% of the opponent's defense. Constellation 6 Phoenix Havoc, within the domain, aura recovery speed plus 100%, HP recovery speed plus 100%, movement speed plus 30%, all attributes plus 30%. The abilities of the constellations are indeed monstrous, no wonder that Su Bing was so arrogant. The bonuses from high-level constellations are truly a qualitative change. However, these are just minor details for now. Sumu's true pursuit this time is the pity system for common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal or legendary Eidolons, an existence even higher than common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. They've only been heard of, but never truly seen. Sumu is extremely excited about these legendary common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Next up is the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal pity system. Sumu's heart was pounding. Gotcha. Outside the bedroom door, Gong thought Sumu had finished his pulls and was about to come in to congratulate him. To his surprise, Sumu's room began to flash with light again, but this time the light was golden. Just as Gong was getting used to it, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and the sky became covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds grew lower and lower, forming a terrifying dark cloud vortex, as if something was about to break through from within. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, narrowly missing Sumu's residential building. Ding! Talent upgraded. Ding! Talent skill unlocked. Obtained primordial golden crow common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. A golden card appeared before Sumu. The moment the card appeared, boom! A thunderous roar, like mountains collapsing and tsunamis raging, echoed across the entire sky above Tianhai City. The golden light, like a burst dam, could no longer be contained, gushing out like a violent storm, instantly dyeing Sumu's entire room a brilliant gold. In the dim surrounding light, Sumu's room shone with exceptional brilliance, like a dazzling pearl in the night, emitting an irresistible glow. Boom! Boom! A deafening clap of thunder suddenly erupted, as if it would tear the world apart, followed immediately by a dazzling bolt of lightning that struck down like a sharp sword, right against the wall outside Sumu's room. Click! The bedroom glass was completely shattered, as if a mirror had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the wall was split in half like bamboo, a huge crack forcibly torn through it. Sumu was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, no one said drawing a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal would get me struck by lightning. It wasn't over yet. The dark clouds in the sky rolled like an agitated inkwell, clearly about to birth a second bolt of lightning, like a dragon about to break free from its restraints. Bang! Sumu's room was burst open by Gong, who was visibly stunned when he saw the golden common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal card in Sumu's hand. Isn't this golden card the legendary? Common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, but his mood quickly calmed. A card of this caliber was beyond what he could handle, so he quickly suppressed the greed in his heart. Young master! Let's go! Gong let out a shout, grabbed Sumu, and jumped out of the living room window. He dragged Sumu directly into the air, soaring into the sky at an incredibly fast speed, not only to evade the lightning tribulation behind them but also to avoid the prying eyes of others. By now, Sumu's home had become like a beacon in the neighborhood. Countless interested parties were already staring at the place. This was Sumu's first time flying directly through the sky. He clung to Gong's body, feeling a sense of boundless freedom, if only it weren't for this damned heavenly tribulation. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. Gong dodged swiftly but was still grazed by the lightning tribulation. Gong shuddered, steadying himself. Sumu, under Gong's protection, didn't suffer much harm. Although Gong evaded the damage, he was terrified. The lightning attack was horrifying. If hit directly, he would surely be severely injured. Just then, something even more terrifying happened. A colossal giant eye appeared in the sky. This eye was like the vast firmament itself, overwhelming and seemingly enveloping the entire sky. What is that? Both Gong and Sumu were startled by the sudden changes in the sky. What the hell is that thing? Gong, being more experienced, whispered, "This must be the ability of an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level expert or higher. Damn it, we must have been targeted by him." Sumu was horrified. This terrifying giant eye was actually someone's ability. Indeed, the eye blinked in a human-like manner, its pupil rotating, then fixed on Sumu, who still carried a faint golden glow. In an instant, Sumu felt as if he was being intensely scrutinized by a ferocious beast. All the hairs on his body stood up in terror, and goosebumps erupted like mushrooms after rain. A pall of death, like a phantom, enveloped his heart, as if in the next second he would be swallowed by this endless darkness, heading towards the end of his life. Chapter 19, Primordial Golden Crow. Just as Sumu was filled with despair. What kind of rat dares to pry into my Tianhai city? A majestic and powerful roar rang out. Immediately, a heaven-piercing sword light appeared, like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, or a sharp sword stabbing straight into the clouds, coming from far away to close by, with immense momentum, as if it intended to cleave heaven and earth apart. This single sword strike was like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens. Its terrifying power even dispelled the thunderclouds in the sky. The gigantic eye in the sky was struck as if by lightning, instantly suffering severe damage. It immediately shut tight, and faintly, specks of fresh blood could be seen scattering like raindrops. At this moment, that voice spoke again. Should you encounter danger again, you may come to my sword tower army. Although no names were mentioned, Sumu understood that the words were directed at him. After this voice faded, the entire Tianhai city instantly returned to quiet. Those who had been lurking in the shadows observing all vanished, and the sky became clear once more. The aftermath operations for the entire city began. For areas struck by lightning, fire rescue, casualty rescue, and repairs commenced. Everything returned to normal. Gong was also extremely astonished. All these changes happened in an instant. Sumu had seen Gong in action. Gong was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, and in Sumu's opinion, he certainly wasn't an opponent for Gong, but he wasn't unattainable either. But the two individuals he witnessed today, what they did was simply beyond human capability. They could only be considered non-human. Gong didn't dare to take Sumu home, instead finding a secluded spot to land. He led Sumu through twists and turns into a hidden corner, opened a room door, and went inside. This was a safe house Gong had prepared earlier for unexpected situations. There were several such rooms in Tianhai City, and it certainly came in handy today. After much hassle, the two finally settled down. Sumu finally had time to check his common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Primeval Golden Crow common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Stats plus 1000%. Passive skill. Eternal, Primeval Golden Crow possession state no longer consumes aura, can be maintained continuously, and cannot be forcibly dislodged. Sumu was stunned by the first skill. A permanent eidolon possession state? Is it that overpowered? Not to mention the direct plus 1000% stats, but the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill is simply terrifying, isn't it? Sumu continued reading, and when he saw the second skill, he was even more dumbfounded. Power of the Primeval, while in possession, permanently increased stats by 0.001 points per second. Sumu had a million holy SHTs in his mind. He wouldn't even need other skills. These two alone were worthy of the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tier. Increasing by 0.001 every second, wouldn't that mean he could gain 86.4 stats in a day doing nothing? That's just insane. Because of the Last Whisper talent, his gacha had already raised his stats to 100 points recently, which was already the peak of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. After he breaks through to the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier, he can continue to break through. Even at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier, with the power of the primeval skill, it would only take a little over 10 days to reach the 1000 stats cap for the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. He continued to look at the remaining skills. Sacrifice, the primordial golden crow burns itself, all attributes plus 2000% for 20 minutes. After the skill ends, temporarily exits the possession state. Wings of the Golden Crow, can summon the Golden Crow's twin innate wings for flight, speed plus 100%. Dedication felt a bit redundant, overlapping somewhat with the Last Whisper, but the Golden Crow wings were really good, allowing Sumu to learn to fly before reaching the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. That's truly excellent. Who doesn't dream of flying? After drawing 20,000 tower cards, his talent skill also underwent its second upgrade. The Last Whisper Level 3. Gacha Pity System Progress 0 2000 Pity System, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Gacha Pity System Progress 0 Pity System, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Gacha pity system, progress 0 pity system, sovereign level. Each gacha increases stats by 0.004 points. Before the pity system, it's impossible to draw anything above common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Drawn pity system cards can only be used by oneself. Talent skill, each Eidolon grants plus 3000% stats for 10 minutes upon dismounting stackable. Exclusive gacha pool. Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Primordial Golden Crow common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. I never thought that beyond common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal, there would be an even more terrifying overlord tier. What an incredibly frightening Eidolon level this must be. I've never even heard of it. The talent skill has also been upgraded again. Each Eidolon boosts attributes after dismounting. However, it requires drawing 200,000 tower cards to unlock, which seems like an incredibly distant goal. After reviewing the skills of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal tiers, Sumu was eager to enter the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier and possess his second Eidolon. Progressing from the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier to another awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier wasn't difficult. It only required an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord advancement card, which Sumu had already prepared. He had drawn this in a previous gacha, saving him from having to buy it. This single advancement card alone was worth 1 million dasha coins, a considerable sum. When Gong in the room saw Sumu take out this advancement card, although it felt natural, he couldn't help but sigh. How much time had passed, and Sumu was already about to enter the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier? Thinking back to his own past, it truly made one exasperated comparing oneself to others. As the white awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord advancement card transformed into white light particles and vanished into the air, Sumu suddenly felt as if a fierce giant beast was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord within him. It seemed as though the firm genetic shackles in his body were forcibly torn apart by some mysterious power. A tingling, exhilarating sensation, like an electric current spreading throughout his entire body, surged from his head to his toes like a bursting dam. Amazing! The next second, a golden crow with wings spread appeared behind Sumu. The golden crow's wings were spread in a soaring posture, with a great sun behind it, illuminating all its feathers with a dazzling bright red glow. Name, Sumu. Status. Stats 100. Health, 100%. Stamina, 100%. Aura, 100%. Grade, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level. Eidolon 1, Immortal Hell Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Eidolon 2, Primordial Golden Crow common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Proficiency, Novice 0100. Skill Hellfire Annihilation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Weapon, Blood Forged Spear common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Upon reaching awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord rank, your aura will significantly increase, allowing you to possess 2 Eidolons. Both Eidolons can be summoned simultaneously, but doing so will also double the aura consumption. Huff! A pair of golden energy wings unfurled from Sumu's back. With a twitch of his wings, he instantly felt much lighter. This was the ancestral Golden Crow skill, Wings of the Golden Crow. Unfortunately, the current situation didn't allow him to test fly, so Sumu had to give up on the idea. Early the next morning, Gong took Sumu and left the safe house, preparing to go out and investigate the situation. They found that Tianhai City had completely returned to calm, as if it had forgotten what happened yesterday. Even the residential complex they rented had completely returned to normal. The building where they lived, which had been charred black by lightning, was now fully restored. Sumu didn't know who the person was who helped out last night, but he remembered that person saying he should go to the Sword Tower military if he was in danger. They helped us, shouldn't we take the initiative to thank them? Gong nodded. You currently possess common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, and immortal eidolon. You should indeed report to the military. Maybe they'll come looking for us instead of us going to them. Hey! Sumu! Just as Sumu and Gong were chatting, a pleasant female voice rang out. Clara appeared in front of Sumu, panting. Her delicate little face, at this moment, was flushed with a vibrant red blush, like a ripe apple, looking exceptionally alluring. It was unclear whether this was due to a slight internal excitement or running too hurriedly. Her slightly parted small mouth was gasping for air, and her whole body appeared out of breath and delicate, making people feel a surge of affection. Sumu, where have you been these past few days? Did something happen to your family? I heard you sold your house. Clara immediately launched into a series of questions, like a machine gun. Sumu then remembered that his phone was damaged in the last battle with Su Bing, and he hadn't bought a new one yet. He guessed Clara must have been anxious these past 2 days from not being able to contact him. Sumu scratched his head apologetically. Xingxian, I'm fine. My phone just broke. I did sell the house Gong and I don't need such a big place. Clara's face flushed even redder upon hearing Sumu affectionately call her Xingxian. She slightly lowered her head, not daring to look into Sumu's eyes. Are you really short on money? Sumu said jokingly, yes, do you want to support me? After Sumu finished speaking, Clara disregarded the custom of men and women not touching, grabbed Sumu's hand, and forcefully thrust a card into his hand. Here, take this. Sumu looked and saw it was a gacha pool pack containing 500 tower cards. When he looked up again, Clara had already run far away, leaving only one sentence, hurry up. We'll be late for school. Sumu looked at the gacha pool pack in his hand and sighed, thinking what a little rich girl she was. Then he thought again, it wouldn't be bad if I were really kept. When he arrived at school, classes had indeed already started. However, Sumu's status at 4th middle school was extraordinary. Attending classes was entirely voluntary, and no one would interfere with him. When he arrived at the entrance of Class 1, he saw Fang Jianlong already waiting at the classroom door. Upon seeing Sumu, he quickly walked over. Student Su, you're finally here. I couldn't reach you, but I heard from Xingxian that you were coming to school today, so I waited for you here in advance. Sumu was a little surprised. Principal Feng, what's wrong? Someone from the military is looking for you. Chapter 20, Registration. So fast. Sumu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't even gone to the military yet, and their people were already coming for him. But they didn't seem to bear any ill will and were very well behaved, not contacting him directly but through the school. Sure enough, Fang Jianlong also said, Sumu, you don't need to worry. They are just routine inquiries and won't take you out of school. I've already spoken with them, and I'll be there to accompany you the whole time. Sumu's current value was synonymous with Fang Jianlong's future, and he didn't want anything to happen to Sumu. Soon, Fang Jianlong led Sumu to the reception room in the administration building. Through the reception room's glass, Sumu saw that there weren't many people in the room, only one man and one woman were seated. Both of them looked young, dressed in unified military uniforms, holding black canes, and with a 3/7 parted hairstyle. However, it looked a bit awkward, like young people trying to comb their hair in an adult style. The woman had long black hair over her shoulders, a pretty face, and was holding a notebook. After greeting each other, the four officially took their seats. After Wang Ming sat down, he placed his cane across his lap, adjusted his collar, and said, Young friend Su, you were accomplished at a young age. Yesterday you were still an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, and today you are an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Presumably, that common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon has already possessed you. Wang Ming's first sentence struck Fang Jianlong beside him like a bolt of lightning. What? Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. What terrifying words are these? Has Sumu become so strong? Following that was immense excitement. What Sumu said about being among the top 10 in the National High School League was not unfounded, it's genuinely very possible. Commander Wang, you are the one who was accomplished at a young age. If it weren't for your military department's intervention last night, I might already be dead, Sumu quickly thanked him. Wang Ming waved his hand, appearing unconcerned, it's just part of the job. These anti-human demon tower cultists, who specifically target and kill our great Xia's young geniuses, all deserve to die. Sumu then realized that there was such a religion within Great Xia. The demon tower cult regarded the demon tower as the will of their god, and they sought to be enemies with the whole world. There are always strange things happening in chaotic times. After chatting for a while, Wang Ming finally revealed his purpose. When I met young friend Su yesterday, I knew that for this National High School League, your current strength definitely makes you our Tianhai City's strongest seeded player. So I'd like to ask for your help, young friend Su. Wang Ming spoke very politely. He knew the value of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, and Sumu's future prospects were limitless. Sumu didn't equivocate, Commander Wang, just make the arrangements. Anything I can do, I will certainly give my full effort to. Wang Ming was very satisfied with Sumu's attitude. Although he had some talent, he wasn't arrogant about it. He nodded and continued, this high school league, one is to help our Tianhai City achieve a good ranking, and the second is to help us protect someone. Protect someone? Sumu was a little surprised. I'll give you the lowdown too. Wang Ming stood his cane upright and lowered his voice. This time, the preliminary round for our Tiandu Province High School League will be held within the new Demon Tower Cube. What? Fang Jianglong was the first to unable to sit still. He couldn't help but interrupt. How can the High School League be held in the Demon Tower? That's too dangerous. Please keep this confidential, both of you. But it won't be long until everyone knows. Wang Ming continued, I don't know the exact details either, it's just that this demon tower seems a bit special, so I want to ask young friend Su to help me protect someone. Okay. Sumu readily agreed. After all, the other party had saved him, and he was also going to participate in the league. There was no reason for him not to agree to something like this. Afterward, Bai Mei, Sumu's class teacher, arrived at the classroom. She officially announced the National High School League, which would begin a week later, and encouraged everyone to sign up. Fourth High was clearly different from First High. At First High, almost everyone signed up for such leagues, showing great enthusiasm, as everyone wanted to make an appearance at the National High School League. However, here at number 4 High, after hearing the news, the reaction was lukewarm, and morale was exceptionally low. Forget it, let's not get involved in these things at number 4 High. It's dangerous, and will just be background props for other schools. What's the point? Yeah, we've accepted our fate, this is how our lives will be. We'll just get into an ordinary university and live a plain life. In the end, besides Sumu and Clara, those who actively signed up included the chubby class monitor Wei Mingyuan and 5 other top students from the class. They had also received some support from the school, so they were definitely going to participate. This was already the best class in the 4th high school. One can only imagine what the enrollment situation would be like in other classes. Sumu could understand the other students. The current method of cultivating Eidolon warriors was a money sink. Only after being able to enter the Demon Tower independently could one acquire tower cards on their own, but even that was a life or death endeavor. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to stand out. No wonder Fang Jianlong looked at Sumu as if he had found a treasure, putting all his hopes on Sumu. It was simply too hard for 4th High to make a name for itself. Finally, under the continuous mobilization of the homeroom teacher, 2 more students signed up, at least bringing the total to 10 people. After the participants were confirmed, all students participating in the high school league were given a holiday to prepare well. They were to gather at the school gate next Monday, and the school would arrange transportation to take all students there. Of course, if they wished to go by themselves, that was also permitted. Unexpectedly, Sumu had just arrived at school for one day, hadn't even completed a single class, and then it was holiday again. At Clara's strong insistence, Clara had her driver take Sumu home. In the car, Sumu gave Clara all the miscellaneous cards he had just drawn. Sumu's luck was good this time. He drew 2 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons, 1 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill, and 1 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapon. His primordial golden crow didn't have exclusive equipment, weapons, or skills yet. He would use the weapons and skills for now. He gave all the remaining low-level cards to Clara, also wanting to compensate her for the 500 tower cards she had given him. Chapter 21, Entering the Demon Tower. Time flew by quickly, and a week passed in a flash. The National High School League was about to officially begin. Sumu looked at his attribute panel. Name, Sumu. Status. Stat 702.3. Health, 100%. Stamina, 100%. Aura, 100%. Grade, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level. Eidolon 1, Immortal Hell Phoenix Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Eidolon 2, Primordial Golden Crow Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Novice 5100. Skill 1, Hellfire Annihilation Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Skill 2, Golden Brocade Robe Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Beginner 3100. Weapon 1, Blood Forged Spear Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Mastered 545. Weapon 2, Shadow Demon Spear Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. Proficiency, Beginner 2100. One of the new items Sumu equipped was a Gold Element Defensive Cultivation Method, and the other was a Dark Element Spear Weapon. Neither of them was a perfect match for his Eidolon, but it was better than nothing. He was very satisfied with his current stats. 702 points in stats. Such terrifying stats meant he could no longer be considered a newcomer to the Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord levels. As for other students at the Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord levels, for Sumu, it would be a complete dimension reduction strike. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of a phone ringing. Sumu's new phone rang, and without looking, Sumu knew it was Clara calling. Ever since learning Sumu's new address, Clara had been coming to find Sumu every day, saying it was for pre-match preparations with Sumu. In reality, it was mainly to see Sumu. The two of them had sparred, but always stopped before things got serious, and Sumu never revealed his true strength. Alright, I'll be right out. Clara had already arrived at the door. She was going to ride with Sumu to the high school league. She had finally managed to convince her parents to let her participate in the league herself. Young master. Although the high school league is important, there's no need to push yourself. Safety is paramount, Gong said as he walked out of the bedroom. Gong looked very formal today, having changed into a suit. This time, Gong planned to drive Sumu himself instead of taking the school bus. Gong had bought a cheap used car for convenience. The first round of matches belonged to the preliminary stage of the high school league, hosted individually by each province. Only after qualifying would students from across the country compete together. The preliminary competition Sumu was participating in was naturally organized by Tiandu Province. Tiandu Province has a total of 8 cities, and each city has at least 3 to 4 high schools. When there are many people, more than 20,000 people participate in the league simultaneously. With such a large student base in Tiandu Province alone, multiple rounds of competition would certainly be needed to determine a winner. The league's location was Tianqing City, where the Demon Tower appeared. Tianqing City was not far from Tianhai City. As he approached Tianhai City, Sumu saw a towering black tower reaching into the sky. The pagoda soared into the clouds, its top invisible, as if directly connecting heaven and earth. Even from a distance, he could feel the immense pressure emanating from it. Is this the Demon Tower? Aside from photographs, this was the first time Sumu had seen a real demon tower. This demon tower, as its name suggests, would suddenly appear in the shape of a tower, from which a large number of monsters would actively emerge. The interior of the demon tower is actually like a closed world, vast and boundless. Humanity has currently explored less than 10% of the demon tower. At this moment, the entrance to the Tianhai City Demon Tower was already swarming with people. The entire Demon Tower area within a 10-kilometer radius was a restricted zone, completely sealed off by the Tendu Province military. It was currently only open to candidates participating in the high school league. Gong drove Sumu to the gate of the restricted zone but was stopped. The high school league inherently has a mortality rate, and with the competition taking place inside the Demon Tower, any student could be fighting their last battle. Therefore, a large number of parents personally came to the entrance of the restricted zone. Fortunately, the entire competition was broadcast live, and parents were allowed to wait at the Demon Tower entrance. To accommodate this, a large commercial area was set up, with numerous hotels and inns fully booked, necessitating the construction of many temporary tents, yet even so, demand still outstripped supply. Clara's parents arrived even earlier than Clara. Upon seeing Clara, her father glared fiercely at Sumu, as if to say, "How dare you run off with my precious daughter?" "Sumu, I'll be right back." Clara greeted Sumu and then went to join her parents. Gong also began repeatedly cautioning Sumu, telling him to be careful. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared not far from Sumu, signaling him to follow. Without much hesitation, Sumu followed, entering a hidden room. "Sumu, this is Shirley. You'll be grouped with her for this league, so thank you for your hard work." Wang Ming, whom Sumu hadn't seen in a while, pointed to a cold and aloof girl next to him, dressed in a black bodysuit with rebellious pink hair, and spoke directly to Sumu. The person looking for Sumu was indeed Wang Ming. Sumu had been wondering why Wang Ming hadn't contacted him yet. Protecting someone was something they had agreed upon long ago. He was about to agree. "Do I still need him to protect me?" "Don't be ridiculous, I can handle it myself," Shirley said with disdain, clearly not thinking much of Sumu. "A student from a trash school in Tianhai City, and I need him to protect me?" Wang Ming's face hardened, and his inherent authority naturally emanated. He sternly said, "Don't act like a spoiled little girl here. Is this something you can be willful about?" A moment later, Sumu walked out of the room, followed by the pink-haired girl, which drew frequent glances from others. By this time, countless students had already begun registering at the entrance before entering the Demon Tower restricted area. Sumu waited at the entrance for Clara to finish speaking with her parents so they could enter together. He also saw Su Bing from the Su family at this moment. He, surrounded by Jiang Huilan and a group of people, bypassed the queue and entered the Demon Tower restricted area directly through a special passage. "All right. Let's go, Sumu." Clara also parted ways with her parents and came to Sumu's side. She glanced at Shirley beside him, who gave her an eye roll in return. Sumu briefly explained a couple of things to Clara, and then the three of them walked towards the Demon Tower restricted area. Mr. and Mrs. Fong Xiong and Gong watched with worried eyes as Sumu and Clara entered the Demon Tower restricted area. They also turned and went to a huge plaza that had been arranged long ago. This plaza was astonishingly grand, its vast area easily capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. Although live broadcast throughout the event had been set up, the organizers still thoughtfully arranged on-site screens. In the middle of the plaza, a cluster of screens, formed by three massive screens seamlessly joined together, stood tall. Through advanced display technology and seamless connection processes, a clear and breathtaking picture was perfectly presented. No matter which corner of the square they were in, people could easily see everything happening inside the Demon Tower through these screens. On the second floor of the plaza, leaders from various sectors of Tiandu Province, as well as the Minister of Education, gathered here, with the principals of major universities standing behind them. The performance of the students this time directly represented the status of their schools and also determined the allocation of resources for various high schools next year. High school students in the Demon Tower restricted area had already begun to gather, grouping by city and then by high school. Sumu! Over here! A tanned, chubby boy was frantically waving at Sumu and Clara. It was none other than Wei Mingyuan, their class monitor. He looked even darker, clearly having put in a lot of extra training during this period. Arriving at the area designated for Tianhai 4th High School, Sumu clearly felt the sparse number of people compared to the large numbers and high morale of other schools. Their side seemed unusually deserted, and the students all appeared a bit timid. There was nothing they could do as the worst high school in Tianhai City. Tianhai City No. 4 High School always felt a step behind others. Not far away, at Tianhai City First High School, Sumu saw Victor standing at the front of the line from afar. He also saw Sumu, a provocative and somewhat playful expression on his face. Lily, standing nearby, looked at Sumu with a complex expression. They already knew about Sumu's eidolon being extracted and were unaware that Sumu had recovered. Victor was wondering how to get rid of Sumu during the competition. If it weren't for the military's control right now, he would have long since come over to taunt Sumu. At this moment, it could be said that all the high school geniuses from Tiandu province had gathered, ready to showcase their skills. At this moment, all aerial camera equipment and drone cameras focused on the entrance of the Demon Tower. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from high altitude like a meteor, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. He was seen diving towards the ground at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he landed steadily in front of everyone. Sumu looked closely and realized it was Wang Ming. At this moment, Wang Ming exuded an incredibly powerful aura, like a dazzling sun shining brightly in the sky, making it impossible to look directly at him. He stood there silently, yet exuded a mountain-like pressure. The terrifying oppressive feeling of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord levels instantly permeated the entire area. It made everyone's calves go soft, almost causing them to lose their balance. Wang Ming's sharp, eagle-like eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, as if to take in every expression and demeanor of everyone present. Afterward, he began the final mobilization and introduction of the competition format. In fact, the school had already clearly explained the competition rules to all students. I'll emphasize it one last time. After entering the Demon Tower, no one is allowed to enter the red zone. The league area is only to be held in the green zone. We have already properly cleared the green zone. No monsters too powerful for your strength will appear. Everyone will automatically gain points after killing monsters. 14 kills, points will be awarded based on contribution. All students can form teams freely, but malicious competition is prohibited. Now, enter in an orderly fashion. Chapter 22 Ranking. This method of competition, where everyone enters the Demon Tower to kill monsters, although somewhat overly simple and crude, is a very efficient approach. Although there's a lot of randomness and some unfairness, for example, some people might deliberately hire a group of bodyguards to protect themselves, or intentionally steal others' monsters. However, Eidolon warriors are inherently an unfair existence, and in the perilous Demon Tower, no one talks about fairness. As everyone queued up and approached the Demon Tower, a sense of awe involuntarily arose. Looking at it, the towering structure seemed to pierce the clouds, with no end in sight. Its astonishing height left people speechless, as if it had surpassed the limits of human imagination. And its width was equally astonishing, far exceeding the normal person's perception of building scale. This broad tower body stood like a massive mountain range before their eyes, giving off an unshakable sense of majesty. The entire tower was pitch black, like ink, with no light able to penetrate its thick surface. In this darkness, however, the tower's surface was covered with dense, intricate, and bizarre patterns. These patterns varied in form, some resembled twisted serpentine lines, others looked like sinister ghost faces, and still others appeared as mysterious runic characters. This kind of terrifying, colossal structure looked nothing like architecture from the human world. The Demon Tower actually has no entrance in the traditional sense. When you touch the Demon Tower, you will be automatically sucked into it. Touching the Demon Tower from the same spot will also lead to a fixed location. Once someone approaches and touches the body of the Demon Tower, an irresistible and powerful force instantly sucks them in tightly, automatically drawing them into the Demon Tower's interior at an astonishing speed. The area of the Demon Tower is much larger than imagined. The military has already cordoned off a section of the Demon Tower's body, which serves as the entry point for the league. This specific area alone measures at least 50 meters in length. One can only imagine the immense size of the entire Demon Tower. When someone cautiously approached and made contact with the tower's body, a shocking scene unfolded. The normally hard as iron Demon Tower seemed to suddenly lose its solid properties, deforming rapidly like a flowing liquid. In a blink of an eye, the person who touched the tower was drawn in without any resistance, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the surrounding onlookers astonished. They were only students, yet they were being arranged to compete in such a place, showing the current tension of the situation. The closer he got to the Demon Tower, the more Sumu could feel a chill emanating from it. This was a terrifying S-rank Demon Tower, and his father was trapped within it. Sumu glanced at Clara beside him, and the two nodded slightly. Without much hesitation, they both raised their right hands and gently touched the tower's body, feeling a cool sensation where their palms met. The next second, a massive suction force came from his palm, and then his vision brightened. Clang! The blood-forged spear appeared in his hand. Inside the Demon Tower, one could never be too careful. He looked around and found himself alone. Even Clara, who had touched the Demon Tower with him, was not in the same spot. Although the contact points were the same and the general teleportation locations were similar, there would always be some discrepancies, preventing perfect accuracy. Earlier, Shirley had even touched the Demon Tower at a different location, so her distance from Sumu would only be greater. Buzz buzz buzz. A drone appeared above Sumu's head, prepared to transmit the images of their competition to the outside. Since the drone was here, his teleportation location was fine. It was just a bit far from the others' positions but still within the league's designated area. Sumu's gaze began to scan the surrounding scenery. He found himself in a vast, boundless wilderness. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but desolation and solitude. Sparse vegetation was scattered across the land, as if carelessly sown by nature. Sumu subconsciously lowered his head to look at the bracelet on his wrist. After a light tap, a holographic projection of the Demon Tower map immediately appeared before him. However, for now, there seemed to be no signs of any monster activity around. As soon as everyone entered the Demon Tower, the league began. After defeating monsters, points would automatically be awarded based on their strength, and these scores would appear on the large screen in the plaza and be broadcast nationwide. At this moment, several figures had already appeared on the screen. They were all well-known seeded players. In the center of the screen was Li Chen, the top student from Honghai High School in Tianqing City, who was the biggest favorite to win this competition. He possessed a maxed out, unpopular common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon of the space element, and was rumored to have a special talent that perfectly complemented his phantom god eidolon. On the two screens beside him were Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai from Tianqing City No. 1 High School. Both of them possess common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons, one light and one dark respectively, and are known as the black and white twins of Tiandu province, making them strong contenders for the championship. Next is Su Bing from the Su family, ranked 4th. His lightning attribute common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon is also very impressive, just slightly inferior to the previous three. These top three strongest players were all from Tianqing City. Tianqing City truly lived up to its name as the provincial capital of Tiandu province, far surpassing high schools in other cities. Leading figures from other high schools also appeared on the screen, but they occupied smaller, less prominent spots. However, anyone who could appear on the screen was undoubtedly a hero of their school. At this moment, Su Bing looked at the ranking on his bracelet screen. Bah! Why am I ranked 4th? Those three dogs are no match for me. He summoned the hammer of Thor, lightning flashing, looking incredibly imposing. Old Madame Mu of the Su family nodded with satisfaction upon seeing Su Bing's impressive demeanor. Xiao Bing looks very confident, excellent. He is determined to win this league. With Su Xinghe trapped in the Demon Tower, and without the deterrence of the family head, the family's prestige in Tiandu province, a place where strength reigns supreme, has noticeably declined, and various ventures have begun to encounter difficulties. He intended for Su Bing to perform with power and prestige in this competition. making everyone look at their Su family with new respect and letting them know that the Su family had successors, daring not to covet their assets. Show your strength early to attract more attention. Zhang Huilan also praised, glancing triumphantly at the relatives around them. Other Su family disciples were also participating in this league, but none were as dazzling as Su Bing, of course. At this moment, the face of Fang Jianlong, principal of Tianhai City No. 4 High School, was extremely grim. In this league, their school was not only the weakest but also had the fewest participants. Such a situation was clearly disadvantageous. Infighting and covert struggles were inevitable in the league. Standing among a group of principals, Fang Jianlong couldn't help but feel inferior to others. He quietly approached Song Xayan, the director of the Tianhai City Education Department, who was nearby. "Director, although our school has fewer participants, we still have some skilled individuals. If you have the opportunity, could you please put in a good word with the provincial education department leaders? Please don't cut our resources anymore." Song Xayan gave him a half smile. "What kind of experts does your school even have? How tall are they? As tall as a 3-story building? I say, little Fong, we're old acquaintances. If it's not working out, don't force it. What difference can my words make? Look at these experts. It would be good if our entire Tianhai City had one person who could catch the eye of a few leaders. You guys are definitely going to be at the bottom this time." A name involuntarily arose in Fang Jianlong's mind. Su Mu. This time, the expectations aren't high. As long as a few leaders can see Su Mu's performance, he will still have a chance later. Look! Another common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Someone let out a soft exclamation. Although the voice wasn't loud, the room was unusually quiet, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A person's body glowed with the distinctive light of a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, and a phantom of a black flame phoenix appeared behind them. Who is that person? Pretty strong. He is Victor, a student from our Tianhai No. 1 middle school, Vice Principal Bai said with a beaming smile, his face full of pride. He was originally a vice principal and wasn't qualified to stand at the front. But now, speaking of his student, he proudly took a step forward, as if he himself were being praised, shaking his head and beaming with pride. Chapter 23, Battle Inside the Demon Tower. At this moment, Victor's team encountered a humanoid monster. There's a common understanding in the Demon Tower: any humanoid monster, at the same level, will always be stronger than a regular monster. This monster was incredibly fast, exuding black mist all over its body. It was a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord black mist demon. As soon as the black mist demon appeared, it transformed into a demonic mist, appearing next to an eidolon martial artist as if teleporting. That eidolon martial artist was merely an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level fighter possessing a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, and was not known for speed. A deeply bone visible wound instantly appeared on their arm. Ah! The person screamed. The black mist fiend's attack was venomous. The person's wound turned black, clearly indicating poisoning. Damn it! Victor reacted then, accelerating sharply and appearing beside the black mist demon, slashing out with his blade. A phoenix phantom appeared, and with the cooperation of other teammates, the black mist fiend was finally killed. The scoreboard displayed the scores. Victory plus 80 points. Zhao Yiming plus 10 points. Plus 5 points. Plus 5 points. Victor nodded with satisfaction. He had earned nearly 80% of the points for this kill, indicating that his contribution reached 80%. He was very pleased with his immortal Hell Phoenix. Ha ha! Let you be arrogant, in the end, this immortal Hell Phoenix is still mine. Brother Weidong, you are truly amazing. These Demon Tower monsters are no match for you at all. Lily appeared by his side at the opportune moment, fawning over Victor like a spoiled child. Victor didn't reply, but the upturn of his lips showed how proud he was. This immortal Hell Phoenix was bought by his father from the Su family, almost emptying their family fortune. When he heard it was an eidolon extracted from Sumu, he frantically demanded his father buy it for him. His father didn't disappoint him. After paying countless dasha coins and many properties, he finally acquired this eidolon. However, his Song family's assets were almost emptied. He was just waiting for his son to shine brightly in this league, so their family's status would rise, and with the attachment to the enormous Su family, he would earn back everything they had lost. The eidolon is good, but unfortunately, the combat skills are mediocre, commented Zheng Chang, Minister of Education for Tiandu Province. Vice Principal Bai's smug smile couldn't help but freeze. Zheng Chang then said, "Put his screen up on the big display." This sentence made Vice Principal Bai smile with joy again. At least Victor had entered the sights of these people. In the audience, in the Su family's private room, Su Xiang, Sumu's aunt, gritted her teeth, watching Victor on the screen. That eidolon should have belonged to her son, Song Hao. After her husband died in her early years, Su Xiang could only return to the family, relying entirely on her precious son. She never expected that her son was completely disliked within the Su family. Just because her son didn't have the surname Su, old Mrs. Mu actually sold this common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon to an outsider, and then poured the resources obtained from the sale back onto Su Bing. Su Mu had already left the wasteland area and arrived at a place that resembled an ancient, abandoned village, filled with low, dilapidated houses. What kind of place exactly was this Demon Tower world? It seemed to have once been a world where civilization existed. Just as Su Mu was lost in thought, a cold breeze rose up his neck. Whoosh! In a critical moment, Su Mu abruptly tilted his head, and a sharp barb flew past his neck. He spun around sharply, and a monster with 8 spider legs, constantly oozing disgusting mucus from its mouthparts, much like a spider, appeared at the window of a dilapidated low house not far away. This is an immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord venom stinger spider. Sumu didn't hesitate for a moment. He moved instantly, black flames igniting around him, dragging a long tongue of fire across the ground. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the spiked spider's room. The spiked spider hadn't even had time to shoot a second barb at Sumu. Sumu thrust his spear, his awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level strength erupting fully. Boom! The force of that shot was immense, like a rocket exploding instantly in the room. Even the entire small house was overturned, countless flames surged, dyeing everything in the color of fire. The flying thorn spider turned to ash instantly, without even a scream. This was the first time Sumu had gone all out since becoming awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. He habitually used the immortal Hell Phoenix's ability, when in fact, his permanent immortal eidolon primordial golden crow could completely handle the current situation, with no need to waste aura summoning an eidolon. However, he didn't really care, as with the last whisper talent, whether he had an eidolon attached wasn't that important. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord venom stinger spider common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card +2. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency +1. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency +1. Blood Forged Spear proficiency +1. Because Su Mu's level was too high at this point, the rewards he received could only be described as better than nothing. At this moment, Su Mu's wristband displayed Sumu's score +150. Fortunately, his score hadn't been reduced. Sumu's combat at this time was just the tip of the iceberg. There were too many participating students, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. He set off again, first to find some stronger monsters to train with, and second, to look for Clara and Shirley. After all, he had promised Wang Ming to protect them, and he needed to keep his word. Sumu killed as he walked, dispatching any monsters he encountered. Although he was alone, his score continued to increase steadily. At the League viewing site, there was also an area allocated to Tianhai City No. 4 Middle School. In addition to the families of the participants, many students came to watch live. However, everyone seemed a bit bored now. Because on the huge leaderboard and screen, there wasn't a single student from No. 4 Middle School. You think our school isn't just here to be a background prop this time, are we? Nonsense, when is our school not? If the school hadn't forced us to come cheer, and if coming didn't give us credits, would we even be here? There are too many masters. This isn't a place for a second-rate school from a small place like ours. Wait. Do you see that? Is that our Tianhai City No. 4 middle school uniform? How is that possible? Holy crap, it's true. I never thought we'd see students from our own school on this big screen. Holy crap. Holy crap. He's so strong. In the image, Sumu, wielding a flaming spear, easily cleared out several awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord-level monsters with a wave of his hand, as effortlessly as eating and drinking. Freeze that student's video. Yes. Sumu's performance also caught the attention of the leaders on the second floor of the plaza. At this moment, another student caught the attention of others. Look at that female student. Through the massive screen, a figure slowly emerged. The woman was clad in a pristine white battle armor, shimmering with a cold light. Her entire body was surrounded by a dense aura of frost, and the chilling air spread, seemingly freezing the surrounding atmosphere. Even more astonishing was the gradual appearance of a colossal phantom behind her. This phantom resembled an ice queen, wearing an ice crystal crown and holding a translucent ice staff, exuding endless majesty and chilling power. Another immortal tier expert. 6 ice cones appeared in her hand, enveloped in a blue glow, clearly containing immense energy. Whoosh! 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 A series of whooshing sounds filled the air. An ice pick, carrying a large amount of frost and chill, stabbed towards a distant awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier epic monster's desert scorpion. The desert scorpion's hard outer armor was pierced instantly like tofu, and its body was immediately frozen solid. Another excellent common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon student. Well done. The leaders on the second floor never held back their praise. He is also a student from our Tianhai No. 1 high school, named Zi Hongxiu. Principal Ho Qing spoke this time, getting ahead of Vice Principal Bai. He was the principal after all. He couldn't let Vice Principal Bai hog all the opportunities to shine. Zi Hongxiu was also very satisfied with her attack. Ever since she saw Sumu kill an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters despite being at a lower level, she had intensified her training for a long time. But just then, the sandy ground began to vibrate continuously, as if something was about to emerge from underground. The next second, dozens of desert scorpions burrowed out of the ground. Oh no! Zi Hongxiu's heart pounded with terror. She was alone and stood no chance against so many desert scorpions. But the desert scorpions emerging from the ground seemed to ignore her, their 8 legs flashing like lightning as they scurried past her. What is this? The ground in the distance shook even more violently, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge from beneath. Beep! Beep! Warning, warning! At that moment, all League students' wristbands suddenly emitted a beeping warning sound. All League students, please avoid the red areas on the map. All League students, please avoid the red areas on the map. All League students, please avoid the red areas on the map. The warning sound rang out 3 times in succession. Chapter 24, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord-level monsters. Hearing the warning from their wristbands, all students quickly looked at them. A red dot had appeared in the originally green southeast corner. Everyone's coordinates also appeared on the map, marked with blue dots. Subsequently, the red area grew larger and larger, accompanied by the rapid disappearance of some blue dots representing students in that area. They had been instantly killed. It's an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord-level epic monster. Monsters of this level were no match for these ordinary high school students. All students frantically ran in the opposite direction of the red area. However, 3 students went against the current, heading upstream and actively moving towards the red area, standing out prominently among the panicked crowd. These 3 were the top contenders for the championship: Li Chun from Haigai High School in Tianqing City, and Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai from Tianqing City No. 1 High School. Su Bing also saw the prominent trio on the map. He had originally intended to retreat with the crowd, but seeing their actions, he hardened his resolve. Unwilling to fall behind them, he too rushed towards the red area. Nonsense! What are they doing? Are they looking for death? The leaders in the second floor area were immediately furious. These few individuals were all top students from their Tiandu province. He wanted them to represent Tiandu province in the National High School League finals and certainly didn't want them to perish here. Oh no! That girl is about to be caught. Several personnel watching the screens instantly tensed up. At this moment, Zhi Hongxiu was enveloped in flickering blue light, her feet never stopping, running desperately into the distance. The moment she received the alert from her wristband, she realized that the terrifying awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters must be the one right in front of her. The monsters had not yet appeared, quickly burrowing underground, but the rising dust was rushing straight towards her. She had clearly become the monster's target. Slay! With a soft shout, a giant scythe appeared in the air, slashing down towards the monster's underground. A young girl with long black hair draped over her shoulders, dressed in a white form-fitting battlesuit, and with clear, bright eyes, appeared not far away. It was Clara, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. At this moment, she was forming hand seals, and a purple eidolon figure slowly emerged behind her, looking valiant and spirited. Xing Xian! Why are you here? Run! Zhi Hongxiu squinted her eyes, and upon clearly seeing the newcomer, she immediately paled with shock. With Clara's strength, even if the two of them teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for this monsters. Xing Xian, run! In this life-or-death crisis, Zhi Hongxiu was still very loyal. Her footsteps, which had started to run, sharply turned back, and she conjured an ice sword to block the monsters. As expected, both of them were simultaneously sent flying by a massive force, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. Their combined efforts were not entirely without effect, finally forcing the monsters to emerge from underground, revealing its full form. This was a spine-chilling serpentine creature, its massive body writhing and twisting like an enormous python. Its head was triangular, appearing exceptionally hideous and terrifying, with a pair of vertical pupils glinting with cold light. Two sharp fangs, protruding from its gaping maw, were like two deadly daggers. The surface of the fangs reflected a faint blue light, emitting a pungent, fishy smell, clearly containing potent venom. However, even more bizarre was that this serpentine creature's body was covered in dense, centipede-like segmented long legs. These numerous long legs were tightly arranged, constantly swaying as it writhed. Each segment was covered in a hard carapace, with metallic glints at the joints, sending shivers down one's spine. Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level epic monster, giant Jialong centipede. It threw its head back and let out a silent roar, not burrowing back underground again, but instead charging directly at the two of them. Zhi Hongxiu let out a soft cry, her hands quickly pressed together, and in an instant, a powerful energy surged from within her. Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, and a crystal-clear, wall-like barrier, resembling a crystal, impressively appeared before her. However, unexpectedly, the force of the incoming impact was so terrifying. In less than a second, the seemingly indestructible ice crystal wall shattered like fragile glass, instantly breaking into countless tiny ice crystals scattering in all directions. This awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monster was far more powerful than the mountain giant Sumu had killed. It was already a late-stage awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, and the combined strength of Zhi Hongxiu and Clara was simply not enough. After a 1-second pause, the giant centipede dragon lunged again. Clara and the other woman were powerless to resist, seemingly on the verge of being devoured by this monster, when at the last critical moment, a blue magic circle composed of runes appeared beneath their feet. The next second, both of them instantly shifted a meter sideways, narrowly dodging the giant centipede dragon's attack. Sword of Light. Spear of Darkness. Two energy attacks, one black and one white, appeared simultaneously from the giant centipede dragon's left and right sides, striking it like lightning. Hiss! 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 Two thunderous energy attacks simultaneously hit the giant centipede dragon, which was instantly critically injured, throwing its head back and hissing. A ripple-like energy fluctuation, visible to the naked eye, spread outwards in all directions. It's Li Chan and the black and white twins. They're the top 3 in our competition. Truly worthy of being the favored talents of our Tiandu province, able to put up such an impressive fight against an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier epic monster. The audience outside, seeing the scene, immediately turned from anxious to joyful, erupting in cheers. It was Li Chen who had just used his spatial ability to transfer Clara and the other woman, while the black and white twins, Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai, attacked the giant centipede dragon simultaneously. Strike him while he's down. Although it was their first time working together, the 3 had a tacit understanding. With a glance, they attacked simultaneously once more. An energy array reappeared. This time, it appeared beneath the giant centipede dragon's feet. As the array activated, countless energy chains emerged from it, firmly binding the giant centipede dragon. Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai launched another attack simultaneously, but this time it was far more powerful than their earlier hurried assault. Both took a deep breath, fully channeling the aura within their bodies. A dazzling glow emanated around their bodies, and a pitch-black shadow and a snow-white shadow appeared on each of them respectively. Accompanying the appearance of these 2 shadows, an immense golden greatsword slowly materialized before one of them. Its blade shimmered with dazzling golden light, as if composed of countless stars. The other summoned an equally massive black greatspear, its tip exuding a chilling, eerie aura, like a weapon of a demon god from the 9 netherworlds. Although these 2 weapons were forged purely from condensed energy, they appeared as substantial and real as if they were physical objects, with even the patterns on their surfaces vividly etched. The originally formidable giant centipede dragon, upon sensing the immense pressure emanating from these 2 weapons, felt an unprecedented fear surge within its heart. It keenly perceived a signal it recognized as danger and instinctively wanted to turn and flee, quickly burrowing deep underground to evade the impending attack. However, at this moment, the gigantic centipede dragon was already completely bound by heavy chains, which were incredibly tough and tightly wrapped around its massive body. Despite the centipede dragon's desperate struggles and twists, trying to break free from the chain's hold, it was utterly impossible for it to do so in such a short amount of time. No sooner said than done, the 2 incredibly powerful weapons hurtled forth like lightning, roaring towards the centipede dragon with a world-shattering force. Kill! In an instant, blood spewed forth like arrows, tracing crimson arcs through the air, as if blossoming into flowers of death. The 2 energy weapons, shimmering with dazzling light, struck the centipede dragon with thunderous force, unleashing astonishing power in that very moment. With a sharp crack, the centipede dragon's incredibly tough hide was forcibly split open, revealing its tender flesh and gruesome bones beneath. The wound was a bloody mess, deep enough to expose bone, and a large amount of blood gushed out, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Suffering such a severe blow, the centipede dragon writhed in pain, emitting a series of piercing roars that echoed throughout the entire valley. Its massive head swayed continuously, attempting to escape the fatal attack, but all its efforts were in vain. Excellent! At this moment, the leaders on the second floor of the plaza couldn't help but applaud and praise, forgetting their earlier criticism of the few for their mischief. The square erupted in cheers, and even spectators from other schools had to admire their strength. Not even awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord-level monsters were a match. The centipede dragon, hurting at this point, finally broke free from the chain's restraint with this surge of power. Its triangular head plunged downwards abruptly, attempting to burrow into the ground. Clang! The moment it made contact with the sand, it emitted a dull yet grating impact sound, as if it had slammed against a steel plate as hard as iron, unable to burrow even a fraction of an inch further. It turned out that at this crucial moment, Li Chen swiftly performed a magical incantation, activating the power of a magic array, instantly turning the sand into solid rock, hard as refined steel. Thus, the centipede dragon, which could have used the sand as a last retreat, was now completely trapped in a desperate situation. Sensing that it had nowhere left to run, the centipede dragon's enormous eyes instantly turned blood red, fixed intently on the figures before it. It continuously exhaled faint, foul-smelling mist, and its sharp fangs glinted coldly. It was going to fight to the death. After all, they were facing awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord-level monsters, so the 3 dared not be negligent, preparing themselves fully and dedicating 120% of their energy to the fight. Li Chen was seen rapidly forming hand seals and muttering incantations, and that familiar scene unfolded once again. A magic array, glowing with mysterious light, slowly emerged before him. Immediately after, thick chains suddenly extended from the magic array, whistling towards the centipede dragon with aggressive force. But how could the centipede dragon fall into the same trap twice? Its body moved incredibly fast, darting to one side. Just as it secretly congratulated itself on successfully avoiding the chains, it was surprised to discover that the magic array seemed to have eyes, moving along with its body. No matter how it dodged left or right, the magic array remained like a shadow, closely following behind it. Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai, standing nearby, were not idle either. After exchanging a glance, they understood each other perfectly and acted almost simultaneously. Behind each of them, several glowing orbs emanating powerful energy fluctuations appeared, and then shot towards the centipede dragon with lightning speed. These orbs traced brilliant, colorful arcs through the air, weaving together into an impenetrable net, attempting to disrupt the centipede dragon's path. Just as the giant horned centipede was about to be drawn back into the magic array, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. With a crisp snap, the thick and powerful tail behind the giant horned centipede suddenly broke off without any warning. Along with the breaking of its tail, a powerful force instantly erupted, causing the giant horned centipede's already astonishing speed to more than double. The giant horned centipede, like a wild horse unleashed, burst through the shackles of the magic array, opened its gaping maw capable of devouring everything, and lunged towards Li Chen. It's sacrificing its tail to save itself. The giant horned centipede had long hated the human controlling it, and its role was far more dangerous than the two humans who had injured it. It had to kill him first to have a glimmer of hope. This desperate strike from the giant horned centipede was incredibly powerful. If it hit, even a powerful figure like Li Chen would suffer severe injuries, if not death. Li Chen was not skilled in speed. He quickly activated the teleportation array, intending to relocate himself. However, the activation of the array always took time, and the giant horned centipede was about to bite Li Chen. At the 11th hour, a thick ice wall suddenly rose from the ground without warning, blocking the giant horned centipede's path. It turned out that the person who lent a hand was Zi Hongxiu, standing behind Li Chen. A blue light flashed in her hand, and the ice wall appeared in response. Crack! But it bought Li Chen extremely valuable time. During this interval, Li Chen successfully completed the instant transfer, his figure flickering to a safe spot not far away. Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai, who were behind him, also rushed forward. The giant horned centipede was beyond redemption. Under the combined efforts of several people, it was finally ganged up on and killed. Li Chen's points plus 1,000. Ma Yonghui's points plus 800. Zhang Kai's points plus 800. Zi Hongxiu's points plus 300. Clara's score plus 100. The scores for these awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level monsters were indeed impressive. Even Feng Qingxian, who made the final move, earned 100 points. Watching the monsters finally fall, the group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Li Chen saw Ma Yonghui and Zhang Kai both defy orders to come to his rescue, creating a sense of camaraderie among the three. Zi Hongxiu and Clara also stepped forward to express their gratitude. Thank you for coming to our rescue, otherwise, we would have surely perished. Don't say that. We humans should naturally work together to defeat these monsters, and didn't you save me once too? Li Chen's originally somewhat handsome face flushed slightly, and he shyly glanced at Zi Hongxiu. Oh no! I'm too late. What a pity! What a pity! Su Bing suddenly rushed out from somewhere, sighing regretfully at the monsters on the ground, looking as if he had arrived too late. In truth, he had been there for a while, but had been momentarily intimidated by the aura of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level monsters and hadn't dared to show himself. Ma Yonghui's honest face broke into a mocking smile that didn't suit his appearance. Not late at all, just in time. Everyone looked at Ma Yonghui in confusion, unsure what he meant. Ma Yonghui looked up at the distant dust, his face slightly pale. Don't you know that these giant dragon centipedes are communal creatures? Chapter 25, Giant Dragon Centipedes. The howling wind swept over, stirring up a sky full of sand that blotted out the sun, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Looking as far as the eye could see, in the distant place, the once flat and solid ground began to undulate continuously as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Each undulation was accompanied by flying sand and a whistling sound, as if the entire earth was roaring in anger. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly, more than a dozen massive, terrifying giant dragon centipedes, like lightning, burst out from the loose sand. Their hard carapaces gleamed with a chilling light, and among this group of giant dragon centipedes, the leading one was particularly striking. Its enormous body, like a small mountain, was awe-inspiring. At the top of its head, a thick and sharp single horn stood tall. The patterns on this horn actually showed a reverse growth trend, completely opposite to common texture directions. This was a boss-level giant dragon centipede. Everyone turned pale with fright, their knees involuntarily buckling. One of these terrifying creatures would be enough to give them a hard time, let alone so many, and even a boss among them. Run! Someone let out a shout, and the five of them simultaneously began to run wildly backward, no longer displaying the triumphant spirit they had shown just moments ago when killing awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord monsters. Upon seeing this situation, the audience members all became anxious for Clara and her companions. Translate to upon seeing this situation, the audience members. Translate Clara to all became anxious for Clara and her companions. Combine, upon seeing this situation, the audience members all became anxious for Clara and her companions. Paragraph 3. Commander. Monsters within the demon tower are rampaging, and a large number of monsters exceeding the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord levels have broken through our defenses and entered the league area. He spoke up, although they are students, they are also Eidolon warriors. Facing demon tower monsters, they should have their own sense of responsibility. Commander. Monsters exceeding the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord levels have broken through our defenses and entered the league area. He spoke up, although they are students, they are also Eidolon warriors. Facing demon tower monsters, they should have their own sense of responsibility. Commander. Monsters exceeding the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord levels have broken through our defenses and entered the league area. He said, although they are students. When facing demon tower monsters, they should take responsibility. At this moment, for unknown reasons, the monsters inside the demon tower suddenly rioted, and the military's personnel were already severely lacking. Shirley is already on it. But she hasn't linked up with Sumu yet. After releasing this formation, Li Chen immediately felt a wave of exhaustion. His Eidolon instantly dissipated. And he plopped down onto the ground. We can't get out of the demon tower entrance anymore. At this moment, many students had successfully reached the exit of the demon tower, but the original portal was blocked by something unknown. And everyone was trapped inside the demon tower. The possession time for Eidolon warriors is limited. Once they exceed the possession duration, they won't even be a match for the weakest monsters. Your organization is holding this league in the demon tower. Why didn't you prepare for such an emergency? Panic also spread among the audience, and the exit outside the demon tower immediately erupted into chaos. After listening to the report, two cold gleams shot from his eyes. Did the people from the demon tower cult make their move? They finally couldn't hold back any longer. Su Bing looked at Li Chen, who no longer had an Eidolon possessing him, with clear disdain. Whap! Ma Yonghui's large hands immediately pressed onto Su Bing's shoulders. Say less. I see you have the most aura. If things go south later, you'll be the first to go. Sumu was speechless about this league. He didn't know if it was intentional or what, but half a day had passed since the league began, and he hadn't seen a single student. He had killed quite a few monsters, and he had already accumulated dozens of tower cards. and he had already accumulated dozens of tower cards. Before he even got close, he saw from afar a group of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord level monsters, giant Jelong centipedes, seeming to surround something. That person is a student too, right? Are they stupid? They don't even know to run away. Zhang Kai looked at Su Mu's approaching figure, shocked that the other party didn't know to escape in such a situation. Translate to that person is a student too, right? Translate. Are they stupid? They don't even know to run away. To shocked that the other party didn't know to escape when faced with such a formation. Combine, that person is a student too, right? Are they stupid? They don't even know to run away. Zhang Kai looked at Su Mu's approaching figure, shocked that the other party didn't know to escape when faced with such a formation. Paragraph 20, Su Mu. Clara was the first to recognize him. Translate Su Mu. To Clara was the first to spot him. Combine, Su Mu. Clara was the first to spot him. Paragraph 21, Su Mu. Su Bing frowned. How is that the same name as my useless brother? Translate Su Mu. How is that the same name as my useless brother? Before he could even clearly see if the newcomer was Su Mu. Su Mu, save us. This strike terrified Zi Hongxiu, who immediately cried out to Su Mu for help. Su Mu, save us. To this attack frightened Zi Hongxiu, who immediately cried out to Su Mu for help. Combine, Su Mu, save us. This attack frightened Zi Hongxiu, who immediately cried out to Su Mu for help. I will now assemble the final translation based on these thoughts, ensuring paragraph separation with %%. Someone let out a shout, and the five of them simultaneously began to run wildly backward, no longer displaying the triumphant spirit they had shown just moments ago when killing awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord monsters. %% upon seeing this situation, the audience members all became anxious for Clara and her companions. %% commander. Monsters within the demon tower are rampaging, and a large number of monsters exceeding the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord levels have broken through our defenses and entered the league area. %% he said, although they are students, they are also Eidolon warriors. When facing demon tower monsters, they should take responsibility. %% at this moment, for unknown reasons, the monsters inside the demon tower suddenly rioted, and the military's personnel were already severely lacking. %% surely is already on it, but she hasn't linked up with Su Mu yet. %% after releasing this formation, Li Chen immediately felt a wave of exhaustion. His Eidolon instantly dissipated, and he plopped down onto the ground. %% we can't get out of the demon tower entrance anymore. %% at this moment, many students had successfully reached the exit of the demon tower, but the original portal was blocked by something unknown, and everyone was trapped inside the demon tower. %% the possession time for Eidolon warriors is limited. Once they exceed the possession duration, they won't even be a match for the weakest monsters. %% your organization is holding this league in the demon tower, why didn't you prepare for such an emergency? %% panic also spread among the audience, and the exit outside the demon tower immediately erupted into chaos. %% after listening to the report, two cold gleams shot from his eyes. Did the people from the demon tower cult make their move? They finally couldn't hold back any longer. %% Su Bing looked at Li Chen, who no longer had an Eidolon possessing him, with clear disdain. %% WAP. Ma Yonghui's large hands immediately pressed onto Su Bing's shoulders. Say less. I see you have the most aura. If things go south later, you'll be the first to go. %% Su Mu was speechless about this league. He didn't know if it was intentional or what, but half a day had passed since the league began, and he hadn't seen a single student. %% he had killed quite a few monsters, and he had already accumulated dozens of tower cards. %% before he even got close, he saw from afar a group of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord level monsters, giant Jelong centipedes, seeming to surround something. %% that person is a student too, right? Are they stupid? They don't even know to run away. Zhang Kai looked at Su Mu's approaching figure, shocked that the other party didn't know to escape when faced with such a formation. Percent Su Mu. Clara was the first to spot him. Percent Su Mu? Su Bing frowned. How is that the same name as my useless brother? Percent before he could even clearly see if the newcomer was Su Mu. Percent Su Mu, save us. This attack frightened Zi Hongxiu, who immediately cried out to Su Mu for help. Boom! The frantic pursuit of over a dozen terrifying beasts was a shocking sight. Quick, find a way to rescue them. Where are the military personnel? Why aren't they here yet? Upon seeing this situation, the audience members all became anxious for Clara and her companions. In a control room full of monitors, Colonel Wang Ming of the military was reporting to a middle-aged man with a scar between his eyebrows. Commander! Monsters within the Demon Tower are rampaging, and a large number of monsters exceeding the Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, and Overlord levels have broken through our defenses and entered the League area. Do we need to deploy troops to reinforce the students? Commander Song Hu pondered for a long time, until Wang Ming, somewhat impatient, looked up at Song Hu, who then sighed faintly. He spoke up, although they are students, they are also Eidolon warriors. Facing Demon Tower monsters, they should have their own sense of responsibility. Wang Ming knew that their Sword Tower military personnel were already stretched thin establishing defenses in various areas, and they bore even greater pressure, needing to protect the entire Tiandu province. At this moment, for unknown reasons, the monsters inside the Demon Tower suddenly rioted, and the military's personnel were already severely lacking. How is that matter progressing? Song Hu mused for a moment, then continued to ask. Shirley is already on it, but she hasn't linked up with Su Mu yet. Urge her. Although the situation is chaotic, everything must proceed according to the original plan. Yes. For directional array. Li Chen shouted loudly, and instantly, with Li Chen at the center, brilliant and dazzling lights suddenly shone all around. These lights quickly intertwined, forming an immense and mysterious array. Upon the array, countless strange runes flickered with dazzling yellow light, like agile dragons dancing and circling in the air. As the array formed, an immensely powerful force instantly erupted. This power, like an indestructible barrier, rapidly spread and expanded, enveloping everyone present in the blink of an eye, firmly encircling them within a massive yellow energy sphere. After releasing this formation, Li Chen immediately felt a wave of exhaustion. His Eidolon instantly dissipated, and he plopped down onto the ground. This array can last for 20 minutes. We can only see if anyone can come to our rescue during this time. His words were not yet finished. Crack! With a loud crash, the sharp horn on the head of the giant centipede king heavily struck the energy shield. A dense network of cracks appeared on the originally flawless-looking energy shield. A moment later, a ripple of water spread from the energy shield, and the shield returned to normal. The anxious crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chen's face was somewhat pale. Now, it might only last 5 minutes. Everyone. It's okay. In this situation, the military will definitely come back to rescue us. Su Bing's voice trembled slightly. Facing death, no one could remain calm. Hard to say. If the military could rescue us, they would have been here already. Zhang Kai's family was in the military, and he knew some internal information. He wasn't as optimistic as Su Bing. Su Bing's face turned even whiter after hearing this. Impossible. How could this happen? He regretted it. He should have evacuated with the other students long ago. His vibrant youth had just begun. He didn't want to die here. The Demon Tower entrance is blocked. What? At this moment, many students had successfully reached the exit of the Demon Tower, but the original portal was blocked by something unknown, and everyone was trapped inside the Demon Tower. The possession time for Eidolon warriors is limited. Once they exceed the possession duration, they won't even be a match for the weakest monsters. For a moment, all the students fell into a panic. What's going on? Why can't they get out? My son is still in there. Exactly. My students are in there too. What good are you? Think of a solution quickly. Your organization is holding this league in the Demon Tower. Why didn't you prepare for such an emergency? Panic also spread among the audience, and the exit outside the Demon Tower immediately erupted into chaos. On the second floor, Zhang Chang, the Minister of Education, had a serious expression. Ask Songhu what exactly is going on. These students are the hope of our Tiandu province. We must guarantee their safety 100%. In the control room of the Sword Tower military, Songhu was far less flustered than the people outside. After listening to the report, two cold gleams shot from his eyes. Did the people from the Demon Tower cult make their move? They finally couldn't hold back any longer. At this time, the swarm of giant centipede dragons had completely surrounded the energy shield. As the giant centipede dragons continuously crashed into the energy shield, more and more cracks appeared on it, with no time to recover. Only 5 minutes had passed, and it already looked like it couldn't hold up, nowhere near being able to last for 10 minutes. Everyone felt a surge of despair. Li Chen, your energy shield is too unreliable. We would have been better off scattering and running earlier. Maybe we would have had a sliver of hope. Su Bing looked at Li Chen, who no longer had an eidolon possessing him, with clear disdain. Alright, say less. He also wanted to save everyone. What have you done? Zi Hongxiu immediately spoke up for Li Chen. Humph, when the energy shield breaks, we'll each be on our own. Looking at him, he'll definitely be the first to die. You! Zi Hongxiu immediately flew into a rage. Whap! Ma Yonghui's large hands immediately pressed onto Su Bing's shoulders. Say less. I see you have the most aura. If things go south later, you'll be the first to go. Why me? Su Bing immediately jumped up. Alright, stop arguing, look who that is. Zhang Kai was stunned to see a figure in the distance. How could there be a student in such a deep place? Sumu was speechless about this league. He didn't know if it was intentional or what, but half a day had passed since the league began, and he hadn't seen a single student. He had killed quite a few monsters, and he had already accumulated dozens of tower cards. He also heard the sound from his wristband, but being bold and skilled, he didn't pay much attention to it. He heard the sound of intense fighting in the distance and decided to go check it out. Before he even got close, he saw from afar a group of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord level monsters, giant Zhelong centipedes seeming to surround something. That person is a student too, right? Are they stupid? They don't even know to run away. Zhang Kai looked at Su Mu's approaching figure, shocked that the other party didn't know to escape in such a situation. This person is dead for sure. If he lures the monsters away, let's run. Su Bing had a bit of schadenfreude. Su Mu. Clara was the first to recognize him. Su Mu. Su Bing frowned. How is that the same name as my useless brother? Before he could clearly see if the newcomer was Su Mu. Crack! The giant centipede king's sharp horn once again violently struck the energy shield. This blow almost shattered the entire energy shield. Su Mu, save us! This strike terrified Zi Hongxiu, who immediately cried out to Su Mu for help. Li Chen and the others looked at Zi Hongxiu's expression with some surprise. It seemed they knew this young man, but what good could come from asking him for help? The young man was clearly a student as well. They were already the strongest among the students in their grade, yet they stood no chance against over a dozen awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters. Even if the other party wasn't weak, how strong could he be? Coming over would just be seeking death. Zi Hongxiu also felt some regret. Upon seeing Su Mu, she had called out his name due to overwhelming fear. However, she now realized that no matter how strong Su Mu was, he couldn't possibly stand against so many monsters. The energy shield won't hold much longer, we'll rush out together in a bit. Zhang Kai's eyes showed no fear, but rather a slight redness, clearly indicating he was about to fight to the death. Hongxiu, you take Li Chen, and when Su Mu comes, we'll act together. I'll try to hold back the monsters with him for a moment, then I'll retreat. After that, it's up to fate who escapes. Hearing Zhang Kai's words, everyone immediately tensed up, feeling a sense of burning their bridges. Chapter 26, Displaying Strength. Upon hearing Zi Hongxiu's cry, Sumu immediately realized the predicament of these people. Hey, all familiar faces. He discovered that besides Clara and Zi Hongxiu, even Su Bing was there. At this moment, several giant centipede dragons on the periphery had already noticed Su Mu and began to bare their fangs and claws at him. However, those who needed saving certainly still had to be saved. Facing a group of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier epic monsters, Su Mu dared not be careless, and black flames immediately rose from his body. An awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier aura naturally spread outwards. The giant centipede dragon king surrounding the energy shield stiffened, immediately sensing Su Mu's threat, and slowly turned its body away from its previous attack on the energy shield. The pressure on the people inside the energy shield immediately decreased. All the giant centipede dragons, at the command of the giant centipede dragon king, abandoned the almost shattered energy shield and turned to attack Su Mu. Oh no! Su Mu, run! Clara cried out, immediately warning Su Mu. If Zi Hongxiu hadn't held Clara back tightly, Clara would have already rushed out. At this time, the audience who had been paying attention to this spot also noticed Su Mu's appearance. Is that boy going to his death? He's quite brave, but he doesn't seem very smart. Is this something he can get involved in? He's just throwing his life away for nothing. Wang Kai and the others felt a sense of relief. They hadn't expected all the giant centipede dragons to be attracted away. The flame of survival ignited in their eyes. Although it was somewhat unprincipled and unfair to this newly arrived brother. But seizing this opportunity, their chances of escaping were clearly more than 10% higher. Just as they were about to flee, the scene before them made them forget to escape entirely, stunning them on the spot. Facing over a dozen giant centipede dragons rushing towards him, Su Mu neither dodged nor retreated. His figure moved slightly, and the blood-forged spear appeared in his hand. Put! The next second, Su Mu's movements were indistinguishable, but the first giant centipede dragon in front of him had already been pierced through the tongue by a single spear. Hiss hiss! Black flames rose, and the massive centipede instantly became a fireball. How is this possible? These giant centipede dragons, which they could barely kill one of even with their combined desperate efforts, couldn't even last one round in Su Mu's hands. Is he also a high school student? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord great Jialong centipede common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 20. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency plus 10. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency plus 10. Blood Forged Spear proficiency plus 10. These monsters are weaker than expected, but the tower card drop is quite generous. Su Mu's hand did not stop. He activated Constellation 5 Phoenix Might Domain. An invisible pressure spread out, and Su Mu immediately exuded an unparalleled sense of power. All the giant centipede dragons immediately felt a sense of weakness, while Su Mu felt a warm current surge through his body, and his speed and strength increased exponentially again. Constellation 1 Phoenix Strike. A phoenix, wreathed in black flames and possessing terrifying ancient might, emerged from the tip of Su Mu's spear. A phoenix cry echoed in everyone's heart, and the two giant centipede dragons that bore the brunt instantly turned into charcoal. Strong. This is too strong. This must be at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. He is actually at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. Are awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord rank experts this strong? Those monsters are also awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. Could he be awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier 2? How can there be an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier student? Which school is he from? The audience immediately erupted in an uproar. Su Mu's power was so immense that they couldn't even imagine it. Was this really the strength of a student? Su Bing was also stunned. Is this still Su Mu? He's too strong, isn't he? Wasn't his eidolon transferred? How did it recover? He couldn't figure out why Sumu was so powerful. Just a few days ago, he was still being trampled underfoot, yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had entered the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Which school is this person from? This is too strong. Li Chen's mouth could fit 2 eggs as he stared blankly, asking Zi Hongxiu next to him. He had always prided himself on being the top person at his level, very proud. So when the military announced the appearance of high-level monsters, he confidently came over. But now, looking at Sumu, he felt that his past self was nothing more than a frog in a well. Ma Yamhue's eyes were also filled with uncontrollable shock, but he still calmed down. Don't be happy too soon. There's still a giant centipede dragon king, we should be ready to provide support at any moment. But the next second. Accelerated blood rage. Sumu's speed surged again. Phoenix strike. Another phoenix cry rang out, and the giant centipede dragon king's single horn was shattered by a spear. Immediately after, almost no one saw Sumu's movements clearly before the great dragon centipede king's snakehead was snapped in half. Ma Yamhue's words had not even finished before the great dragon centipede king was slain on the spot by Sumu. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord great Jialong centipede king common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 30. Immortal Hell Phoenix proficiency plus 15. Hellfire Annihilation proficiency plus 15. Blood Forged Spear proficiency plus 15. This can no longer be considered merely newly entered awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. This is late stage awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord. The top 3, including Ma Yonghui, felt a chill in their hearts. The difference between people was just too vast. Who on earth is he? He's my brother. Before Zi Hongxiu could answer, Su Bing quickly replied, he's my biological brother. My brother is just too strong. The leaders on the second floor of the plaza fell silent after witnessing Sumu's terrifying strength. A moment later, someone finally reacted, whose student is this? This is too terrifying. Is he still a student? With a student like him, almost all other students of the same level would be completely overshadowed in comparison. Alright, stop being so coy, whose student is this, exactly? Minister of Education Song Xian's face lit up with joy. His worries were finally resolved. He felt that this student must be a dark horse from some school, preparing to make a splash. Alright, this student is indeed excellent. Regardless of which school he's from, our logistics department will definitely prioritize resources for that school this time. Minister Wang Jincheng of the logistics department also spoke up. Other principals looked envious. Which high school was this, hiding so deep? To turn the tide at this critical moment, this was a huge public display. This is a student from our Tianhai City's first high school. Principal Ho Qing raised his hand, a little incredulous. He still had an impression of this student who was first in cultural classes, but how had his eidolon warrior strength suddenly become so powerful? He felt as if he'd been hit by a pie from the sky. Nonsense, this is clearly from our fourth high school of Tianhai City. Fang Jianlong was so angry his nose was practically smoking. In front of all the leaders, he almost swore. Everyone looked at the two, utterly confused. Isn't it a bit late to be fighting over a student now? Whoever school he belongs to, he belongs to. Can't you even figure out which school he attends? Song Xin immediately grew displeased. Isn't this just making a spectacle for other departments? Chapter 27, Give him a chance. Fang Jianlong immediately took out a photo of the employment certificate and a photo of the expulsion certificate from Tianhai No. 1 High School that Sumu had provided when he enrolled in Tianhai No. 4 High School. Fortunately, when Sumu enrolled, he personally handled the registration, so all these documents were stored on his phone. Seeing Sumu's expulsion certificate, Principal Ho Qing was immediately dumbfounded. Who expelled him? Why don't I know about this? He looked closely, and the signature of Vice Principal Bai in the person in charge column was particularly glaring. Vice Principal Bai. Ho Cheng glared fiercely at the back. Vice Principal Bai had long since retreated to the very back. When he heard Minister of Education Song Xin ask who this student was, he knew he was finished. He had actually expelled such a student. Ho Cheng would surely kill him. Vice Principal Bai looked dazed, muttering and repeating that sentence. How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Ho Cheng looked at Vice Principal Bai with a cannibalistic gaze. Who gave you the authority to expel students? He then turned his head. Minister, I think Vice Principal Bai is an undercover agent for Tianhai No. 4 High School. I suggest a thorough investigation. Minister of Education Song Xin immediately became furious. What kind of logic was this? A vice principal acting as an undercover agent? He didn't care about stealing students, but what kind of occasion was this? Was it the time to say such things? All of you, shut up. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Only then did Ho Cheng grudgingly close his mouth, but his eyes still darted between Vice Principal Bai and Fang Jianglong. Fang Jianglong was instantly speechless. Is Ho Cheng crazy? He looked at the screen, where Su Mu's figure was now magnified and centered. Su Mu's ranking had naturally risen to the first position. Watching Su Mu's clean and decisive kills, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Recruiting Su Mu was truly the most correct decision he had made this year. In the private room of the Su family, the entire room fell silent upon witnessing Su Mu's display of immense power. Is this young man that other son of big brothers? Su Bingfang, Su Mu's second uncle, asked cautiously. Nonsense. He's just a bastard, already expelled from the family. He's not a Su family member at all. Zhang Huilan seemed a bit hysterical. Elder Uncle Su Jiang also looked astonished. How is that possible? Wasn't his eidolon extracted? How could he become so strong? Aunt Su Xiang also covered her mouth in surprise. How can this be? I believe Sumu is a child with astonishing talent, and he truly shouldn't be left out there. We should bring him back into our Su family. Second uncle Su Bingfang hesitated for a moment before speaking earnestly. Su Bingfang was the strongest eidolon warrior in the Su family apart from Su Xinghe, and held some sway within the family. Among the family members, he and Su Xinghe had the best relationship. Are you crazy? This kind of parasite, this little bastard, is he worthy of returning to our Su family? Zhang Huilan immediately bristled. What kind of Su family member is he? Su Bingfang gave Zhang Huilan a deep look. He is more so than you. At least his surname is Su. With his strength, he would only benefit our family. His talent is entirely dependent on sucking the Su family's blood and spending our family's money to be this strong. Humph, I heard Su Mu's eidolon was extracted by you all, wasn't it? Su Bingfang snorted, and didn't your son, Su Bing, spend even more resources? How's his strength then? You? Zhang Huilan was left speechless. Alright, stop arguing. Old Mrs. Mu knocked on the table to quiet everyone down. Since this kid has shown such talent, let's give him a chance. Old Mrs. Mu. Enough. Zhang Huilan was about to speak again but was interrupted by old Mrs. Mu. It's settled then. What's the harm in giving him a Su family identity? He won't have inheritance or distribution rights in the family, just the family name will suffice. I believe he'll be eternally grateful to us. In old Madame Mu's heart, Sumu would definitely be eager to join the Su family as long as she allowed him in. He would come in, even if he had to beg on his knees. Zhang Huilan, you handle this. Go find Gongqing first, and be polite to him, understood? Old Mrs. Mu made the final decision. Zhang Huilan dared not refute and could only agree, all right. A considerable number of students had already gathered at the teleportation portal at the exit of the Demon Tower. Everyone seemed a bit anxious, because Eidolon warriors fight by having Eidolon S possess them. Once their aura is depleted and their Eidolon S cannot possess them, they will be like fish on a chopping board. Victor also hid among the crowd. He no longer had his initial high spirits, completely lacking the demeanor of a master with common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon S. Brother Dong, what do we do? The military isn't coming either. Aren't we doomed if this continues? I don't want to die. Lily cowered behind Victor, her face full of worry. Get up, how should I know? Victor said grumpily at this moment. He had no time for this useless Lily, he only wanted to figure out how to get himself out. Lily's face was full of grievance, Dong-gu. In times of crisis, Victor wouldn't care about her at all. She then remembered Sumu. If the old Sumu were here, how could he possibly not care about her? It's open. It's open. We can leave. A single sentence caused 1,000 ripples. Light flickered on the originally grayish-black portal. This was a teleportation portal specially left by the military for leaving the Demon Tower, which should have been very stable, but for some unknown reason and method used by someone, it was temporarily unable to teleport. Now that the portal glowed, it indicated that energy was beginning to flow, and its teleportation function had been restored. However, none of the people gathered at the portal moved. The portal had just recovered, and no one dared to be the first to try if it worked. A single misstep could mean being torn apart by a spatial rift. Victor quietly came behind someone at this moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he kicked one person towards the teleportation portal. Ah! That person had no Eidolon possession at the time and was kicked into the teleportation portal before he could even react. Whoosh! The person successfully teleported out. At this point, no one cared about Victor's excessive behavior anymore. Upon discovering that the teleportation portal was working, everyone scrambled to rush towards it. The scene at the teleportation portal was being watched by everyone, and the image of Victor secretly kicking someone from behind was also transmitted in real time. Whose kid is this? He has such a good Phantom God Eidolon for nothing. His character is really not good. Exactly, this kid is not fit for a great responsibility. The audience seats were filled with negative comments. Although the leaders didn't say anything, their expressions were clearly displeased. Principal Ho Ching felt his face burn with shame. He had truly lost face in this league. Song Yuan also cursed under his breath, this fool, couldn't he have let someone else do such a thing? He had to do it himself. This kick basically made him known to everyone in the whole day-saving region. Get up, don't push, let me out. Let me out. The portal was only so big it was clearly impossible for everyone to teleport at the same time. Victor was originally next to the teleportation portal, but at this moment, the other students seemed to target him, simultaneously squeezing him to the side. No one even cared about Lily. She was squeezed to who knows where. Watching people continuously being teleported out of the Demon Tower, Victor immediately grew anxious. Everyone, get out of my way. Black flames rose from his body, intending to forcefully break through. This indeed worked. Everyone was intimidated by the powerful might of the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon, and naturally made way for him. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 28 Demon Tower Cultists. The person who was about to teleport out suddenly paused, their body gradually blurring. An immortal tier genius. Die. Two gray energy figures appeared behind him. The images were somewhat blurry, two Eidolons whose appearances were indistinct. But those were also masters of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord levels. Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. It's the Demon Tower cultists. No one expected that there were people from the Demon Tower cult hidden among the students. When this person made their move, two more people appeared in the crowd, simultaneously attacking Victor. Phantoms appeared on both of them at the same time, each a single phantom. Although they weren't awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level, with the two of them working together, Victor was in grave danger. Facing the three attackers simultaneously, Victor was greatly alarmed, and his first thought was to run. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level Demon Tower cultist approached Victor first. In a panic, Victor grabbed Lily, who was next to him, and threw her towards the opponent. Lily had just squeezed next to Victor, and she was also very panicked facing the Demon Tower cultists, but unexpectedly, Victor would use her as a human shield. You're asking for death. A loud shout. Two unassuming male students wearing Tianqing No. 1 high school uniforms suddenly burst forth from the student crowd. Two more awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level experts. They were agile, and although they were of the same awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord rank as the demon tower cultists, they still completely overwhelmed them. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord rank demon tower cultists were controlled almost instantly, and the other two awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord ranked cultists were slain on the spot. Students, don't be afraid. We are the Sword Tower Army. We've long heard there were demon tower cultists among the crowd and have been ambushing them for a long time. Excellent work. Everyone cheered. No wonder they hadn't come to rescue them earlier. It turned out the Sword Tower Army had been hiding among them all along, specifically to protect their safety. Seeing the two heroic and mighty Sword Tower Army warriors, who could even instantly kill experts of the same rank, clearly already in the late awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord stage, everyone immediately felt completely at ease. So the Sword Tower Army was prepared after all. No wonder they let things be. Yeah, we wronged them. That kid is truly despicable, actually using someone as a human shield. Victor's actions were once again met with a barrage of curses from the crowd. At this moment, all the students subtly avoided Victor. No one would trust such trash who would sacrifice classmates with their back. Lily, who had been rescued, also looked at Victor with lingering fear. This time, she kept far away from him. She used to only think he might not like her, but she never expected him to do such a thing to her in a life-threatening crisis. She had completely given up on him. Victor was on the verge of tears at this moment, filled with regret. Why didn't you say something earlier that you had an ambush? He had now become the object of everyone's disgust. The audience outside was even more furious, cursing up a storm. Song Yuan had to keep his head down, fearing others would know that was his son. In the control room, Instructor Song Hu nodded with satisfaction when he saw the Demon Tower cultists successfully dealt with. How are things on that side? Wang Ming knew that Instructor Song Hu was asking about Su Mu and his group. They've successfully escaped danger and have already started moving towards the portal. Song Hu nodded. The young man you picked is indeed good, very strong. What about Shirley? Haven't they met up yet? Not yet. Hurry up and urge them. Yes. After Su Mu activated his rampage mode, those awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord ranked giant centipedes had no chance of fighting back. Su Mu had already slaughtered all these giant centipedes before the energy shield's power was even depleted. Bro, it's me, Su Bing. Seeing that it was safe, Su Bing eagerly came forward to join the excitement. How did you get so strong? Get up, I'm not your brother. Su Mu frowned. He hadn't realized this kid had such shameless talent. It made him want to beat him up, but he didn't have a very good excuse. Your Eidolon wasn't. Su Bing stopped mid-sentence. He remembered that his Eidolon had been extracted by their granduncle. This kid dared to bring it up. Su Mu grabbed him by the collar. Your Su family owes me a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. Don't forget to pay it back. Su Bing's arm was gripped tightly, as if clamped by iron tongs, making him wince in pain, but he dared not struggle. He cursed inwardly, but he could only force a smile. He couldn't even imagine Su Mu's current strength. No problem, one Eidolon is nothing. Hearing this, Su Mu finally released his arm. Su Bing rubbed his already bruised arm, thinking, just you wait, when I get out, I'll find someone to deal with you. Just you wait. Clara and Zi Hongxiu also ran over excitedly. Zi Hongxiu's face flushed, and she directly pushed Su Bing aside. Su Mu. You've become so much stronger again. Su Mu scratched his head. Just luck, I guess. Clara, meanwhile, leaned closer, looking at Su Mu with adoration, her eyes practically sparkling with stars. Li Chen and the other two also came up to thank Su Mu. After all, Su Mu had saved their lives. I used to think I was the strongest in our province this year, but I didn't realize I was just a frog in a well. There are always people better than you. Li Chen, Ma Yonghui, and Zhang Kai exchanged glances, all seeing a hint of regret in each other's eyes. They had competed fiercely against each other for years throughout high school, only to be unexpectedly crushed by someone else. At this point, they had also arrived near the portal, just in time to see two Demon Tower cultists being detained by the Sword Tower army. The others also saw them. They didn't know Su Mu, but they naturally recognized Li Chen and the others. Seeing them approach, they subtly deferred to Su Mu. Seeing Su Mu still wearing a school uniform, they all had some guesses about Su Mu's identity. Su Mu looked at the situation before him and instantly knew what was happening. The military had indeed made arrangements long ago. He also saw familiar faces, Victor and Lily, though Lily was quite far from Victor now, not clinging to him like before. But he couldn't be bothered to care about such things. The two also saw Su Mu at the same time, their expressions varied. Victor looked at Su Mu with hatred, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had thought Su Mu had already been replaced by an ordinary Eidolon by now. Lily, meanwhile, was instantly teary-eyed, looking wronged and wanting to approach Su Mu. Clara, on the other hand, immediately stood guard in front of Su Mu, blocking Lily's gaze, fearing that she would entangle them. Zhou Jing of the Sword Tower army naturally recognized these few individuals. These peerless prodigies from Tiandu province were famous. Although Su Mu and the others didn't know each other, they were clearly students and were with them. Zhou Jing immediately greeted them. "You all hurry over, we're preparing to evacuate." But just then, the Demon Tower cultists, who had originally been restrained, suddenly erupted. A black mist surged from his body, and Wang Ning, who was holding him, felt the opponent's body suddenly become slippery. Then a sudden burst of force came. "Zhou Jing, hurry," he was hiding his strength. "Ahahaha, die." The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord Demon Tower cultists instantly broke free, their bodies transforming into phantoms, and charged towards Su Mu and the others. "Oh no! Stop him!" Chapter 29, The Real Mission. At this moment, Wang Ning saw that their target was Li Chen, who, as the top genius in Tiandu province, possessed the very special common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon void demonic fish. It was a very rare space element Eidolon, and it was common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, with very high combat value if it grew up in the future. Its fame was too great, and its drawbacks were also very obvious. Almost everyone knew its Eidolon characteristics. The void demonic fish's long-range combat and support abilities were very strong, but its close combat ability was weak, which was known to almost everyone. This awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level Demon Tower cultist naturally knew this and was just waiting for the best opportunity. He had been hiding his strength precisely for this moment. Now, he was incredibly close to Li Chen, just a few steps away. For Li Chen, who was one level below him and not good at close combat, he could almost instantly kill him. He seemed to have already envisioned the other party's heads separated from their body. His life for the death of the top prodigy in Tiandu province, this trade is worth it. Maybe he can even take a few more with him. No! But Li Chen's reaction to this lethal attack was even stranger. He didn't choose to fight to the death, but instead turned and hid behind the person next to him. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level Demon Tower cultist sneered, "A genius is also immortal. What good is that? It just adds another corpse, and it even killed other students." Victor watched from the side, feeling even more delighted, because the person they were dodging was none other than Su Mu, who was behind them. In his mind, with Su Mu's strength, he was sure to die this time. See? He also uses his classmates as human shields. At death's door, aren't they all the same? Song Wei thought gleefully. Zhou Jing had pushed his speed to the limit, but a few steps, for them awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level beings, was almost instantaneous. There was no possibility of catching up. His heart was cold, filled with infinite regret. This time, they hadn't protected these students well. The main reason was that the opponent's target was a genius like Li Chen, something they hadn't anticipated at all. His eyes were wide with rage, watching as Su Mu was about to be splattered with blood on the spot. Bang! Ah! A scream. No one expected that the scream would come from the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level Demon Tower cultist. He was directly flung into the air by a long spear wreathed in black flames, his entire body charred black, clearly burned to a crisp. The other end of the long spear was firmly gripped in Sumu's hand. How is this possible? Everyone was utterly shocked. You're actually at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. Even Li Chen, behind Sumu, was surprised at this moment. He himself had lost his eidolon possession, and facing this attack, he instinctively hid behind the strongest, Sumu. Because he knew Sumu was also awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord level, blocking him for a moment was naturally achievable. He hadn't expected that Sumu would still manage to kill the Demon Tower cultists on the spot, despite the Sword Tower army being unable to control them. Sumu's strength is truly unfathomable. Victor stared blankly at Sumu, who looked like a god of war, witnessing the same abilities as himself but with a vastly different level of power. Lily's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected Sumu to become so strong. Sumu! Over here! Sumu suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned his head and saw Shirley, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, waving at him from the crowd. After all, she was the person Wang Ming had arranged for him to protect, and he felt a bit embarrassed for not having stayed with her all along. You are very strong. Shirley's expression was a little strange. While she was clearly shocked by his strength, her face also showed a hint of regret. What's wrong? Sumu found Shirley's appearance a bit strange. Shirley gestured for Sumu to come aside, and Clara, already aware of Shirley's special identity, didn't follow. I need you to come with me somewhere? Shirley's first sentence left Sumu bewildered. Actually, Captain Wang's real purpose in having you with me wasn't to protect me, but to escort me to a certain place. Sumu had a sudden realization. The danger in this league was inherently low, so why would Captain Wang Ming insist on him protecting someone who wasn't weak to begin with? It turned out there was another mission. He looked at her with a half smile. You told me directly. Aren't you afraid I won't take you there? Captain Wang Ming has already considered this point. Your father is Su Xinghe, right? He's in that place too. What? Sumu was truly surprised this time. He knew Su Xinghe was trapped in this demon tower, but he hadn't expected others to know his father's location. However, Su Xinghe still couldn't get out, which indicated that the place was either extremely dangerous or had some special conditions, allowing entry but not exit. Sure enough, Shirley continued, that place is a bit special. For anyone below awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord levels, you can only enter, but not leave. Sumu frowned slightly. Are we going in there to bring something out? Exactly. Shirley nodded frankly. Sumu understood completely now. His father might have obtained something incredible but couldn't bring it out because the people his father brought with him definitely wouldn't be below the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord levels. Besides valuing his strength, the fact that he was Su Xinghe's son was also important to them in seeking him out, as he would naturally want to save his father. However, Sumu could imagine that the place where his father was trapped must be extremely dangerous. Just the two of us? Of course not. So, you've agreed? Shirley tilted her head, looking at Sumu. Her pink hair seemed to reflect light even in the gloomy environment of the demon tower. Sumu didn't hesitate much. I'll go with you first to see the situation. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of danger, but Wang Ming's dishonesty made him very uncomfortable. Even if they had told him the truth, since the other party had saved him, Sumu would still have agreed, but this feeling of being deceived was very unpleasant. However, Su Xinghe was his father after all, so he had to go and see. Moreover, he was confident in his current strength. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Shirley hadn't expected Sumu to agree so readily. She couldn't discern any anger from his expression about being deceived, which led her to raise her evaluation of Sumu even higher. Sumu was much more mature than he appeared. Sword Tower Army Control Room. Sir, Sumu and Shirley are already on their way. Wang Ming was reporting the situation inside the Demon Tower to Song Hu. However, Sumu already knows part of the plan. Shirley didn't follow the plan and directly told him our objective. Song Hu nodded slightly. Shirley is a defiant child to begin with. It's naturally uncomfortable for her to lie. Besides, I wasn't entirely supportive of using deception in your plan.
As long as he agrees to go, it's fine.
Yes. Wang Ming stood at attention, his right hand clenched into a fist and placed horizontally across his chest, saluting.
Chapter 30, Su Xinghe.
At this moment, Sumu and Shirley had already crossed the green safe zone and were heading deeper. Clara had wanted to follow Sumu, but he refused. She was only an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier, and venturing deeper would clearly be too dangerous for her.
After Sumu's persistent persuasion, Clara had no choice but to give up.
The weather in the depths of the demon tower had changed significantly. The sky grew increasingly gloomy, and faint, ethereal mist slowly began to rise. The few monsters they encountered on the way were easily dealt with by the two of them. It was then that Sumu realized Shirley was also an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier expert. She didn't look very old, about the same age as himself, and he wondered if she was a talent secretly cultivated by the military. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, the sight in the distance startled Sumu. The sky far away appeared to be cut into two parts as if by an invisible wall, giving the entire world a distinct fractured feeling, like shattered glass. Who goes there? This area is restricted. Several blurry figures appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were 4 military soldiers wearing the standard uniform of the Sword Tower Army. All 4 looked alert and vigilant, with a strong tendency to apprehend the two if a word was amiss. This was a restricted area, and normally, humans should not be present. Shirley immediately stepped forward and presented her identification. The leading captain repeatedly verified it for a long time and then consulted outside via a communication device for a moment. Communication within the Demon Tower was not easy. The Demon Tower naturally possessed signal-blocking capabilities, preventing ordinary mobile phones and communication devices from communicating with the outside. Only specialized communication equipment could be used. The deeper one went into the Demon Tower, the greater the energy consumption. The League's live broadcast was only possible because it was in the outer perimeter of the Demon Tower, where the consumption was manageable. Closer to the interior, the consumption became immense. However, to confirm their identities, and adhering to a cautious principle, the Sword Tower Army soldiers still used the communication device. Upon receiving the clear-to-pass order, the 4 finally relaxed, opened the barrier, and allowed the 2 to pass through. Be careful, both of you. The monsters in here are at least awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. Sumu finally understood why this demon tower was called the Magic Cube. The Rubik's Cube Demon Tower is an S-rank demon tower, and the highest monster strengths are common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord. The level of danger is undeniably high. But why was the High School League still held here? It was precisely because of these energy walls. It is divided into sections by these peculiar energy walls, and each section restricts the strength of any living creature within it, including humans and monsters. The green zone marked during the High School League is where no awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level monsters exist. After the Sword Tower Army cleared out the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord monsters, it is considered a safe zone. Monsters above the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level are restricted to other areas and cannot leave, so holding the league there poses no problems. If a person whose strength exceeds the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level enters, they would also be directly restricted to other areas. Such was the case with Su Xinghe. He didn't find any problems upon entering, but once he entered an area beyond an energy wall, he found himself unable to leave. The area where Su Xinghe was trapped was a zone with a maximum of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level monsters. The highest monsters in this area were of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level, posing little threat to Su Xinghe and his companions, but they couldn't leave. A group of people was gathered in a huge cave, surrounded by various living wastes, indicating that they had been living there for some time. This can't go on. How long have we been trapped here? A rugged man in his 30s complained loudly. He was shirtless, covered in numerous scars, but seemed to be in good spirits, without the decadence of being trapped for too long.
It's good enough for now.
At least our area doesn't have monsters higher than awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord. And this place of ours is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. As long as a few of us take turns summoning eidolons for possession, we can guard the cave entrance, and that's already pretty good.
The answer came from a woman.
Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she had a heroic air about her, with a high ponytail. She looked at the shirtless Su Long with some disdain. What she said was indeed true. Many of them had come in, but quite a few had been lost during their long exploration of the Demon Tower. If they hadn't found this area, they would have continued to lose members. Although Eidolon warriors are strong, their weakness is their lack of sustained power. This place at least allows them time to rest. Alright, if you have energy, speak less and focus on recovering your aura. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave opened his eyes. A golden glow flashed in his eyes, and his dark golden pupils flickered for a moment before quickly returning to black. This person's hair was a bit messy, but he didn't look unkempt. Instead, he had a wild, handsome charm. His appearance bore a 3/10 resemblance to Su Mu, and he was indeed Su Mu's father, Su Xinghe. As soon as he spoke, the two of them immediately fell silent.
Su Xinghe continued, "Has Feng Xinjiang not returned yet?" "Not yet," someone immediately replied.
A trace of worry flashed across Su Xinghe's face.
His eidolon possession time is almost up. Why isn't he back yet?
He is back. Feng Xinjiang is back, someone outside the cave shouted at this moment. A person, covered in blood and unrecognizable, stumbled in. Su Xinghe darted over and supported the other person. Zhang Han, quickly stop his bleeding. The woman with wheat-colored skin immediately stepped forward, and a milky white energy emanated from her hand, striking Feng Xinjiang's body. Feng Xinjiang's wounds visibly began to heal, and his spirits lifted considerably. He looked at everyone around him, who were staring at him expectantly, shook his head, and sighed. The area to the west is also an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level region, with quite a few high-level monsters inside. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment.
Alright, it's okay.
You rest well, and we'll figure something out.
As their leader and the strongest, Su Xinghe couldn't collapse first, or everyone would fall into despair.
It's alright, let's first defend the cave well. The military department has already sent people over.
Su Xinghe loudly comforted everyone, boosting their morale.
However, Su Xinghe knew himself that although he was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level powerhouse, he was also nearing his limit. They had been trapped in this demon tower for nearly half a month, and their food supply was running low. When they first discovered they were trapped in an area, their region was also an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level area, but the monsters in that area were exceptionally dense. With limited possession time, they could only fight and retreat, eventually entering another awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level region, suffering heavy losses. They wandered and finally arrived at this area. Fortunately, this area was much safer, and their location had good terrain, suitable for defense. Unfortunately, apart from the northern direction they came from, their tests showed that the southeast and west areas were all extremely dangerous awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level regions, making it impossible for them to leave. Their communication devices with the outside world also lost functionality due to depleted energy. The last message he received was that the Sword Tower military had sent people into the Demon Tower to search for them.
Chapter 31, Carrion Worm. This is Captain Lu Guangyong and Gui Jiang. They came in a day earlier. Captain Lu will lead us in this mission. Shirley introduced the two men in front of Su Mu. After crossing the energy wall, Shirley took Su Mu to meet the two men. Lu Guangyong and Gui Jiang both looked a bit disheveled, their Sword Tower army uniforms covered in dust, clearly indicating they hadn't been idle these past 2 days. The group introduced themselves. Su Mu didn't mention his immortal eidolon, only saying he was immortal tier with 700 stats. Lu Guangyong was quite satisfied with their strength and began to explain the current situation. The area they were in was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level zone.
Although it was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level zone, it didn't mean all monsters were of that level. Most monsters in this area were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. There was only one awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monster, which, given their strength, made it relatively safe. However, according to Su Xinghe's last known location, his position was still 2 energy walls away from this area. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monster's activity range is in the southeast. We'll avoid that direction and move forward. Also, the next area is highly likely to be awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. As long as we're careful and avoid the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters, we won't be in danger. Alright, that's the general situation. We need to speed up and try to avoid combat. If we encounter danger, we'll need to take turns fighting. Lu Guanyang systematically arranged the team's division of labor. The 4-person team officially began their journey. Lu Guanyang led the way, Sumu and Shirley followed behind, with Gui Jiang at the very back. A red light glowed between Lu Guanyang's eyebrows, and then a visible energy ripple spread in all directions. His eidolon was very special, capable of sensing the approximate location and strength of monsters several miles away. While this ability had no offensive power, it was clearly very practical, which was why he was chosen for this mission. With Lu Guanyang present, the danger of this mission was indeed not high. Given the strength of the 4 of them, they certainly wouldn't be a match for an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level encounter. The only threat, the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, could be avoided in advance. However, Lu Guanyang's skill clearly required his eidolon to be attached, so time was limited, and they had to speed up. The 4 figures quickly traversed a rugged terrain. To conserve aura, except for Lu Guanyang, no one else summoned their eidolon, so their speed wasn't particularly fast. Sumu's primordial golden crow could maintain its attached state continuously, but he didn't appear overly conspicuous, simply following closely behind Lu Guanyang. Lu Guanyang's ability was indeed very practical. Without encountering a single monster, the 4 of them once again saw an energy wall. This energy wall was miraculously unusual. One side was as dim as dusk, while the sky on the other side was as bright as day. Having experienced crossing an energy wall once before, the 4 didn't linger and directly pass through the energy wall. There was no special sensation when crossing the energy wall, just like passing through a thin film, instantly entering another world. Lu Guanyang once again touched his brow, and a mysterious red ripple spread in all directions. The next second, Lu Guanyang's expression changed. Sumu and the others' expressions immediately tensed as they looked at Lu Guanyang. What's wrong? There are no awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters here. The highest are only awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier. The several people were immediately puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you making such a fuss? Lu Guanyang quickly offered an explanation, but there are too many awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters here. Boom, rumbling. A sound like a train's roar echoed in the distance. Lu Guanyang immediately gave the order, everyone, summon your eidolons. Don't conserve aura, let's charge through. What? Don't conserve aura. Sumu didn't have time to overthink Lu Guanyang's command and instinctively charged out with a few others. His primordial golden crow had always been in its possessed state, so there was no need to summon an eidolon, and his speed wouldn't be slow. This area was vastly different from the previous one. The former was a rugged mountain forest, while this was an endless plain, completely like 2 different worlds. Soon, Sumu understood what that train-like sound was. On the distant horizon, a long black line appeared where the sky and earth connected. The black line, stretching from far to near, was actually an army of monsters composed entirely of monsters. These were common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters called scavenger worms. These monsters had huge insect-like mouthparts, spiky quadrupeds, moved extremely fast, and attacked by tearing with their massive mandibles. They had no special abilities and weren't individually strong, but their strength lay in their immense numbers and their fearlessness in battle.
No matter how many you killed, these monsters seemed endless. Black carrion worms swarmed in like ants, covering the sky and the earth. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to them.
Under such terrifying numbers, even an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier being couldn't withstand this human wave tactic and would turn into a pile of white bones in a short time. Eidolon warriors feared this type of monster the most, because while Eidolon warriors were strong, their sustained combat time was short. Once their possession time ran out, they would be at the mercy of their enemies. So, Lu Guangyang planned to rush to the next area as quickly as possible. However, he clearly underestimated the number and speed of these monsters. From a distance, they saw the overwhelming swarm of monsters forming a pincer movement, surrounding them from all directions. Prepare for direct contact, maintain formation, and will break through to the southwest.
Chapter 32, Sea of Insects.
In such a critical moment, it was not the time to question him. Led by Lu Guangyang, with Sumu and Shirley forming the two flanks and Gui Jiang covering the rear, the four formed a simple formation and charged into the Sea of Insects. Kill! The Sea of Insects and the four-person formation finally clashed. The four, like a sharp dagger, tore a large opening in the insect horde. Lu Guangyang held twin axes, and the figure of an armored warrior appeared behind him, with an energy armor also manifesting on his body. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord peak power was unleashed, striking down the charging scavenger worms almost one by axe. Splish, splish. The sound of axes cleaving through the carrion worm's flesh was incessant. Lu Guangyang's ability was perfect for charging. Some of the scavenger worms that weren't killed on the sides were also picked off one by Sumu's spear. Shirley, at this moment, was also at full power. Her pink hair began to move without wind. Then, strands of her hair stood on end, and the pink color began to transform into a vibrant red. A transparent sphere appeared in her hand, from which pink energy ripples automatically flew out.
Any carrion worm that touched these ripples was instantly disintegrated.
Gui Jiang, at the back of the team, had the least pressure at this time, because their advancing speed was very fast. The carrion worms behind them hadn't yet surrounded them, they had already broken through. An ancient longbow appeared in his hand. The longbow had no string, but as his right hand made a motion of drawing an invisible string in the void, a blue energy light arrow appeared in the longbow. As he released his hand, the light arrow shot out like lightning, instantly blasting a carrion worm into smithereens. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord scavenger bug common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card +5. Skill proficiency +5. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord scavenger bug common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card +5. Skill proficiency +5. A series of system notifications rang out, and Sumu's tower card count and skill proficiency grew rapidly. Within a few minutes, Sumu had collected hundreds of tower cards. This is a great spot. Sumu was overjoyed, black gold flames surging around him as he killed with increasing vigor. Even a few of the monsters at the very front, belonging to Lu Guangyang, were snatched by Sumu, making Lu Guangyang feel significantly less pressured. He looked at Sumu in surprise. He had originally thought Sumu was the weakest link in their team, but he never expected him to be so proactive once combat began, so much so that he had to intervene to dissuade him. Save some aura, don't kill too fiercely. He thought Sumu was fighting so desperately to prove himself, and to accommodate Sumu, he even deliberately reduced the number of monsters that leaked towards Sumu. Sumu immediately panicked, "Bro, don't steal my kills." His urgency was completely unnecessary. The carrion insects, now appearing everywhere, began to change. Large numbers of them joined the encirclement. In fact, due to their sheer numbers, bug-on-bug incidents occurred. The sea of carrion insects visibly swelled like a wave, forming a distinct bulge, resembling a black torrent that surged with overwhelming force towards the formation where the four individuals stood. "We need to speed up." Lu Guangyang's face was grim, his expression clearly anxious. "Everyone, this won't do. We have to fight with all we've got." As his words fell, his body visibly stiffened, and surging energy coursed through him.
Constellation 1, Avatar of War. Crack, crack.
The energy armor that had been attached to Lu Guanyang gradually peeled off his body, eventually transforming into an armored giant.
Boom!
The armored giant brought its axe down, and a visible energy ripple instantly spread, clearing the area in front of them in a flash.
The entire team had a moment to catch their breath.
Lu Guanyang, who had unleashed this attack, paled, clearly having expended a great deal of energy.
Let's go!
Without time to rest, he continued to charge forward, the armored giant following closely behind. This move was his desperate ultimate technique, a constellation skill of his epic eidolon.
After using it, both aura speed and stamina would rapidly deplete. He wouldn't use this move unless absolutely necessary.
Of course, the effect of this move was also very significant, and the entire formation's movement speed clearly increased by a notch. But this speed didn't last long. Soon, the armored giant, due to its massive size, was quickly covered in carrion insects until its original appearance was completely obscured. Lu Guanyang, helpless, could only deactivate the skill. At this moment, Lu Guanyang was breathing heavily, covered in sweat, clearly indicating that his aura and stamina were failing him. Sumu greatly admired Lu Guanyang's performance, truly seeing the responsibility of a soldier in him.
Sumu patted Lu Guanyang's shoulder.
The latter turned his head in surprise, revealing a pair of deeply tired and bloodshot eyes. Sumu gestured to swap positions with him.
Before Lu Guanyang could refuse, Sumu stepped forward. Immortal Hell Phoenix. Constellation 5, Phoenix Might.
A terrifying natural pressure emanated from Sumu, instantly blocking Lu Guanyang's words of refusal.
Constellation 6, Phoenix Chaos. Sumu's terrifying aura intensified once more.
It's a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon with all constellations unlocked.
How terrifying must that be?
Sumu's outbreak stunned the other three members of the team.
A full constellation phantom god eidolon was truly unheard of. Phoenix Strike.
An incredibly massive phantom of a fire phoenix, as if emerging from ancient mythology, broke free from its cocoon, carrying raging flames, and appeared at the tip of the long spear in Sumu's hand in a breathtaking manner. Coupled with Feng Zhan's increased attack range effect and Feng Xiang's splash damage, the fire phoenix shot out like a meteor. Wherever it passed, space seemed to distort, and like a road roller, the area in front of Sumu was instantly cleared.
So strong.
Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Scavenger, Bug, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Obtain Tower Card +5. Skill Proficiency +5.
Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Scavenger, Bug, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Obtain Tower Card +5. Skill Proficiency +5.
Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Scavenger, Bug, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Obtain Tower Card +5. Skill Proficiency +5. A series of system prompts sounded.
Sumu finally felt satisfied with the kills this time.
Refreshing. Sumu roared, activating his full domain. Within 50 meters, the carrion worms instantly evaporated into dust.
The other three were dumbfounded. This ability was simply a bane for mob groups, and they could tell that Sumu's consumption was not significant.
Because they saw Sumu was Phoenix Strike. Phoenix Strike. Phoenix Strike.
Sumu was chasing and attacking groups of monsters.
Was this the legendary ultimate skill as a basic attack?
Lu Guanyang looked at his sweat-soaked and wounded body, then at Sumu, who seemed to be strolling in the rain, turning all monsters into dust in the blink of an eye. If I had known he was this strong, why did I try so hard? Under the blessing of Sumu's powerful domain, essentially any monsters entering the domain would be attacked by Sumu. The cry of the phoenix was incessant, and black flames were everywhere, giving a great sense of security.
For a moment, the other three even felt they had no monsters left to kill.
Lu Guangyong, seeing the situation, cleverly became the navigation bot this way. The four-person team's speed was more than double what it had been before, almost reaching a full sprint. This was still the result of Su Mu deliberately lowering his speed. This place was simply a paradise for him to gain experience. Tower cards almost instantly broke through 2,000, and the number was still increasing geometrically. The proficiency of various skills also soared. Chapter 33, Detour. When he saw the next energy barrier, Su Mu almost felt reluctant to leave. The moment Lu Guangyong touched the energy barrier, he hurriedly retreated, pulling the nearby Shirley with him. Don't go in. This is the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level zone. All three, including Su Mu, were startled. If they had blindly entered, even encountering one awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level entity would be enough to instantly kill them. Isn't this the way? What do we do now? Shirley's pink hair had now completely turned red. Her eidolon possession was almost at its limit, and the phantoms around her were starting to dissipate. It is here, but this area has become awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. We'll have to go around. Lu Guanyan looked at Su Mu with some concern. Can you still hold on? Su Mu glanced at his aura, which was still half full. No big deal, I can last a while longer. The others looked at Su Mu with some disbelief. They were all nearing their limits, but Su Mu still seemed to have plenty of energy. Really? Is he that durable? Shirley was a little surprised, fearing Su Mu was just putting on a brave face. However, there was no time to think too much. The group once again plunged into the swarm of insects. Su Mu was eager to kill here for a bit longer, and he didn't care about the consumption. Even if his immortal hell phoenix lost its possessed state, he wouldn't be in much danger relying on the primordial golden crow. Boom! Numerous system prompts sounded, and countless more carrion insects turned to ash. Su Mu's tower card grew rapidly, almost exceeding the 10,000 mark. Awesome! This place was practically a bonus zone for Su Mu, specifically for grinding experience. The other three looked at Su Mu with increasingly strange eyes. Although they also only summoned one eidolon to conserve aura, they couldn't possibly be as valiant as Su Mu, who seemed like a perpetual motion machine. Su Mu was also able to sustain himself for so long because his aura recovery rate increased by 100% within the domain. Each area of the Rubik's Cube Demon Tower was a regular square, completely dividing the entire world. They entered from one side, and there was an exit in each of the other three directions. They were now using a roundabout route through a passage in another direction to bypass that awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level area. Not long after the four made their detour, they unexpectedly discovered a cluster of buildings in an area. Su Mu, over there. Lu Guanyang pointed to the buildings. It was a cluster of buildings resembling those of the European Middle Ages, castle-like structures built from stone. However, it was clear they had been abandoned for a long time. Half of the outer city walls had collapsed, and all the buildings were covered in green plants. How can there be such buildings here? Could humans have lived here before? Su Mu observed these structures with a face full of surprise, feeling a sense of awe. What kind of existence were these demon towers? It seemed a civilization truly once existed here. Quick, let's go in there. Lu Guanyang pointed to a cylindrical building that looked relatively intact. It resembled a defensive fortress, with thick walls, and only one person could enter or exit through its doorway. My aura isn't enough, we can't make it to the next energy barrier. This place only allows one person to enter and exit. One of us will guard the entrance while the others recover their aura, Lu Guanyang quickly arranged. Among the four, he had consumed the most and was now completely at his limit, almost losing his eidolon possession in the next second. Besides Su Mu, the other two were much the same. Hearing Lu Guanyang's arrangement, they rushed towards the cylindrical building without question and filed in. Su Mu, on the other hand, instinctively guarded the entrance. Looking at the carrion insects covering the sky and ground, he didn't feel danger. Instead, he thought of them as experience. Finally, no one was competing with him for experience. The three people who entered the building were deeply touched when they saw Sumu voluntarily blocking the outside. Lu Guangyang sat down cross-legged, and even his address for Sumu changed.
"Brother Su, don't worry, we'll pay you back as soon as we recover."
Sumu turned his head and gave a smile.
"No need to rush, just focus on recovering well."
Shirley looked at Sumu's strong back and suddenly felt that while Sumu usually looked like a student, he now appeared to be a truly reliable person. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, scavenger, bug, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain tower card +5. Skill proficiency +5.
Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, scavenger, bug, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain tower card +5. Skill proficiency +5.
Without the other three, Sumu completely let loose, going all out and expanding his domain to its maximum. Immediately, a sea of flames began to spread outwards with Sumu at its center. The flames of the immortal Hell Phoenix are not real flames in the true sense, they are actually a kind of spiritual fire. Besides burning flesh, they also burn the spirits of monsters, making them extremely terrifying flames. Upon approaching, it didn't feel particularly hot at first, but once it ignited, it was difficult to extinguish.
Wielding the blood-forged spear, Sumu moved deftly, transforming the entire area in front of him into a vacuum.
As Sumu slayed the monsters, he wondered how he would use so many tower cards later. Unconsciously, his tower cards had reached 20,000, and he would soon be able to draw from the ancestral Golden Crow's exclusive gacha pool. Sumu suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and fought with even more vigor. However, his aura was also about to be depleted, and he would soon exit the possession state. But it didn't matter, he would activate the last whisper, and even if he didn't, with the ancestral Golden Crow present, these monsters posed no threat to him.
But without the immortal Hell Phoenix, the efficiency of farming monsters would be greatly reduced, whether or not the Phoenix Imperial domain was activated.
"Hey, let me take over, you rest for a bit." Gui Jiang came with his wooden bow to relieve Sumu. He had the lowest consumption, and his Eidolon possession time had already recovered.
Sumu didn't even turn his head. "It's fine, my Eidolon possession still has some time left. We'll switch when the possession time is up."
Gui Jiang's expression froze. He thought Sumu was already at his limit, but he didn't expect him to still be able to hold on.
A peculiar expression flashed across Gui Jiang's face.
But he didn't refuse. "Alright, call me when your time is almost up, I'll wait for you right here."
Sumu continued to farm monsters.
He was only 1,000 tower cards short of reaching 20,000 tower cards again.
How could he be willing to return at this point?
5 minutes later, Sumu's aura for this session also completely depleted, and he finally accumulated 20,000 tower cards.
Chapter 34, Body of the Sun's Radiance.
"Brother Gua, it's your turn, the Eidolon is about to disappear," Sumu shouted towards the door.
"All right."
Gui Jiang was decisive, pushing off his right foot, drawing his bow, and shooting an arrow in one fluid motion.
A bursting arrow exploded instantly, boom. Red explosions swept through Sumu's flame area.
The black flame phoenix behind Sumu also completely vanished.
Sumu didn't force himself, nor did he want to expose his talent skills.
He brushed past Gui Jiang, successfully completing the shift.
"If you didn't come in sooner, little brother Su, I would have started to doubt life," Lu Guangyang said with a laugh, teasing Sumu as soon as he entered the room.
"I just have an aura recovery ability, which makes me a bit more persistent," Sumu explained with a smile.
"Hurry up and recover. It's not safe here either. I'll take over for old Gui in a bit."
Lu Guangyang also seemed to have recovered enough and began to stand up and stretch.
"Captain Lu, you should rest more. You've consumed the most.
I'll take the next turn."
Shirley stopped Lu Guangyang, who was exercising. "No need. After Guojiang fights for 20 minutes, I'll go relieve him. Then he'll recover for 10 minutes, and we'll set off."
At the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord levels, when summoning one Eidolon, the possession time can reach nearly an hour, but if abilities are frequently activated, the time will be shortened accordingly.
To recover aura, without other item or skill bonuses, it would take at least an hour. It's certainly impossible for all 4 people to recover fully. They can only try to keep most people in good condition. Sumu ignored their argument. He was currently struggling with whether to gacha now. His gacha special effects were too noticeable. He definitely wouldn't be able to hide them from these people. Never mind, his common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon wasn't really a secret anyway. At least Wang Ming already knew. It wouldn't be strange for him to have a few more common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skills now. Sumu didn't start gacha immediately. He walked further into the room. The interior of this fortress-like building wasn't just one single room. Besides the main hall by the door, there were several compartments inside. Judging by the furnishings, they seemed to have been places for weapons previously, but the rooms weren't large, as the fortress itself had limited space. The others didn't pay attention to Sumu entering the room. They just vigilantly watched the doorway. Forget it, gacha. Sumu chose common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. He selected the ancestral Golden Crow exclusive gacha pool, and for common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, he still chose the immortal Hell Phoenix. Besides the eidolon, exclusive skills and weapons can also be strengthened. He found that his panel already had a convenient multi-draw function, allowing him to draw 2,000 cards at once. A red light began to flash, instantly engulfing the entire fortress. Damn it! The people outside the room were utterly bewildered. Why wasn't Sumu recovering quickly? How was he drawing tower cards? More importantly, how did he even draw common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal cards? What in the world was he doing? But the next second, the entire room suddenly lit up with a golden light, so dazzling that it made them lose focus for a moment. Gui Jiang, who was guarding outside, was nearly bitten by a carrion worm. What level of tower card is this? A thought, one they wouldn't even dare to conceive, arose in everyone's minds. Could this be common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal? Solar body common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill. Primordial Golden Crow exclusive skill. The flesh is as strong as the sun, capable of wielding supreme yang attribute energy. When used simultaneously with fire attribute attacks, it greatly enhances fire attribute damage. It is impervious to extreme heat and immune to all fire attribute attacks. Solar Eclipse harnesses all aura to unleash a devastating, star explosion-like attack. After activation, the primordial Golden Crow unpossesses its host. Immune to fire attribute attacks. Fire attribute amplification plus 500%. This Eclipse skill is perfect for me. The primordial Golden Crow skills now included an active skill called Solar Eclipse, which directly sacrifices its eidolon to unleash a powerful attack. Sumu was very pleased with this skill. For others, it might be a mutual destruction, but for him, it perfectly activated the last whisper, allowing him to use it whenever he pleased without much thought. At this point, the other 3 completely confirmed that Sumu's eidolon was indeed a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Behind Sumu, a 3-legged golden crow appeared, emanating endless majesty and mysterious aura. Its entire body shone with dazzling golden light, and behind it, a brilliant great sun glowed, like a blazing, fiery star. The scorching light was impossible to look at directly, causing a stinging sensation in their eyes. A terrifying, supreme yang energy emanated from his entire being. Shirley, who possessed a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tier eidolon, instinctively felt a suppression of rank, causing her eidolon to tremble from its soul. Lu Guanyang and Gui Jiang fared even worse. Their eidolons were merely common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Faced with such a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, they instantly retreated into their bodies. Fortunately, the scavenger swarm outside was momentarily halted by the presence of this superior being. Otherwise, Wu Jiang at the door would have been completely devoured by the scavenger worms by now. Sumu, you. Lu Guanyang stammered, asking involuntarily, but halfway through, he suddenly felt he was being too abrupt and froze.
Shirley's eyes gleamed, lost in thought.
This gacha increased Sumu's stats by another 80 points.
Coupled with the stats gained per second from the primordial power, his stats officially broke through 800. Because he also pulled from the Immortal Hell Phoenix's exclusive gacha pool, after the Immortal Hell Phoenix reached max constellation, he used the excess pity system cards to strengthen the Blood-Forged Spear. Blood-Forged Spear common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapon +8. Comes with fire attribute attack hellish black fire.
Fire attribute amplification plus 180%. Attack power plus 360%. Sumu's strength surged again.
He looked at the three people staring at him dumbfounded, no longer hiding his power.
He let out a loud laugh. Haha, what are we waiting for? I'll lead the way, let's go.
Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Sumu's back suddenly flickered with dazzling golden light. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually forming two pairs of massive wings made of pure golden energy. Each wing was more than 2 meters long, with mysterious runes and pathways flowing across them. As Sumu willed it, those wings flapped fiercely, and he shot into the sky like an arrow from a bow, transforming into a golden streak of light. Refreshing! Soaring freely in the sky, Sumu had wanted to do this for a long time. Kill! A moment later, Sumu, holding the blood-forged spear, transformed into a golden stream of light, swooping down from the sky with thunderous might. Wherever he passed, all the carrion bugs turned to ash. The three were shocked to find a straight, broad path appearing before them. The sea of carrion worms had been forcefully split down the middle, creating a roadway. Looking at the scene before them, all three were stunned.
It was Lu Guanyan who reacted first, shouting at the other two. Go!
Chapter 35, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level monsters. Sir, Shueli and the others are approaching Su Xingha's area, but contact with Su Xingha has been completely lost.
We don't know if they will be able to successfully link up. In the control room, Wang Ming was reporting to Division Commander Song Hu. Keep tracking it. Wang Ming glanced at Division Commander Song Hu's expression, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Division Commander, what exactly is this item we're retrieving this time?
Hearing this, Division Commander Song Hu turned his head, gave Wang Ming a deep look, and said with a half-smile, What, you still don't know?
Wang Ming felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness and bowed to Song Hu. Your subordinate does not know. It's no harm to tell you.
Actually, this matter has something to do with your heaven beyond heaven. We're getting it for you. Song Hu thought for a moment and then said, the biggest effect of this item is that it can forcibly elevate an eidolon by one realm.
What?
Wang Ming felt a tumultuous storm brewing in his mind, and a wave of greed involuntarily surged from the bottom of his heart. So, if it's a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, wouldn't it directly become common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal?
And if it's a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, wouldn't it be able to advance directly by one more level? Wang Ming couldn't even dare to imagine such a terrifying effect. Then isn't this the material Sun Chongtian found back then? Indeed, that's the one.
Song Hu nodded affirmatively.
Wang Ming was shocked, such an important item, and we're just sending a few of them to get it?
Even if people of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level strength would get trapped, we should still send someone. After all, Su Xingha's area is an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level area. Song Hu looked straight ahead, as if seeing far beyond the surveillance screen in front of him, and then slowly said, Of course we can't send just them.
They are merely Plan B.
Inside the Cube Demon Tower, in the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level area that even Su Mu and his three companions dared not enter, a 6-person squad was rapidly advancing. For this kind of mission, clearly, more people isn't necessarily better. Instead, an elite strategy is required, ensuring everyone has their specific role. This area was a desert region, with yellow sand filling the sky, obstructing much of the visibility and hindering their progress. The 6-person squad looked well-trained, clearly an elite team that frequently worked together, and they continued to advance rapidly, seemingly unaffected by the sandstorm. They were fully armed, with even their faces covered by black masks. The two leaders emanated a tricolored glow, clearly indicating they were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level experts, and extremely powerful. In the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level area, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters were ubiquitous, but almost all of them were instantly killed by the squad, clearly indicating the squad's late awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level strength. Such a team wouldn't face much risk unless they encountered awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters. No wonder they dared to traverse the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level area. Sumu and the others were now moving through that area as if entering an unmanned territory, wherever Sumu's golden stream of light reached. All the carrion insects turned into dust. Refreshing! At this moment, Sumu was incredibly exhilarated. The number of tower cards began to skyrocket again, quickly surpassing the 10,000 mark. Moreover, the carrion worms in this area seemed endless. No matter how many he slaughtered in swathes, there was still no end in sight. At this rate, he would soon acquire the ancestral Golden Crow's exclusive weapon. Unfortunately, at this point, they had already spotted the second energy wall. Through the energy wall, they could faintly see another area shrouded in heavy fog. Lu Guangyong finally breathed a sigh of relief seeing the energy wall. Although Sumu was strong now, he was afraid Sumu would exhaust his aura. But what he didn't know was that Sumu's primordial Golden Crow could possess him permanently. It would only detach if he used a skill. Even if his aura disappeared, he would merely be unable to use skills, but the attribute bonuses would still remain. This was the abnormal power of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons. Let's go. This area is also an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level zone. After sensing for a while, Lu Guangyong once again took the lead and entered. This made Sumu, who was engrossed in the joy of grinding monsters, feel a little regretful. Forget it, important business comes first. After all, he's the father of this world to me ethically and logically. I should go see him. The new area was shrouded in thick fog, with visibility only a few meters. Anything further was invisible. Those awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters are in our northwest direction. We'll bypass that area. Lu Guangyang's ability was indeed somewhat overpowered, almost like a living human map. With Lu Guangyang leading the way again, the four quickly traversed the area. Sumu, however, did not show off by flying with his wings but honestly walked with them. Roar! A four-horned cat-like demon beast appeared. Put! Sumu struck like lightning, knocking the opponent away with a single spear thrust. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord demonic cat demon common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card +8. Skill proficiency +8. Since his strength was already exposed, Sumu wouldn't allow these experience points to fall into others' hands. With Sumu present, the group no longer deliberately avoided some monsters but actively engaged them, greatly increasing their pace of advancement. Because they took a detour, they had to cross at least 3 more areas to return to their original path. Fortunately, with Sumu's formidable strength, they made quick progress. Finally, after Sumu harvested hundreds more tower cards, they reached the third area. Excellent, this area is also awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Once we pass through this area, we can return to our original route. Watching Lu Guangyang smoothly pass through the energy wall, the three had no doubts and followed directly. Sure enough, the unexpected happened. The moment Sumu stepped into the new area, a terrifying pressure swept over them. This is bad. Run! It's an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level monster. Lu Guangyang paled in shock, immediately telling the others to run. His ability was indeed unsolvable. He could test the energy level of an area and the distribution of energy within each area. However, the drawback was that he had to enter the energy wall to test it. This area was indeed awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, but the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord was right at their landing spot. Lu Guangyang didn't have time to detect the distribution of energy. Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level monsters in Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level areas are actually very rare. This truly is 8 generations of bad luck. Lu Guanyang was the first to discover it. He reacted the fastest, turning to dart back towards the energy wall. But before he could clearly see what the Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level monster opposite him was, he felt a huge gust of wind pressure coming at him. A fear of death immediately condensed in everyone's hearts. It was clearly too late to retreat to the previous area. 2 flashes of light appeared on Lu Guanyang's body, and in the critical moment, he simultaneously summoned 2 eidolons to possess him. A fluffy, energy-formed tail appeared behind him, and he dropped to all fours, his speed doubling as he dashed to the side. Wings of the Golden Crow. Accelerated Blood Rage. Constellation 6, Phoenix Chaos. Sumu, with all buffs active, had energy wings reappear behind him, his speed sharply increased. He pulled Shueli with one hand, instantly caught up with Lu Guanyang, then grabbed his tail. The 3 of them, transformed into a streak of light, shot out nearly 100 meters in an instant. So fast. Shueli hadn't even reacted before she found herself in another location. Lu Guanyang, being held by his tail by Sumu, looked shy. "Brother, please don't grab me there." But this was a critical moment, and Sumu couldn't care less. Gui Jiang, at the very back, was the last of them to pass through the energy wall. At this moment, he had just crossed the energy wall, and Sumu had no time to save him at all. Ah! With a scream, Gui Jiang had no time to react as a compressed, transparent energy blast hit him squarely in the chest, his chest visibly caving in. It was as if an invisible giant drill was boring into his chest. Then all his clothes turned to rags, followed by his limbs being torn apart. Boom! Gui Jiang was slammed against the energy wall, blood splattering, his whole body almost reduced to a pulp. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Shueli immediately retched. Sumu also turned pale. Although killing monsters, including people, was not his first time, he used to burn his opponents directly into ashes. Witnessing a living person so brutally dismembered right before his eyes like this, he couldn't accept it for a moment. Lu Guanyang remained the calmest. Although he and Gui Jiang had known each other the longest and had worked together for many years, he had seen far more gruesome scenes than this. His face was stern, but his eyes were noticeably red. Go. Hurry, don't let Gui Jiang's sacrifice be in vain. Sumu reacted immediately. He only paused for a moment before turning into a streak of light again and rushing towards the energy wall. But the monster was even faster. Without seeing the monster's position, the air twisted, and a pitch-black arm appeared. This arm was as large as an adult, its surface covered with dense, overlapping black scales. The arm plunged directly into the energy wall, causing ripples like water waves to spread across it. At this moment, the energy wall was like a real wall, and Sumu and the 2 others crashed into it head-on. Bang! The 3 immediately tumbled to the ground. Although they were unharmed, the energy wall was clearly impassable now. Chapter 36, Eclipse. The 3 looked at the black-scaled arm in horror. The air connected to the arm began to distort, and the entire monster's figure slowly emerged. This was a humanoid lizard monster covered in scales. It had a lizard's head and tail, but its limbs were human-like, though with sharp claws on its fingers and toes. Its entire body was covered in a thick layer of scales. Standing on 2 feet, it stared at Sumu and the others with a pair of green vertical eyes. This was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level epic monster, the chameleon fiend. Moreover, judging by the strange phenomenon when this monster appeared, it was actually an invisible monster. No wonder the group hadn't noticed it when they first entered. This type of monster is best at sneak attacks after hiding its form. Unexpectedly, it also possessed the ability to prevent them from passing through the energy wall. Sumu and the other 2 exchanged glances, seeing a single word in each other's eyes. Run! Sumu originally wanted to grab the 2 and run, but Lu Guanyang dodged, saying rapidly, running separately gives us a fighting chance. Don't forget the mission. Without further ado, the 3 instantly separated, running in 2 different directions. Lu Guanyang ran in the direction closest to the chameleon demon. His original intention was actually to attract the chameleon demon to buy Sumu time, as he believed Sumu had the greatest chance of survival. However, he hadn't expected that the monster's intention was to capture them all at once, and naturally, they would pursue the fastest runner. Its surrounding air twisted once again, and the chameleon fiend instantly vanished. But Lu Guanyang acutely sensed that the chameleon monster was targeting Sumu and the other person. "Sumu, be careful." At this moment, Sumu didn't need Lu Guanyang to tell him he also felt that familiar deathly pressure from before. Although he couldn't see it, he could sense a terrifying energy emerging from behind him. He first threw Shirley far away with all his might. Devotion. He immediately chose the primeval Golden Crow's devotion skill, going all out with firepower full throttle, which boosted all his stats by plus 2000%. At this time, his stats were over 800. With two Eidolons simultaneously possessing him, plus accelerated hell blood and devotion, the total attribute increase reached a terrifying 4,500%, bringing his stats to a frightening 36,000 points. Because the chameleon fiend remained cloaked in invisibility, its attacks were also formless and extremely difficult to avoid. Boom! Just in that critical moment, Sumu barely sensed the attack coming from his front left. With almost no hesitation, he raised his left arm to block. Instantly, he felt as if he had been brutally struck by a train. His entire body immediately lost balance and control, flying out uncontrollably and crashing heavily to the ground. Accompanied by a dull thud, Sumu's body was heavily slammed onto the ground. He felt the world spin, his head buzzing, and a piercing, bone-deep pain continuously radiated from his left arm. He looked down to see his left arm twisted into an unnatural state, clearly broken. He immediately activated the rapid healing skill, frantically restoring the injury to his left arm. The stat gap between awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord level monsters is enormous. The lowest have about 30,000 stats, while the extremely powerful ones can reach 100,000. Sumu estimated this chameleon monster's stats to be around 60,000, which was considered a relatively common awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monster. However, even with that, Sumu, even after activating the last whisper and a 4,500% stat boost, could only reach 48,000 stats, which was still far from being a match. Moreover, its primary strength lies in its invisibility. It seems he can only use that skill. Sumu no longer tried to escape at this point. He knew his speed was far inferior to the opponent's. He could only concentrate fully on sensing his surroundings, not daring to be careless for a moment. The chameleon fiend didn't make him wait too long. Right side. Sumu felt immense wind pressure coming from his right. He rapidly flapped his wings, his body swiftly dodging to the left. In that instant, Sumu suddenly felt a powerful and heart-pounding wind pressure surging from his right side. He rapidly flapped his energy wings, his body darting swiftly to the left like lightning. But just as he thought he could successfully evade this attack, his peripheral vision caught sight of a black-scaled monster with a lizard head appearing on his left. The monster's eyes showed a human-like look of amusement. What is this? Sumu was shocked to discover that the chameleon monster was actually on his left. His current dodge was like delivering himself right into the opponent's path. The opponent was not only powerful, but also possessed such strong combat intelligence. Sumu didn't know what method the opponent used, but it had interfered with his judgment. It was too late to dodge again. Sumu only saw a black claw reaching for his head. The Immortal Hell Phoenix's possession and sacrifice skill automatically activated, proactively taking the fatal blow for Sumu. The Immortal Hell Phoenix detached from its possessed state, but the primeval Golden Crow was still normally possessing him. The last whisper was activated. Just as he was about to counterattack, the space around the color-changing demon distorted again. Its figure twisted once more, as if its body had merged into this distorted space, becoming hidden. Damn it! That bastard! Sumu cursed inwardly, thinking that despite having overwhelming strength, the opponent was fighting so sneakily. At this moment, his injuries had fully recovered due to the possession and substitute death skill, but that skill could only be used once. Next time, he would surely die. Shirley and Lu Guanyang, who were not far away, had already vanished.
Sumu didn't blame them, their presence would only mean certain death. Running away now was the most rational choice. However, Sumu could not give up. He had found a pattern: although the opponent's invisibility could be maintained indefinitely, it had to reveal itself to attack. He had no time to ponder further. At this moment, he again felt a terrifying attack pressure in front of him, and the air began to twist unnaturally. He finally saw clearly that the unnatural twitching in the air was not the monster was actually hidden behind that wind pressure. As expected, only a gust of wind pressure energy, causing little damage, hit Sumu, and the monster then revealed itself, its black claws once again striking towards Sumu's chest. Seeing no escape, Sumu hardened his resolve. "Damn it, I'm going for it." Solar eclipse. A dazzling golden sun slowly appeared behind Sumu, a golden crow emerging, its wings shimmering with brilliant golden light, and then the sun suddenly exploded. Intense light and scorching energy instantly surged outwards, forming a torrent of destructive power. Rumble. The explosion was like a nuclear bomb, with countless dazzling golden rays shooting out like lightning from the epicenter in all directions. The terrifying explosion swept outwards from Sumu as its center, obliterating everything in its path. The shape-shifting monster felt the horror of this attack and tried to escape, but it couldn't. The power of this explosion was too immense, far exceeding its imagination. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the sound of the explosion echoed in all directions. From a distance, Lu Guanyon and Shirley both witnessed the explosion, their faces grim. They both thought the monster caused the explosion and believed Sumu couldn't have survived it. This child would surely have become a peerless master when he grew up. What a pity. Lu Guankuan looked at the distant mushroom cloud with a sigh of regret. Shirley's expression was complex, her face edged with unconcealed disappointment. "Let's go, there are still missions to execute." Chapter 37, Rendezvous. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, chameleon, monster, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 100. Skill proficiency plus 500. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, red-eyed monster, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 8. Skill proficiency plus 8. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, fire, nightmare, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 8. Skill proficiency plus 8. I won. Sumu lay spread-eagled in a massive crater the size of a football field. Because it was an over-level kill, he was directly rewarded with 100 tower cards, and because the attack range was so vast, several nearby monsters were also killed incidentally. At this moment, there was a visibly large wound on his chest, so deep that his internal organs were almost visible. Damn it, if I had known that move had such a large range, I really shouldn't have deliberately lured him closer. Sumu looked at his chest, still shaken. If the power had been any stronger, it truly could have taken his life. He endured the sharp pain in his chest and climbed out of the pit. At this point, both of his eidolons had disengaged from possession, and the last whisper was fully activated, with his stats reaching 48,000. His powerful physical constitution allowed him to move freely even with such severe injuries. As long as he didn't encounter awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters again, he wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, with such a powerful explosion, no monsters dared to approach the vicinity. Alright, let's continue the mission. Sumu sped off into the distance. Although he was very fast, he still hadn't caught up with Shueli and Lu Guanyon. Before long, his wounds had fully healed. He used the Immortal Hell Phoenix's rapid healing ability, sacrificing all his aura to restore all injuries. Fortunately, he had the blood-soaked rebirth skill, which allowed his aura to recover extremely quickly. Soon after, he was back to full health. Without Lu Guanyang's sensing ability, he indeed encountered monsters almost every few steps. Fortunately, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord level monsters, regardless of their strength, were almost instantly killed by Sumu, and he was happy to farm some experience. But he hadn't gone far before, as he was about to enter the next energy wall, 3 terrifying pressures arose. Holy shit! 3 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters.
I've stumbled into an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier nest. Didn't they say there weren't many awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier creatures in this area?
Not far ahead, 3 massive, hideous-looking monsters stood menacingly.
Their bodies resembled mantises, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, completely covered in a layer of hard, jet-black carapace. Their 2 pairs of thick, powerful forelegs were like enormous scythes. Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, black armored mantis.
Judging by their appearance, they really could be a family of 3.
Screw it, I'm going for broke. Sumu barely hesitated. I'll blow you damn bastards to smithereens.
Eclipse.
Another terrifying mushroom cloud surged skyward, the immense explosion engulfing the 3 monsters. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord black armored mantis common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain tower card plus 100. Skill proficiency plus 500.
Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord black armored mantis common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain tower card plus 100. Skill proficiency plus 500. 3 consecutive notification sounds rang out as Sumu sat grimy-faced in the deep crater, though his face was beaming with excitement.
Awesome! What if they're awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier?
Come at me.
I'll blow you all to hell. With my recovery speed, I'll be a good man again in no time. He wasn't in a hurry to leave anymore. The density of these awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters was a bit high. If he ran into another one, he might die a rather unfair death, so he simply sat down, waiting for his eidolon possession time to recover.
Boss, people from the military have arrived.
Su Long rushed in from outside the cave, yelling excitedly. The few people inside the cave immediately perked up upon hearing this.
Su Xinghe was the first to stand up.
Let's go, we'll meet them. At this moment, besides Su Xinghe, there were 5 others remaining: Su Long, Feng Xinjiang, Zhang Han, and Bai Xing. Aside from Su Xinghe, who was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier, the other 4 were also awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier.
Everyone else had already fallen in battle.
The 5 rushed excitedly out of the cave. When they emerged, the scene before them instantly changed their expressions. About a few hundred meters away, a 6-person squad, dressed in the military's special unified combat uniforms, was desperately running towards them. And behind them was a vast, dark horde of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters, looking like they were about to catch up to them.
Zhang Han angrily cursed Su Long, "Are you brain dead? You didn't even check the situation before coming in to call us."
All right. Now is not the time to argue. Feng Xinjiang, his face pale, looked towards Su Xinghe. The important thing now is whether we save them or not.
Save them my ass.
We can barely protect ourselves, and you know the boss is injured.
Zhang Han immediately shot back.
Although Su Xinghe was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier, he had sustained severe injuries while saving them during their previous deep dive into the Demon Tower's awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier domain, and hadn't fully recovered yet. Bai Xing pushed his glasses up his nose. Family head Su, we really should save those few. It's not easy for the military to send people in, and they might know how we can get out. Hearing that these people might know a way to get out, even Zhang Han fell silent for a moment.
Su Xinghe looked at their expectant eyes and finally gave the order, "Save them."
Although they had been arguing incessantly moments ago, the moment Su Xinghe gave the order, the 4 of them immediately sprang into action, forming a square formation. Su Long led the charge, with Bai Xing and Feng Xinjiang on either side, protecting Zhang Han, who possessed healing abilities, in the center. The military's 6-person squad also saw them and immediately sped up, running towards them. A few hundred meters was just the blink of an eye for their strength, yet in those few seconds, 3 of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level eidolon warriors in the 6-person team died on the spot, leaving only 2 rank level and 1 other rank level members. Facing awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters, and awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level combatant would be instantly annihilated. Fortunately, the 7 had regrouped. With 6 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level combatants giving their full effort, they successfully stabilized their formation. However, they could no longer stay at this outpost. Head north. Su Xinghe, who had not joined the battle, commanded, stating that they couldn't go in any other direction in this area. They could only return to the northern region the way they came before their aura was depleted. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. In the distance, a humanoid demon appeared. It had 2 horns on its head, which resembled that of a water buffalo, but its entire body was covered in black fur, and its muscles looked incredibly well developed. It opened its gigantic maw, and a blue energy beam suddenly shot out. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level member of the military squad closest to it bore the brunt of the attack. Half of his body was instantly frozen by the blue energy. The other monsters seized the opportunity to swarm him, and the man was instantly reduced to fragments. The others instantly turned pale with fright. Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level epic monster, black ice lion. Su Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Run! This is an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level monster. At this point, he was at a loss. To save a few people, he could only force himself to act despite his injuries. 2 golden rays shot from his eyes, a pair of golden flames danced within them, and a regal phantom-like figure appeared behind him. He stepped forward with his left foot. Boom! The ground instantly split open with a massive crack, from which large amounts of lava erupted. The crack spread directly towards the black ice lion. The black ice lion had long noticed him and simultaneously unleashed its blue frozen breath towards him. The monsters between them were instantly caught in the crossfire and all perished tragically. Watching Su Xinghe forcefully intervene for their sake, Zhang Han and the others grew anxious. They only regretted their insufficient strength, completely unable to participate in such a battle. Boom! Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level battles were beyond the participation of ordinary people. Every move contained earth-shattering energy, and even common awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters were instantly affected and tragically killed if they got too close. Golden and blue energy fluctuations collided, forcing other monsters to keep their distance. The others seized this opportunity to quickly run towards the northern energy wall. Because Zhang Han and the others knew that Su Xinghe couldn't hold on for long. The sooner they ran out of this area, the sooner Su Xinghe could disengage from the battle. Chapter 38 Eidolon Upgrade. Sumu finally recovered. He brushed the dust off his body and continued forward. This time, it was very smooth. He didn't encounter any high-level monsters on the way and successfully arrived near the energy wall. Looking from this side, the weather on the other side seemed somewhat eerie. He could see dark clouds in the sky, and within those clouds, there seemed to be peculiar blue light spots. Without overthinking, Sumu began to try crossing through the energy wall. However, this time, as he passed through the energy wall, Sumu felt a bit strange, suddenly experiencing a sense of weightlessness. The next second, he surprisingly found himself in a cave. Whoosh! The scene before him instantly stunned Sumu. It was a not too large cave, with an altar in the very center. He couldn't tell what was placed in the middle of the altar. A group of figures around it were dancing ceaselessly around the altar. No, those weren't people, those were monsters. They were merely wearing human-like bamboo hats, covering their heads. The skin exposed from within was a grayish-black color, and their bare limbs looked shriveled, unlike those of humans. Gah! Sumu's arrival caused a panic among these monsters, and then a monster in the middle of the altar let out a loud cry. Several burly monsters, also wearing straw hats, charged towards Sumu. Sensing the opponent's strength, Sumu's heart inexplicably tightened. Damn! They're all at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. He didn't hesitate at all, he was already quite skilled, activating his skill almost in the blink of an eye. Eclipse. A golden sun instantly exploded. The space here was already confined, maximizing the power of his skill. Although the faces of those monsters were obscured by their straw hats, Sumu sensed a feeling of fear emanating from them. Boom! Terrifying explosions echoed in the cave, the golden light blinding everyone, and the deafening blasts momentarily deafened Sumu. Everything was white before his eyes, but the system prompts told him that these monsters had all been killed by him. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, evolution, priest, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, evolution, priest, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, evolution, priest, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. A series of system prompts rang out. These were all common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters. Such a dense concentration allowed him to instantly kill dozens, directly netting him over 6,000 tower cards. Awesome! I didn't expect this to be such a great place for experience. His tower cards once again surpassed the 20,000 mark. As his vision gradually cleared, he found that the entire cave had been emptied. However, the altar in the center, made of an unknown material, was completely undamaged, remaining exactly as it was when he entered, without the slightest sign of wear. His gaze swept over the center of the altar, his pupils contracting. The leader-like monster that had shrieked earlier was actually not dead. Just as Sumu was about to flee, he took a closer look. The creature was blocking the altar tightly, its entire body bloody from the explosion, and its straw hat had been blown off, revealing a shriveled, humanoid face. It had grayish-brown pupils, a pointed nose, and thick lips. If it weren't for its grayish-black skin, Sumu would have truly mistaken it for a human. Because the monster was blocking the altar, its four limbs were completely broken, and there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on its entire body. Bloody storm! Sumu attempted to summon the blood-forged spear directly and unleashed a ranged skill. Countless spear shadows fell from the sky, and the body that was still twitching immediately fell silent. This skill was the final straw, completely ending the monster's life. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, evolution, archpriest, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 500. Skill proficiency plus 2000. Phew! Sumu gasped, inhaling sharply. This was his first time seeing common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal monsters, and they were indeed powerful. Under his usually unstoppable eclipse, it had actually survived. Mainly, the opponent was still protecting the object within the altar, otherwise, it might have found a way to survive. He curiously approached the altar. On top of it, a red spherical orb lay quietly in the center. If one looked closely, this red orb was still faintly and continuously pulsating. What is this thing? Just as Sumu wanted to take a closer look, the spherical object whizzed into the air with incredible speed, so fast that Sumu's vision could barely keep up with its movements. Ah! The spherical object directly struck Sumu's bare chest. His clothes there had been damaged in the previous battle, exposing the skin on his chest. And as soon as the spherical object touched his skin, it instantly merged into it, disappearing inside Sumu's body. Damn it! Sumu was greatly alarmed. What was this strange thing? But no matter how he searched his body, he couldn't find the spherical object. 10 minutes later, Sumu finally gave up. He didn't feel any discomfort in his body, nor had his body undergone any changes. He truly didn't know what that thing was. What the hell was that? Ugh, what rotten luck! He sighed. Now he could only pray that whatever it was had no side effects. At this moment, he noticed something on the chest of the evolution high priest that seemed to be radiating light. Sumu walked closer and saw a diamond-shaped gem emitting a golden light, with energy seemingly rolling continuously inside. Having learned from his previous experience, he hesitated for a long time before trying to pick up the gem.
Unexpectedly, a prompt sounded instantly.
S-tier Eidolon Evolution Magic Stone can increase an Eidolon's rank by 1 level, usable on Eidolons below common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal with max constellations.
Holy cow, there's such a thing!
It can directly increase an Eidolon's level.
Sumu was instantly astonished. This was truly a great item.
He had originally thought that his Immortal Hell Phoenix would eventually retire as his gacha pity system improved, but with this item, he could completely raise the Immortal Hell Phoenix to common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. This was practically tailor-made for him.
Act on a whim. Do you wish to use the Evolution Demonic Stone?
Yes.
Suddenly, a phoenix cry echoed in Sumu's mind. A phantom of an Immortal Hell Phoenix appeared, like a phoenix reborn from ashes. A phoenix re-emerged from the fire, even more powerful and noble, and an aura naturally emanated from Sumu's body.
Underworld God Spirit Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon.
Stats plus 1000%. Passive skill. Underworld God Incarnation, replicates an incarnation of the main body.
The incarnation stats are 80% of the main bodies and can use all of the main body's skills. Incarnation Sacrificial Death. When suffering fatal damage, the Underworld God Incarnation can automatically die in place, or damage can be actively transferred to the incarnation.
Spirit Blood Acceleration, accelerates aura consumption, rapidly restores dead Underworld God incarnations.
Rapid Healing, accelerating Eidolon aura consumption can accelerate the attached person's physical recovery. Incarnation Rebirth, all Eidolons gain plus 1000% aura recovery speed after exiting possession state. Can consume one Underworld God incarnation to restore an Eidolon that has exited possession to the possession state. Constellation I Phoenix Strike, unleashes a full power strike from the Underworld God Phoenix. The incarnation can perform an additional attack. Constellation 2 Phoenix Combat, all skill attack ranges plus 100%. Constellation 3 Phoenix Soar, incarnation stats plus 20%. Constellation 4 Phoenix Guard, attacks gain 100% critical hit effect, critical damage plus 150%. Constellation V Phoenix Might, activates the Underworld God Phoenix domain. Within the domain, ignores 50% of the opponent's defense. Can stack with incarnation domains, up to 2 times. Constellation 6 Phoenix Fury, within the domain, aura recovery speed plus 100%, HP recovery speed plus 100%, movement speed plus 30%, all attributes plus 30%, incarnation recovery speed plus 30%. Sumu was silent, looking at the upgraded Underworld God Spirit Phoenix. This was the true power of common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. It was simply too abnormal. The primordial Golden Crow's abilities might lean more towards the main body's growth and sustain. This Underworld God Spirit Phoenix was a true combat-type Eidolon, with various abilities that defied heaven, and it could even assist other Eidolons in battle. Several combat strategies instantly appeared in Sumu's mind. Chapter 39 Illegitimate Child. Sumu looked at the Underworld God incarnation in front of him, which was very similar to himself. The two of them looked almost identical. He felt it was very strange. Controlling the Hades avatar wasn't about giving orders for it to execute, but rather sensory sharing. The other party's vision was his own vision. He felt as if he had 6 eyes, and operating them was as easy as moving his own limbs, just like using his own body. Moreover, these two avatars fully possessed all his skills. This is too amazing. Sumu was almost lost in play for a moment. Next time there's an eclipse, he won't have to go himself, he'll just send the avatars. At this point, Sumu was a little excited, wishing he could immediately find some monsters to test his skills. However, it was now time for Sumu to start thinking about how to leave this place. This wasn't difficult, as there was a clear portal directly behind the altar. Looking at the blue portal array, Sumu pondered for a moment. He decided to also draw from the Tower card pity system. After all, he didn't know where the portal would lead, so maximizing his strength was for the best. A moment later, gold began to flash throughout the entire cave. A golden, ancient longbow appeared in Sumu's hand.
Its overall form was slender and smooth, gleaming with a cool metallic luster.
The ends of the bow were carved with three-legged golden crows, and every so often along its length, a golden feather was attached. These feathers sparkled dazzlingly in the light, as if imbued with life. Golden feather divine arrow bow common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapon. Transforms golden crow feathers into arrows, shot with blade break and harvest effects. Blade break, armor penetration plus 100%. Harvest, after killing an enemy, their energy can be attached to the golden crow feathers, enhancing arrow damage. Fire attribute amplification plus 200%. Attack power plus 300%. Ancestor golden crow exclusive weapon, fire attribute amplification plus 160%, attack plus 300%. Raging Sea Strike, unleashes all harvested energy at once, causing massive damage.
It's a very unique weapon, but he wondered how much damage the attached energy could cause.
At this moment, Sumu opened his system panel again.
Name, Sumu. Status. Stats 903. Health, 100%. Stamina, 100%. Aura, 100%. Grade, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level.
Eidolon 1, Underworld God Spirit Phoenix Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal 6 Constellations.
Proficiency, Masterful.
Eidolon 2, Primordial Golden Crow Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Proficiency, Masterful 1245.
Skill 1, Hellfire Annihilation Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal +8.
Proficiency, Masterful.
Skill 2, Solar Body Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Proficiency, Mastered 5005.
Weapon 1, Blood Forged Spear Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal +8.
Proficiency, Masterful.
Weapon 2, Golden Feather Divine Arrow Bow Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Proficiency, Novice 0100.
Sumu's stats at this moment were terrifyingly impressive, already at the peak of the Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier. He also discovered that after fully drawing the Immortal Hell Phoenix's exclusive gacha pool, his weapons and skills were also fully enhanced to max level. The pity system actually drew an Evolution Magic Stone Fragment.
S-tier Evolution Magic Stone Fragment, 110.
Evolution Magic Stone can raise any Eidolon, skill, or weapon by one level below Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal. His system was truly considerate, wasting no resources. He was just thinking about needing to draw the Underworld God Spirit Phoenix's exclusive skills and weapons again, and then this Evolution Magic Stone appeared. Before an energy wall, Su Xinghe sat cross-legged. He looked to be in very bad condition now. His face was ashen, and half of his body was frozen. If not for the support of his powerful Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier strength, he would have died long ago. Although he narrowly escaped a battle with the Black Ice Lion, he was severely wounded. Zhang Han's hands were covered with a creamy white energy, constantly restoring Su Xinghe's body. Unfortunately, Zhang Han was only Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier, a full tier below, making her skill's recovery effect negligible. Around Su Xinghe at this moment, Su Lon, Feng Xinjiang, and Bai Xing all stood with grim expressions. Their grim expressions were not entirely due to Su Xinghe's injuries, but rather the words spoken by the military squad leader lying not far away, which chilled them to the bone.
Actually, we don't have a way to get out safely.
We came to retrieve the Evolution Magic Stone you obtained.
You.
Zhang Han immediately became displeased, but Su Xinghe stopped her. I see you're also Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord tier, so how are you going to get the item out now?
Su Xinghe got to the crucial point.
This was also what pained Captain who been his 6-man squad now only had him left alive. Fortunately, he had already communicated with the division commander, and the commander had another awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level squad already approaching their location. Not long after, Lu Guangyang and Shirley finally reunited with everyone. Seeing Su Xingha's disheveled state, they couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Finally, Su Xingha took out the evolution demon stone. If we can't get out, this thing is wasted if it stays with me. I just hope the country can take care of my family. This evolution demon stone was much larger than the one Su Mu obtained. This demon stone was a terrifying existence that could directly raise a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon by one level, provided it was also a full constellation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Su Xingha couldn't imagine who could use this thing. He certainly couldn't. His strongest eidolon was only a full constellation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. If he couldn't get out this time, taking it out now to secure his family's safety would be a good trade, because he knew how many people would eye their family as a prime target if he truly died. General Su's great righteousness. Lu Guangyang cupped his hands. General Su, the military hasn't given up on you. Rest assured, the military is still researching ways to break through the energy wall. You must hold on. While Shirley next to him was still considering whether to tell Su Xingha the bad news about Su Mu, Bai Xing, who was on lookout, ran in nervously. Hurry! The monsters are here. The few of them immediately tensed up. This area was actually the same one where Su Xingha and his companions had escaped from last time. They were forced into it. The nearby areas were all unsafe, which was why they came here. The level of this area was monarch tier, and awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters were abundant. Lu Guangyang being able to reunite with them smoothly could be considered extremely lucky, likely because their presence had attracted a large number of monsters, giving Lu Guangyang and Shirley a chance to get through. Before they had walked much further, a few bird calls rang out, and a dark mass of monsters in the sky descended like a black cloud. Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, dark sky shadow bat. This was another troublesome aspect of this area. The monsters here were mainly these flying monsters. They were extremely fast and resembled bats. Although their vision was poor, their hearing was excellent, and they possessed super strong sensing abilities. Whenever they appeared, it was in a group, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. You guys go! Hurry! Su Xingha, dragging his injured body, stood up, golden flames appearing in his eyes. He was going to act again. Zhang Han was the first to notice Su Xingha's unusual behavior. Boss, what are you doing? Su Xingha smiled slightly, glancing at his old comrades who had always followed him. You know these monsters, we can't outrun them. Someone needs to hold them off for you. Then that person can only be me. Su Lon, usually so carefree, now had red eyes. No, boss, if you attack again, you'll really die. Don't worry, I am awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level after all. I'll be fine. Even Sun Xing, who they had invited for help, spoke up to persuade him. Mr. Su, let's go together. If we really can't escape, you can still attack then. Alright. My mind is made up, hurry and go. Listen to my command. Su Xingha said sternly to the group. They were all old-timers who had followed Su Xingha for many years, and hearing him say that, they knew his mind was truly set and difficult to change. Oh, and don't laugh at me, but I also have an illegitimate son named Su Mu. Su Xingha showed a rare shy expression. If you get out, go find Gongcheng, he knows where my son is. Please take care of him. After saying this, Su Xingha directly floated up and charged towards the horde of monsters. Su. Shirley was about to speak from behind, wanting to tell Su Xingha that his illegitimate son had already died, but looking at Su Xingha, she couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she bear to deliver such news to a dying man? Chapter 40, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level. Zhang Han and the others looked at Su Xingha's retreating figure with mixed emotions. He knew Su Xingha was making his final arrangements, and that he might truly not return from this endeavor.
However, not long after Su Xinghe ascended, a terrifying explosion rang out. Boom!
A massive mushroom cloud erupted within the horde of monsters, the explosion covering everything, instantly engulfing countless dark cloud shadow bats.
Who is it? To be able to unleash such a terrifying attack, could it be that another awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level expert had entered the demon tower? Everyone began to speculate.
Su Xinghe also temporarily halted his advance, preparing to observe first. Lu Guangyang and Shirley, however, looked at the explosion and felt a sense of familiarity. At the center of the explosion, Su Mu, who had just been teleported out, was extremely speechless. He had first sent his avatar through the teleportation array. Seeing that the surroundings seemed safe, his main body then teleported out. It would have been better if he hadn't been teleported out. Just as his main body appeared, countless flying monsters, all awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, emerged from the dark clouds in the sky. These monsters were all in the sky. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such scenes. He controlled a Nether God avatar to activate the Eclipse skill, and immediately a fierce explosion enveloped countless monsters. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord dark sky shadow bat common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord dark sky shadow bat common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord dark sky shadow bat common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. Listening to the continuous stream of notification sounds. Good thing I was prepared this time. Su Mu panted in the deep pit. 2 pairs of energy wings reappeared behind him, and he leaped out of the massive explosion crater. He dared not linger with such a dense concentration of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters here. It was inevitable there would be awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level presences. It was best for him to leave first. Just as he ascended into the sky, he suddenly noticed several figures not far away. Was it Lu Guangyang and his group? But there seemed to be too many figures. Before he could take a closer look, another group of dark cloud shadow bats appeared in the air, moving at extreme speed, rushing straight towards Su Mu. Damn it! Su Mu was essentially still awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, fundamentally not an opponent for awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters. He could only achieve cross-level kills by relying on the suicide attacks of his common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Without the slightest hesitation, a figure identical to him shot out from his back. Solar eclipse. Another mushroom cloud rose into the sky, with a massive explosion and golden light sweeping outwards. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord dark sky shadow bat common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 200. Skill proficiency plus 1000. There was another flood of system notifications. Finally, the world quieted down. Su Mu, having unleashed his skill, flew towards the crowd, wanting to see who those people were. The people on the ground, seeing Su Mu release another mushroom cloud, became even more certain that this was a master from the human world. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, a figure appeared in the sky with a pair of golden energy wings on his back, carrying a golden longbow, and holding a flaming spear. Although he looked a bit dusty from travel, it couldn't hide his handsome appearance. And accompanying the explosion behind him, a golden sun appeared at his back. The figure descended from the sky, with a majestic aura, like a god descending to earth. Several of them were shocked by Su Mu's youth. Such a young powerhouse. Su Long, Zhang Han, and a few others, including the military captain, quickly stepped forward to greet him, cupping their hands respectfully, "Senior." Before they could even ask, Su Xinghe's eyes had widened into perfect circles, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth agape as if to swallow an egg. "Mu!
More. Yes. Father. Sumu was also shocked he was seeing his father now. Su Xinghe's figure overlapped with the father in his memories. However, calling him dad felt awkward to Su Mu, and he finally managed to stammer out father. More, how could you be so? Su Xinghe was so shocked that his words were stumbling. What? The others were even more astonished. Who was this person? And why was he calling Su Xinghe dad? Su Long, Zhang Han, and the others stood frozen on the spot. Where did Su Xinghe get this son? Was that name the one they had just heard? Su Xinghe finally reacted, introducing with a smile, "This is the son, Su Mu, I just told you about. Moore, come quickly and say hello." 1,000 alpacas ran through the minds of the others. This was the Su Mu they were supposed to look after? Are you kidding? He slaughters awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters like dogs. If they remembered correctly, they themselves were only awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, right? Who was going to look after whom? Su Xinghe suddenly remembered something else, reacted abruptly, and spun around to face the military captain behind him, his expression turning fierce. Who allowed you to bring Su Mu in? Won't he also be trapped here? Only then did the others realize that no matter how strong Su Mu was, he would still be trapped here. The military captain looked bewildered. Seeing Su Xinghe's furious expression, he was a little scared. He wasn't arranged by us, was he? Bringing someone's son in to die would be a bit unethical, wouldn't it? He looked uncertainly at Shirley and the other person. At this point, Shirley finally spoke, "Mr. Su. Mr. Su, Sumu did come in with us, but it's okay, he is still awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level." However, she didn't sound very confident when she said that. This Sumu was a bit abnormally strong. She turned to look at Sumu as she spoke. When he came in, he was indeed an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class, that's right. Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Everyone was immediately speechless. Who had ever seen an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class like this? Anyone would believe him if he said he was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class. Su Xinghe looked at Su Mu, and after repeatedly confirming with Su Mu, he finally believed it completely. Su Mu was indeed an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class, but who had ever seen an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class like this? After confirming Su Mu's situation, Su Xinghe stood silently in place, not saying a word, as if he had fallen into a daze, thinking he was still dreaming. He was silent for a long time again before suddenly looking up and saying to Lu Guangyong, "Give me the evolution magic stone. This must be saved for my son, he'll definitely need it. He's so strong, he must be a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, right?" Chapter 41, The Final Battle. Sir, the team inside the cube has successfully met with Su Xinghe, and he has agreed to bring back the evolution magic stone. However, Su Xinghe's side requests that the usage rights of the evolution magic stone be reserved for his son, Su Mu. Wang Ming in the control room was reporting to Song Hu, who remained silent for a long moment after listening. This item was originally obtained by Su Xinghe, and it's perfectly understandable that he chose to give its usage rights to his son. However, those people from beyond the heavens are determined to have it, otherwise, we wouldn't be going through so much trouble. Division Commander, what about us? Wang Ming asked tentatively. Trying to force it over probably won't work. I need to ask for instructions. Wang Ming's heart jolted. Song Hu, as the Grand Marshal of the Sword Tower Army and its de facto controller, held an extremely high status. The caliber of person he needed to consult made it clear just how high that status was. A moment later, Song Hu returned to the control room and immediately ordered, "Send a message to Su Xinghe, tell him that this common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon evolution magic stone concerns the life and well-being of a pillar of our great Xia kingdom. He must hand it over. If this person dies, our great Xia kingdom will face an unprecedented catastrophe. Therefore,
please ask him to view this matter from the perspective of the greater good. As for Su Mu, he can be allowed one opportunity to enter beyond the heavens, and their Su family will receive the utmost care. Wang Ming listened, his heart pounding, feeling a slight chill down his spine. The life and well-being of a pillar of the nation. Who were they talking about? Was such a secret something he should be privy to? He couldn't be silenced, could he? And that one chance to enter beyond the heavens, he recalled how much effort he and his family had put in to get him a spot there. He had successfully advanced from awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level to monarch level there. Otherwise, how could he have become a monarch level expert at such a young age? In his opinion, this opportunity was no worse than that evolution magic stone, yet it was given to Su Mu so easily. Inside the Rubik's Cube Demon Tower, Su Xinghe frowned, holding Shirley's communicator and listening to the conditions offered by the military. He had heard of the outer heavens opportunity, but didn't he know the specifics? He could sense that this condition might truly be no worse than the evolution magic stone. But not being able to upgrade his son's Eidolon level, he truly felt unwilling. From childhood to adulthood, Su Mu had always felt that he owed Su Mu and his mother a great deal. Su Xinghe was silent for a long time, and finally, Su Mu walked over and advised, "Father, the immortal Eidolon evolution still requires max constellations. I don't know how long I'll have to wait, there's no need to argue with them." Hearing Su Mu's words, Su Xinghe suddenly understood. Yes, the opportunity to enter beyond the heavens could be used immediately. What if Su Mu could never reach max constellations for the common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon? Wouldn't he be unable to upgrade forever? And Su Mu actually didn't care much about this Eidolon upgrade opportunity. He could still obtain higher level Eidolons through the pity system anyway. Moreover, looking at the current situation of his talent skills, once the primordial golden crow reaches max constellations, it will also produce common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal evolution magic stone fragments. An opportunity others desperately seek, he felt he could easily obtain it by relentlessly gacha ing. Finally reaching an agreement, Su Xinghe looked at his proud son and smiled, "You two leave first, go. I'll see you off." He suddenly felt that even if he could never leave this place, it was nothing. Seeing Su Xinghe's expression, Su Mu suddenly felt a wave of sadness. He had only transmigrated here and had no deep feelings for the Su family. When his relatives from the Su family drew their Eidolons, he didn't feel wronged, nor was he sad when he was disowned by the Su family. Su Xinghe was just his cheap dad, and he had only met him not long ago. But when he saw Su Xinghe looking at him with a relieved expression, as if ready to die, he unconsciously felt his eyes getting dry, as if something was about to flow out, and for a moment Su Mu didn't know what to say. Finally, Su Mu and his group still moved towards the energy wall, leaving this place. Their speed was not fast, incomparable to their speed upon arrival, they just mechanically walked towards it. Su Xinghe, walking side by side with Su Mu with a smile on his face, kept finding topics to talk about with Su Mu, wanting to know how he had been doing recently, and Su Mu also subconsciously answered him. Just then, Su Xinghe's expression changed, as if he sensed something, and he subconsciously pulled Su Mu behind him. Lu Guanyon, who was walking ahead, also seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up. Their strange behavior immediately drew everyone's attention, and an ominous thought spontaneously arose in everyone's minds. What could make them so afraid? It could only be awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monster. Sure enough, in the sky not far away, a terrifying monster with wings spread tens of meters appeared. Its entire body was covered in colorful feathers, and its sharp, elongated beak was at least several meters long. On its chest grew a pair of sharp, long claws that looked as if they were forged from steel, reflecting light like metal. Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, dark flame crow demon. Go! You all leave quickly. I'll stop them. This time, because his son Su Mu was also in the team, Su Xinghe didn't hesitate at all, shouted loudly, and rushed out directly. Don't bother the boss, let's go. Zhang Han and the others desperately held back Su Mu, who wanted to help. Su Mu's physical quality was, after all, still at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. He was no match for several awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level opponents. At this moment, Su Xinghe was bathed in golden light, the flames in his eyes were almost corporeal, and even a robe like that of an emperor appeared on the surface of his body.
Command judgment.
Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, followed by an enormous brush, like a mountain, descending from above. The brush shimmered with mysterious runes and dazzling golden light, as if containing endless power. It slammed down with thunderous force directly towards the dark flame crow demon.
Caw, caw.
The dark flame crow demon shrieked, and a layer of fine, feather-like gray flames appeared on its body.
The giant golden brush struck the dark flame crow demon's body, yet had no effect.
Su Xinghe was not discouraged by this sight and manipulated the brush from a distance. The brush danced in the air, writing continuously. What the brush wrote was not ink, but a scorching energy like magma, forming a mysterious character in the air.
Go!
When the mysterious character took shape, Su Xinghe waved his hand, and the character, like an arrow shot from a bow, shot straight towards the dark flame crow demon. Of course, the dark flame crow demon was not a target to be attacked at will. Its figure flickered constantly, and in the blink of an eye, it dodged the mysterious character. Its massive body plunged rapidly towards Su Xinghe, its sharp talons beneath its body aimed at Su Xinghe's head. Unexpectedly, Su Xinghe did not dodge or evade, continuing to manipulate the character to chase behind the dark flame crow demon, because he knew that in his current state, he could only unleash this one attack. Even if it meant being caught by the dark flame crow demon, he had to hit it. Just as it seemed like a mutual destruction tactic, the dark flame raven demon wasn't having it. The moment they were about to make contact, it suddenly turned, narrowly avoiding the mysterious character. But the mysterious character seemed to have eyes, spinning in place and chasing after it again. The dark flame raven demon had already lost the initiative with that dodge. It was too late to avoid it again.
Caw!
With a cry of agony, the dark flame raven demon was directly imprinted on its chest by the mysterious character. The mysterious character, like a red-hot branding iron, continuously burned on the dark flame crow demon's chest. It let out a pained roar, its furious eyes fixed on Su Xinghe. But it was no use. Su Xinghe's final blow was not so easy to withstand. The mysterious character on the dark flame crow demon's chest grew hotter and hotter, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free.
Caw, caw.
Since it couldn't break free, the dark flame crow demon ignored the injury on its chest, its eyes suddenly erupting with a gray flame energy beam, shooting directly towards Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe was already at the end of his tether. This strike was his full power, and he had no intention of dodging. The gray energy shot straight into his chest, and Su Xinghe fell backward, looking up at the sky. Before collapsing, he looked in the direction Su Mu and the others had left, seeing that Su Mu had been successfully dragged into the energy wall and gone to the next area. Su Xinghe revealed a satisfied smile of relief. But the next second, a figure suddenly rushed out from the energy wall, its energy wings behind it pushed to their limit, charging towards them like a golden meteor.
Chapter 42, Return.
When Su Xinghe saw this figure, his eyes, which had almost closed, suddenly opened wide.
No! Why did you come back?
You can't be a match for an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level opponent. But at this moment, Su Mu refused to listen.
What if it was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level? He wanted to try his hand.
His speed became even faster. Before he even arrived, two figures shot out from him. Eclipse. 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 Including Su Mu, he and his underworld god avatar simultaneously launched 3 eclipses at the dark flame raven demon. 3 massive mushroom clouds rose, the sound shaking the heavens, explosive energy overflowing, and the golden light making it impossible to open one's eyes. However, Su Mu didn't hear any system prompts. He wasn't surprised, because with his strength, no matter what method he used, it would be impossible to kill an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level eidolon.
But he didn't have time to think much. Su Xinghe had already fainted on the ground.
He grabbed Su Xinghe from the ground. 2 avatars simultaneously appeared behind him, rushing in 3 directions. He and the 2 avatars had all used the Eclipse skill and were temporarily unable to use the primordial golden crow skill to fly. However, his speed on the ground was still fast. His main body carried Su Xinghe and rushed towards the energy wall with all his might. The Dark Flame Raven Demon was indeed momentarily stunned by Su Mu's attack, and then it instantly became furious. Such a tiny insect dared to provoke it. Su Mu, who was running, felt a chill in his heart. Within a few seconds, one of his avatars had died, and he still had at least 10 more seconds to run to reach the energy wall. Then, he felt a surge of flame power from behind him. He was extremely sensitive to fire and knew that the Dark Flame Raven Demon's attack had arrived. The fireball was a grayish-brown color, extremely fast, and silent. Su Mu only noticed it when it was already behind him. He gritted his teeth, ready to take the hit, knowing he still had another avatar to take his place. However, that flame attack suddenly dissipated after hitting him, only making Su Mu stumble. Su Mu even used this force to accelerate and reach the vicinity of the energy wall. This even stunned the Dark Flame Raven Demon in the air. In its perception, such small insects could be crushed with a flick of a wrist, so it was unexpected that the attack had no effect. It didn't know why its confident strike had just dissipated. Su Mu understood at this moment it was his fire immunity effect. Simple flames couldn't harm him. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary daze, Su Mu accelerated towards the energy wall. Before entering, he provocatively waved at the Dark Flame Raven Demon. The next second, he passed directly through the energy wall. Watching Su Mu actually return through the other side of the energy wall with Su Xinghe, Zheng Han, and the others were all shocked. "You actually did it. You saved him from an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monster." Everyone looked at Su Mu in disbelief, and it seemed he didn't have any injuries on him. Actually, Su Mu hadn't been inside for very long. Su Mu first tricked them with his avatar. He, in his main body, crossed the energy wall to save Su Xinghe, and then recalled his avatar. Only then did they realize Su Mu was gone. This entire process took less than a minute, yet Su Mu had already dragged Su Xinghe back. What terrifying power! No one thought Su Mu relied on luck. No one could survive an encounter with a monster 2 major tiers above them purely by luck. Looking at Su Xinghe, who was unconscious but safe, everyone sincerely marveled. Su Xinghe has a good son. He managed to rescue him from awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters. Just moments ago, everyone believed Su Mu's actions would lead to his death, but to their surprise, he succeeded. Wait, Su Xinghe is awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, and this area is awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. He shouldn't have been able to pass through. Sun Xing, wearing glasses, suddenly realized. How could Su Xinghe have crossed that wall? Su Mu also realized it. At the time, when he rushed out to save someone, he hadn't thought that much. He just impulsively charged forward. It was only now that he remembered, when he was crossing the energy wall with Su Xinghe, something in his chest seemed to thump, and they successfully passed through. At first, he thought he had misjudged, but then he remembered the red orb that had entered his body. Could it be its doing? Maybe because my dad was too severely injured, and his power declined. Su Mu bluffed casually, but in his heart, he was certain it was due to that red orb. The others were half convinced, but inside the demon tower, there was no time to ponder such things. They found their bearings and began to return along the path they came. With Lu Guanyang present, their return was much smoother. Under his sensory skills, they didn't even encounter a single monster along the way. As expected, throughout the journey, Su Mu felt a more distinct sensation of something alive pulsating in his chest, as if he had a new heart. And those energy walls that awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level individuals couldn't cross. Su Mu and his group passed through them all smoothly once he got close. When Zhang Han and the others successfully crossed the energy wall that had blocked them for many days, they were all overjoyed. Since they could cross it, it meant they could finally go home. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their steps, already feeling a bit impatient. After they successfully crossed several more energy walls, they once again encountered the guards of the Sword Tower army stationed at the Rubik's Cube Demon Tower, indicating that they were not far from the exit. Zhang Han and the others were moved to tears, and even Su Long, that big oaf, started to get red eyes. When everyone finally teleported back to Tianqing City from the Demon Tower's portal, they all felt a sense of seeing the light of day again. Su Lon, even more dramatically, lay on the ground, repeatedly kissing the earth, while most people simply flopped down onto the ground. Su Mu, carrying Su Xinghe on his back, looked up at the sky. The familiar sun overhead was so dazzling that it brought tears to his eyes, yet he felt an immense sense of closeness. Having witnessed the terrifying monsters in the Demon Tower, he wondered how much longer the peace in this world could last. Chapter 43, News. Today is November 12, 2050. Su Xinghe, chairman of the Su Group in Tiandu Province, was finally rescued after being trapped in the Rubik's Cube Demon Tower for 96 hours, though he is seriously injured and still in a coma. It is said that his biological son rescued him, rumored to be his illegitimate child, who has been disowned by the Su family, stripped of his Su family identity and inheritance rights. For detailed information, please see our follow-up report. The Cube Demon Tower experienced a monster riot after Su Xinghe left, with suspected appearances of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord monsters. The Cube Demon Tower might be elevated to SS rank. The first-place winner of the Provincial High School League preliminary round is this competition's biggest dark horse. Su Mu from Tianhai City 4th Middle School. News of Su Mu had already spread throughout Tiandu Province. The moment Su Mu left the Demon Tower, he thought he would be greeted by Gong, or perhaps Clara, or at the very least, someone from the military. But to his surprise, the emergency response was actually a throng of reporters who immediately launched into an interview without giving them a chance to speak. Su Mu felt overwhelmed. "You're Su Mu, right? We heard you're Mr. Su's illegitimate son, is that true? Is it true that you have been disowned by the Su family? Is it true that you won first place in the preliminary round of our Tiandu Province High School League to prove yourself and return to the Su family? Damn it, I haven't even said I'm from the Su family." Watching himself surrounded by reporters, Su Mu wanted to cry. Looking at Su Xinghe lying on his back, he truly wished it was himself who had fainted. "Su Mu, we heard you were bullied since childhood, liked being a simp, and are still a virgin, is that true?" Su Mu. What kind of ridiculous questions were these? Su Mu now felt he'd rather go back to the Demon Tower and fight another 300 rounds. Soon, the news of Su Xinghe and Su Mu became the top headlines in Tiandu Province. Almost no one in Tiandu Province was indifferent to news about the Demon Tower, especially one so close to them. Su Mu had become practically a household name, with people discussing him in every corner and alley. This kid is really something. No one expected someone to go missing in the Demon Tower for so many days and still be found. If I had a son like that, I'd wake up laughing every day. Exactly, and I heard he's an illegitimate child, he must have suffered a lot. Indeed, those big families are always full of trouble. I heard such a good kid was even disowned by the family. Isn't that the truth? Su Xinghe, the head of the Su family, is still in a coma, and no one is speaking up for this child. That's just too pitiful. I heard he was even the top student in our Provincial High School League. You don't understand, do you? The more talented he is, the more jealous the family members will be. The Su family mansion. Has Xinghe not woken up yet? Old Madame Mu slowly sipped a cup of steaming tea. Su Mu's uncle, Su Jiang, interjected, "Not yet, we've already invited the best doctors in our province, but there's still no effect. We've contacted several renowned doctors from Kyoto in the past 2 days, and they're on their way." It's tough on that child, to have suffered such serious injuries. And didn't that Su Mu ask Zheng Huilan to go find him, to repair our Su family's relationship with him? I wonder how that went, old Mrs. Mu continued to ask. Su Jiang hesitated for a moment. I heard Zheng Huilan went, but Su Mu wouldn't even see her. How dare he? Old Madame Mu was instantly furious. This boy is a bit too arrogant, isn't he? He only got a first place, and he's already so full of himself. Zheng Huilan is still his elder, no matter what. Old Madame Mu hesitated for a moment. Never mind, this child is used to being wild and lacks proper upbringing. I'll go find him myself in a couple of days. Given Sumu's current status as the first-place winner in the preliminary rounds and the recent rumors, the Su family really couldn't afford not to bring him back into the family. Moreover, Su Xinghe was rescued by Sumu. If Su Xinghe were to wake up someday and find out Sumu had been expelled from the family, she would really have a difficult time explaining. In her heart, given the Su family's status and position, Sumu should be eager to return to the family. He was just being stubborn and throwing a tantrum now. Actually, Sumu really wasn't avoiding Jiang Huilan. He had moved after returning from the Demon Tower. He didn't live in the big villa like before, but he still found a house with its own private courtyard because too many people were looking for him. Countless reporters wanted to interview him. Mainly, he really couldn't see anyone right now. Sumu looked down at his growing belly, on the verge of tears. No one would believe it if he told them, but he was pregnant now. Why am I so unlucky? Sumu sat by the window, cradling his stomach, truly like a pregnant woman. He didn't even dare pull back the curtains, afraid that people on the street would see his embarrassing state. Ever since he returned from the Demon Tower, the red orb inside him had suddenly changed, growing continuously, making his belly bigger day by day. And it was extremely fast. In just a few days, his belly was as large as that of a woman 8 or 9 months pregnant. He had also seen a doctor, whose conclusion was that he had a child in his belly. I'm seriously screwed, what is this? After his return, Clara had come to look for him several times, but he had dodged her by claiming he needed to recover from injuries. Today, Fang Xiong himself called, asking if Sumu's injuries were serious and if he needed a doctor. Ever since Sumu won first place in the league, Fang Xiong seemed to have tacitly accepted Sumu as their prospective son-in-law. Fang Xiong's previous requirement for Sumu to enter the top 10 in the National High School League finals seemed to have been selectively invalidated even before the finals began. Now, he was very actively trying to find a doctor for Sumu and even invited Sumu to visit his home once he recovered. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 rhythmic knocks on the door, Gong walked in, carrying a bowl of old hen soup. Young master, have some soup. Sumu. I'll say it again, I'm not pregnant, you don't need to give me all this. Yes, yes, yes. Young master, the doctor said you'll probably give birth very soon. Then you can go out and see people. Sumu. Today, Fang Jianlong also called, asking how you're doing and when you're going back to school. They're waiting to throw a celebration party for you. Sumu pouted and turned his head away, speechless. We'll see, what's there to celebrate? Young master, don't worry. I've been researching recently, and your situation isn't unheard of, even if it was a long time ago. This is a type of innate spirit beast that parasitizes humans, with humans giving birth to the offspring. However, it's not harmful to humans, and some spirit beasts will even recognize their human host as their master after birth, assisting them in battle. It's not a new thing. Sumu had also researched these things online, but those spirit pets usually parasitized limbs or other places. This was the first time he'd seen one parasitized directly in the belly, and his doctor had even said it was a humanoid creature. That night, just as Sumu fell asleep, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Damn it, am I going into labor? But he was a man, how could he give birth? Sumu immediately panicked. He had thought about this for a long time, but now that it was upon him, he still hadn't come up with a good solution. Before he could react, he felt his belly deflate, as if something was being pulled out of his belly button. It felt cool and his stomach instantly stopped hurting. The next second, a cold, soft sensation appeared on his stomach. Sumu looked down and saw a cute little girl with flowing hair lying on his stomach. His belly had returned to normal, and Sumu didn't even know how she had emerged from inside him. This little girl was incredibly small, only the size of a newborn, but her appearance wasn't like a human infant. Instead, she already looked like a 1-year-old girl. She had a round, rosy little face, and a cute, tiny nose that tilted slightly upwards, clearly a natural beauty in the making. Moreover, she didn't cry like a newborn, she just lay still on Sumu's body, blinking her big, dark eyes at him. When she noticed Sumu looking down at her, she gave a sweet smile, a cute dimple appearing in her round cheek, and then happily called out with somewhat clumsy pronunciation, Baba. Chapter 44, Song Tsung. Sumu looked at the adorable little girl in front of him, utterly speechless. He had actually given birth to a child. You, come closer, let me see. The little girl was very well behaved, obediently nestling against Sumu. After a moment, Sumu finally started to understand. Although this little girl seemed very real, she was not a true human. Her existence was more akin to an energy body. Her skin felt very cold and soft to the touch, but it was definitely not the sensation of human skin. However, when Sumu asked her questions, she seemed to understand vaguely, but when asked about her origins, she was utterly clueless. Sumu thought for a long time, then searched on his phone. Look at this, can you wear clothes like her? Sumu found a picture of a little girl on his phone, tentatively pointed to the girl in the picture, and shook his phone. The little girl stared intently at the phone, thought for a long time, then nodded emphatically. The next second, a cute red hooded sweatshirt identical to the one on the little girl in the phone picture appeared on her body, and her hairstyle also changed to the pigtails seen in the image. Sumu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that this little girl wasn't a real human, at least he hadn't given birth to a child. Watching her conjure clothes effortlessly, Sumu probably understood that her appearance must have been conjured by herself. Since he was human, she ultimately manifested a human appearance. Alright, then how about we call her Ruoro from now on? Ruoro seemed to understand these words. Ruoro. Ruoro, Papa, Ruoro. It's Papa. Sumu tried to correct her, forcing the issue. Well, what's done is done. Since she's his own, he'll just have to raise her for now. Early the next morning, Sumu awoke with a start from his sleep. He felt beside the bed. Where was Ruoro? Baba, good morning. A childish voice emerged from his body. Holy crap! Seeing a girl with a ponytail pop her head out of his stomach. Sumu was genuinely startled. Don't mess around, can't you go back inside? Feeling the rapid consumption of aura within his body, it dawned on him that she grew by eating aura. He hadn't noticed it before because his own aura recovery was too fast. So she was having breakfast. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent knocks sounded at the door. Sumu, are you home? You're not deliberately hiding from me, are you? Sumu's acute hearing immediately recognized Clara's voice. Gong must have gone out, otherwise, he would have likely stopped her for him. Looking at his now normal stomach, Sumu felt he should meet her to prevent her from overthinking things. Song Tsong, stay here quietly, I'll be right back. Song Tsong seemed to nod obediently. Click. The door opened, and Clara, finally seeing Sumu, instantly had reddened eyes. Sumu, how are your injuries? Sumu smiled, scratched the back of his head, and before he could answer, Ruoro emerged from behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Daddy hug. Hearing the little girl call him Papa, Clara felt as if struck by lightning, and all the pent-up grievances finally erupted. No wonder you wouldn't see me, so you already have a child. Tears immediately streamed down her beautiful cheeks. No, it's not what you think. Sumu stammered for a moment, unsure how or where to begin explaining. You don't need to say anything. I understand everything. Clara turned and left, leaving Sumu utterly bewildered. What do you understand, and what about it? Besides, wasn't I pretending to be your boyfriend? Women in love have zero IQ. Fortunately, Clara quickly came to her senses after rushing out of the room. That's not right. Sumu and I grew up together. It's only been a few days since we last met. How could he possibly have a child so quickly? I need to ask him properly and get to the bottom of this. A moment later, after hearing Sumu's explanation, Clara's curiosity was piqued. Who could resist such an adorable child? She held Songsong and wouldn't let go. Playing with Ruoro, she looked at Sumu with a half smile. So, you gave birth to her yourself? Sumu. In an antique-style room, women dressed in ancient costumes constantly moved in and out. A tall man with sharp eyes, a full beard, and dressed in ancient armor, like a cosplayer, lowered his voice and asked, "How is the ancestor's injury?" An elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles answered him. The old ancestor used the evolution magic stone, and the eidolon successfully upgraded.
Now, the detoxification should be proceeding smoothly.
The burly man immediately bared his wide mouth, revealing a set of yellow teeth, and said with satisfaction, "That's good.
That's good." He immediately ordered someone.
I hear the one who delivered this evolving magic stone is a young lad named Su. Prepare some treasures immediately and send them to him.
Yes. Chapter 45, Visitors from Beyond the Heavens. The Su family mansion. As the top family in Tiandu province, the Su family estate occupies a considerable area.
The living and entertainment facilities within the mansion were all inclusive, allowing the Su family to enjoy the best treatment and conditions without ever leaving home. Early that morning, all members of the Su family, led by old Madame Mu and arranged by seniority from front to back, stood ready in the open space of the grand mansion's backyard to begin ancestor worship. The Su family had a long history, and its members held such ancestor worship ceremonies every year. This particular ceremony was not held at the usual time for ancestor worship. Its main purpose was to pray for blessings from their ancestors for Su Xinghe's swift recovery. The Su family was a large and prosperous clan with numerous descendants. In front stood an altar table displaying a row of ancestral tablets. At the very top was the tablet of the Su family's old ancestor, Su Jinwu, who was rumored to have once established his own territory and even served as an emperor. However, few believed such legends.
Led by old Madame Mu, everyone knelt down and then took turns offering incense.
May our ancestors bless our Su family with increasing prosperity.
And may Xinghe awaken soon.
Old Madame Mu knelt on the ground, whispering softly. Just then, a sound of rushing air echoed above the Su family mansion. A streak of light swiftly darted across the sky.
Upon closer inspection, it was a human figure. Who?
Several people in the Su family mansion immediately stood up. Such an act could sometimes be considered a provocation, but they didn't believe anyone in Tiandu province would dare to act presumptuously at the Su family's doorstep. The streak of light approached rapidly from a distance, moving with extreme speed, and indeed seemed to be heading straight for the Su family.
At this point, everyone had stood up.
Even before the figure landed, a voice drifted down from the sky.
I am Qingmu envoy, under the command of the Jiang family from Tianweishan.
I have come specifically to express my gratitude to young friend Su Mu for the treasures he sent a few days ago. A figure clad in armor suddenly landed, creating ripples of air that spread outwards, yet leaving no marks on the ground. This person wore ancient armor but no helmet. With sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, he appeared very young. Although a man, he had long hair. This person was precisely the one sent by Tianweishan to deliver gifts to Su Mu. Tianweishan was isolated from the world and typically did not communicate with outsiders. Upon arriving this time, they had only learned that Su Mu was Su Xinghe's child, meaning he was a member of the Su family in Tiandu province. Naturally, they came to the Su family to find him, never anticipating the complex relationship between Su Mu and the Su family. Su Mu's name was something of a taboo in the Su family. Hearing this person mention Su Mu immediately upon arrival, Su Jiang, Su Mu's eldest uncle, was the first to take offense.
Where did this clown come from, looking for Su Mu?
There's no such person here.
Zhang Tianqing frowned. What was going on?
There couldn't be a mistake about him being Su Xinghe's child.
How could he have come to the wrong place? Damn it! Take him down.
How dare he be so insolent in our Su family?
The more Su Jiang thought about it, the angrier he became.
With an enraged roar, several of their awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level experts immediately sprang into action, three-colored lights shimmering around them as they attacked the figure.
Humph! Zhang Tianqing, furious, laughed in response.
He had come to deliver a gift, and unexpectedly the Su family was so barbaric as to immediately attack him. Without any apparent change in himself, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level experts were suppressed to the ground by this aura before they could even get close, unable to move. This aura swept out, like a storm stirring in the Su family, making everyone unstable, feeling the natural, terrifying oppression of a superior.
Of course, old Madame Mu was no ordinary elder, she had seen a lot in her years. This terrifying pressure was something she had never felt even from Su Xinghe. A terrifying thought arose in her mind: could the other party be an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level powerhouse? This was too terrifying. Awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level powerhouses were all big shots of their respective domains. Ordinary people might not even see one in their entire lives. Now, for one to personally come and thank Su Mu, how was this possible? Moreover, the other party claimed to be from outer heaven, though she didn't know what outer heaven was. But she had heard of it, remembering that whenever someone mentioned it, they were always secretive. If this person was truly an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, then this place was definitely somewhere their Su family couldn't afford to provoke. Old Madame Mu quickly stepped forward, first bowing. "This, adult from outer heaven, please don't be angry, it's our fault for not hosting you properly." Zhang Tianqing snorted coldly. He was here to deliver a gift, not to cause trouble, nor did he want to mess things up. As he withdrew his aura, everyone felt their bodies lighten and immediately relaxed, all feeling a deep awe for this person. Especially Su Jiang, who was now hiding behind the crowd, not even daring to look directly at the other party. The strongest in their family was Su Xinghe, and this person now seemed even stronger than Su Xinghe. How could he not be scared? Seeing that the other party didn't pursue the matter further, old Madame Mu continued, "Adult, this isn't the place to talk. Please come inside." Zhang Tianqing nodded and followed old Madame Mu into the inner hall. A moment later. "You mean Su Mu doesn't usually live in the Su family, and if there's anything for him, you can deliver it on my behalf?"
That's right."
Zhang Tianqing looked at the other party suspiciously. He instinctively felt something was off. That person just now clearly said there was no such person in the Su family, so how could they deliver it on his behalf now? But he still took out the items. With a flick of his hand, an antique bronze bracelet appeared in his palm, engraved with intricate runes. Inside are 500 Demon Tower purple crystal cards, 1 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, 1 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level advancement orb, along with this storage bracelet. Please hand them all over to Su Mu. Old Madame Mu's eyes narrowed, staring blankly at the items he produced, a greedy look appearing in her eyes. These Demon Tower purple crystal cards were high-grade tower cards, with 1 card equivalent to 100 tower cards. They were almost never seen on the market and were only produced in SS-ranked Demon Towers. Most people might not even have heard of them. These 500 Demon Tower Amethyst cards are equivalent to 50,000 tower cards, plus a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon, and a rare storage bracelet. This is too generous. What exactly did Su Mu give them? Grandma Mu was incredibly shocked, her eyes red, unable to suppress the greed in their depths. Looking at these items within arm's reach, she was practically drooling. The other Su family members in the room were even worse. If it weren't for the visitor's exceptional strength, some might have even tried to snatch the items. Then, thank you, esteemed sir. I'll thank beyond the heavens for their kindness on behalf of Su Mu. Grandma Mu reached out to take them. She thought to herself, since Su Mu's surname is Su, we're planning to bring him back into the Su family. These items will naturally belong to our Su family. I'll keep them for him, and later give him a few tower cards, saying they were from beyond the heavens. He probably won't have any objections. With these tower cards, their Su family can cultivate many masters. This common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon will be perfect for Su Bing to use when breaking through to the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord levels. Then he will also be a master with dual common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolons. In an instant, Grandma Mu was incredibly excited, already having planned out the allocation of these items. But her outstretched hand grasped at thin air. Chapter 46, First Entry into the Su Family Mansion. Zhang Tianqing looked at Grandma Mu with a somewhat mocking gaze. Forget it, I still think it's better if I personally hand them to Su Mu himself. You! Grandma Mu's face flushed, clearly annoyed, but she dared not vent her anger, suppressing it forcefully. Thinking of the other party's strength, she could only force a smile and say politely, "Sir, Sumu is quite far from here and might not be able to come over anytime soon. We wouldn't want to trouble you with a wasted trip. We can deliver them to him on your behalf." Jiang Tianqing smiled inscrutably, "No need. I've already traveled this far, I don't mind waiting a bit longer. Go find him quickly, I'll wait here." He had already understood that there must be something amiss with this Su family. At the very least, the relationship between this Su family and Su Mu was not what he had imagined. His mission was to give the items to Su Mu, so he had to deliver them personally. After speaking, Jiang Tianqing closed his eyes to rest. He didn't care what others said, he was determined to put the items into Su Mu's hands himself. Qianqiang had been growing incredibly fast these past 2 days. Firstly, she had grown to the size of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, and her communication with Su Mu had become much smoother. Clara came every day, spending more time playing with Qianqiang than talking to Su Mu. Women simply couldn't resist the charm of a cute child. Moreover, this was a cute child who didn't need formula or diaper changes, she was only responsible for being adorable, with no stress of childcare. One day, Su Mu's home suddenly received an unexpected visitor. Looking at the middle-aged man at the door, who bore a slight resemblance to Su Xinghe, Su Mu recalled that this person was his second uncle, Su Bingfeng. Su Bingfeng wasn't present last time at Su Mu's villa when Su Mu had his eidolon extracted. However, due to his preconceptions, Su Mu didn't have a good impression of any of his relatives from the Su family. He immediately wanted to send the man away, feeling he had nothing to say to any of them. Su Bingfeng naturally knew that Su Mu didn't have a good impression of them. Although he didn't actively assist in the wrongdoing at the time, he also didn't intervene. In truth, he hadn't thought much of Su Mu, considering him merely an illegitimate child of his third brother. It seems now that he was wrong. Su Mu's talent is astonishing, and the future Su family might have to rely on Su Mu. More, I came to find you today because people from beyond the heavens are here at the Su family looking for you. Seeing Su Mu impatiently try to close the door, Su Bingfeng quickly said. Hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback. Heaven beyond heaven, why would they come to the Su family to find him? But he still stopped closing the door and motioned for Su Bingfeng to continue. A moment later, Su Mu boarded the helicopter dispatched by the Su family to pick him up and take him to Tianqing City. Su Mu didn't know if the other party was telling the truth. After all, he was about to go to heaven beyond heaven, and if people from there were looking for him, he still had to go. He also felt that the Su family had no need to lie to him, and his current strength meant he wasn't afraid of the Su family. Besides Su Xinghe, the strongest members of the Su family were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Had he killed any fewer awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters? What did he have to be afraid of? Gong was still worried about Su Mu and followed him to the Su family. On the way, Su Bingfeng looked at Su Mu, who kept his distance, feeling bitter inside. This time, their Su family didn't tell that person Su Mu's location, but instead brought Su Mu directly to the Su family. It was inevitable that they harbored some ulterior motives, but he couldn't do anything about it and could only obey orders. By the time Su Mu arrived at the Su family mansion, it was already late at night. This was Su Mu's first time coming here, strictly speaking. The last time he sent the unconscious Su Xinghe back, it was the military who returned Su Xinghe to the Su family for him, he hadn't come over himself. Overlooking the Su family mansion from the sky, it covered at least the area of a small residential compound. Various buildings emerged one after another, but they were all well planned, showing clear functional divisions. The helicopter pad was in the central area of the Su family mansion, specifically for reception. It was decorated classically and elegantly, with a tasteful atmosphere. More, this way. Su Bingfeng led the way, with Su Mu following behind. Gong's presence was very low-key, but he stayed tightly with Su Mu. The Su family's servants curiously sized up the new eldest young master. I heard he's the patriarch's illegitimate son, Su Mu. Yes, I heard he was first in our Tiandu province in the last league, and even old Madame Mu wanted to bring him back into the Su family. If only we had known, why did we disown him then? I heard he's older than Su Bing, that would make him the eldest son. Shu, That's not something we should be talking about. Soon, Su Mu, led by Su Bingfeng, entered the inner hall. At a glance, he saw quite a few familiar faces. His uncle Su Jiang and Aunt Su Xian were both in the hall. Jiang Huilan was also there, but standing in the furthest corner of the hall. Su Bing was, of course, also here. Seeing Su Mu, his eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to greet Su Mu, brother. You're here. At this moment, he suddenly saw his mother, Jiang Huilan, staring at him with a murderous gaze. He could only awkwardly retract his hand, looking somewhat dejected as he lowered his head. In the very center of the hall sat two people. One was old Madame Mu, and the other looked very young but had an imposing aura, sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, resting. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or not, fell upon this person, indicating their importance. Su Mu immediately guessed that this person was the envoy from beyond the heavens. Sensing someone had entered, Zhang Tianqing opened his eyes. What a handsome young man! Standing at the entrance of the hall was a teenager who looked about 17 or 18 years old. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and sweatpants, his mere presence exuded a sense of vigor and youthful energy. Zhang Tianqing could feel an inexhaustible potential within him, as if he was looking at his younger self. He had seen photos before coming, and immediately recognized this person as Su Mu. He stood up directly, saying with a smile, "Young friend Su is indeed young and promising. I am Zhang Tianqing from beyond the heavens, and I have been waiting for you for a long time." Su Mu, at this moment, also keenly felt that the other party's strength was like a deep ocean, giving a boundless feeling. His heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Senior from beyond the heavens, I've kept you waiting. You are too kind. Actually, granting me a slot to beyond the heavens is already enough. There's no need to send any additional gifts." How could that be the same? The opportunity to beyond heaven is given to you by beyond heaven. This thank you gift is my personal token of appreciation from the Zhang family to you. You absolutely must not refuse. Just take it without any pressure. As he spoke, a bracelet flew towards Su Mu. Su Mu effortlessly caught it, and an item that made everyone in the Su family green with envy thus landed in Su Mu's hands. Alright, my mission is complete. I still need to hurry back and report. The next time young friend Su comes to our beyond heaven, our Jiang family will surely entertain you well. Su Mu didn't understand what kind of existence beyond the heavens was, nor did he know what relationship the Jiang family had with beyond the heavens. At this moment, he could only express his gratitude. But old Mrs. Mu was displeased. Seeing the two chatting as if no one else was around, completely disregarding the entire Su family, she immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Su Mu, you're getting more and more out of line. So many elders from the family are here, and you don't even know how to say hello." Su Mu scoffed. He originally didn't want to bother with this large family, but he didn't expect her to actively bring trouble upon herself. In that case, he didn't need to be polite anymore. Chapter 47, Reaching the Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level. Su Mu turned around, looking at old Mrs. Mu with a mocking expression. "Ridiculous, I think you're getting a bit senile. You personally had me sign the agreement, saying you'd remove me from the Su family. Now you've forgotten, haven't you?" Hearing Su Mu speak like this, old Mrs. Mu was speechless for a moment. What Su Mu said was all true, and she couldn't refute it immediately. Zhang Huilan stepped out at this moment. "Su Mu, how dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Back then, that was also to test you. You've picked up some bad habits out there over the years. What's wrong with us teaching you?" At this time, the other people who had come to the Su family hall also became agitated upon hearing Zhang Huilan's words. Exactly, Su Mu, don't forget your surname is still Su. How can you forget your roots? So disrespectful to elders and children, you've been spoiled outside. Isn't it our right to discipline you? The Su family members in the hall spoke chaotically and vociferously. Old Mrs. Mu saw the situation at this moment, and the slight guilt in her heart disappeared. She began to feel that she had done nothing wrong again. Seeing the situation here, Zhang Tianqing, who was about to leave, stopped. He looked at Su Mu. "Young friend Su, do you need help?"
No need to trouble senior, I can handle this myself, Sumu replied to Jiang Tianqing with a smile. Hearing Sumu say this, Jiang Tianqing still didn't rush to leave, but stood aside with his arms crossed. Sumu turned his head to look at the expressions of everyone present, revealing a hint of a sneer. With a flick of his hand, all the items Jiang Tianqing had brought out were taken from the storage bracelet. A sparkling purple crystal gacha pool pack, a deep purple advanced treasure orb, and a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon card appeared in Sumu's hand. Sumu's actions instantly silenced everyone in the room. Unrestrained greed appeared in everyone's eyes. What do you so-called elders mean now? Do you want me to acknowledge my ancestry and then divide these things among you? Sumu's tone was full of mockery. Su Jiang, who had been hiding behind the crowd, now disregarded his fear and rushed out impatiently. We were just holding on to them for you. It's not safe for a child like you to have so many things. The smile on Sumu's face grew wider. He used to just think these relatives of Su Jiang were cold-blooded and ruthless, now it seems they are also shameless. It's not that I can't give these things to you, but I wonder what's in it for me? Old Lady Mu felt like she had finally regained control at this moment. Sumu, looking at this period, you indeed possess some talent, worthy of our Su family's name. After careful consideration, if you hand over these items to the Su family and sign an agreement waiving your inheritance rights, you can truly become a member of our Su family. Upon hearing old Madame Mu say this, Sumu felt an immense sense of irony. His expression unchanged, he turned to Su Jiang and said, I feel like you've been stuck at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level for quite some time. How about I give you this awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level advancement orb? Sumu extended his hand, picking up the dark purple orb and holding it out. Su Jiang immediately beamed, looking at Sumu with a hint of disbelief. This is for me? Good lad, in that case, why wouldn't we acknowledge you? He eagerly reached out to take it, but just as he was about to touch the orb, the advancement orb at Sumu's fingertips dissolved into specks of starlight, instantly entering Sumu's body. Advancement to awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level successful. Due to the power of the primordial ancestor, Sumu's stats had long since reached 1000, just a step away from the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. At this moment, Jiang Tianqing's advancement orb was truly a godsend. A surge of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level aura suddenly emanated from Sumu, spreading throughout the entire venue. How is that possible? Such a young awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. The other Su family members only knew that Sumu was the champion of the last Tiandu Province League, but that was just a group of high school students, the strongest of whom were only at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. They hadn't taken it seriously at all. They never expected Sumu to already be a master at the peak of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, and now he had jumped to the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. An 18-year-old awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, just thinking about it was terrifying. You! Su Jiang suddenly felt played, his face filled with anger, but before he could erupt, Sumu directly slapped him. Plap, a crisp sound. Sumu's slap was quite forceful, sending Su Jiang spinning in place. Su Jiang was merely someone living off his family's influence, afraid to even enter the demon tower, otherwise, he wouldn't still be stuck at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level after so many years. He couldn't react in time to that slap. The slap stunned everyone present. They hadn't expected Sumu, a mere child, to actually dare lay a hand on someone in the Su family mansion, in front of so many people. It took a few seconds for everyone to snap out of their daze. Old Lady Mu slammed her hand on the table and rose. How dare you, you brat! Get him! Several Su family guards immediately sprang forward, led by Su Wu, the same man who had caused trouble at Su Mu's home last time. Gong, who had been silent, felt his scalp tingle upon seeing so many awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level experts charging towards them. But he still resolutely stepped forward, ready to protect Sumu, only to be stopped by Sumu directly. Sumu gave him a reassuring look. I'll handle this. Without further ado, Sumu took a step forward and unleashed his trump card. Solar Eclipse. A golden sun appeared behind Sumu, and the next second, countless golden rays erupted in the Su family hall. Boom! With a loud bang, a miniature mushroom cloud soared skyward. Sumu naturally couldn't commit such a massacre against his entire clan, but teaching them a lesson was only right. He limited the attack range and some of the power of this solar eclipse strike, but it was still enough to give all the Su family members a hard time. The entire inner hall felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. All the furniture and decorations instantly turned to dust, and a huge hole was blasted in the entire roof, through which the bright moon in the sky could now be seen. The few people who charged to grab Sumu bore the brunt of it, especially Su Wu, who received targeted care from Sumu and was sent flying backward, covered in blood, lying on the ground, his life uncertain. Su Jian, who was closest to Sumu, had already been dazed by Sumu's earlier slap and was now directly blown away. But Sumu wasn't finished. Hellfire annihilation. Black flames spread from Sumu's body, and the entire Su family quickly turned into a sea of black fire. Su Jiang had also completely fainted by this point, his fate unknown. With this single strike, most of the Su family members were instantly scared to the point of trembling. They never expected an 18-year-old child to possess such formidable power. Even awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level experts were no match for him. Seeing their cowering expressions, Sumu shook his head in disappointment. This Su family had been too well protected by Su Xinghe. Not to mention their combat power, their courage was also lacking. If it weren't for Su Xinghe's sake, there would be no Su family left after today. Sumu's gaze, like that of a hawk, swept over everyone present, but no one in the Su family dared meet his eyes. Then, Sumu spoke, enunciating each word. My Su family and I originally had no connection, yet you insist on troubling me again and again. From now on, my father will naturally still be my father, but as for your Su family, we will have no further connection. Chapter 48, Journey to Outer Heaven. Sumu stood tall and straight, radiating an unparalleled aura, a stark contrast to the figures lying scattered on the ground. At this moment, everyone in the Su family realized that Sumu was not a child, but a true powerhouse who could converse with them as an equal. Looking at Sumu, who was now more than half a head taller than himself, Gong felt his eyes suddenly well up. He felt that the child he had cared for since childhood had finally grown up. Old Madame Mu was also terribly frightened by the attack, but as she was his grandmother, Sumu still showed her respect and didn't actually strike her. She saw that all those who used to be deferential to him were now shrinking back, ducking their heads. When they were cursing Sumu, they were each more formidable than the last, but upon discovering Sumu's formidable strength, they all became like shrinking turtles. Old Madame Mu cursed these people for being useless but could do nothing. Was she not also like them? Sumu! What are you doing? Are you trying to tear down the Su family? Don't forget your father Su Xinghe is still here. Fearing Sumu would continue his assault, she could only invoke Su Xinghe's name. Sumu snorted coldly, of course. If it weren't for my father, why do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me right now? You! Old Mrs. Mu started to reprimand Sumu again, but the words, once at her lips, she dared not utter. Seeing the sun-like halo emanating from behind Sumu, she truly felt a sense of fear in her heart. She gasped, choked, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fainted directly. Before fainting, old Mrs. Mu finally understood at this moment that Sumu genuinely looked down on their Su family. Upon seeing old Mrs. Mu faint, not a single person from the Su family dared to help her up, nor did anyone dare to stand before Sumu. Sumu sneered inwardly, what a family of bullies who pick on the weak and fear the strong. He noticed that Jiang Tianqing had already left at some point after realizing he was not in any danger. Watching the Su family members carefully hide behind various covers, not even daring to breathe, all cautiously looking at Sumu, they were completely different from their previous arrogant selves. Sumu felt genuinely sorry for Su Xinghe, for having raised such a family of good-for-nothings. But these were, after all, his blood relatives, and he couldn't bring himself to wipe them out completely. He suddenly felt bored. Since his objective had been achieved, it was time to go back. He had originally planned to check on Su Xinghe, but now it seemed best to forget it.
It would be better to go home early and spend time with Song Song. With that, a pair of golden energy wings extended from his back, and he shot into the sky while Gong was still stunned. Gong hadn't expected Su Mu could fly. A beat too late, he also soared into the air, closely following Su Mu as they left the Su family mansion. Half a month passed quickly, and it was almost time to head to the outer heavens as agreed with the military. Su Mu's stats, under the daily natural growth of the ancestral power, had already reached 2,300 points. However, the upper limit for Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, and Overlord tiers is 10,000, so he still had some way to go. Thanks to the 500 purple crystal tower cards gifted by Zhang Tianqing, he successfully used the pity system to draw his third common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon and its exclusive skill. To prevent another heavenly tribulation, Su Mu directly drew the cards in the demon tower this time. For some unknown reason, the previous heavenly tribulation did not reappear. Lord of Shadow Secrets common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal eidolon. Stats plus 1000%. Ultimate Shadow Concealment, enters a shadowy state, becoming invisible, reducing the probability of detection by sensory skills. Shadow Clone, creates a large number of shadow clones, but they have no actual attack power, serving to mislead opponents. Shadow Break Strike, after exiting the shadowy state, the next attack's power plus 1000%. Moonlit Messenger, all attributes plus 1000% at night, all attributes plus 5000% on a full moon night. Power of Shadow common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill. Lord of Shadow Secrets exclusive skill, Shadow Power, ever-changing, can use shadow-attributed energy to inflict unexpected damage on enemies. Void State, enters a void state, rapidly repairs injuries, cannot attack, and cannot be harmed. Dark Attribute damage reduction plus 500%. Dark Attribute amplification plus 500%. This new eidolon was quite unique, especially its Shadow Incarnation skill. When combined with the Underworld God Incarnation, it would be impossible for anyone to distinguish between the real and the fake. Moreover, in future battles, he could use Ultimate Shadow Escape to hide and watch the show while his avatar fought the opponent. Su Mu felt a secret thrill just thinking about it. While this fighting style might be considered sneaky, any style that leads to victory is a good one. Does being sneaky even matter? Song Song had grown a bit more now, but her physique consistently remained that of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Su Mu hadn't yet discovered her specific abilities. However, Song Song could stay attached to Su Mu's body, undetected by others. This time, Su Mu planned to take Song Song directly to the heavens beyond heaven. During this period, Su Mu also attended the school celebration party at Fang Jianglong's invitation. When Fang Jianglong faced Su Mu, after a few drinks, he even burst into tears on the spot. He said he was grateful to Su Mu for bringing him honor, and that the best decision he ever made was to let Su Mu enroll, which allowed him to hold his head high and be a man again. Su Mu. He thanked Su Mu for helping him slap the faces of those arrogant principals from the number 1 middle school. He also said that Principal Ho Qing was shameless for daring to compete with him over Su Mu, claiming that Su Mu was actually someone their number 1 middle school had been cultivating all along. This angered him so much that he directly got into a fight with Ho Qing at the Ministry of Education, even breaking Ho Qing's head, which forced him to wear bandages for a month. As for Vice Principal Bai, he fared even worse, becoming Principal Ho Qing's punching bag. First, he was removed from his vice principal position. He was also surrounded by reporters daily, who kept asking him why he had expelled Su Mu, and if there were any unspeakable secrets. Eventually, Vice Principal Bai, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to resign. Su Mu was taken aback by Fang Jianglong's stories, truly surprised that there had been so much excitement during this time. He wished he had come to the school sooner. What he least expected was that at the party, Su Mu also ran into Li Chen, Ma Yonghui, and Zhang Kai. The three of them had collectively transferred directly to Su Mu's school. This made Fang Jianlong so happy he couldn't stop smiling. This was also why he was so grateful to Su Mu. With these three masters, putting everything else aside, the school's high-end combat power now swept across all high schools in Tiandu province. Time quickly arrived at the moment they had agreed upon to depart for Tianweishan. Commander Wang Ming was very punctual.
He personally piloted a helicopter to pick up Sumu that day, and he didn't bring a single subordinate. Under the reluctant gazes of Gong and Clara, Sumu embarked on his journey to the heavens beyond heaven.
Chapter 49, World Within a World.
Wang Ming was piloting a military helicopter this time, extremely fast. The cabin was not small, yet there were only the two of them.
Wang Ming explained that the location of Tianweishan held immense strategic value and had to be kept secret.
Wang Ming traveled with Sumu for a day and a night. Fortunately, he was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level expert. Without an eidolon attached, his physical fitness far surpassed ordinary people, so staying awake for a night was nothing.
Endless mountain ranges and forests continuously passed beneath Sumu's feet.
This was Sumu's first time traveling this far, and in his opinion, their current location was almost on the border of the Great Xia Nation. Eventually, the helicopter stopped above a dense jungle. Looking down from above, an endless expanse of jungle stretched as far as the eye could see. Wang Ming stood up from the cockpit and looked at Sumu.
"I heard you can also fly." After seeing Sumu nod, Wang Ming continued, "That makes things much easier. Follow me."
Then he pulled open the helicopter's cabin door and jumped out.
Sumu quickly followed. After flying out of the helicopter, Sumu glanced at the helicopter behind them. "Just leave it here?"
Wang Ming didn't look back and casually said, "It has an autopilot function, it'll fly back on its own."
Sumu. "Then why did you drive it for a whole day?" Wang Ming.
Wang Ming didn't fly with Sumu for long before stopping in front of a majestic and spectacular mountain peak. Sumu was still wondering where the heavens beyond heaven was when he didn't see Wang Ming make any specific move. The mountain peak was like a painting, splitting open in the middle with a gap, and a new world unexpectedly appeared within the gap. Within the gap, birds sang and flowers bloomed, revealing a village, like a hidden paradise. This was a world within a world. After all, Sumu had seen some of the world, so the current situation didn't surprise him too much. This was, after all, the mysterious heavens beyond heaven, so it needed to maintain a certain level of mystique. From a distance, the villages within a realm looked ancient, but upon entering, Sumu discovered that they were actually a blend of modern and ancient styles. Despite retaining ancient architectural styles, electrical appliances were all present, and there were even many high-tech items Sumu had never seen before. The villagers weren't surprised by their arrival, they merely glanced at them before losing interest.
"Is this heaven beyond heaven?"
Hearing Sumu's question, Wang Ming shook his head. "Not yet, this can only be considered in peripheral force of heaven beyond heaven. These people are actually descendants of heaven beyond heaven's house stewards and servants who spontaneously built these villages. After all, the previous generation also served heaven beyond heaven, so they were tacitly allowed to live here and could also supply some daily necessities for heaven beyond heaven," Wang Ming explained as he led Sumu deeper inside. At this point, Sumu could no longer hold back. "Commander Wang, what exactly is this heaven beyond heaven? Since you've come this far, you'll find out sooner or later." "It's time I told you a few things," Wang Ming said as they walked. To put it plainly, heaven beyond heaven is a collective term for a power, representing the 8 great families of heaven beyond heaven. The 8 great families of Qin, Tang, Zhu, Sun, Yang, Jiang, Wang, and Song together form heaven beyond heaven. Sumu finally understood why Jiang Tianqing had said at the time that heaven beyond heaven inviting him meant heaven beyond heaven itself, while he only represented the Jiang family. However, this heaven beyond heaven didn't feel particularly miraculous. How was it different from other ordinary noble families in the Great Xia Kingdom? Wang Ming noticed the confusion in Sumu's eyes and then dropped a bombshell. "Do you feel that they are no different from ordinary aristocratic families?" "You are wrong, the ancestors of the 8 great families of heaven beyond heaven, they are humans from the Demon Tower."
"What?" Sumu was shocked. There were humans in the Demon Tower? Weren't there only monsters in the Demon Tower?
Wang Ming looked at Sumu's expression with satisfaction and continued, "And it is said that the oldest of the 8 ancestors has lived for nearly 1,000 years.
This made Sumu even more confused. The Demon Tower appeared 30 years ago, when humans had just entered the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord era. Could they truly still be considered human?
As if seeing Sumu's confusion, he said, "The 8 ancestors, it's hard to say if they are truly human, but they are definitely here to help humanity."
You've also been to the Demon Tower. Do you think the creatures inside could have been stopped by ordinary humans from before?
30 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared, and Heaven Beyond Heaven also emerged simultaneously, helping the humans of the Great Xia Kingdom jointly resist the Demon Tower, and teaching humans how to use tower cards. This is when Eidolon warriors began to be born, and humanity gained the confidence to fight against the Demon Tower. Other countries also have similar existences. In other words, without Heaven Beyond Heaven, we humans would have already gone extinct.
Sumu was truly astonished this time.
He never expected Heaven Beyond Heaven to hold such a transcendent status in the Great Xia Kingdom. In that case, no matter how mysterious this place was, it wasn't strange. While they were talking, they had already arrived at a deeper part of this world within a world. At this moment, Sumu actually saw buildings suspended in the air.
What is this? Floating islands. Huge islands floated in the sky, with various buildings standing tall on them. Not far away, 3 people were already visible, and Zhang Tianqing, whom he had met a few days ago, was among them. "Young friend Su, we meet again."
Zhang Tianqing was the first to greet Sumu, and Sumu quickly returned the bow. Wang Ming apparently knew the others and showed great respect to the 3, bowing his head. "Greetings, esteemed venerables."
Wang Ming then introduced Sumu to the other 2, Song Ming, the brilliant gold envoy of the Song family, and Yang Shua, the thick earth envoy of the Yang family.
"Young friend Su, as we agreed last time, now that you've come to our Heaven Beyond Heaven, our Jiang family must treat you well." Zhang Tianqing then clasped his hands towards the other 2, "Then I'll be taking this young friend Su with me." Song Ming, a man of rather stern demeanor, showed no particular expression, uttering 2 words, "As you wish." Yang Shua, however, chuckled and said, "Brother Jiang has a good plan. This young friend's strength doesn't seem weak at all." Zhang Tianqing chuckled, "This young friend Su has quite a connection with our family. One might say he is a great benefactor to us.
We really need to thank him properly this time."
Wang Ming also bid farewell to Sumu at this point. "Sumu, you go with honored one Jiang.
We'll separate for now. I'll wait for you in this outer area. Make the most of this opportunity." Sumu nodded. He felt that the attitude of Zhang Tianqing and the others seemed to be competing for something. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have gotten involved in something. Chapter 50, Skybridge. "Young friend Su, this way. Ahead is our Jiang family's floating island. Isn't it magnificent?"
Following the direction of Zhang Tianqing's finger, Sumu saw a massive floating island ahead, with a giant character Jiang hanging directly above it. How to put it, Sumu thought it was a little tacky. That strange Jiang character stuck on the floating island was like the flag of a bandit king's stronghold. "Venerable sir, I noticed many people on the way who aren't from Heaven Beyond Heaven."
"Who are they?"
Sumu had already seen several students similar to himself, also being led by some Heaven Beyond Heaven people onto the floating island. Actually, it was easy to distinguish who was from Heaven Beyond Heaven and who wasn't, because the people from Heaven Beyond Heaven mostly dressed in ancient costumes, which made them identifiable at a glance.
Oh, you don't even know why you're here."
Zhang Tianqing seemed to have just realized this.
"Actually, it's nothing much. You'll soon find out.
You're here to participate in our Heaven Beyond Heaven's coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, our 8 great families will have some competitive events, and if you rank well, there will naturally be generous rewards. Those people are also champions from some of your provincial leagues, here to participate in our coming-of-age ceremony."
Provincial League champion?
Sumu instantly thought of his spot to enter the Beyond the Heavens this time. Doesn't that mean even without this spot, as the champion of Tiandu Province League, I would still have a good chance of being selected?
Zhang Tianqing was momentarily speechless. It seemed to be true. Soon, under Zhang Tianqing's arrangement, Sumu settled smoothly into the Zhang family's floating island.
In the evening, Zhang Tianqing hosted Sumu again and informed him that the coming-of-age ceremony launch event would begin tomorrow, with a small performance, and advised him to prepare well. Early the next morning, Sumu woke up early, fed Sonsong with aura, and then headed out early.
He was surprised to discover that their floating island could actually move.
Looking out now, the floating islands of the 8 great families had converged, surrounding an even larger floating island. That island currently appeared empty, a massive floating platform, with the 8 floating islands arranged around it, looking incredibly spectacular.
How about it, magnificent, right?
In fact, we've all been looking forward to this day since childhood. At this moment, someone, as if an old acquaintance, patted Sumu's shoulder and came to his side. This was Jiang Shang, a child from the current generation of the Jiang family who was about to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony they had just met last night. He looked chubby, not tall, an entire short stature, coupled with large hands and feet, looking somewhat comical no matter how you viewed him. However, Jiang Tianqing had secretly told Sumu yesterday that this Jiang Shang was very much favored by the Jiang family patriarch because he looked very similar to the patriarch. Looking at Jiang Shang's large, fleshy head and ears, and then imagining the Jiang family patriarch, Sumu dared not contemplate.
Jiang Shang's personality was excellent, and he got along very well with Sumu. The two chatted for a long time, facing the platform.
At this point, more and more people gathered around. Jiang Tianqing also appeared on the floating island with many members of the Jiang family.
Sumu knew that the coming-of-age ceremony was probably about to begin. Sure enough, suddenly, 8 golden bridges appeared on the giant platform in the center.
The golden bridges flowed like water towards the floating islands of the 8 great families, eventually connecting tightly with them. The next moment, a grand voice resounded from the sky. All participants of the coming-of-age ceremony, please step onto the sky bridge and proceed to the ceremony venue. Hearing the grand announcement, at Jiang Tianqing's signal, Sumu and Jiang Shang no longer hesitated and stepped onto the sky bridge simultaneously. The moment Sumu stepped onto the sky bridge, he suddenly discovered that all his eidolons had become unresponsive, and even the ancestral golden crow, which had been possessing him, had detached from its possessed state.
The next second, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared on him.
This terrifying pressure was swift and fierce. Sumu had no time to react and was instantly pressed to the ground.
Put! A sneer came, ridiculous, the Jiang family is still weak.
Their own strength is insufficient, and they even invited such a useless foreign aid. Jiang Shang, I advise you to go back and drink milk early.
The speaker was Wang Feng, Jiang Shang's archenemy from the Wang family.
The Wang family was ranked after the Jiang family, and they had always held a grudge, which even affected this generation.
Moreover, Wang Feng of this generation was stronger than Jiang Shang and had bullied him a lot since childhood. At this moment, he couldn't resist mocking him directly.
Jiang Shang ignored the other person, just looked at Sumu with concern. Sumu, are you alright?
It's my fault for not reminding you.
You're not allowed to use eidolons here, and there's a huge resistance.
The competition actually starts right here.
Sumu's face was pale at this moment. He struggled to lift his head, finding the pressure on him was far more than 1,000 jin, and it was getting stronger.
The last whisper. Activate.
Because the 3 eidolons simultaneously cancelled their possession, his talent skill, the last whisper, also activated. He immediately felt his body was less heavy, but still struggled to walk. He slowly crawled up. Seeing Sumu stand up, Jiang Shang felt relieved and also put his head down, pushing forward, and began to walk. Everyone around Sumu, even if they weren't openly mocking, showed disdain, wondering how someone of Sumu's strength had managed to get here. Sumu moved forward with great difficulty, step by step. He saw that although the people around him were struggling, none were like him, pressed to the ground and unable to get up no matter how they tried to crawl. How could this be? No wonder their strengths were so formidable. Above the entire coming-of-age ceremony, there was a small floating island where the 8 patriarchs gathered. The coming-of-age ceremony was a major event for beyond the heavens. All patriarchs would pay attention, and sometimes even the ancestors would personally inquire. The Qin family patriarch, as the first patriarch, was also the strongest among the second generation of beyond the heavens, besides the ancestors. He stood at the forefront of all the patriarchs. Upon seeing the situation in the arena, a golden light suddenly burst from his eyes. He slightly narrowed his eyes, deep in thought.
This Sumu is very interesting. He seems to have brought someone else onto the sky bridge inside him. How is that possible? Hearing the Qin family patriarch's words, the Song family patriarch exclaimed in disbelief. When the sky bridge was initially designed, besides the function of cancelling all Eidolon possessions to prevent cheating, a very important feature was that only one person could cross the bridge at a time. Bringing someone else or intentionally helping someone would make the difficulty skyrocket to an exceptionally terrifying degree. The final conclusion was that it was impossible for anyone to carry someone across the bridge without Eidolon possession. But he indeed did it. The Qin family patriarch's face was as calm as an ancient well, but the flickering energy light in his eyes betrayed his excited inner state. Hearing these words, all the families gathered around in surprise, their eyes emitting various kinds of energy light, as if trying to see through Sumu's exterior to understand how he did it. Oh my, oh my! Carrying someone across the sky bridge, this kid is definitely a monster. Once they start fighting, how could anyone possibly be this guy's opponent? Haha, us proud youngsters have really hit a snag this time. This is good too, let them know there's always someone better, and heights beyond heights. A group of old guys who had been perfectly calm could no longer hold back. With no juniors present, they started gossiping, completely disregarding their image. Chapter 51, Snatching the Stone Box. Sumu was already too busy to pay attention to others at this point. He walked forward with his head down, because he could feel the pressure on him starting to grow, constantly increasing under the effect of the punishment mechanism. He couldn't understand why, after activating the last whisper, his stats were even stronger than when Eidolon was possessing him. Given this, if he was moving with such difficulty, how were others managing to move on the bridge? What Sumu didn't realize was that due to Tsongtsong's presence, he was counted as an extra person, and the pressure at this moment wasn't originally imposed by the bridge, but rather he had triggered the punishment mechanism. Fortunately, the skybridge wasn't very long, it was just a short opening act, a warm-up for everyone. In less than a minute, Qin Yushi, the current daughter of the Qin family, was already about to step onto the platform. Click, click, click. At this moment, the sound of machinery turning echoed, and a stone pillar emerged from the very center of the platform. On top of the stone pillar rested a semi-transparent glazed stone box. The Qin family patriarch spoke again from above, his voice booming and making it difficult to pinpoint his direction. Inside the stone box are 100 amethyst tower cards. In 5 minutes, whoever holds the stone box will own these amethyst tower cards. Heaven beyond heaven indeed lives up to its name, with such a grand opening prize, equivalent to 10,000 tower cards. Qin Yushi was the first to step onto the platform, with Tang Yi right behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, both rushed towards the stone box almost simultaneously. Eidolon is still prohibited on this platform, including Eidolon weapons and skills, which are also unusable. The main purpose of this competition is to let every Eidolon warrior feel their own strength, so that Eidolon warriors do not overly rely on Eidolons. Although Qin Yushi was the first to step onto the stone platform, her speed was not as fast as Tang Yi from the Tang family. This Tang Yi clearly takes the speed route. Even without Eidolon's blessing, his figure is still agile, his toes touching the ground, his body moving quickly, and his right hand was already placed on the stone box first. Qin Yushi certainly wouldn't agree for them, tower cards were not important, what mattered was the title of the number one young person. She stomped her left foot hard, launching herself into the air, and clenched her right fist, attacking Tang Yi. Facing the punch, Tang Yi could only release his right hand, which was holding the stone box, and cross his arms, preparing to take the hit head-on. Unexpectedly, this punch was merely a feint from Qin Yushi. A triumphant smile appeared on her face as she spun around and reached for the stone box. What she didn't expect was that the stone box on the table was gone. Sunja of the Sun family was clutching the stone box and desperately running towards the corner of the platform, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to escape everyone's sight. But the platform was so small, how could he hide? The entire platform instantly erupted into chaos. At this moment, the differences in strength among the various families became clearly apparent. The Qin and Tang families were considered the first tier, while the Zhu, Sun, and Yang families followed closely as the second tier.
The Wang and Song families, along with champions from other provinces, formed the third tier, with a noticeable gap in strength. Moreover, after entering the platform, most of the third-tier participants were already drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and needed a moment to rest before they could even make a move. Unlike the first and second tiers, who almost immediately began snatching items upon entry, clearly having conserved their strength earlier. Jiang Sheng and Su Mu were definitively in last place by the time they entered. The outcome of the competition was almost decided. Jiang Sheng's strength was undeniably at the bottom, no wonder he was mocked by others. The moment Su Mu left the sky bridge, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had taken a bath in water. The sudden disappearance of the body pressure instantly made him feel refreshed. Which damn thing designed this sky bridge? It's too difficult. Su Mu cursed in his heart. Achoo! On the small floating island above the platform, Zhu Xianyao, the head of the Zhu family, sneezed. He rubbed his nose. As the designer of the sky bridge, he knew best how difficult it was to guide someone across it. He actually made it across. What a terrifying young man. Zhu Xianyao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Mu also felt that something was wrong at this time. He struggled so much to cross the skybridge that he had already given up all hope for this competition. But watching the battle between the few people on the field, he had only a few words in his mind. Slow. This is too slow. Still in the last whisper state, he watched the battles of those people like children playing house. No, how is this possible? Su Mu was utterly perplexed. Weren't they all crossing the skybridge quite easily? At this moment, Qin Yushi had finally gotten the stone box and was fighting 1 against 3. Qin Yushi truly lived up to her reputation as the strongest of her generation. Even when facing the combined attacks of the Tang, Sun, and Yang families, the 3 of them couldn't defeat her in a short period. The others were on the periphery, unable to intervene for the time being. The league champions were also in a melee. Qin Yushi's foreign aide was Xiang Bei, the Kyoto League champion, whose strength was also considerable. He even had time to occasionally help Qin Yushi in the melee. But as more and more people joined the scramble, Qin Yushi couldn't hold on anymore. She didn't want to hand over the stone box to other opponents, so her eyes darted around. With a casual toss, she let out a delicate shout. Catch it! To everyone's focused gaze, the stone box surprisingly landed perfectly in Jiang Sheng's hand. Jiang Sheng. After coming down from the overpass, Jiang Sheng had been watching the show from the outer perimeter. He usually didn't participate in such fights. But inexplicably, the stone box everyone was fighting over came uninvited and appeared directly in his palm. Jiang Sheng stared at the stone box in his hand, completely bewildered, unsure of what to do for a moment. However, Wang Feng immediately became indignant. How dare you? Is that something you can take? Hand it over. He was the first to charge furiously towards Jiang Sheng, who seemed to be frozen in fear, not even knowing how to dodge. Su Mu naturally wouldn't stand by. He stepped forward, blocking the space between Wang Feng and Jiang Sheng. Wang Feng didn't take Su Mu seriously at all. Get lost. He extended his right hand, casually trying to push Su Mu aside. But when he touched Su Mu, he felt something was off. The other person was like an unyielding mountain. No matter how much force he used, Su Mu remained motionless. Want to touch him? Did you ask me first? Su Mu's gaze was as if it were solid, his figure like lightning, striking a punch towards Wang Feng. He couldn't gauge the opponent's strength, so he struck with full force. Bang! Wang Feng's scream shocked the entire scene. Su Mu's speed was so fast that Wang Feng couldn't even see the movement. Then he felt his right cheek hit as if by a cannonball. His entire cervical spine seemed to have been deformed by that blow. Then he felt his entire body fly up, as if soaring through clouds and mist, and with a blackout, he passed out. At this moment, Wang Feng was directly sent flying by Su Mu. He truly flew, his entire body flying off the platform. Nobody knew where to. The others, seeing this situation, instantly stood stunned. They weren't worried about his life, as several family patriarchs were present, so nothing serious could happen. But everyone was instantly silenced by this strike. Just what was this person's strength? The few people who followed closely behind, eager to snatch, saw that the situation was amiss and slammed on the brakes, wanting to let others test Sumu's strength first. But it was already too late. Once Sumu made his move, he had no intention of stopping. He discovered that these people were merely showy but useless, like a silver spearhead on a lead shaft. His last whisper also had a time limit, so he had to finish the fight quickly. His speed became even faster, almost appearing as a blur, delivering several whip kicks to the league champions in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 sonic booms, 3 figures flew backward. This was actually Sumu holding back. One instance could be attributed to luck, but now Sumu had instantly killed 3 more people. Everyone on the field understood that Sumu's power was absolutely terrifying, crushing everyone present. Tang Yi was furious when he saw Sumu, who resembled a war god, before him. "You're that strong. What the F were you pretending for earlier?" Tang Yi was genuinely angry, unable to stop himself from cursing. He felt like his desperate struggle to rush out of the skybridge made him look like a clown. Look at Sumu, who came out last and effortlessly obtained the stone box. Everyone at this moment recalled Sumu's initial performance, being pinned to the ground by the skybridge, and then being the last one to walk onto the rooftop. A million expletives ran through their minds. Oscar owed him a small golden man. If Qin Yushi weren't a girl, she would have joined the ranks of those cursing Sumu, but she was secretly cursing him in her heart too. "We're fighting tooth and nail here, and you're playing the Mantis Stalks the Cicada game with us. It would be one thing if you weren't strong, but you're so powerful and yet you play such underhanded tricks. How can someone's heart be so dark?" A single thought appeared in everyone's mind: this grandson is truly a master schemer. Chapter 52, Coming of Age Ceremony begins. Sumu didn't think that much. He hadn't expected his performance to be misunderstood as deliberate acting. He just wanted to end the battle quickly within the duration of his The Last Whisper skill. Watching the one-sided battle on Sumu's side, everyone on the platform developed a complex mentality of shared indignation and desire to punish evil. Whether they got the stone box or not was no longer important. Everyone had only one thought: they must defeat this grandson and not condone such despicable behavior. "Kill this scoundrel," someone shouted. These words were like a bugle call for a charge, and everyone simultaneously rushed towards Sumu. But their speed, in Sumu's eyes, was like that of turtles. The gap in strength simply couldn't be compensated for by the number of people. Sumu was immediately surrounded by more than a dozen people, but people kept screaming and flying out of the encirclement. Ah! No! He was like a god descending to earth. With every punch and kick, someone would be sent flying. The opponent's attacks couldn't even break his defense, feeling like mere tickles. He hadn't used heavy force, so those who were sent flying quickly got up and charged at him wildly again. Zhang Shang was stunned, huddling in a corner with the stone box, trembling. And no one paid any attention to him or the stone box in his hands. Everyone fought even more wildly, to the point that when 5 minutes had passed, no one had stopped. Sumu, like a human boss, charged through the crowd. Some even disregarded their image and directly clung to him. In the end, it was with the help of other extraterrestrial beings that everyone and Sumu were separated. Finally, when Zhang Sheng stood on the first place podium, he felt it was somewhat unreal. What exactly was happening? He had inexplicably become first? To his left and right were Qin Yushi and Tang Yi, who were second and third respectively. This ranking was based on the duration they held the stone box. Standing on the stage, both of them were bruised and swollen, angrily staring at the unconcerned Sumu. Sumu was also puzzled. Why did they hate him so much? Was it wrong for him to be strong? How could he be blamed for that? Ha ha! Excellent, excellent. The 8 family heads emerged together, slowly descending from the sky like immortals. At this moment, everyone on the platform, including those from the 8 floating islands, stood up and greeted the 8 family heads. Patriarch Qin. Patriarch Tang. These juniors truly put on a splendid performance for us. Qin Yu, the head of the Qin family, was the first to speak. Wang Feng also appeared at this time. He followed behind the Wang family head, still looking bewildered, as if he hadn't fully recovered from his daze. Little friend Su, you must have some talent skill that can still be used after your eidolon disappears, otherwise your strength couldn't be so overwhelming. Xu Xianzhao asked Sumu, probing him with a smile. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. He saw Sumu's issue at a glance. Sumu honestly replied, Patriarch Su, that is indeed the case. My talent skill can be activated without an eidolon. Xu Xianzhao actually saw that Sumu had become the target of everyone, and wanted to explain it to him publicly to prevent everyone from thinking he was too special, and to avoid them continuously targeting him in the upcoming matches. Unexpectedly, saying this had the opposite effect. Hearing this, the others immediately became agitated and loudly declared, cheating! Cheating! Isn't this cheating? Xu Xianzhao was also a bit speechless. Without waiting for Sumu to explain, he spoke for Sumu. The rules only stipulate that eidolons cannot be used, not that talent skills cannot be used. This is not cheating. However, he still thought to himself that he would have to find a way to ban talent skills in the future, but these things are innate and unlike external items, there's always a way to restrict them. With Xu Xianzhao's explanation, others naturally dared not refute, and the arena gradually quieted down. Alright, we've had a good start. I see the young ones are very motivated. Let's quickly begin the second round. Yang Jin, the head of the Yang family, also spoke up. He was purely hoping to see some excitement, always eager for chaos. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rolled up their sleeves and looked at Sumu. The second match would allow the use of eidolons. This time, they were going to go all out and properly confront Sumu. Seeing the blazing fighting spirit in their eyes and their provocative gazes, Sumu felt a bit speechless. This whole thing, it seems like he's offended everyone. But it doesn't matter, Sumu has never been one to shy away from trouble. It's just another fight. Alright. Since everyone is so high-spirited, let's officially begin the coming-of-age ceremony. Xinyu, the head of the Qin family, finally made the decision. As soon as his voice fell, the entire platform once again echoed with the clanking sounds of mechanical rotation. The entire floating platform gradually began to expand, and countless buildings on the ground slowly rose, eventually transforming into a steel city. And that wasn't all. Countless beams of light simultaneously descended from the sky. Each beam pierced the clouds, clearly visible to everyone, no matter how far away. At this point, someone began to emerge to explain the rules. Each light beam contains a command flag. A single person who remains within the light beam for 20 seconds can capture that flag. Each command flag represents a different score, ranging from 5 to 100 points, which can be seen from the flag's appearance. Teams of 2, the team that has captured more flag points at the end wins. Does everyone understand? The rules were relatively simple. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they understood. Alright. Everyone ready, no questions, prepare to enter the city. Go! With a command, everyone simultaneously rushed towards the pillar of light within the city. Chapter 53, Capture the Flag. The 16 people divided into 8 teams according to their families, and Sumu naturally teamed up with Jiang Shang. The 8 small teams entered simultaneously from 8 different directions, meaning they wouldn't encounter other opponents for a short period. Moreover, the primary goal at this point was to grab the flag. No one would think of fighting right away, otherwise, they would just be waiting for others to reap the benefits. This competition tested not only strength but also speed and luck. A moment later, Sumu and Jiang Shang stood beneath the first light pillar in their direction, looking up at the strange command banner suspended in the air. The flag floated in mid-air, its material unknown, entirely white, with the number 25 written on it. It seemed to be a flag worth 25 points. After they stood in the pillar of light for 20 seconds, the flag spontaneously combusted in mid-air, and then a new flag reappeared, floating in the sky. The flag had the character Jiang written on it, and the color of the light pillar changed from white to yellow, indicating that it had now been occupied by the 2 of them. What's our next move? Jiang Shang looked at Sumu. Sumu pondered for a moment, pinching his chin, a cunning glint in his eyes. Let's split up. Ha! Split up? This was indeed the best option. With so many light pillars, 2 people occupying them simultaneously was better than 1. But Jiang Shang was afraid he was the weakest in the whole arena, and he couldn't win against others.
But the next second, his eyes went wide.
Several figures walked out from behind Su Mu.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10.
There were 10 identical figures of Su Mu. Seeing that the 10 figures were indistinguishable from Su Mu, carved from the same mold, completely terrified Jiang Shang.
It's fine, these are just my avatars.
They have no actual attacking power, but they should be able to occupy a flag. The next second, the 10 avatars instantly flew out in all directions, each heading towards the closest pillar of light.
Those watching the battle on the floating island were once again astonished by Su Mu's audacious move. That works too. How is this coming-of-age ceremony designed just for him? First, a talent skill that can be used without eidolon possession. Now he's got these avatars, thankfully they don't have combat capabilities.
His abilities are too perfectly suited for this event.
Alright, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
While there are still some light pillars left, maybe we can grab a few. Su Mu clapped Jiang Shang, who was dumbfounded, and quickly rushed towards a light pillar that hadn't turned yellow yet.
Jiang Shang finally reacted. Oh. I'm coming.
The command flags were being snatched very quickly. Out of nearly 100 white light pillars, more than half had already turned yellow in a blink of an eye, indicating they had been claimed. Shumei of the Zhu family frowned as she looked at the white light pillars in the sky, her index and middle fingers moving slightly as if calculating something.
A moment later, she turned her head and asked Li Menglan next to her, "Don't you think these light pillars are being snatched a bit too quickly?"
Su Mu and Jiang Shang sped through the streets made of steel buildings, a massive light pillar already in sight ahead. This was considered the core area of the city, where a massive light pillar stood erected in a huge plaza. Floating within the light pillar was a command flag, bearing the number 100. It was a command flag worth 100 points, undoubtedly a fiercely contested prize.
Boom! Just then, lightning flashed, and Su Mu suddenly felt a terrifying energy strike his back.
2 energy wings instantly sprouted from his back, doubling his speed, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck the spot where Su Mu had just stood.
Heh, quick reflexes.
Wang Feng of the Wang family emerged from behind a building, his eyes burning with anger as he stared intently at Su Mu.
You think you can take that command banner? You're not worthy. Isn't this the loser? Why doesn't your face hurt anymore?
Su Mu sneered, verbally attacking his opponent.
Wang Feng immediately erupted in fury. You're looking for death.
He had a fiery temper to begin with, and seeing his enemy made his blood boil. He glowed with lightning, wielding a long sword, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Su Mu. But in the next second, he found his long sword easily passing through the opponent's body. A flicker of joy crossed his mind, but then he realized it wasn't the feeling of piercing flesh, but it was already too late.
Heh, I'm to your right.
A soft chuckle came from Wang Feng's right, and Su Mu's figure appeared from the right, a flaming long spear smashing down suddenly.
Phoenix strike. Boom! Wang Feng was once again smashed to the ground.
He felt as if his chest had split open, his head hit the ground, stars exploded before his eyes, and a sweet taste filled his mouth before he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Thunderstorm. Wang Feng wouldn't give up.
A figure of a Thunder King appeared behind him, and a thunderstorm, centered on him, formed a tornado that swept outwards. In the midst of the storm, Wang Feng seized the opportunity to get up, but Su Mu's figure was nowhere to be seen.
Just as he was wondering, this time it's from above. Boom!
Su Mu suddenly appeared from above, bringing his spear crashing down. Wang Feng was sent flying again, crashing into several nearby buildings before falling silent. While the two were fighting, Jiang Shang had already captured the white light pillar, earning 100 points.
Dong!
With a chime, all the white light pillars had been occupied. A grand, energy-enhanced voice boomed from the sky, ensuring everyone could hear it.
All command flags have been captured. The score rankings will now be announced. Please protect your command flags. The competition will end in 10 minutes.
A light screen descended from the sky, allowing everyone to see the rankings through the massive display.
First place Jiang family team, 2,550 points. Second place Sun family team, 300 points. Third place Qin family team, 285 points. Fourth place Tang family team, 250 points. Fifth place Yu family team, 240 points. Sixth place Yang family team, 200 points. Seventh place Song family team, 155 points. Eighth place Wang family team, 130 points. What the F?
Seeing the rankings, everyone was dumbfounded.
What was going on? How could the Jiang family's score be so high?
It was comparable to all their teams combined.
This was absurd. Cheating.
They're cheating, someone immediately shouted.
It must be a statistical error, how is this possible?
The voice from the sky surprisingly offered an explanation at this point. The score tabulation is correct.
The Jiang family team followed all competition rules. How is this possible? Everyone felt today's coming-of-age ceremony was utterly absurd.
Some also felt that the speed at which the command flags were being captured was indeed off. Everyone simultaneously entered the platform from 8 directions, occupying the flags inward in order. Logically, while there might be differences, they should generally converge in the central area. However, they had only just finished occupying their respective outer flags, and all the flags already had owners. What they couldn't imagine was how cheaty Sumu's ability was. There were only 16 of them in total, and Sumu alone created 10 clones. The speed of occupation was easily imaginable.
Chapter 54, Beat him up. A thought arose in everyone's mind: grab the Jiang family's command flags. Can he really block so many people at once? 3 streaks of light appeared behind Xin Yushi. She had already pushed her speed to the fastest she was unwilling to lose. If Sumu outdid her in 2 consecutive competitions, where would her title as the foremost young talent of the outer heavens be placed? At this moment, she saw a 25-point command flag, clearly bearing the character Jiang. Overjoyed, she immediately dashed towards the Jiang family's banner. As she neared, she found a person standing beneath the pillar of light, and it was Sumu. Perfect timing. She had long wanted to test Sumu's true strength. Now, snatching the banner was an excellent opportunity to test his power. Unexpectedly, after Sumu saw her, he turned around and ran without a word, refusing to fight her at all. Xin Yushi felt like she had punched thin air, seething with anger. Why are you running? Aren't you supposed to be a good fighter? Sumu didn't answer her at all and vanished into the distance in an instant. Though speechless, Xin Yushi knew that grabbing the banner was more important. She immediately stood under the pillar of light. Similar situations occurred in almost every part of the city. Nearly everyone grabbed the Jiang family's command flags. 5 minutes later, everyone looked at the light screen in the sky again. First place Jiang family team, 2350 points. Second place Qin family team, 350 points. Third place Sun family team, 330 points. Fourth place Tang family team, 260 points. Fifth place Yu family team, 240 points. Sixth place Yang family team, 200 points. Seventh place Song family team, 175 points. Eighth place Wang family team, 130 points. Damn, what's going on? After all that grabbing, although the Jiang family's points dropped a little, they still led by a landslide. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't figure out why this was happening, and could only continue to rush for the flag. Finally, everyone followed the flag and managed to seize the final central area. After meeting each other, everyone's first question was, "Did you see Sumu?" "Yes, I saw him too. He ran away as soon as he saw me." "Me too." "When did you see him?" "Just that pillar of light." "Me too." It was then that everyone realized there wasn't just one Sumu. Finally, under the 100-point banner, they saw Sumu again. After seeing Sumu, they fully understood, Sumu truly wasn't alone. They saw a line of Sumus grinning at them in the central square. "Everyone's here. Disperse." A group of Sumus immediately rushed in all directions. "Stop them quickly." They're trying to steal the command flag behind us. Everyone finally understood why Sumu and his team had so many points.
Pure numerical superiority. I don't care if you grab mine, I'll just run straight to grab yours.
My large numbers make me capricious.
Looking at the several figures behind Sumu, a thought arose in everyone's mind.
What's there to compete for now? This is too unfair.
Someone in the crowd yelled, "Beat him up."
Right.
If we can't win, I'll give you a beating to vent my frustration. A group of people once again experienced the same situation as in the previous round, swarming towards Sumu. Watching the situation in the arena, the elders from heaven beyond heaven only found it amusing.
Sumu's in trouble now, he's going to get a beating.
Yeah, he was too flashy. He could have used that ability at the end to win the championship, but he used it right away and snatched everyone's rewards.
How could that be okay? Still too young. I'm not so sure. What do you mean? Can his clones still fight? How is that possible? Then Sumu would be too abnormal. The younger generation of heaven beyond heaven is still very strong.
Except for Zhang Shang, they are all awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. Only Jiang Shang remains at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level.
Otherwise, he wouldn't always be laughed at. They never lacked resources since childhood, and as soon as their stats met the requirements, they could immediately break through.
The league champions from various provinces were a bit weaker, all awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. The more powerful ones only had attributes close to the peak of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, a strength that Sumu could ignore.
Boom! Various energies flew, causing Sumu to scurry around, holding his head. Well done. Beat him up. The next second, Sumu suddenly disappeared. Over there.
Shumei pointed at her glabella, and a transparent ripple spread across the field.
Sumu's figure was immediately exposed. Kill.
1 flame, 2 lasers, and 3 arrows flew towards Sumu simultaneously.
From a tall building far away, another Sumu watched the battle in the arena, clicking his tongue.
See? I told you these guys really have the ability to detect stealth.
Good thing I didn't go myself.
You people from beyond the heavens really do have some strength. Sumu leisurely watched the situation on the field, chatting cheerfully with Zhang Shang beside him. Zhang Shang looked at the Sumu in front of him, speechless.
This is called having strength? A whole group of people fighting your clone for a long time.
If they knew your real body was here watching the show, they'd be furious. The Sumu on the field, facing countless attacks, instantly split, and several identical figures sprang from him.
Sumu found that his Nether God's avatar could perfectly replicate all of his skills. Therefore, the Underworld God avatar could also use the Shadow avatar. This was a bit insane, an avatar splitting into another avatar.
Don't be afraid, his clones have no attack power. Tang Yi shouted, slashing out with a saber. A flaming tiger, like a living creature, instantly shattered one of Sumu's avatars.
There's only one real body, Shumei, quickly see which one it is.
Okay. Shumei wasted no words, a red energy erupting from her eyes, making her entire demeanor instantly mysterious.
Seeing through illusions.
This was actually her talent skill, an inherited ability from their Zhu family that could see through all illusions in the world. But after seeing everything before her, her expression changed.
No true body. Tang Yi immediately became displeased. How is that possible? Did you look closely? How can there be none? Maybe he's invisible. Qin Yushi reminded. Right. Shumei, quickly check again. But Shumei knew, how could he be invisible? Her seeing through illusions included invisibility. Phoenix Strike.
Tang Yi thought these were all just clones and didn't even think about dodging the attacks from the Sumu beside him.
But the next second. Ah!
Tang Yi was sent flying back more than 10 meters by the blow, a large hole burned into his chest by flames.
Shumei, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say these were all clones? Shumei's expression became even uglier upon seeing this attack. She said, word by word, this Sumu is indeed a clone as well. Chapter 55, 10 Directions Realm. What does that mean? They are all clones. A horrifying thought instantly struck everyone. Had all their efforts just been spent fighting a mere clone?
While they were stunned, another Sumu appeared in the crowd.
I'm done playing with you all. Solar eclipse. A golden sun slowly rose, and the next second, explode.
A terrifying explosion swept through, creating a mushroom cloud. Sumu deliberately suppressed the power of the explosion, but everyone was still blown head over heels, covered in dust.
Shumei lay on the ground, saying in despair, this one is a clone too. Damn it!
Everyone confirmed that these clones were a mix of real and fake. Not all of them were without attack power. They had been fighting for a long time and didn't even know where the real Sumu was.
It was truly a humiliation.
At this moment, a grand voice sounded from the sky, time is up.
Now announcing the final rankings. First place Jiang Family Team, 2,510 points. Second place Qin Family Team, 320 points. Third place Sun Family Team, 300 points. Fourth place Tang Family Team, 250 points. Fifth place Yu Family Team, 220 points. Sixth place Yang Family Team, 170 points. Seventh place Song Family Team, 145 points. Eighth place Wang Family Team, 120 points.
In just this short while, during the opportunistic fighting, the scores had changed again. Each team had lost dozens of points, while only the Jiang family's score had increased again. Everyone hated Sumu to the core, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't even find him, so what else could be done? At this moment, the entire platform began to change again. All the steel cities slowly descended, gradually returning to the appearance of a platform. Then, 8 stone pillars rose from the very center of the platform, each imprinted with a number from 1 to 8. Just as everyone was wondering, 7 colored light illuminated the stone pillars. 2 7-colored treasure chests slowly rose from the middle of each pillar, with the 2 innermost chests being particularly enormous. Everyone instantly had a guess, could these be the ultimate reward treasures? Sure enough, the grand voice sounded again, everyone, come forward to receive your rewards according to your rank. No snatching. Claim your own according to your position. Even without a reminder, with so many eyes watching, and all the family patriarchs present, no one dared to act rashly. Jiang Sheng, standing beside Sumu, was utterly stunned, his eyes fixed on the 2 treasure chests in the center, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. He truly hadn't expected to come in first place at his coming-of-age ceremony, completely ignoring Wang Feng, who was glaring at him fiercely nearby. Wang Feng, having been knocked out briefly during his struggle with Sumu, could only rely on his teammate, league champion Jiang Qin, which proved insufficient, leading them to finish in last place. Although Qin Yushi secured second place, just behind first, she remained unwilling to accept it. Her fists were clenched tightly. She refused to concede, having never been second in her life. Sunja, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with his third-place finish. He was the fastest here, giving him an advantage in this competition, and his ranking was already much higher than expected. Tang Yi was naturally furious about his fourth-place finish. He had been Qin Yushi's strongest competitor since childhood, yet he ended up fourth at his final coming-of-age ceremony. However, the dust had settled, and there was nothing to be done about his unwillingness. Everyone could only go on stage to receive their awards as instructed by the voice from the sky. Jiang Sheng was already impatient, but he didn't forget to call out to Sumu, come on, let's go claim our rewards. Sumu was also very excited. The rewards from beyond the heavens were surely of immense value. The two went on stage simultaneously, then exchanged smiles and reached for the treasure chests at the same time. However, when Sumu touched the treasure chest, he found it felt like a stone and couldn't be opened at all. At this moment, everyone had already reached their stone pillars and began attempting to open their treasure chests. The next second, a huge suction force emanated from each treasure chest, and a spatial rift appeared above each one. What's going on? Patriarch! Save me! Dad, Mom, save me! In an instant, All the children participating in the coming-of-age ceremony cried out for help frantically.
But it happened too quickly, even the patriarchs from beyond the heavens didn't react in time.
Almost in the blink of an eye, they were all sucked into the spatial rifts right before everyone's eyes. When Sumu opened his eyes again, he found himself completely in a new world. He looked up, shocked to discover a red moon in the sky.
Ah!
He heard a hysterical scream from his left.
Recognizing Jiang Shang's voice, "Damn it, what are you yelling about? You scared me."
Sumu complained, turning his head to see Jiang Shang lying on the ground, his face pale, his lower lip trembling uncontrollably.
This is the 10 Directions realm. The 10 Directions realm, what is this thing?
Sumu asked, puzzled, to Jiang Shang, who was still on the ground.
Jiang Shang took a deep breath. The 10 Directions realm is an SSS grade demon tower that our Beyond the Heavens has suppressed.
What?
An SSS grade demon tower.
This made Sumu a bit flustered. This was the highest level demon tower, and the horrors within were unimaginable. They were supposed to be opening treasure chests. How did they get teleported here? At this moment, Jiang Shang surprisingly rallied. He mumbled as he stood up, "I can't die. I can't die. I must get out alive."
Sumu shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore. Survival was paramount right now.
"It's your Beyond the Heavens demon tower, you should know how to get out, right?" Jiang Shang pointed at the red moon above his head.
"This is the Valley of the Dead within the 10 Directions realm.
There's a teleportation gate in the central area here, but to open it, you need to collect enough undead souls." After listening to Jiang Shang's explanation for a while, it seemed they had to kill enough undead creatures to open the exit portal, but first, they needed to find the location of the teleportation array. What else was there to say?
Find it by killing.
With a single shot from Sumu's gun, black flames gushed out, obliterating another undead creature clad in heavy armor and made entirely of bone. The undead monsters here were densely packed, but thankfully, their power level was still within their tolerable range. His underworld god spirit Phoenix Eidolon was especially effective against these undead monsters. Moreover, having already collected all the evolution magic stone fragments during the last draw for the Lord of Shadow Secrets, his immortal Hell Phoenix's exclusive skill and weapon had both been upgraded to common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, making it incredibly easy to slay these monsters, like adding wings to a tiger. Spirit Fire burning the heavens common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal skill. Underworld God Spirit Phoenix exclusive skill, covers the entire body with Underworld God Spirit Fire to enhance defense, and can transform the Underworld God Spirit Fire into a Phoenix to strike, dealing double damage to death attribute creatures. Spirit Fire Incarnation, transforms the entire body into a Spirit Fire state, Fire Attribute Amplification plus 200%, Aura Recovery Speed plus 100%. Comes with Fire Attribute Attack Netherworld Divine Spirit Fire. Fire Attribute Amplification plus 200%. Dark Spirit Fusion Spear common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal weapon plus 8. Comes with Fire Attribute Attack Netherworld Divine Spirit Fire. Fire Attribute Amplification plus 280%. Attack Power plus 460%. Netherworld Divine Spirit Phoenix exclusive weapon, Fire Attribute Amplification plus 160%, Attack plus 300%, comes with special effects Slay Drain, active skill, Spirit Fire Burst. Slay, attacks have a certain chance to cause instant kill effect. Drain, damage dealt can absorb the opponent's health and stamina. Blazing Spirit Flame, detonates the attached Hades Spirit Flame, causing dual damage to both body and soul. Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord Undead Warrior common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain Tower Card plus 5. Skill Proficiency plus 5. Limit Break Evolution plus 1. Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord Undead Champion common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain Tower Card plus 20. Skill Proficiency plus 20. Limit Break Evolution plus 5. Ever since Sumu entered the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord ranks, killing monsters gained him a new ability, limit break evolution, though he hadn't yet figured out what it was. Jiang Shang's abilities were also very unique. His first Eidolon was actually an armored clan Eidolon, and the Eidolon's exclusive weapon was also a set of armor. Upon equipping it, his body instantly expanded by a size, and while his attack power wasn't impressive, his defensive power was truly astonishing. Boom! Just as the two were killing monsters, an explosion echoed from not far away. Not far away, a colossal phantom appeared between heaven and earth, an imperial aura sweeping forth. It held a large seal and pressed it down with a backhand. Boom! Another series of explosions rang out, and countless air currents spread in all directions. Chapter 56, Teleportation Array Disc. Jiang Shang's expression was grave. It's Qin Yushi. To force her to use that move, her opponent must be quite strong. Sumu didn't hesitate. Go! Golden wings materialized behind him, and he shot out. Sumu covered several hundred meters in what felt like the blink of an eye. On a massive circular platform, Qin Yushi and Xiang Bei, the league champion from Kyoto, were locked in a fierce battle with a tall, golden-armored undead monster wielding a giant hammer. The armored undead monster's giant hammer made the ground tremble with every strike, and the rock shields summoned by Xiang Bei were pulverized almost instantly. The Imperial Phantom possessing Qin Yushi could only barely contend with the opponent after a few rounds. Its body flickered as if about to dissipate, and her face was pale, clearly unable to hold on much longer. Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, undead general. Sumu's eyes narrowed, and with a flash, he appeared directly above the undead general's head. Wielding the golden feather divine arrow bow, his body split into three. The bowstrings of the golden feather divine arrow bows in the hands of the three Sumus vibrated continuously, and countless golden energy particles flew from each bow, finally coalescing into three golden energy feather arrows. This was a massive amount of energy Sumu had harvested from killing monsters earlier, now converged into these energy feather arrows. A terrifying energy aura spread outwards. The undead general below also felt this terrifying pressure. He raised his head, and green ghostly flames ignited in the two empty eye sockets of his skull. But it was too late. Raging Sea Strike. The energy arrows from the three Sumu's hands shot out simultaneously, finally converging and streaking towards the undead general. The terrifying energy pressure pinned the undead general to the spot, unable even to lift its head, and the ghost fire in its hollow eye socket showed a humanized look of fear. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out, and as Sumu slowly landed, the undead general was directly reduced to dust. Qin Yushi's eyes sparkled brightly as she watched Sumu descend from the sky, and her pale face regained some color. When he was her opponent, Sumu seemed detestable no matter how she looked at him, but after becoming teammates, she immediately felt that Sumu was incredibly reliable at this moment. You've been teleported in too. It's a good thing you arrived in time this time. These common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord are really hard to deal with. Qin Yushi was the first to greet Sumu and the other person happily. After the four met, everyone, including Sumu, was exceptionally delighted. After all, in such a dangerous place, one more person meant one more chance of survival. Is this a teleportation array? Jiang Shang excitedly looked at the circular platform before them. That's right, as long as we kill enough undead monsters, this disc will turn red, and we'll be able to teleport out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find some monsters. Jiang Shang's hope of returning home surged upon seeing the teleportation array, wishing he could activate it immediately. Wait! Xiang Bei suddenly called out, I suspect it's not just the four of us who were teleported here. Whatever the reason, Sumu, have your clones search for them. Let's gather in one place. There's strength in numbers. Sumu nodded. His avatars were indeed the best for exploration, and he couldn't worry about aura consumption at this moment. His figure flickered, and suddenly more than a dozen shadow clones appeared behind him, dazzling the others. Several people inwardly cursed Sumu's skills for being so abnormal. Under Sumu's control, the shadow avatars quickly headed in all directions. Sumu's main body and the underworld god Avatar, meanwhile, teamed up with the other three and began hunting undead monsters in 3 different directions. At the same time, in the Valley of the Dead, Tang Yi, Yang Qianqian from the Yang family, and their teammates, league champions Feng Mingchuan and Zhao Wei, were desperately fleeing, pursued by a dense horde of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters.
Damn it, how did we get into this hellhole? Tang Yi cursed as he ran, not slowing down one bit. Alright, stop running. The 2 of them aren't fast, they'll eventually be caught by those monsters. Fight for your lives.
Yang Qianqi shouted at Tang Yi in front.
Tang Yi's expression changed.
He knew that he was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, but Feng Mingchuan and Zhao Wei were also awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level.
How could they possibly outrun these monsters?
But those were a group of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters. If he turned around to fight them, he might accidentally lose his life here too. On the other side, Sun Jia and Song Fengqing from the Song family had just blown up an undead warrior when 2 more undead champions appeared out of nowhere.
Damn it! How did we end up here?
Sun Jia continuously dodged the undead champions' attacks. It must be those madmen from the Demon Tower cult.
Song Fengqing cursed as he fought. The Demon Tower cult loves nothing more than to exterminate young geniuses like us. Damn the Demon Tower cult.
The Demon Tower cult was a group of fanatics who specialized in opposing humanity, but they never expected the Demon Tower cult to dare target their Beyond the Heavens organization. At this moment, on the floating platform of Heaven Beyond Heaven, tables laden with fruits and delicacies were set up. All the parents from Heaven Beyond Heaven craned their necks, watching the big screen in the arena, cracking melon seeds, eating fruit, and discussing with great relish. The large screen showed Su Mu and his group struggling to survive in the Valley of the Dead.
Look, haha.
Your Wang Feng from the Wang family is almost scared to death, hiding in that cave, not daring to come out. Wang Feng's father's face darkened, and he immediately retorted with dissatisfaction, your Song family's people are so good, being beaten and scattering like rats, with such meager strength.
That's still better than hiding in a cave.
You! A group of people watched and chatted, mocking each other as if watching an entertaining show. It turned out that in this coming-of-age ceremony in Tianwei, the first 2 matches were merely a game to amuse these children, just playing house with them. Pretending an accident during the award ceremony, sending everyone to the Demon Tower to survive, this was the true coming-of-age ceremony for Beyond the Heavens.
Chapter 57, Undead Monsters Tide. Tianwei is not a true paradise. Everything requires the younger generation to protect it with their strength.
They cannot remain in a honeypot forever that would not cultivate true talent.
How many do you think will successfully emerge from the Demon Tower this time? The elders of Tianwei exchanged glances upon hearing this.
Although they had all gone through the same experience when they were young, and each of them had been given life-saving items, it was difficult to guarantee that no accidents would occur, causing everyone to become somewhat worried.
Oh, they're much stronger than we were back then, they'll definitely be better than us.
Yes, they'll definitely be better than us. However, the difficulty this time is a bit high.
Is the number of monsters too dense? Look at that Tang family kid, he's almost unable to hold on.
Yes, the difficulty this time is a bit too high. Kill! A flaming tiger roared forth, and Tang Yi, wielding a long saber, cleaved the skull of an undead warrior with a single strike.
Humph!
But an undead warrior beside him also kicked him in the abdomen. He grunted, enduring the sharp pain, and swung his long saber again. In the end, he still chose to fight desperately against these awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters.
He couldn't abandon his teammates.
Yang Qianqian, beside him, also held a long spear. As the spear swung, it let out a dragon's roar, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, pinning a monster firmly to the ground. Although Feng Mingchuan and Zhao Wei were only awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, they still stood behind the 2, attacking the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level skeleton warriors with long-range skills.
But there were simply too many monsters.
No matter how much they fought, more undead monsters continued to emerge from underground. Watching another group of undead warriors appear again behind them, Tang Yi immediately fell into despair. Such a vast number was simply not something they could contend with. Heaven wants to destroy me. Though Tang Yi was strong, he was no match for so many monsters of the same level. Just then, a golden streak of light pierced through the sky. It was Su Mu, searching everywhere for them. Facing such a large army of monsters, Su Mu didn't hesitate for a moment. Boom! He descended like a god, dropping directly into the midst of the monster horde. Su Mu's actions startled Tang Yi and the other person. Be careful! They thought Su Mu must be insane. Wasn't this a death wish? Could it be a clone, deliberately luring the monsters to allow them to escape? Well, you should at least say hello first. Tang Yi had just been thinking, Su Mu, you need to hold on a little longer. But the next second, a golden sun rose behind Su Mu, who was in the middle of the monsters. Solar eclipse. A mushroom cloud shot into the sky, its power incomparable to the eclipse used during the competition. Golden light and a surging blast of air swept across the ground, momentarily blinding Tang Yi and Yang Shanshan, and causing their legs to become unstable. When they could clearly see the situation again, the original monsters had already turned into a pile of shattered bones. What a terrifying blow! Both of them gasped in cold air. Only now did the two of them realize that Su Mu had been holding back during the competition. Can someone really instantly kill so many monsters of the same level simultaneously? This power is too terrifying. Are you still awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class? Tang Yi looked at Su Mu in shock. You two hurry over there, the teleportation array is in that direction, Xin Yuxiao and the others are there too. Su Mu didn't care what they were thinking and pointed southeast. I still need to find others. The two of them looked at Su Mu with a bit of awe, and when they heard that the teleportation array had been found, they nodded excitedly, okay. Everyone from Tian Weishan on the floating platform was also shocked by the terrifying power of Su Mu's attack. His attack is a bit too overpowered, being able to instantly kill so many monsters of the same level. Xu Xianzhao thought for a moment, this ability of his should only be usable once. It must be a restrictive skill. You see, after he used it, he couldn't use those energy wings, which suggests he's disengaged from the Eidolon possession state. Hearing the Zhu family patriarch say that, everyone instantly found it reasonable. Such a terrifying skill could only be justified by sacrificing the Eidolon possessing one's body. But the next second, Su Mu's voice came from the screen again, eclipse. Another mushroom cloud rose, and only then did everyone realize that Su Mu's clones could also use this ability, which meant he could use it multiple times. Two words rose in everyone's minds, freak. Damn, with this Su Mu, no matter how many monsters there are, they're just easy pickings. Isn't this coming-of-age ceremony too simple then? Worried about their children suffering, yet also worried about them suffering too little. This was the mindset of the people from Tian Weishan. It's not that simple. For this coming-of-age ceremony, Su Mu alone won't be enough. Xin Yu looked at the screen with full confidence. Because Su Mu's avatar ability was too abnormal, he found everyone in no time. At this moment, everyone had gathered in front of the teleportation array, and the array in front of them had turned completely red under Su Mu's insane slaughter. Most people looked shaken, staring at the unresponsive teleportation array. Everyone looked at Jiang Shang. Are you sure this is the teleportation array? Why hasn't it activated yet? Although Jiang Shang's strength wasn't the greatest, his academic performance was the best, giving him the most authority on theoretical knowledge. Of course, this picture is in our textbook, have you forgotten? Jiang Shang retorted righteously. Everyone was speechless for a moment. In the Demon Tower textbook from Beyond the Heavens, there must have been hundreds of types of teleportation arrays. Who could remember them all so clearly? Fortunately, someone did remember. Xin Yushi stared carefully at the array. This is definitely the array plate. I remember its appearance too. She circled the array again. It just seems like something is missing from the center of this array. The next second, the array actually reacted. A red light beam shot up from the array, reaching into the sky. At the same time, a red glow lit up in the distance, seemingly echoing the one here. Damn it, the core of this teleportation array was taken. Jiang Sheng immediately realized what was happening upon seeing the distant light.
Sumu frowned. It's fine, I'll go get it now. Can I just bring it directly?
After seeing Jiang Sheng nod, he wasted no words.
Another god avatar spread its golden wings and flew towards the red glow.
Just then, the ground began to tremble simultaneously. From a distance, everyone saw countless figures of armored skeletons emerging from the horizon, stumbling towards them. Their density was like a black tide.
It's a monster tide. Everyone form a circle, defend against the monster's tide.
Hearing Qin Yushi's words, everyone immediately formed a circle centered around the teleportation array. The people from Tianweishan were on the outer ring, and the league champions were in the middle.
On the floating platform. They've even summoned this monster's tide, isn't that a bit much?
No choice, I didn't expect this Sumu to be so abnormal, killing enough undead creatures so quickly.
This is the only way. Now they shouldn't have it so easy. Facing such a monster's tide, let's see what they do. Chapter 58 Undead Dragon.
The undead monster's tide came quickly, instantly appearing before Sumu and his companions. Everyone stood ready, believing a life or death trial was imminent. Although Sumu was strong, everyone could see that his move wasn't a skill that could be cast casually.
Facing this kind of monster's tide, they could only hold on. Just as everyone was prepared to fight desperately and showcase their abilities.
But just as the undead monsters approached them,
Underworld God Spirit Phoenix Domain.
The Underworld Divine Phoenix Domain was even more exaggerated than the Immortal Hell Phoenix's domain, expanding instantly to envelop the entire teleportation array.
Sumu's Underworld Divine Avatar also summoned its domain simultaneously, and the effects between domains could even stack.
Kill.
Phoenix Strike. Phoenix War.
With the attack range of Phoenix Strike and Phoenix Battle combined, Sumu almost killed vast swaths with each attack, and armored skeletons shattered into pieces. His surroundings also instantly transformed into a sea of black fire, and countless undead monsters turned to ashes. Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Undead Warrior, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Obtain Tower Card +5. Skill Proficiency +5. Limit Break Evolution +1.
Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Undead Warrior, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Obtain Tower Card +5. Skill Proficiency +5. Limit Break Evolution +1.
Kill, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Undead Warrior, Common, Uncommon, Rare, Superior, Epic, Mythic, Immortal.
Obtain Tower Card +5. Skill Proficiency +5. Limit Break Evolution +1.
The system prompts simply wouldn't stop, and Sumu was ecstatic.
Wasn't this pure experience farming? Everyone was stunned by Sumu's insane monster-killing efficiency. What kind of terrifying area of effect was this? He killed vast swathes with each strike. All undead monsters approaching Sumu's domain were instantly ignited, turning into black flames, and a moment later, dissolved into ashes. The main thing was that there were two such powerful Sumu. Although Sumu, with the help of two underworld divine avatars, was practically sweeping the entire field, the monster's tide was too dense, and many monsters still leaked into beyond the heavens' defensive perimeter. But they were no longer a threat. Everyone worked together to easily slay these monsters. No one steal my kills. Sumu roared.
The people from heaven beyond heaven were all afraid that Sumu's aura would be depleted too quickly, causing him to lose his eidolon possession the next second, so they were extra diligent when killing monsters. But then they heard Sumu's absurd shouts, telling them not to steal his kills.
Was that even a human thing to say?
On the floating platform, the elders from heaven beyond heaven were also dumbfounded.
Is this Sumu even human? Even his area attacks are so powerful. He's practically omnipotent, isn't he? A perfectly good coming-of-age ceremony has turned into his personal show. But they're helpless now. The monster's tide has arrived. They can't possibly send an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monster, can they? No. Too slow. Sumu is very dissatisfied with his experience farming speed. I can still improve.
When his immortal Hell Phoenix upgraded to Underworld God Spirit Phoenix, he discovered that a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon's full constellation was actually 7 constellations, not 6. He still had 100 Demon Tower Amethyst cards left, and combined with the monsters he'd farmed during this time, he had long since accumulated 20,000 tower cards. His exclusive gacha pool Immortal Hell Phoenix had also transformed into the Underworld God Spirit Phoenix, so let's see what a 7 constellation Underworld God Spirit Phoenix could do. Gacha. Underworld God Spirit Phoenix common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon.
Constellation 7 unlocked.
Constellation 7 Phoenix Awakening, number of Nether God avatars plus 3, avatars can swap positions with the true body at any time, Nether God avatars can revive once in the domain.
In an instant, a Phoenix Phantom appeared behind Sumu.
The Phoenix Phantom was mysterious and powerful, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Its feathers burned like black flames, emitting scorching heat and powerful energy fluctuations. 7 purple, gem-like light points also shimmered on that phoenix.
7 constellations. Immortal rank, full constellations.
It's a full constellation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon.
This is terrifying, no wonder he's so strong.
Everyone who saw the scene immediately understood why Sumu was so powerful. This was a common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal full constellation Eidolon, something only a few ancestors possessed.
Could he possibly not be powerful with that?
3 Underworld God avatars once again appeared behind Sumu, and he simultaneously summoned the Underworld God Spirit Phoenix domain, rushing into the monster tide. His monster-killing speed surged once more. This time, Shin Yushi and the others no longer felt any pressure. Sumu and his Underworld God avatars had almost completely taken care of all the monsters. Looking at the figure in the sea of fire, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. They truly never expected that they, who had always been unrivaled among their peers, would one day be surpassed by someone their own age. On the floating platform, the elders from heaven beyond heaven fell silent as they watched Sumu summon a full constellation common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal Eidolon. This child is too powerful.
It seems this coming-of-age ceremony will be an easy one for them. Not necessarily. It won't be that simple for them to teleport away either. Zhu Xianyao's gaze deepened as he looked at the screen.
Zhang Chao, the head of the Zhang family next to him, also watched Sumu on the screen with a thoughtful expression. Sumu, who was retrieving the formation eye, was suspended in a massive valley. He was speechless as he looked at the enormous skeleton dragon on the ground. Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, undead dragon. The giant dragon was sleeping on a nest made of skeletons, and the array core was placed under its right claw.
Damn it! How am I supposed to get that? This difficulty is a bit too high, isn't it?
You really brought out awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier creatures. You're really out to get them.
Are you insane?
On the floating platform, everyone began to scold the Shu family members who designed this event.
Don't panic, the skeleton dragon is sleeping, isn't it? And this dragon won't leave its nest, it will only protect the array core, it's fine.
Sumu cautiously approached the giant dragon. Fortunately, the terrifying draconic pressure in this area prevented any other undead creatures from coming near. He boldly reached out his hand towards the array core under the dragon's claw. Although this body of Sumu's was an avatar, facing such a terrifying giant dragon at such close range still gave him an oppressive, suffocating feeling. Crack! Just then, Sumu stepped on something unknowingly. The terrifying dragon eyes of the giant dragon instantly opened, and the green ghost fire rose more than a person's height.
Oh crap, run!
Sumu shivered all over, abruptly grabbed the formation eye, turned, and ran.
Chapter 59, Teleportation.
At this moment, Sumu had accelerated to his maximum speed, his body transformed into a streak of light, intent on bursting out of the dragon's lair instantly. But the undead dragon's speed was even greater.
Boom!
Its wings spread, and the enormous wind pressure was like a Category 9 hurricane sweeping through the valley. Roar! The undead dragon's massive skeletal maw exhaled a terrifying cold breath, almost freezing the entire valley. Sumu only felt his hands and feet gradually growing cold, and his speed becoming slower and slower. The undead giant dragon flapped its bony wings and almost instantly caught up, swooping down and clawing at Sumu's body from above. Void state.
Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Sumu's mind stirred, and he immediately activated the skill.
When the giant dragon's skeletal claw was about to touch Sumu's body, it passed right through, grabbing empty air. Roar! The undead dragon immediately roared in anger. Sumu immediately sighed, marveling that the Shadow Secret Lord's void state was indeed very useful. Even awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters couldn't do anything to him for a while. Seeing that the undead giant dragon couldn't attack him, Sumu paid no mind and once again transformed into a golden streak of light, flying towards the teleportation array plate.
The enraged undead giant dragon spewed countless cold breaths, but no matter what, it couldn't hit Sumu.
In the end, it could only watch helplessly as Sumu departed.
On the floating island, Zhu Xianzhao was instantly dumbfounded.
He had just confidently declared that this coming-of-age ceremony would not end so simply. The next second, Sumu easily took the formation eye from the hands of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters.
How does this kid have so many tricks up his sleeve? Zhu Xianzhao was somewhat exasperated. Everyone mocked, "Is this what you meant by not so simple? Seems pretty simple to me."
Zhu Xianzhao.
Since that's the case, there's only one way. Sumu, holding the formation eye, was extremely fast.
After flying frantically for a moment, he found that the undead giant dragon hadn't chased after him. He was already close to the teleportation array disk, and he immediately felt relieved, no longer as anxious as before.
Underworld God Spirit Phoenix Domain.
Black flames enveloped him, instantly turning countless undead monsters into ashes. The spirit fire of the Underworld God naturally had bonus damage against undead creatures, and under Sumu's powerful skills, killing these undead monsters was incredibly fast. It would be inappropriate not to farm some experience in such a good place at this time.
For a moment, Sumu even considered delaying opening the teleportation array to leave.
As the golden streak of light that Sumu had transformed into swept past, it left behind a ground littered with skeletal remains and black ashes. However, despite his thoughts, he ultimately reached above the teleportation array disk. Seeing Sumu's clone arrive, holding the red, translucent formation eye, Jiang Sheng immediately shouted excitedly at Sumu, "Place the formation eye in the center of the teleportation array plate." Although Sumu was a bit reluctant to leave this experienced treasure trove, this was after all an SSS-ranked demon tower. It was better to leave early than risk complications.
Crack! As the array core flew into the array disk, it was automatically absorbed into the core position.
The next second, the soaring red light beam instantly transformed into a red vortex, and the teleportation array disk began to rotate automatically, creating a powerful suction force. Seeing the situation of the teleportation array disk, Jiang Sheng immediately shouted to everyone, "Relax your bodies and let this suction pull us in." Hearing this, everyone began to relax their bodies, allowing themselves to be drawn in by the suction. Sumu also recalled all his avatars and began to relax his body.
In an instant, he felt a sensation of weightlessness.
A moment later, darkness enveloped him, and Sumu knew he had been successfully teleported. But when Sumu opened his eyes again, he found himself in an empty room, and he was alone. Everyone else had disappeared.
What's going on? Where is this?
Sumu looked around warily. On the floating platform, through the large screen in the very center, it could be seen that everyone from heaven beyond heaven, including the league champions, had all entered separate rooms.
What are they trying to do?
Even the elders of heaven beyond heaven now had no idea what Zhu Xianzhao intended. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Zhu Xianzhao began to explain.
This coming-of-age ceremony was too easy for them. I've had them enter these simulation rooms separately. When the time comes, I'll gradually introduce monsters and let's see what these little guys' true limits are. Hearing Zhu Xianzhao's idea, everyone nodded.
It was indeed a good idea. It wouldn't hurt to squeeze out the potential of these youngsters one last time in this coming-of-age ceremony. Click, click, click. Before Sumu's eyes appeared a familiar common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters undead warrior. He wore rusty full-plate armor, held a typical rusty greatsword, and 2 emerald green ghost fires flickered in the center of his helmet. What the hell, why are there monsters too? Although Sumu didn't understand the situation, he instinctively thrust his spear forward as if by muscle memory. Spirit fire burning heaven. As Sumu attacked, black flames rose, and the undead warrior instantly turned to ash. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord undead champion common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 20. Skill proficiency plus 20. Limit break evolution plus 5. The same situation occurred in other rooms, but in the League Champions room, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters undead warriors appeared. In the rooms of the children from the various families of heaven beyond heaven, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters undead champions appeared. The quality of the monsters was based on their respective realm levels. Dealing with a single monster was not difficult for anyone. Even Jiang Shang, wielding a giant circular hammer, smashed the undead champion to smithereens. Without giving everyone much time to think, the second wave began, with 2 undead monsters appearing simultaneously and charging towards the crowd. After quickly slaying the 2 undead monsters, Sumu pondered. This situation was somewhat similar to the simulated battle he had once undergone. The number of monsters entering the room increased geometrically. When the number grew to 4 monsters, some people began to struggle, as they were 4 monsters of the same level. Li Qing, the league champion who was teamed with the Song family, was the first to succumb. Unable to dodge in time, he was pierced through the chest by an undead warrior's spear. Just as despair filled his heart and he thought he was doomed, the next second he appeared on the floating platform. Li Qing looked at the situation before him with a bewildered expression. His chest, which had been pierced, was now completely intact. "Young man, come sit down, wait a moment, they'll be out soon." Someone immediately greeted Li Qing with a smile. Li Qing was still somewhat lost, but everyone here was a prodigy of great xia, and few were foolish. When he saw the images of others on the large screen, he instantly understood a bit. It turned out this was all still part of the coming-of-age ceremony. Chapter 60, The Difference in Strength. The next wave began quickly, and when facing 5 monsters of the same level, someone again couldn't hold on. Although they were all prodigies, they had been fighting for a long time. Facing such a continuous battle without time to rest, they couldn't last much longer. Zhang Qin, the Wang family's league champion, was the first to exhaust her aura and was directly teleported back. Ma Bing of the Sun family, after unleashing a self-sacrificing ultimate move that annihilated 5 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters, was the second to be teleported out. Li Qing felt a little ashamed, not expecting to be the weakest among everyone. Seeing the bewildered two, Li Qing immediately went over and pulled them aside, pointing to the large screen on the platform and explaining the whole situation to them. The two also felt a little ashamed, not expecting to be among the first batch to be eliminated. Soon, the 6th wave of monsters appeared. Facing such high-intensity combat, almost everyone was at their wits' end, and even more people were teleported out this time. Zhao Yiwei of the Yang family and Li Menglan of the Zhu family were both teleported out. Even Song Qingfeng from heaven beyond heaven appeared on the floating platform, his aura exhausted. As the first person from Tianweishan to be teleported out, the Song family immediately felt a great loss of face and decided to give Song Qingfeng extra training upon his return. The room gave no one any time to rest. 7 monsters reappeared simultaneously. Facing 7 monsters, this was truly the limit. These geniuses from heaven beyond heaven could no longer hold on. Xiang Bei, Zhu Mei, and Wang Feng from the Qin family were successively teleported to the floating platform after sustaining fatal injuries. Subsequently, Sun Jie and Yang Shanshan were also teleported out. The people who were teleported out looked at each other, and it took them a while to understand the current situation. At this point, only 5 people remained in that space: Qin Yushi, Tang Yi, Su Mu, and Fang Mingchuan. What surprised everyone the most, however, was that Jiang Shang was still in the space and hadn't come out.
Everyone simultaneously looked towards Jiang Shang's room on the screen.
In the space, Jiang Shang, facing those awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters, directly transformed into a human-shaped turtle shell. A phantom image of a turtle appeared behind him, and what was most exaggerated was that this turtle was even wearing armor. Jiang Shang was simultaneously wearing a suit of dark green energy armor, and an energy barrier formed around his body. He was not facing 7 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters, but a full 15. This was because the monsters from the previous wave had not yet been defeated when the monsters from the second wave already appeared. At this moment, Jiang Shang was completely surrounded by the 15 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord-level undead warriors that had accumulated, but surprisingly, even with so many undead warriors, they couldn't take him down immediately. He was completely shrunken inside his armor, emitting a verdant green energy all over his body, and the energy barrier around him was impregnable. Despite the attacks from the undead warriors, the 15 undead warriors somehow gave a feeling of helplessness. Everyone was instantly speechless. That actually works. Jiang Shang's attack methods were even stranger. His 2 great hammers were nowhere to be seen. Now, whenever an undead warrior attacked him, the energy barrier would immediately unleash a shockwave, causing passive recoil damage. It was entirely passive reflection. He himself could absolutely not leave that armored turtle shell, focusing purely on defensive counterattack. Honestly, Jiang Shang's survival capability was truly maxed out. The Jiang family members looked at each other, not knowing whether to praise or scold Jiang Shang in his current state. Fang Mingchuan, as the only remaining league champion besides Su Mu, still had some tricks up his sleeve. He held a green short bow in his hand, moving with the wind under his feet, his figure agile and graceful. The 7 undead warriors couldn't even touch his clothes, yet he used nimble movements to constantly launch attacks in the gaps between the undead warriors' assaults, slowly wearing down the 7 undead warriors with minimal aura consumption. In another room, Tang Yi's phantom tiger behind him was like a true jungle king, his long blade spitting fire tongues continuously. He was completely drenched in sweat, his finger joints pale, and he had bitten his teeth until they bled. But he still didn't retreat, cutting down the last undead warrior of this wave into pieces. The previous wave had already been his limit. He hadn't expected to persevere through sheer willpower for survival. Tang Yi's performance drew a few cheers from the elders of Tianwei. Who would have thought this young fellow Tang Yi, usually not very bold, would show such spirit at this moment? Xu Xianzhao nodded with satisfaction. I told you we had to push them, otherwise, we wouldn't know their true strength. On the other side, Qin Yushi, as the strongest among Tianwei's younger generation, certainly lived up to her reputation. In the space, her body transformed into a majestic ancient emperor, with 2 towering energy phantoms appearing behind her simultaneously, looking like 2 emperors as well. She was also surrounded by 3 artifacts, a large seal, a gold-bound book, and a folding fan. Facing the attacking monsters, the golden book unfurled, transforming into a shield that blocked all incoming attacks. As the large seal flipped, it instantly grew in size, crushing the monsters to smithereens. The folding fan, when wielded, emitted golden laser energy, instantly piercing through the bodies of the monsters. This girl from the Qin family is indeed excellent. Her strength surpasses others of her age by a significant margin. The easiest one was still Su Mu. His true body was actually still an ultimate shadow stealth, and he could handle all current situations with just 2 Pluto avatars. Su Mu's performance left the elders of Heaven Beyond Heaven speechless. Everyone else was working themselves to exhaustion, but he looked like he was just playing house. Xu Xian looked at Su Mu, curled his lip, and then waved his hand, increased the number of monsters. In the blink of an eye, the number of monsters entering this wave directly increased to 15, and everyone else immediately suffered misfortune along with Su Mu. So many! Fang Mingchuan was the first to be unable to hold on with too many monsters. His fighting style was clearly no longer effective. No matter where he ran, several weapons swung at him, and after a few dodges, he regrettably withdrew. The second to come out was Tang Yi, who had fully activated his body's potential, with 3 lights shining behind him, his entire body seeming to transform into a fierce tiger. Roar! With a roar accompanied by crimson flames, he instantly annihilated 5 undead warriors in front of him, but his aura was completely depleted, forcing him out of the possession state, and in the next second, he was also teleported out.
Damn it! All that effort for nothing, it was fake. I almost died fighting.
Tang Yi emerged, immediately expressing dissatisfaction, but what he was most displeased about was that 3 people still hadn't come out.
No way, that can't be Jiang Shang. He hasn't come out yet.
He looked towards Jiang Shang's room in surprise. Jiang Shang's room had 15 more undead warriors, but it seemed like 30 and 15 didn't make much difference. He was already completely surrounded, and any additional undead warriors couldn't even get close. Now, Jiang Shang couldn't even bother to attack, maintaining a completely defensive stance. Looking at this situation, unless higher-level monsters appeared, Jiang Shang wouldn't come out until his aura was completely exhausted.
Chapter 61, Will to Survive.
In Qin Yushi's room, Qin Yushi used 3 weapons, with various energies and skills bombarding the room, dazzling everyone who watched. The 15 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters couldn't get close at all, and for a time, they couldn't do anything to her. However, she knew her own strength. Although her ability to summon the Emperor's true form was powerful, it consumed too much aura. If it weren't for her talent skill increasing her aura limit, her aura, far surpassing that of Eidolon warriors of the same level, would have been completely depleted by now. Now, she could at most endure this wave. If there was another wave, she could only leave it to fate. In Su Mu's room, the 15 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level monsters didn't cause him much trouble at all. He simply summoned another Pluto avatar and activated the Pluto Spirit Phoenix domain, easily slaying these monsters. After reaching awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, and overlord levels, Su Mu can summon 3 underworld god avatars. With his Destiny Seat 7 Phoenix's awakening, he can summon a total of 6 underworld god avatars.
How many monsters of the same level do you think Su Mu can withstand? With his abnormal strength, I'd say at least 30.
You're underestimating him.
Look at how effortlessly he's handling it now. I bet 100.
I don't think undead warriors can do anything to him. It would take at least 50 common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters to take him down.
Damn it! Is he really that strong? If you don't believe me, just wait and see.
The people from heaven beyond heaven had already started betting on how many waves of monsters Su Mu could survive. Listening to their conversation, Zhu Xianzhao felt that the coming-of-age ceremony he designed was being insulted. Su Mu's strength completely surpassed that of his peers, and his skills were progressively more abnormal.
I dare you to gamble.
Xu Xianyao declared fiercely, ready to swiftly conclude this coming-of-age ceremony. The room was instantly filled with monsters. 100 undead warriors.
Damn, so many. This is a direct death sentence for them. Qin Yushuan immediately fell into despair.
Her colossal emperor's Dharma body began to swell, and once it reached a certain point of expansion.
Boom! With a loud bang, the Dharmakaya exploded instantly. She chose to perish with these monsters. The little one from the Qin family has some spirit, not bad. From now on, the future of our beyond heaven will be theirs. Subsequently, Qin Yushi's figure also appeared on the floating platform.
She was led to a seat, somewhat dazed, to continue observing the situation in Su Mu's and Jiang Shang's rooms. Inside Jiang Shang's room, Jiang Shang was still holding on. Before his aura ran out, no monsters could break through his defense. In Su Mu's room, he saw so many undead warriors appear again.
He frowned.
These undead warriors were not a big deal, but this couldn't go on. These monsters seemed endless, increasing with every kill. But he didn't have much time to think. The undead warriors charged at him again.
Constellation 5, Phoenix Might.
Around Su Mu's body, a ripple of flames spread out, covering the undead warriors in all directions. The undead warriors were immediately covered in black flames. This underworld god spirit fire was particularly effective against undead monsters.
Spirit fire detonation. Boom!
The underworld god spirit fire on the undead warriors all exploded, and Sumu's entire room instantly transformed into a sea of black fire. The two green ghost flames in the eye sockets of those undead warriors even showed human-like expressions of pain. Soon, all the undead warriors were reduced to ashes in the flames. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, undead, champion, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 20. Skill proficiency plus 20. Limit break evolution plus 5. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, undead, champion, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal. Obtain tower card plus 20. Skill proficiency plus 20. Limit break evolution plus 5. Sumu's performance silenced everyone. These were 100 monsters of the same level, yet he was killing them a bit too easily. Is this still the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level? While in the demon tower, Sumu also engaged in a one-sided slaughter, but not all of those undead monsters were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. Most were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level, interspersed with some awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level ones. These were a full 100 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters. Although everyone could imagine Sumu might be able to eradicate these monsters, as he still hadn't used his Eclipse move. Unexpectedly, this time Sumu simply didn't use it, easily eliminating these monsters with other skills. Although Zhu Xianzhao remained expressionless, his immediate action of summoning monsters revealed his mood. Since these undead warriors are useless, how about these? 100 more monsters appeared in Sumu's room, but these monsters were tall and burly, their bodies not clad in rusty iron armor, but in fine golden armor, and the weapons in their hands gleamed with sharp metallic light. Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, undead general. These were almost the strongest awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters. Sumu had killed one such monster before, using the raging sea strike of the golden feathered divine arrow bow. Although the energy accumulated for that move was now sufficient, its range was insufficient, making it clearly impractical for eliminating so many monsters. He repeated his old trick, using the divine phoenix domain again to imbue all the undead generals with underworld god spirit fire. Spirit fire detonation. Large amounts of black flames rose. When he killed the previous wave of undead warriors, if they had been other types of awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters, he might not have eliminated them so easily. However, this netherworld god spirit flame specifically countered undead monsters, making his kills appear exceptionally easy to others. But these undead generals were, after all, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal tier bosses, not comparable to undead warriors. Their golden armor endured the black flames as they charged towards Sumu. Zhang Sheng in another room finally couldn't hold on. The turtle Eidolon's phantom on his armor flickered erratically, a premonition that the Eidolon possession was about to disappear. Sure enough, the next second, the Eidolon phantom on Zhang Sheng completely vanished, and the energy barrier around him shattered directly. Just when everyone thought Zhang Sheng was about to be teleported out, an energy phantom appeared behind him again. This time, the phantom was a metal shield. At the same time, Zhang Sheng summoned an energy barrier once more. Damn! This works too. The people from Tianweishan were somewhat impressed with Zhang Sheng. His combat power was average, but his will to survive was truly strong. Chapter 62, Infinite Summoning. In the room on the other side, Sumu, facing a large number of undead generals, dared not let them get close. Solar Eclipse. To end the battle quickly, he chose to have one of his underworld god avatars use Eclipse, and dazzling golden light illuminated the entire room. The violent explosion was even more terrifying in such a dense area, and 100 undead generals were instantly annihilated. At this point, Zhang Sheng also couldn't hold on. Although he summoned another Eidolon, this shield's defense was clearly inferior to the armored turtle. Facing the stronger undead general, a few attacks quickly left Zhang Sheng's shield tottering. No! I don't want to die yet! Zhang Sheng cried out in despair. Help me! Ancestor, Dad, save me! When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a floating platform.
What was going on? Brother, second uncle, what's happening?
Jiang Sheng's eyes immediately fell on the Jiang family members. A smile instantly appeared on his face as he ran towards them. However, the Jiang family felt that Jiang Sheng had completely disgraced them this time. They all turned their faces away, unwilling to confront him. Seeing Sumu instantly eliminate this group of undead generals with just one strike, Zhu Xianzhao's mind was piqued with the idea of testing Sumu's limits.
Let's see how many times you can cast this eclipse.
The undead generals in Sumu's room doubled again. 200 monsters crowded the entire room.
Sumu didn't hesitate. Eclipse. With a thunderous crash.
Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, undead general, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain tower card plus 40. Skill proficiency plus 40. Limit break evolution plus 10.
Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, undead general, common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain tower card plus 40. Skill proficiency plus 40. Limit break evolution plus 10. Sumu sighed inwardly, thinking how satisfying this experience gain was. Again!
Zhu Xianzhao waved his hand, and countless awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier monsters spawned in Sumu's room once more.
Solar eclipse. A violent explosion once again erupted in the room.
Behind Sumu, 5 avatars of the underworld gods lined up, releasing eclipses in rotation.
Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse.
The fierce explosion wiped out countless undead generals.
On the floating platform,
a member of the Zhu family hurried over and bowed to Zhu Xianzhao, Patriarch. Our simulation room is consuming too much energy.
At this rate, I'm afraid. This kind of simulated battle was not without cost for Tianwei.
The decades of energy they had accumulated were nearly half depleted in an instant. Outside, Zhu Xianzhao's eyes were red with distress, but inside the room, Sumu was still full of vigor.
Zhu Xianzhao shouted defiantly, "Let's see how long you can last. Summon for me. Keep summoning." Yes. Inside Sumu's room, another terrifying explosion erupted. Every incarnation, including Sumu himself, had already unleashed solar eclipse once. Alright. Let's see what you do next. Zhu Xianzhao panted like a gambler with bloodshot eyes.
Everyone else in heaven beyond heaven was dumbfounded.
Could Sumu's move still be considered an ultimate skill? Each clone used it once. How many times could that add up to? What a freak, but thankfully it was finally exhausted. He should be powerless to turn the tide now. Everyone was already waiting for Sumu's return. But the next second. Avatar rebirth. One of Sumu's underworld god incarnations vanished into thin air, and a pair of golden suns reappeared behind Sumu. Eclipse. A violent explosion rang out. Everyone. This attack instantly silenced everyone.
They hadn't expected Sumu's incarnation to be able to restore his Eidolon possession state.
He could play it like this too.
Looking at the 4 underworld god incarnations standing behind Sumu, everyone was speechless. He could use this ability 4 more times. Even more terrifying, the black flames behind Sumu twisted for a moment, and shortly after, another underworld god incarnation appeared.
This was his nether god Phoenix's constellation 7 Phoenix's awakening, which could revive a nether god avatar once. This. It can actually resurrect? Is there any end to this?
For the first time, everyone felt a sense of despair for the monsters.
This Sumu was simply not someone who could be killed by a human wave tactic.
Zhu Xianzhao felt his worldview collapse.
How could there be such an Eidolon warrior?
Logically, Sumu's aura should have been depleted, but Sumu clearly looked like he could still fight another 300 rounds.
I don't care anymore. Summon the undead dragon.
Immortal rank awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monster, undead dragon.
Holy crap! What's going on?
They even brought out awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters.
Wouldn't that instantly kill Sumu?
The people from heaven beyond heaven who had made bets had long forgotten their wagers, but when they saw Zhu Xianzhao even conjuring an undead dragon, they couldn't help but feel a chill for Sumu.
Sumu's finished now.
I wanted to see when he'd run out of aura. Exactly, this Shu family has no martial ethics, directly summoning awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters. Inside the room, Sumu saw the long unseen terrifying undead dragon and immediately cursed inwardly. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The undead dragon seemed to be the same one from the Valley of the Dead. Seeing Sumu was like seeing an enemy. It immediately became agitated, its icy breath seemingly capable of freezing a person's soul. Sacrifice. Sumu instantly activated his devotion skill, increasing all attributes by 2000% and his speed skyrocketing. But the undead dragon's speed was even faster. Several ice shards appeared behind it, first blocking Sumu's path forward. Then, in an instant, it arrived and clawed Sumu's body, making it explode. So fast! Seeing the scene on the screen, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. No! Sumu isn't dead. Just as Sumu seemingly died, an underworld god incarnation instantly burst apart, taking the fatal damage of the blow for Sumu. Damn it! He can even substitute his death. This Sumu is too hard to kill. Solar eclipse. Boom! Sumu was not the type to just take a beating without fighting back. A huge explosion erupted in the undead dragon's abdomen, shattering countless pale dragon bones. The undead dragon was also clearly enraged by this little bug. Despite being a major tier below it, it could still cause damage. It spread its wings, and a bone-chilling hurricane whipped around it, forming a terrifying tornado. The two underworld god avatars by Sumu's side instantly exploded. Although the avatars revived in a blink, they were once again smashed by the pursuing undead dragon. But in an instant, more avatars appeared around Sumu. The undead dragon was stunned, wondering how there could be so many. Roar! A terrifying icy breath surged towards the dozens of Sumu's avatars in front of it. Unexpectedly, these avatars seemed to lack substance, instantly shattering into illusory fragments and dispersing. Shadow Avatar. Sumu wasn't limited to just one type of avatar. While these shadow avatars had no offensive power, they were perfect for confusing the undead dragon's judgment. At this point, Sumu's figures appeared everywhere in the room, so much so that even the undead dragon couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. The enraged undead dragon roared repeatedly, launching a frantic attack on Sumu's avatars. Watching Sumu parrying with the undead dragon, even trading blows with it, everyone was somewhat bewildered. This time, everyone from Tianweishan had to admire him. This was too exaggerated. Unexpectedly, not even awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters could take him down. Chapter 63, The Last Whisper, Activate. Xinyu, the head of the Qin family, looked at Sumu on the screen and exclaimed, "This kid has no rivals among his peers." Indeed, with careful cultivation, it won't be long before he becomes another fierce general to resist the Demon Tower. Tang Yan, the head of the Tang family, said with a smile. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and she looked like a young girl, being the only female family head among the 8 great families. No need to wait, since even awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord levels can't take him down, he can already stand on his own. Sun Xingwen, the head of the Sun family, also highly praised Sumu. Since that's the case, and all family heads have seen Sumu's strength, let's stop here. I'll teleport Sumu out. Zhu Senya was genuinely feeling the pinch of the simulation room's energy consumption. Upon hearing Zhu Xianzhao's words, the other family heads' expressions changed, and they immediately objected, saying in unison, "No. Keep increasing the intensity." Zhu Xianzhao. In the room, the undead dragon continued its frantic assault on Sumu, but only hit Sumu's shadow avatars, making its temper increasingly volatile. Seeing that it couldn't hit Sumu's true body no matter what, the undead dragon suddenly stopped its attack, as if brewing something.
The two ghostly flames in its eye sockets flickered, it tucked its wings behind its back, and an astonishing aura emanated from its entire body. It's about to unleash a big move. Seeing the undead dragon in such a state, everyone immediately tensed up. Sure enough, the next second, an energy orb appeared in the undead dragon's chest, emitting astonishing power fluctuations. Seeing the undead dragon about to unleash a big move, Mu couldn't just sit there and wait. He immediately launched an attack as well. Solar eclipse. Boom! A terrifying attack exploded in the dragon's chest, forming a mushroom cloud. Roar! The undead dragon let out a muffled groan, shielding its chest with a pair of bone wings, taking the full force of the blow. Although it blocked the attack, it was clearly not unscathed. Most of the bones on its bone wings shattered, revealing cracks. However, the energy orb in its chest was growing larger and larger, giving off a heart-palpitating feeling just by looking at it. The next second, the temperature of the entire room plummeted. Before the undead dragon's attack even landed, all the Sumus in the room seemed to be frozen, standing motionless, unable to even cast skills. It's over, Sumu is dead for sure. With a dual attack of mental and magic, no matter how many abilities Sumu has, he can't use them now. An awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord rank is still what it is. This kind of mental control is impossible for someone at that level to dodge. The well-informed people from Tianwaishan immediately spotted Sumu's predicament. Seeing that Sumu was already controlled, the energy orb in the undead dragon's chest instantly emitted waves of energy. Extremely cold energy, like a ray, turned everything it touched in the room into a world of ice and frost. The ice quickly covered the entire room. At this point, the whole room was as cold as an ice cave, filled with thick layers of ice, and all of Sumu's avatars were frozen in place, unable to move. It's over. An awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level Sumu couldn't possibly withstand that blow. The people from heaven beyond heaven, witnessing this scene, inexplicably felt a hint of regret. Shouldn't an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level fighting another awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level result in defeat? After unleashing this attack, the undead dragon also appeared somewhat listless, clearly having expended a considerable amount of energy. The two clusters of green ghostly flames in its eyes dimmed. But it still didn't stop. Its bone wings spread, summoning countless ice spikes that shot towards Sumu. Smashing both the ice sculpted Sumu and his avatar into dust. Sumu lost. On the floating platform, someone let out a sigh. But moments later, the people from beyond the heavens noticed that something was wrong. No! Why hasn't Sumu come out yet? If Sumu had died, he should have been teleported out. If he hasn't appeared yet, it can only mean Sumu isn't dead yet. Sure enough, Sumu's figure reappeared in a corner of the room. It turned out he had been using ultimate shadow meld to hide in the dark all along. All the combat earlier was merely his avatars. The undead dragon's mental control hadn't affected his main body at all, and he had successfully avoided the full room freezing attack using Void State. The next second, Sumu, holding the golden feathered divine arrow bow, leaped high into the air. The energy arrow formed on the bow had already been charged to its maximum. All the energy he had used to kill those undead monsters was concentrated in this one attack. Countless brilliant lights converged into a vortex, spinning continuously on the energy arrow. Shadow Break Strike plus Wrath of the Sea Strike. On top of his raging Sea Strike, Sumu also added a Shadow Break Strike. After exiting Shadow State, the next attack's power plus 1000%. The terrifying energy arrow shot towards the undead dragon. The energy surrounding the arrow shattered all the thick ice on the room's floor. Boom! The terrifying energy arrow exploded on the undead dragon's chest. At this moment, it was the undead dragon's weakest period, completely unable to evade. This arrow was so powerful that it actually tore a large hole in the chest of the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level undead dragon, with countless energies bursting out from the skeletal gaps of the dragon. Roar! The undead dragon instantly let out a painful roar. Its massive form immediately toppled over, its terrifying weight shattering the ice on the ground into pieces. Yeah! The people on the floating platform immediately cheered.
Watching Sumu's battle now was as thrilling as watching a movie, with twists and turns appearing endlessly. I can't believe Sumu actually won an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, defeating an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. This classic battle can truly be included in our Heaven Beyond Heavens textbooks. Inside the room, Sumu was panting heavily. He looked at the fallen undead dragon without the slightest relaxation of vigilance, because he hadn't heard the system prompt yet. At this point, all his Hades avatars were used up, and his aura was largely depleted. Facing the undead dragon lying on the ground, he still didn't approach it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Solar eclipse. Another mushroom cloud rose. Whether you're truly dead or faking it, I'll hit you again first. Watching Sumu's whipping the corpse behavior, everyone was once again speechless at his caution. This kid is truly cautious, a real exemplar of giving his all. Unexpectedly, the next second. Roar! A dragon roar echoed throughout the entire room. Everyone. The undead dragon was indeed playing dead. In its weakened state, the undead dragon suddenly spewed a blast of cold breath at Sumu. Sumu couldn't dodge the sudden attack in time, and it hit him squarely in the chest. After Sumu released Eclipse, he no longer had the immovable golden crow attached to him. Without the golden crow wings, his speed was greatly reduced. He was sent flying backward by this blow, his body covered in a layer of frost. Fortunately, the undead dragon was already very weak, otherwise, Sumu would have been in grave danger from this blow. Even so, Sumu felt his life draining rapidly. This cold breath was not easy to take. Rapid healing. Sumu immediately began consuming aura to restore his physical state. The specters of the Netherworld Phoenix and the Master of Shadow secrets behind him also began to flicker on and off. This was a sign that his aura was completely depleted. Oh no, Sumu was running out of aura. On the floating platform, those watching Sumu's battle immediately became anxious for him. Sure enough, a moment later, the specters behind Sumu completely vanished, but his physical injuries had mostly recovered. The undead dragon also seemed to realize that Sumu had reached his limit. The ghostly flames in its eyes showed a human-like mockery, believing it had ultimately won this battle. Sumu slowly stood up from the ground until his body was perfectly upright. At the same time, he summoned the dark spirit melting spear into his hand, gazing intently at the distant undead dragon. Actually, the real fight is just beginning now. The last whisper, activate. Chapter 64, this coming-of-age ceremony is simply too difficult. The undead dragon's bone wings were shattered, rendering it completely unable to fly. It also stood upright, baring its fangs and claws, and lunged towards Sumu. It's over, Sumu doesn't have an eidolon possessing him he can't dodge. Everyone on the floating platform seemed to have already envisioned Sumu being torn apart by the undead dragon. But the next second, Sumu's speed surged. He leaped over 10 meters high and slammed down with a full-force spear attack. Boom! The undead dragon was once again smashed onto the ice. Damn it, what's going on? Sumu feels much faster and stronger than he was just now with the eidolon attached. All three eidolons lost their attached state. After the last whisper was activated, all attributes increased by 6,000%, more than double the stats when an eidolon was attached. Under his full power strike, even the undead dragon didn't react. Spirit fire detonation. Boom! The underworld god spirit fire on the undead dragon's body was instantly ignited, and the already shattered bones on its body were once again broken into countless pieces. This attack stunned everyone, completely exceeding their understanding. How did Sumu get even stronger after losing his eidolon attachment? How is that possible? This completely defied the basic principles of eidolon warriors, entirely eliminating the weakness of an eidolon warrior becoming weaker after losing their eidolon attachment. Everyone watched Sumu, who grew stronger with each fight in the room, falling into deep self-doubt. Is this still an eidolon warrior? The undead dragon was also bewildered. It simply couldn't understand how that little bug kept getting stronger. Its body continuously suffered Sumu's attacks. If it weren't for its awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier defense enduring the blows, it would have died long ago. Although he lost his Eidolon attachment, Sumu's skills and weapons were still usable.
Spirit fire immolation. Sumu's entire body was engulfed in black flames. As the black flames burned, they accelerated the recovery of his injuries and aura.
Watching Sumu's injuries continuously recover, the undead dragon let out a roar and lunged at Sumu again.
Boom, boom, boom.
The undead dragon was now so weak that it couldn't even spray its cold breath, only able to clash with Sumu in pure physical combat. After all, it was an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier creature, still holding an absolute advantage in such a head-on battle.
Bang! Sumu was once again slammed against the ice wall, leaving a deep humanoid crater in it.
But the next second, a smile appeared on Sumu's face, and his figure flickered, an illusion of a flaming phoenix instantly appearing behind him. Several Sumus flew out of the ice pit.
Solar eclipse.
A mushroom cloud rose, shattering countless ice walls, and the undead dragon let out a mournful cry.
Everyone? Recovering so fast. Sumu's recovery ability once again astonished everyone.
With the blessing of his spirit fire burning body skill, the three Eidolons re-entered their attached state.
This is just too exaggerated. No way. How long has it been? The Eidolons are back. Is this even human?
Not only did he get stronger after losing his Eidolon attachment, but his aura recovery speed is also so fast.
Boom, boom.
Watching Sumu release countless avatars again and start a continuous barrage with Eclipse. Everyone from heaven beyond heaven felt a bit of pity for the undead dragon.
How can it possibly fight back?
It can't be killed, it recovers quickly, and it has an endless array of abilities.
A thought arose in everyone's minds: they absolutely could not be enemies with Sumu. He was simply like a cheat code.
Next, the undead dragon's efforts could only be considered a last struggle. Sumu's main body re-entered ultimate shadow stealth, and various avatars slowly whittled down the undead dragon. The mighty common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord monsters undead dragon finally fell, defeated and frustrated, under Sumu's gun. Kill, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord undead dragon common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal.
Obtain Demon Tower Amethyst card plus 10. Skill proficiency plus 1000. Break limit evolution plus 100.
The rewards for killing above one's level are truly sweet. Sumu mused to himself as he listened to the system prompt. While Sumu was still marveling, he felt a sensation of weightlessness throughout his body. The next second, he appeared on the floating platform. It was impossible not to teleport him out. He had killed all the strongest monsters in the simulation room, and the simulation room had completely run out of energy. Xu Xianzhao was on the verge of tears. One coming-of-age ceremony had consumed decades' worth of energy.
Brother Su! Awesome!
Jiang Shang was the first to rush out. Although he was a few months older than Sumu, he shamelessly called Sumu Brother Su.
But at this moment, no one thought anything was amiss. Sumu's strength was too abnormal. They couldn't imagine anyone his age who could suppress him.
Looking at the complex gazes from the people around him, Sumu was also a bit confused.
What was going on?
A moment later, amidst the chatter of others, Sumu finally understood the situation. In fact, he had already suspected it. Everything was still part of the coming-of-age ceremony.
Your coming-of-age ceremony here is quite difficult, huh?
In the end, it was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level monsters.
How about it, did you all win?
A journey through the Demon Tower had brought the younger generation closer, and Sumu also curiously inquired about their coming-of-age ceremony experiences.
Everyone, The others secretly cursed Sumu for being abnormal, thinking, you think everyone is like you? Only you needed the undead dragon, alright.
Al almost won, just barely lost. The undead dragon was too strong. Qin Yushi's face reddened slightly as she saw Sumu looking at her, and she told a white lie for the first time ever. As the longtime number one among the younger generation, she really couldn't bring herself to admit that she had been eliminated before even seeing the undead dragon's face. Sumu didn't doubt her and nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, this coming-of-age ceremony is simply too difficult. Chapter 65, Breaking the Boundaries of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations to all of you on officially completing your coming-of-age ceremony. From now on, I believe you can truly stand on your own 2 feet. Led by Chinyu, the head of the Qin family, the 8 family heads came forward together, smiling and congratulating all the younger generation who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony. Now, come and claim your true coming-of-age reward. To avoid making everyone overly suspicious, this time there were no treasure chests. Instead, the rewards were simply and unpretentiously placed in Chinyu's hands. Chinyu called names one by one, and everyone took turns stepping forward to receive their rewards. Soon it was Sumu's turn. Chinyu smiled and called out to Sumu, "Sumu! Here!" Sumu immediately scurried over. Sumu thought he would also receive a storage bracelet like the others, but then he noticed Chinyu's hands were empty. Seeing Sumu's confused expression, Chinyu smiled and explained, "Our rewards vary from person to person, offering targeted enhancement items for everyone. Your abilities are very comprehensive, and your Eidolon are all top tier. Even we don't know what to reward you with. After much thought, here are 1000 Demon Tower Amethyst cards and a limit-breaking item. Choose one." Chinyu also considerately explained to Sumu, after reaching Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level, to advance to the next Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord level, besides reaching the required attributes, one also needs to break the world's boundaries. This is not easy to achieve. With this item, it can help you break through quickly. I want both of them, but I still have to choose one. Sumu thought to himself. At this moment, Sumu was also in a dilemma, which one to choose? Choose the limit-breaking item, it can save you a lot of trouble. Shin Yushi reminded Sumu from the side. Just as Sumu was about to select the limit-breaking item, a voice as faint as a mosquito's whisper came to his ears, "You can choose the tower card." The voice appeared very suddenly, as if directly in Sumu's ear, startling him. He looked left and right, finding nothing amiss. It seemed no one else could hear this voice but him. However, Sumu didn't hesitate much. The voice seemed to give off an incredibly reliable feeling, and Sumu ultimately chose the tower card. Seeing Sumu choose the tower card, Shinyu said no more and handed the limit-breaking item to Chinyushi, who was the last one to receive her reward. The coming-of-age ceremony concluded successfully, and Heaven Beyond Heaven held a grand celebration where everyone gathered happily. A group of peers easily found topics to discuss and soon began to play and joke around. Although Sumu had lived 2 lives, he quickly integrated into the atmosphere. After experiencing a life-or-death battle together, the group of young men and women seemed to get along much better, and many past conflicts appeared to have vanished with the battle. The group played excitedly until late, and only then did Sumu and Jiang Shang return to the Jiang family's floating island, arm in arm, to rest. Early the next morning, Sumu was woken from his sleep by a servant of the Jiang family. Before Sumu could feel any dissatisfaction, he heard the person calling him say, "Young Master Sumu, the old ancestor requests your presence." Upon hearing that the Jiang family's old ancestor had requested his presence, Sumu immediately sobered up. He had been in the outer heavens for 2 days now and understood the status of these old ancestors. These old ancestors were all ancient monsters who knew countless secrets and had lived for a very long time, and they were also the pillar forces guarding the great Xia nation. Sumu had to treat this with caution. Led by the servant, Sumu crossed half of the Jiang family's floating island to an old mansion. When he saw the Jiang family's old ancestor, Sumu couldn't help but marvel at the world's wondrous craftsmanship. The old ancestor was practically an enlarged version of Jiang Shang. Jiang family ancestor was seen leaning against an ancient Chinese bed, his ample flesh almost entirely filling the bed. Little friend Su is here. The Jiang family ancestor showed no airs of an elder. Instead, upon seeing Sumu, he greeted him warmly. Sumu hurriedly bowed. The opponent's strength was unknown, and it was unknown how long this senior had lived, so he dared not neglect them in the slightest. The Jiang family patriarch first chatted with Sumu for a while, asking if he was accustomed to living there and if he needed anything else. And thanks Sumu for giving him the evolution magic stone, which allowed him to evolve his eidolon and successfully remove the toxins from his body.
Sumu answered each question, politely telling the Jiang family patriarch not to be so formal, as the Jiang family had also given Sumu many treasures in return. Finally, the Jiang family patriarch brought up the reason for seeking Sumu. It turned out that the person who sent the voice message to Sumu yesterday was none other than the Jiang family patriarch. He had asked Sumu to cultivate in the beyond the heavens during this period, and he would find a way to help Sumu break through the heavenly boundaries, naturally eliminating the need for any breakthrough items. Time passed quickly. A month had flown by in a blink. In addition to Sumu, other league champions also remained in the beyond the heavens, just like him. In this month, everyone cultivated together and jointly explored the Demon Tower 10 Directions realm, making rapid progress in their strength. The 10 Directions realm, as a veteran Demon Tower, though highly dangerous, has many suitable places for training after years of development. Sumu's stats grew rapidly under the blessing of the primordial power skill, breaking through the 5,000 mark in an instant. The Jiang family patriarch also began to fulfill his promise, helping Sumu break through the heavenly boundaries. To be able to train daily with the Jiang family's old ancestor was a privilege not even enjoyed by the direct descendants of the Jiang family, making all the Jiang family members incredibly envious. The several patriarchs didn't actually stay in the beyond the heavens for long, as they needed to guard the Demon Tower. The Jiang family patriarch had only returned to the beyond the heavens for a few extra days due to an injury sustained previously. According to the Jiang family patriarch's introduction, Sumu learned that eidolon martial artists improve their stats and fight by having their eidolon possess them. However, no matter how strong the stats, they are still just flesh and blood. To violate the world's gravity laws for aerial flight and break through the human lifespan limit, one must break the heavenly boundaries. Ascending from the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord ranks is the first step to breaking the heavenly boundaries. After stats reach 5,000, one can attempt to break through. After breaking through, one can fly, and their lifespan will reach 500 years. According to the Jiang family patriarch, eidolon martial artists before the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord ranks all relied on their eidolon to fight. As long as their stats met the requirements, they could advance by using advancement items. However, after the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord ranks, more talent is required. One needs to truly master their eidolon through comprehension to advance to the next stage. In the future, two factions will also form. One is to abandon the physical body and completely integrate the spirit with the eidolon. The other is to completely fuse the eidolon with the physical body, but that is for the future. At this moment, Sumu noticed a line of small text appearing on his talent panel. Limit breaking evolution LV1 100%. The next second, the talent panel underwent a series of changes. Limit break evolution LV 20%. Lifespan increased, stats cap increased. This seems to be related to the limit breaking evolution points Sumu obtained when killing monsters. His evolution points were already full. Sumu immediately felt a change in his body. He seemed no longer constrained by this world, able to fly out of thin air at any time, and his body was much stronger. It was as if something had been broken. Grand Ancestor Jian was also bewildered. He hadn't even started to help Sumu yet, only explained the principles to him, but Sumu had already broken through instantly. Old Ancestor Jian. I guess there's nothing left for me to teach you. Sumu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in heaven beyond heaven for a while longer, as the cultivation environment there was simply too good. It wasn't until all the league champions started leaving one after another that Sumu felt it was time to go home and check things out. Chapter 66 Cousin. What? A green skin train? Are you kidding me? Sumu stared blankly at the green skin train ticket in his hand. It wasn't close from here to Tiandu province. When he came, Wang Ming had flown a plane for a day and a night. Because Sumu had been in heaven beyond heaven for too long, Wang Ming had already returned. Only upon arriving at the outer heavens did he realize that Wang Ming was also a member of the Wang family, though a second-generation descendant of a collateral branch, not as closely related to the main Wang family. Now that Sumu was going back,
heaven beyond heaven, impressive as it was, should at least buy him a plane ticket, right? He only found out when heaven beyond heaven sent him to the station. This was a damn train, and an old antique at that, a green skin train. It's too remote here, there's only this one direct train to Tiandu province, Jiang Tianqing and Jiang Sheng explained to Sumu. They had seen Sumu all the way to the train station. Sumu looked at the ticket in his hand. 48 hours. 2 days and 2 nights, Sumu was speechless again. Oh well, a train is a train. He rarely traveled anyway, so he might as well enjoy the scenery along the way and treat it as a trip. Beer, beverages, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. The familiar hawking sounds seemed to transport Sumu back to a train in his world before he transmigrated, the chaotic environment making him feel momentarily disoriented. Looking at the familiar bunk beds, Sumu sighed, at least they bought me a sleeper ticket. Hey, handsome, how about a newspaper? It has the latest National High School League news, and predictions for the current Provincial League Champions rankings. Hearing about the League Champions rankings, Sumu became interested and bought one casually. Opening the newspaper, the large headline read, "The biggest favorite to win this championship, Xiangbei, champion of the Kyoto League." Oh, familiar faces. Sumu looked at the newspaper with great interest. After all, he had spent over a month with these league champions, and they were all quite familiar with each other. They often sparred, so they understood each other's strength fairly well. Of course, no one dared to challenge Sumu that would simply be asking for trouble. Sumu, however, often watched their spars and offered friendly guidance. According to Sumu's understanding, while Xiangbei was very strong, the strongest was still Fong Mingchuan from Modu. In their spars, Xiangbei won few and lost many. Hey, who do you think will win this league championship? A clear female voice came from the bunk next to Sumu. Someone was actively striking up a conversation with him. Sumu turned his head. A slender girl with a melon seed face, a single ponytail, and refined features was looking at Sumu with curiosity. The girl's eyes were curved like crescent moons. Though she wasn't smiling, she gave off a perpetually cheerful impression that put anyone at ease. I actually do know this. Neither Xiangbei nor Fong Mingchuan will win this championship, Sumu said seriously. The girl immediately became interested. They're the biggest seeded players this year. If they can't do it, then is it Li Menglan from Fengyang province? Did you hear some inside information? Sumu gave a mysterious smile, looked into the girl's eyes, and lowered his voice. I'll tell you a secret, because the league champion this time will definitely be me. TCH. Braggart, that joke isn't funny at all. Lei Yashuan snorted. He felt Sumu was just trying to get his attention and immediately lost interest in talking. She turned her head away, ignoring Sumu, and went back to playing on her phone. The train ride was exceptionally long. Sumu watched the scenery outside the window, and before he knew it, night had fallen. He had just fallen asleep when he felt someone pulling at him. He opened his eyes to see Li Yahyun looking at him piteously. Could you please come with me to the toilet? It's too dark outside, and the toilet door is a bit broken. Plus, there's a drunk man by the toilet entrance. Sumu found it a bit funny, but seeing that the young girl was traveling alone, it was normal for her to be a little timid. He shook his head to clear away his drowsiness, got out of bed, and accompanied Li Yashuan to the restroom. Thank you. Back in the sleeper berth, Li Yashuan quietly thanked Sumu. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Sumu asked Li Yashuan with a smile. My mom says people who brag usually aren't bad people, and I think you seem like a good person. Sumu. What, people who brag aren't bad people? And how did he just get friend-zoned like that? At this, Sumu was completely awake again, and the two resumed their casual conversation. Before they knew it, their conversation drifted back to the league. Li Yahyun said with a hint of infatuation, I think Xiangbei will definitely be the champion this time. He's the Kyoto champion, and Kyoto is full of experts. Plus, he's so handsome. I must find a way to get his autograph during the competition. Sumu found her infatuated expression a bit amusing. Have you met Xiangbei? How do you know he's handsome?
Li Yashuan rolled her eyes at Su Mu. Of course I've met him. He's on TV all the time, isn't he? She glanced at Su Mu and continued, you're quite handsome too, but it's a shame your strength probably isn't as good as his. Li Yashuan complimented Su Mu with a slight blush. Su Mu found it somewhat amusing. Since you complimented my good looks, I'll introduce Xiang Bei to you when the time comes. You know Xiang Bei? Li Yashuan looked at Su Mu in surprise. Of course, I'd beaten that kid up countless times, Su Mu said truthfully. TSK. Bragging. Li Yashuan immediately thought Su Mu was bragging. She found Su Mu to be a nice person, but he just loved to boast too much. The two gradually became more familiar, and their conversation became deeper. By the way, where are you going by train? Su Mu asked curiously. I'm going to Tianqing City in Tiandu Province to find relatives. Tianqing City? Isn't that the same place he was going? Su Mu suddenly felt a bit curious. What a coincidence, I'm also from Tianqing City. Who are you going to find? Really? Li Yashuan looked at Su Mu with suspicion. Have you heard of the Su family in Tiandu Province? I'm going to Tianqing City to find my cousin, Su Mu. Su Mu, huh? Chapter 67, picked up a cousin on the train. Su Mu was utterly dumbfounded. What? This is my cousin? Is this even logical? He had never heard of having a cousin. He tentatively asked, does he know about this, that you're Su Mu's cousin? Li Yashuan gave Su Mu a huge eye roll. Nonsense, he's my cousin, how could he not know? What, Su Mu, do you know him too? No. Not really, Su Mu unconsciously shook his head. If his memory served him right, he was 100% sure he didn't know this cousin. Mainly because the other party didn't know him either. Look, here's a photo of us. As she spoke, Li Yashuan pulled out a photo from her phone gallery. Su Mu was genuinely curious now, and immediately leaned in to look. The photo showed two women, at least 70 to 80% alike in appearance, clearly sisters. Each of them held an infant still in swaddling clothes. No, these two infants aren't the photo you mentioned, are they? Su Mu was instantly speechless. He looked at the woman on the left in the photo, a face in her 20s with a youthful, milky white complexion, and a hint of gentleness in her eyes that gave him a familiar feeling, like water, seemingly merging with a figure in his mind. Could this really be a younger photo of his mother? He had only seen his mother when he was very young, and those memories were very blurry, but the woman in this photo truly gave him a deeply familiar feeling. That look in her eyes seemed to be something he often saw in his childhood dreams. If this was true, then this wasn't just his aunt's daughter, but truly his cousin. However, he really hadn't known he had an aunt who was still alive. You're not really trying to find Su Mu with just this photo, are you? Su Mu looked at Li Yashuan with a helpless expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem with that? I heard the Su family is the wealthiest in Tiandu province, so they should be easy to find, right? Li Yashuan said in an indifferent tone, why don't you hurry up and butter me up? When I get to the Su family, maybe I can even get my brother to help you. Su Mu. Thank you very much. But why are you looking for your brother, Su Mu? Su Mu continued to ask. Why are all your questions so strange? Do I need a reason to look for my brother? Li Yashuan looked at Su Mu with some impatience. However, she continued, alright, actually, my mom insisted I come. She said she had something very important to do, and she wouldn't feel at ease leaving me alone at home. I don't have any other relatives, so I could only come and find my brother first. Li Yashuan looked at Su Mu suspiciously. You really are a strange person, so many questions. Do you have any other questions? Just ask them all at once. In that case, there's only one last question. Su Mu was silent for a moment. If I said I'm the Su Mu you're looking for, would you believe me? Li Yashuan. A moment later, Li Yashuan stared blankly at Su Mu's ID card. So, you really are Su Mu from the Su family? I am Su Mu, but I have nothing to do with the Su family, Su Mu corrected. So, you were expelled by the Su family,
and I can't live the life of a rich second generation anymore.
Li Yashuan looked at Su Mu with a disappointed expression. Su Mu. What's so great about being a rich second generation?
At such a young age, all you think about are these unrealistic things. After confirming the other party's identity, Su Mu spoke with a slight lecturing tone. Although he said that, what Su Mu was thinking was, those days of being a rich second generation were really great. I kind of miss that feeling of getting something for nothing.
Alright. Li Yashuan seemed a bit down. I suffer with my mom every day.
I was hoping I could enjoy 2 days of good fortune with you, but it turns out I'm still destined for a hard life.
Did you have a hard life with your mom? Su Mu asked with some curiosity. Don't even get me started. We often didn't know where our next meal was coming from, and we had to hide all the time. Is it really that bad?
Su Mu was genuinely curious about what experiences his sister had. After Li Yashuan confirmed Su Mu's identity, she gradually let down her guard and, like opening a floodgate, began talking to Su Mu non-stop.
His sister had a straightforward personality, saying whatever came to mind.
Before long, Su Mu had a good understanding of her experiences over the years. According to what she said, it was indeed a bit tough. Ever since Li Yashuan could remember, her mother, who was Su Mu's aunt, had been taking her to make a living near the border of the Great Xia Kingdom. She was the opposite of him. She had only known her mother and didn't know who her father was. In over a decade, her mother had taken her to at least 5 or 6 different cities, changing cities roughly every 2 years. Her mother was very good to her. Her schooling was never delayed from childhood, and she received everything she needed, though their life was somewhat difficult. As for why they kept changing cities, Li Yashuan was completely clueless and knew very little about her own background. The two chatted, and the 2-day and 2-night journey wasn't so boring after all. It passed quickly. Su Mu gradually believed the other party's identity. This harmless girl seemed genuinely to be coming to claim kinship. These 2 days on the train, Chongchong had been very calm. Usually, at night before sleeping, she would fuss about wanting to come out of his body to move around. This time, Su Mu was worried that Rui wouldn't be able to stay inside him for such a long journey. Unexpectedly, she remained very quiet, though her speed of absorbing aura seemed faster. However, Su Mu's strength had increased considerably, so that amount of aura was just a drop in the ocean. No, our family doesn't live in Tianqing City, we live in Tianhai City, right? When Li Yashuan learned that they had to continue traveling by car, she immediately let out a whimper. She didn't expect Su Mu to be in such a difficult situation, living not even in a provincial capital, but in a remote small city just like her. It's fine, I've already arranged for someone to pick us up. Su Mu walked ahead, dragging Li Yashuan's luggage. This train didn't go directly to Tianhai City. Tianqing City was the terminal. He had already sent a message to Gong in advance to pick him up. Gong was as punctual as ever. As soon as they exited the station, Su Mu spotted Gong waiting not far away. Su Mu immediately went forward to introduce the two to each other. Yashuan, this is Gong. Gong, this is my cousin Li Yashuan, whom I picked up on the train. Gong. Chapter 68, Heading to Kyoto. On the way, when Li Yashuan learned that Su Mu had grown up with Gong since childhood, she immediately looked at Su Mu with sympathy. Li Yashuan thought to herself, I didn't expect you to have a harder life than me. At least I grew up with my closest relatives. I didn't expect you didn't even have any relatives to look after you. No wonder you developed this bad habit of bragging. Seeing a maternal glow on Li Yashuan's face, with concern in her eyes, Su Mu immediately understood what she was thinking. Damn it, I'm not like you. I've had the treatment of a rich second-generation kid since I was little, alright? Clara also knew the news of Su Mu's return. Instead of coming with Gong to pick up Su Mu, she had arrived early at Su Mu's house and was waiting. Oh, you live here? Not bad. Li Yashuan looked at Su Mu's detached house and yard, exclaiming with pleasant surprise. Clara, at the door, saw Su Mu bring a woman back and her expression immediately changed. Upon learning that this was Su Mu's cousin, she immediately became enthusiastic, taking Li Yashuan's hand and leading her into the house. So you're the sister-in-law. You're really beautiful. Li Yashuan sincerely praised Clara's appearance and then raised an eyebrow at Su Mu. For some reason, Sumo immediately understood that look from Li Yashuan. She seemed to be saying, "You sly dog, you actually managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend." Sumo smiled wryly, rubbing his chin. His cousin seemed to underestimate him a bit too much. The addressed sister-in-law made Clara overjoyed, and she busied herself planning a celebration for Li Yashuan's arrival. However, Sumo didn't agree to take her out to eat. He was afraid that his popularity hadn't died down yet, and he might encounter reporters harassing them again. The four of them, buying and cooking, made a table full of dishes and had a simple meal at home. Even so, Li Yashuan ate with great relish. She wasn't shy at all, diving into the food with ungraceful enthusiasm, eating half a table of dishes by herself. Looking at her appetite, Sumo truly couldn't understand why she had such a slender figure. Was she really just starving? After the meal, Li Yashuan contentedly sat on the sofa, patting her stomach, ready to comment on the dinner. "Daddy, hug." A tiny baby voice emanated from Sumu's body. "Ah! What is that?" Li Yashuan was so startled by the half-baby's head protruding from Sumu's stomach that she nearly sat down on the ground. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she was seeing things. Had her newly recognized brother mutated so quickly? A moment later, with Clara's explanation, Li Yashuan quickly accepted Ruerue's existence. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Zongzong's charm remained just as powerful, and soon Zongzong became the favorite object of both Li Yashuan and Clara. Time passed quickly, and Li Yashuan had already been staying at Sumu's home for a week. This time, Sumu had another mission upon returning from the Beyond Heaven, which was to participate in the finals of the National High School League. After such a long time, the finals were finally about to begin. The location for the finals was naturally set in Kyoto, the most prosperous city in the Great Xia Kingdom, and Sumu was somewhat looking forward to it. As the champion of the Tiandu Province League, Sumu needed to lead the Tiandu Province team, so he had to report to Tianqing City, the provincial capital of Tiandu Province, in advance. "What? You're going to participate in the finals of the National High School League?" When Li Yashuan heard that Sumu was also going to participate in the High School League finals, her eyes widened in disbelief. In her mind, those who could participate in the league finals were all outstanding individuals from a province. Sumu, in her eyes, was just an ordinary person like herself, at best a little stronger than her. How could he just say he's participating in the finals and actually do it? Are you not kidding me? Do you really qualify to participate? Li Yashuan still questioned Sumu incredulously. After confirming that it was true, Li Yashuan naturally wanted to join in the fun. She was absolutely thrilled at the prospect of a trip to Kyoto. As the provincial-level league champion this time, Sumu received 3 invitation letters for family members to watch, and he gave one to Li Yashuan. Early the next morning, Sumu and Clara met up early at the front door. "No way, sister-in-law, are you also participating in the league finals?" Upon seeing Clara, Li Yashuan realized that she was also going to participate in the league finals. Are these finals really that common to participate in? Li Yashuan felt like her understanding of things might be a bit off. Seeing Li Yashuan's surprised expression, Clara asked somewhat helplessly, "Yashuan, don't you watch the news?" Li Yashuan was a little strange. Who watches the news these days? Unless it features their idol, Xiang Bei. Even now, TV news occasionally reported that Sumu was the champion of Tiandu Province. If she had watched the news of Tiandu Province, she would have known long ago that Sumu, like Xiang Bei, was a league champion. The scale of the national finals was not small, completely different from the competition system of the provincial league. The competition was divided into 3 groups, Group A, Group B, and Group C. Group A consisted of a 7-member elite team selected from each province to participate in exhibition-style arena battles, and the process of the competition would be broadcast live nationwide. This was also the most watched competition in the country. Group B and Group C consisted of other finalists from various provinces, competing in a single-player point system. Ultimately, 1 champion team from Group C and 1 from Group B would participate in the Group A competition. So, the competitions for Group B and Group C had actually started earlier, but everyone's main concern was the Group A competition, and only Group A was considered the traditional National High School League finals. After Sumu arrived in Tiandu province, he first went to the Ministry of Education alone, as arranged.
Zheng Chang, the Minister of Education of Tiandu province, personally met Sumu.
Zheng Chang, the Minister of Education of Tiandu province, was not tall, but years of official career made his every word and action appear very graceful.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zheng Chang got straight to the point.
Student Su, our province's league performance this time depends on you.
My demands aren't high. Last year our province ranked 25th. This year, getting our province into the top 10 is enough. No problem, right? After listening to Zheng Chang's words, Sumu immediately shook his head. Seeing Sumu's reaction, Zheng Chang immediately frowned. What, is it a bit difficult? He was puzzled, as he had heard of Sumu's brilliant achievements in the Rubik's Cube Demon Tower and didn't think he should lack confidence like this. Sumu smiled and continued, Minister Zhang, I think the top 10 is a bit conservative. As long as I'm there, first place will definitely belong to our Tiandu province. Zheng Chang. Although Sumu said so, Zheng Chang dared not hope for first place. Kyoto and Modu were cities with many experts, and Sumu might not be able to defeat all of them. Moreover, even if Sumu was strong, this was still a group stage. Could he really be strong enough to fight an entire team by himself? However, he wasn't foolish enough to directly dampen Sumu's confidence. Instead, he encouraged him and promised that if they won a ranking, Tiandu province would certainly not be stingy with rewards, urging them to perform well and exert their full strength. Chapter 69, Changing Personnel. Before Sumu left, Zheng Chang finally handed Sumu the list of elite squad members for Group A of Tiandu province. As the team leader for Tiandu province, it was naturally his responsibility to notify all teammates to participate in the competition together. Sumu looked at the list, and they were all familiar faces. Li Chen, Ma Yonghui, and Zhang Kai were naturally among them. Su Bing's name was also on it after all. He was fully common, uncommon, rare, superior, epic, mythic, immortal, so his appearance on the list was only natural. These four people, plus Sumu, formed the starting lineup of the 5A team members from Tiandu province. There were also two substitute players, Zi Hongxiu and Zhao Di from Tianfeng City. Zi Hongxiu was a familiar face, but Zhao Di was unknown. There seemed to be no impression of him during the preliminary rounds. Replace Su Bing, Sumu said directly. Classmate Su, I know about your issues with the Su family, but this is about representing our Tiandu province in the competition, isn't it unnecessary? Facing a prodigy like Sumu, Zheng Chang could only try to persuade him gently. His strength is average, and I can't perform at my best if he's on my team. Don't worry, I can win with anyone as my teammate, Sumu stated firmly. Zheng Chang was in a difficult position, yet he had no choice. Finally, at Sumu's persistent insistence, Zheng Chang had no choice but to replace Su Bing with Clara. After all, Sumu's strength was too great. He had become someone whose opinion even the Minister of Education couldn't easily disregard. However, Zheng Chang requested that Clara be in the substitute position, moving Zhao Di into the starting lineup. This didn't matter to Sumu, who immediately agreed, thinking that the others might not even get a chance to play anyway. The Su family mansion. Su Bing almost immediately received a call from the Ministry of Education, instructing him to report to the B Group competition zone in Tiandu province. What? I didn't get into the Alpha Elite squad of Tiandu province, this is illogical. Su Bing held the phone, his face filled with disbelief, even forgetting to hang up. He felt that with his strength, making it into the 7-person elite squad was a sure thing, but he hadn't even become a substitute. Now that Su Xingha of the Su family is still in a coma, their Su family seems to have lost its backbone. Logically, the Su family, being so prominent, should have known about such elite squad allocations long ago, but now Su Bing could only passively await notification. The Su family now has no one of consequence. No one knows about the various decisions made by the province, and old Madame Mu has no say in the provincial matters, even less than Su Mu. At this time, Sumu and his group had already arrived in Kyoto. As the great Xia nation's primary city, it exuded a different aura from the moment they entered. As far as the eye could see, various towering buildings stood, each with distinct architectural styles, utilizing modern glass curtain wall designs that shimmered with dazzling light under the sun.
The streets were wide, stretching straight into the distance, with smooth, flat pavements and a continuous stream of luxury vehicles. Some car emblems were clearly exceptionally expensive, showcasing the owner's distinguished status, and the car windows were specially treated, making one curious about the kind of people seated inside.
Brother, look there. Look at that. This thing is so interesting.
Along the way, Li Yashuan was exceptionally excited, chatting non-stop with Sumu and Clara. She had already prepared a stack of Xiang Bei's photos, all screenshots from news articles.
She planned to seize the opportunity if she ran into Xiang Bei and try to get him to sign an autograph for her.
Gong drove straight to a 5-star hotel, which was also prepared in advance by the organizers and accommodation arranged by Tiandu Province. The entrance to the 5-star hotel was grand and opulent, splendid with gold, and its exterior design was unique and ingenious, showcasing nobility and luxury.
Wow! This hotel is great! Li Yashuan excitedly rushed in first.
Although there were many participants, as a member of the Alpha League, Sumu was naturally provided with the best accommodation for himself and his relatives.
The Tiandu Province team was assigned to the 7th floor, so it was quick. Sumu soon met the other members of the Tiandu Province Alpha team.
Li Chen, Ma Yonghui, and Zhang Kai hadn't seen Sumu for a long time. They were all very enthusiastic upon seeing Sumu, including Zi Hongxiu. The 7 of them had a brief gathering and chatted about this year's competition.
Sumu also met Zhao Di from Tianfeng City. He was of medium build, not very talkative, and wore a baseball cap.
Because he wasn't familiar with others, he gave off a very quiet impression. I've watched the provincial leagues this year, and several teams feel very strong, especially the 2 teams from Kyoto and Modu, whose strength is significantly ahead of other provinces, Ma Yonghui analyzed with a serious expression to the others.
Right, Sumu, I heard you also went to Tianweishan.
You must have met their league champions, how strong are they?
Zi Hongxiu asked Sumu as if she suddenly remembered something.
Well, their strength is alright, I guess.
Sumu scratched his head.
In his opinion, they were all pretty much the same.
Just alright? Is there any difference in strength?
Zi Hongxiu frowned slightly upon hearing Sumu's words. Everyone else felt that Sumu might not have had much contact with those people in Tianweishan and didn't know much about them.
Fang Mingchuan from Modu is stronger, Sumu said after thinking for a moment. It's not Xiang Bei who's the strongest. Several people were puzzled and skeptical of Sumu's information. Early the next morning was the opening ceremony of the National High School League Finals.
In the center of Daxia Nation's largest stadium, 5 huge rings had already been erected for the A group matches.
Surrounding the arena were spectator stands, capable of accommodating at least hundreds of thousands of people.
Several large screens were placed in the middle of the stadium, ensuring that everyone could see the entire match. There are 30 provinces in Great Xia, plus the champions from Group B and Group C, making a total of 32 teams participating in Group A's competition. The opening ceremony was essentially for everyone to make an appearance, followed by the team leaders from each province drawing lots to determine the order of matches. Therefore, the opening ceremony was not just for Group A members, it included everyone from both Group B and Group C.
Gong, where's my brother? Why can't I see him?
Li Yashuan sat in the stands, looking left and right, constantly pulling on Gong's sleeve and asking. Gong, amused by her eagerness, replied, Soon, your brother will be out any minute now. Just then, a person flew out from the center of the stadium, holding a microphone and standing in mid-air. It turned out to be an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord-level master or above. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a buzz cut and glasses, giving him the air of a scholar. Sumu recognized this person. It was Hong Mulian, the Minister of Education of Great Xia. He had often seen him on TV before and didn't expect him to directly host the league finals. Without much ado, he picked up the microphone and said directly, Thank you for waiting, everyone.
I am Hong Muliang from the Ministry of Education. The National High School League Finals are now officially beginning. Please welcome all participants to enter. Soon, all participants began to enter, divided by province. Under the organization of staff, each province formed a phalanx. 30 teams formed a circle, encircling the central rostrum.
Li Yashuan strained her neck to look in the direction of Tiandu province in the stadium, but there were too many people, and she couldn't find Su Mu. Seeing Li Yashuan's expression, Gong spoke up from the side, "Stop looking, your brother isn't out yet."
Not out yet? Why?
Li Yashuan was astonished.
Weren't all the finalists supposed to be here?
Just then, Hong Muliang in the middle of the stadium continued to host, "Please welcome the representative teams from each provincial league final to enter."
Chapter 70, Opening Ceremony.
37-person teams walked out in turns from the rear of their respective phalanxes. The team leaders of each province were in front, with the remaining 6 team members divided into 2 rows following behind the leader. Due to the distance, spectators mainly relied on the large screens to see what was happening in the stadium.
The first to appear on screen was Xiang Bei from Kyoto.
He had a solemn expression, dressed in a black school uniform, with neat short hair and a chiseled face, exuding the charm of a rugged handsome man. The Kyoto team members following him also stood tall and proud, each brimming with confidence, making the entire team appear full of spirit.
"Xiang Bei, it's Xiang Bei." Li Yashuan immediately grew excited, grabbing Gong's sleeve and shaking it repeatedly.
At this time, an introduction to the Kyoto representative team also came from the loudspeakers. This was not hosted by Hong Muliang, but rather someone from backstage directly reading a script. Kyoto team, Captain Xiang Bei, champion of the preliminary round of the Kyoto League, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level strength. The other team members consist of 1 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level and 5 other rank level experts. The entire venue immediately erupted in cheers. To be awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level at such a young age, truly worthy of the Kyoto team, this is too strong. Yes, indeed, the entire team actually has 2 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level members, so powerful. All the spectators were amazed by the strength of the Kyoto team. Their captain Xiang Bei is so handsome, both handsome and strong, I wish I could find a boyfriend like him. A group of infatuated girls also shrieked. Hearing the chatter nearby, Li Yashuan immediately rolled her eyes. "You?
Xiang Bei is mine."
Next to enter is the Moto representative team, the voice from the loudspeaker continued. The screen switched to Fang Mingchuan's image. Fang Mingchuan had semi-long short hair, all combed back at this time, giving him the impression of a rich young master. Behind him followed 4 men and 2 women, the entire Moto representative team. Moto team, 7 members, Captain Fang Mingchuan, champion of the preliminary round of the Moto League, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level strength. The other team members consist of 2 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level and 4 other rank level experts. Unexpectedly, the Moto team actually had 1 more awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level expert than the Kyoto team. Both Xiang Bei and Fang Mingchuan broke through to awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level in the outer heaven. They were both champions of their local leagues, indicating that the others also broke through during this period, presumably having invested a lot of resources for the finals.
This competition is going to be something to watch.
Indeed, it's estimated that the championship this time will definitely go to one of these 2 teams.
The Moto representative team once again drew cheers from countless spectators.
Teams from various provinces began entering in turns. Most only had their captains as awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level, while the team members were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. There were also many provinces where the entire team was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level. It was still too difficult to reach awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level at this age, requiring not only vast resources but also talent and perseverance. Finally, it was the turn of the Tiandu province representative team to enter.
Next to enter is the Tiandu province representative team, the voice from the loudspeaker announced. When Sumu appeared on the big screen, Li Yashuan was utterly stunned. How is this possible? My brother is the captain of the Tiandu province representative team. Unlike Xiang Bei's rugged handsomeness, Sumu possessed a hint of lazy nonchalance, standing in the sunlight, giving off an untamed aura.
Tiandu Province Team, 7 members, Captain Sumu, champion of the preliminary round of the Tiandu Province League, awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level strength. The other team members are at the awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level. Tiandu Province is doing well this year. They also have an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord level captain.
It seems Tiandu Province will advance quite a few ranks this year. This Sumu is quite handsome too, no worse than Xiang Bei. I wonder who has his contact information. My friends list is missing a handsome guy. Stop daydreaming, do you think he'd pay attention to you? At this moment, Li Yashuan's mind went blank, followed by uncontrollable ecstasy. My brother didn't lie to me, everything he said was true. He's even the Tiandu Province League champion. My brother. He really knows Xiang Bei. She felt as if she had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. Her brother was actually so strong. The most shocked were not Li Yashuan, but Xiang Bei and a few others. When they heard Sumu's name, they felt as if struck by lightning, their whole bodies tingling. Who? Sumu? Which Sumu? He abruptly turned his head and saw that familiar figure walking towards the front of the Tiandu Province team. Seeing him look over, Sumu even gave him a smile. Xiang Bei returned a smile uglier than crying. No one told me, he's actually a high school student too. At the same time, Xiang Bei also saw several familiar figures, all staring intently at Sumu, each one showing a shocked expression. As he had thought, Fang Mingchuan and the others had no idea that Sumu was a high school student. They all assumed Sumu had pulled strings to join them for the coming-of-age ceremony in Tianwai, and therefore must be much older than them, making his superior strength normal. They had been calling him Brother Su daily, and no one expected Sumu to be a league champion just like them. If you're already a league champion, why bother pulling strings? All the league champions who had been to Tianwei cursed inwardly. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but fill with dread at the thought of the terrifying days dominated by Sumu's frightening strength. Su Bing stood among the Tiandu Province team, looking at the dazzling Sumu not far away, and a hint of confusion rose in his heart. Was the Su family's treatment of Sumu back then really for the best? Li Chen, Ma Yonghui, and Zhang Kai, upon hearing that Sumu had awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class, couldn't help but look up at Sumu. They had thought they could close the gap with Sumu through their own efforts, but never expected to fall even further behind him in strength. Chapter 71, Signing. After the Heaven Capital Province team completed their appearance, all the representative teams quickly moved to the front of the line. Now, I invite the captains of each team to come on stage and draw lots. Hong Muliang was already standing on the massive central arena, where a red box had been placed in the middle. It was specifically for drawing lots, at least half a person's height, completely sealed, so no one could see what was inside. Hearing Hong Muliang's request, 30 captains simultaneously stepped forward and walked towards the central arena. Sumu immediately saw many familiar faces: Li Menglan, Ma Bing, Zhao Yiwei. All the league champions who had gone to outer heaven were present, every single one. These people also saw Sumu, their eyes fixed on him, as if trying to discern something from his person. Xiang Bei was the first to give in, muttering, "Sumu! Didn't you pull strings to get into Tianwai? How are you a league champion now? Sumu! What connections? Don't talk nonsense. Outer heaven invited me. Besides, what conflict is there between me going to outer heaven and being a league champion? Mainly, with you here, there's no suspense left. What are we even competing for? We might as well just go home early." Xiang Bei directly voiced the sentiments of the other league champions, and everyone nodded in agreement with Xiang Bei's words. Sumu's strength was evident to all. Even when they were awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level, Sumu could defeat awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level opponents, let alone now. It's rumored that Sumu broke through the heaven and earth boundaries with the Jiang family's old ancestor long ago, so their current strength is unimaginable. Everyone was a prodigy, and who was willing to be inferior to others? While Xiang Bei's first-tier group was strong, they weren't necessarily much stronger than them. They still had a sliver of a chance, and of course, they wanted to compete for the championship.
Otherwise, why would they have spent so many resources to advance to awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, or overlord level so early? But now, what was there left to contend for? Not even a sliver of a chance remained. Anyway, the champion was Sumu, and what was the point of watching if you just got beaten up by Sumu the moment you stepped onto the stage? Everyone instantly lost interest in the competition, their heads drooping like frostbitten eggplants. The team leaders who hadn't been to outer heaven were baffled, wondering what was wrong with them. What did Xiang Bei mean by no suspense? Was he provoking everyone? Alright. What are you dawdling for? Come up and draw lots in the order of appearance. Hong Muliang, standing in the middle of the arena, was already impatient and urged them with some dissatisfaction. This was the Minister of Education of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, whose strength was unfathomable. Xiang Bei dared not delay and immediately stepped forward, reaching his hand into the red box. He then pulled out his hand, holding a silver white disc. At this moment, the disc still had a lid covering the number, preventing anyone from seeing the digit on the disc. Fang Mingchuan immediately followed suit, and a moment later, also drew a silver white disc. After Fang Mingchuan returned, everyone continued to draw lots in order, and soon it was Sumu's turn. He reached into the box, and the next second he felt something cold touch his hand. He knew it was the white disc. He immediately grabbed it and pulled it out of the box. The white disc had a metallic texture. This league was truly grand, even the drawing items were so high-end. Soon, everyone had a disc and simultaneously opened the cover, revealing the number. Sumu even heard Xiang Bei muttering softly beside him, "Not Sumu. Not Sumu. Not Sumu. Sumu." The white disc opened, and the number Sumu saw on it was 9. There were a total of 116 numbers in this draw, with 2 of each number, making a total of 32 numbers, representing 32 teams. 30 representative teams plus the champion teams from Group B and Group C made a total of 32 teams. After the first round of matches, teams would be divided into a loser's bracket and a winner's bracket, with 16 teams in each. The loser's bracket would hold a comeback round. The 4 winning teams would then compete against the 16 teams from the winner's bracket, and the ultimately victorious teams would become the top 10 of the league. The top 10 battles would switch to a points-based system, with the team accumulating the most points ultimately winning. The number 9 in Sumu's hand meant that his opponent for the first battle would be the holder of the other number 9. Xiang Bei looked at the number 9 in Sumu's hand, identical to his own, and felt terrible. His luck was just too bad. He held the number 9 in his hand at that moment, wanting to cry. This was too unlucky, to run into Sumu in the very first match. Fang Mingchuan and the others came over sympathetically and patted his shoulder. Fortunately, there was still a chance in the comeback round, otherwise Kyoto Province would become the biggest joke this year, eliminated in the first round. By this time, all teams had been assigned, and the matchups for all provinces had been announced on the big screen. Sumu was speechless at a glance. The cheating was too obvious. No team that had participated in the Tianwaishan League Championship met in the first round. He didn't believe this wasn't man-made interference. No wonder the discs were made so elaborately. Moreover, when drawing, he almost immediately touched the disc as soon as he reached in, as if the disc had actively flown into his hand. It didn't matter, it was understandable for the organizers to do this for the sake of the show. However, now having their Tiandu province play first against Kyoto seemed to imply they were being seen as a pushover. It looked like they were in for a big surprise this time. After the drawing, the opening ceremony concluded. Next, they would have to wait for Groups B and C to determine their champion teams before the Group A matches would officially begin. After the opening ceremony, Sumu gathered with the other champions from Tianwaishan. Upon seeing Xiang Bei, Li Yashuan immediately became excited. She actually got to meet her idol, and at such a close distance. It seemed her brother was indeed quite familiar with Xiang Bei. Sumu proactively introduced his sister to Xiang Bei. "Xiang Bei, this is my sister, Li Yashuan. She's always admired you a lot, and she came here hoping to get your autograph." Sumu gave Li Yashuan a look, as if to say, "See, I've done what you asked me to do." She immediately shyly pulled a photo of Xiang Bei from her pocket and handed it to him.
Xiang Bei was stunned, not expecting Li Yashuan to be serious. He never thought that Su Mu was so strong, yet his sister would admire him. He awkwardly took the photo, scratched the back of his head, then took the pen and asked, "Just an autograph?" Su Mu patted Xiang Bei's shoulder. "How is this enough?" She directly took out a thick stack of photos from Li Yashuan's pocket and shoved them in front of Xiang Bei. "Here, sign all of these." Xiang Bei. "Signing them is no problem. I just have one request. When we compete, go easy on me, give me some face and don't beat me up too badly." Su Mu. Li Yashuan, ah. Li Yashuan was shocked. What was Xiang Bei talking about? Could it be that her brother wasn't just a league champion, but truly much stronger than Xiang Bei? She couldn't even imagine such a thing. At this moment, she was in such close proximity to her idol, but when she realized her own brother was also a league champion, she suddenly felt that Xiang Bei wasn't so out of reach after all. Chapter 72, Competition begins. Due to the unique nature of Eidolon warriors, their sustained combat time is relatively short, making them unsuitable for continuous arena battles. Therefore, the competitions for Groups B and C adopted a free-for-all format. Although the number of participants in both groups was large, results could still be determined within 2 days. Taking advantage of these 2 days when Group A didn't need to compete, Xiang Bei, being a local, took Su Mu and the group to have a good time in Kyoto for 2 days. The Xiang family in Kyoto was a well-known family, and Xiang Bei was a true second-generation rich kid. Xiang Bei not only covered all the expenses for these 2 days but also made impeccable arrangements. Li Yashuan had so much fun she almost forgot herself. Li Yashuan watched a group of league champions constantly revolve around her brother every day. Calling him Brother Su every day, everyone was very polite, and seemed a little afraid of his brother. Now, he completely believed in Su Mu's standing in the Jianghu. He thought to himself that Su Mu really wasn't boasting, he definitely had real strength. 2 days passed quickly, and the league finals for Group A officially began. On that day, the stadium was packed to the brim, a sea of people, and even outside the stadium, crowds gathered. All sorts of overwhelming publicity, various rumors, and different power rankings left people dazzled. To save competition time, the 5 arenas will start simultaneously. The competition will adopt a round-robin format, with 2 teams sending 1 person at a time. After the first person loses, the second person can take their place, and the winning side does not need to switch players. The first team to lose 5 players will be considered defeated. According to the order of matches, the Tiandu province representative team led by Su Mu would be the first to compete. In the Tiandu province representative team's lounge, everyone except Su Mu seemed a bit nervous, including the newly added Clara. "We're really unlucky to face the Kyoto representative team in the first match." Li Chen looked a bit disheartened. He had originally wanted to make a big impact in this competition, but didn't expect the first match to be so difficult. "It's okay, let's play our best, give it our all, we might still have a chance to win," Ma Yonghui consoled him from the side. "Yeah, we'll do our best. If not, there's always the revival round." Zi Hongxiu was a bit pessimistic. She genuinely felt it was impossible to defeat the Kyoto representative team, even if Su Mu was awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class. After all, the opposing team had 2 awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class experts. Sigh, even getting into the resurrection round is hard. 16 teams, only 4 get resurrected, it's not easy. Zhao Di remained silent beside them, as always, but his demeanor showed that he was also very dejected. Inside the resting room, the entire Tiandu province representative team's atmosphere was very low. On the other side, the Kyoto representative team's resting room had a much more relaxed atmosphere. Everyone seemed confident of victory. After all, Tiandu province's performances in previous years had not been outstanding, and as the strongest representative team, they didn't consider them a threat. The Heavenly Capital Province representative team, our first opponent, should be quite strong. Their captain is also an awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class expert, so let's not let our guard down, warned Su Hui, another awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class expert from the Kyoto representative team. Captain, undoubtedly, their captain will definitely be the first to play. I suggest, why don't I go first this time and test the waters with their awakened,
transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord class captain? We don't need all our main players, let's conserve our strength and let 2 substitutes get some exposure.
How about you go last as the anchor? Su Hui's arrangement was quite reasonable. When fighting a team like Tiandu province normally, it's certainly wise to preserve strength. As long as Xiang Bei anchors the team, others should try to conserve their strength to prevent other strong teams from discerning their true capabilities. In fact, Su Hui felt that Xiang Bei wouldn't even be needed on the field. As long as the opponent's captain wasn't his match, he alone could defeat several people, ending the battle quickly. Although he was not as strong as Xiang Bei, he was still very confident in his own abilities. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Xiang Bei, who had a serious expression. It might have been an illusion, but they even thought he seemed a little nervous. They didn't have coaches or similar teachers present, the team leader was their head, directly deciding their tactics and strategies. Xiang Bei pondered for a moment, then articulated his arrangement, I have only one demand for this match. Everyone immediately perked up, thinking Xiang Bei wanted them to give their all even against a weaker team, to show the spirit of Kyoto. They never expected Xiang Bei's next words to completely dumbfound them. If you can't win, surrender immediately, conserve your strength, and prepare for the resurrection match. Kyoto representative team. The entire Kyoto representative team felt that Xiang Bei must have gone mad. They never expected that when facing an unknown Tiandu province, their strongest Xiang Bei would actually build up the opponent's prestige and directly surrender. What the hell was this? Their captain couldn't possibly be possessed by something unclean, could he? On the other side, Sumu also began arranging the lineup. I'll go first, you all can arrange the rest of the order yourselves, Sumu casually stated. Others? Is the order of appearance arranged so casually? Zhao Di frowned, feeling that Sumu was a bit too irresponsible. Even in a battle that was destined to be lost, one must still go all out. He uncharacteristically voiced his opinion, Captain, isn't this a bit too casual? I think it would be more appropriate for you to be the anchor. If they get overconfident and only send one awakened, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord tier fighter as their first, we might still have a chance to win by desperately wearing down their strength. That's right, Zhao Di makes a lot of sense. Everyone nodded frequently. Sumu, Sumu had no intention of letting them participate. He planned to take on 5 opponents by himself, so his arrangements were naturally quite casual. He also wanted to start first to avoid them getting overly exhausted. Well, actually, I alone am enough. Before Sumu could finish speaking, everyone immediately looked at him with strange expressions. This was the Kyoto team, how could Sumu be so overconfident? All right. Actually, I want you all to conserve your strength, and we'll fight hard in the resurrection match. Sumu said against his true feelings. He was speechless inside. Being a captain was really difficult, having to consider their emotions. Seeing Sumu say this, the others reluctantly agreed to his suggestion and allowed him to go first.